39. A daydreamer's dream. The second after my hand reaches the mysterious glowing sigil of an eye bound in chains, I see blinding light. A light that burns my retina as I sit up and look away from the morning that I recognize as the sun. I smell dust, dirt, and dried blood all over me as I sit. I feel a warm weight on my chest as I look down and see the baby fox I took in, but it's much larger than the last time I saw it. Where the hell am I? I hear a voice as I look around to learn where I am from. You woke up already, Wyatt? How do you feel? Anything, feel off? I turn toward the voice and put a face to it. It's Earl. He looks different, though. Just looking at him, something feels off. And it's not the newly added derringer on his ribs or the revolver on his waist. He feels both more confident and more careful than he was before. It's odd. He appears to be unwounded, though, much unlike me. I guess he made it out of the fight unscathed. After staring at him awkwardly for several moments, I go to respond as he just stares in turn, but I am beset with murmurs, whispers that return to assault my mind. The bloody palm seeks its meal, I suppose. The noise is quieter and less devouring than before, though. It's not quite to the point that I can ignore or zone it out, however, as I still feel it slowly eating away at me. I raise my right hand to my head to try to rub away some of the mental fatigue it causes. Earl notices this and speaks up again, obviously worried for me, and he lets something slip that I don't think he meant to. You doing okay, Wyatt? Your body and mind are probably quite weak right now. You should take a break and acclimate. How would Earl know that my mind is weak? I got into a physical fight before him, not a mental one. Did he? Yeah. Only Earl could come up with something out of the box and unthinkable like that. But why? I try to speak to him through the haze. And unintentionally, my voice comes out much rougher than I meant. Did you do this to me? Why did you attach another man's hand to me? Earl pauses and looks at me, full of guilt, and he stutters all the way through his explanation. Well, why you were dying. And no, that's not right. You did die. Your heart had stopped beating for over 2 minutes before pulsating again. The passive regeneration wasn't enough from the bloody palm. You needed either more direct contact with it or more ether to fuel it. I could only do one of the two. Are you okay, though? Artifacts have a very high chance of permanently changing someone's psyche. So it was him. I can't blame him, though. Even I thought I had died. For him to pull through and bring me back from the dead? That's nothing short of a miracle. Although, that's one hell of a gamble. What would he do if I was taken over by the bloody palm? It did get close several times there, but I was saved. I was saved by a few lapses in the assault by the palm, which I'm fighting off now a little bit easier, and I was rescued by the sigil appearing wherever I was. Without both of those things, who knows what would have happened? I am inquisitive about what happened and how I was helped in my defense against the bloody palm. So, I ask Earl, and he looks extremely uncomfortable and shows an even deeper level of guilt on his face after my questions reach his ears. His brows creased, and sweat ran down him despite the cool autumn almost winter air. I did have to fight the bloody palm, or at least the emotions within it. I would have died without the help I had during it. I assume it was you who saved me? How did a sigil appear within me? I advanced, you know? Earl takes a short moment to think before answering as if he's being careful not to say the wrong thing. I did what I could to help. I killed the Nain Rouge before it could skewer your heart, and I took its sigil that I resonated with. The gambler. The sigil skill I was bestowed allowed me to help the bloody palm fuse with you. I also believe it helped even the playing field in the fight between you two. Or at least a little bit. You got another sigil, Earl stammers and trails off at the end. The bit I was most curious about. Like seriously, how did I get a sigil while I was unconscious? I press him for answers despite his not wanting to divulge them. Earl, what happened? Come on, just tell me. He looks at me with high brows and wide eyes. He asks me to promise him something. You promise you won't be mad? Sure, I'll promise so he'll tell me. What could possibly make me mad? He saved my life, after all. Okay, you, Air. Get on with it, man. You were, starving. The bloody palm was eating you from the inside out once you two were connected at the wrist. You were thinning and losing weight every second. You were about to die. Uh-huh. And then? How did I not starve to death? I look pretty healthy right now. I actually feel pretty good, in fact. I fed you. I fed you all the food we had. But you still needed more. And there was nothing around to feed you. Except, he cuts off again. But my brain fills in the blanks. There was nothing around to hunt. And even if there was, Earl is not the one to do it. So, instead, he chose the only option. He fed me the only meat in the area to keep me alive. Human meat. The second this thought reaches my brain, I instinctively bend over to the side and puke as I push the kit to the other side to not dirty them, nausea inundating my whole system. I can't believe what happened while I was unconscious. A quiet, sorry, reaches me from Earl. But more than just nausea from my disgust at what kept me alive hits me. The bloody palm takes this moment to rear its ugly fingers. A cascade of sounds rams into my mind, originating from the slightly off-colored and wrinkled hand attached to my left side. Some sounds I can comprehend, some I cannot, but I know they all mean the same thing. Delicious. The bloody palm enjoyed the meal. That thought hits me even harsher than just knowing I ate other humans to survive. The fact that some part of me wanted it, even if it's not truly me, makes me sick to my stomach. I spend the next several minutes emptying my already empty stomach out into the sand. Only acid, bile, and spit exit from me despite my wish to make all the food leave me. The noises only continue to rise as I kneel in an attempt to expel the human meat from me. But I am immediately overwhelmed by the cacophony, and tears run out of my eyes and off my face into the sand beneath me. Despite the attack on my mind, I can't muster the defenses to defend myself as even more revelations hit me as I think through what happened. Harold, the man with the eye patch, whom I stabbed in the back of the neck. He had the philosopher sigil as well. He must have been the first one I ate. So how come I didn't fuse with any of the other sigils? Maybe I reached the cabin before anyone else was fed to me, so the rest of the sigils never touched my mind for fusion. I'm only a second sigil because I ate another human. I'm a terrible monster. Alexos was right. How could a person eat someone else? My thoughts continue to descend rapidly and darken in breadth as the whispers eat away at me. But someone tries to pull me out of the abyss before I truly jump in. An arm touches my shoulder as I kneel there in self-made and self-originating torment. I swing around threateningly in righteous anger, expecting it to be Earl. But no, it's Esther. With her trim body, she hugs me. The act of care dispels the voices momentarily as I stop feeding them my thoughts. The cheerful nature of Esther helps lighten my mood just enough for me to actually think about the problem before me. I need to stop these whispers somehow, and I might as well use this new sigil, Forward Daydreamer, if I can. Maybe its new ability will help. To see the world and dream of a better one. I could undoubtedly dream of one without this damn hand attached to me. Similarly to how I first activated Chain Eyes, I take a moment to feel around and sense a new muscle, one somehow located in my eyes. It's hard to describe what it feels like as I activate it, and ether flows without me even needing to order it. The hallmark of a sigil skill. They work instinctively. A considerable amount of ether flows through me as I realize how little of a headache it gives me, almost none, and how amazing my body feels. All the clogged up parts of my body are gone. It seems the increase in ether limit from Forward Daydreamer fixed my ether saturation issue and prevented another one from occurring. The large stream of ether flows from my beautiful double-sided sigil and stops within the center of my pupils. But unlike the double-sided sigil of the bloody palm, mine is just the single sigil enlarged and enhanced with greater detail to fit on two sides. Completely different from the weird and mismatched sigil of the bloody palm. For a moment, while I hug Esther, I stay still, confused. The ether is just sitting in the center of my pupil, unmoving. Why isn't it doing anything? Does it need something? Oh, of course. It requires a daydream. Or at least something to focus on. The cabin mentioned something along those lines. And so, I daydream of the voices from the bloody palm disappearing and leaving me alone. To never harm my mind ever again. To stay within the confines of the hand. Only there to help me, not hurt me. Something incredible happens before and through my very eyes the second I dream of this outcome. I see the chains that surround my entire body appears for a split second. Then, I see them tighten as I feel weakened and restrained, not too severely, like I'm wearing a set of heavily weighted clothes. My breathing becomes just a bit harder. I push Esther away from me as I'm unsure what's happening, and she looks at me curiously with Earl. Just as I begin to panic and try to stop the sigil skill, something else happens. While the chain surrounding my whole body tightens, a single link weakens its hold upon me. A firmly wrapped piece of newly orange-tinted manacle loosens. I see it not entirely fall off my forehead and skull, but hangs loosely with little effect. And once the confining tether relaxes, the voices disappear. The cacophony that has grown to be ever-present for the last, I don't even know how long for me, fades away. I welcome this beautiful silence and peace even though the rest of my body now feels sluggish and weighed down like I'm chained to a massive rock, one that I can still move under, but with difficulty. This sigil skill is impressive. It can loosen the chains that bind me while tightening others. It can enhance portions of me to weaken others, or at least that's my first thought. To see the world and dream of a better one. It must mean that my dreams and ambitions can now subtly affect the world around me. I wonder what the metaphorical caveat is to that since the physical one is other parts growing weaker. Very interesting. I can likely use it for my actual limbs to help me fight as well. A well-timed daydream, that's definitely what I'm calling it, could end a fight. Make them think I'm weaker than I actually am, then deliver a wicked haymaker into someone. There are so many possibilities with this. I just wonder how much it enhances the part that is loosened. It should be a large amount, right? Otherwise, the whispers wouldn't have faded like that. Now that the noise is gone, I hear Earl and Esther speaking to me, asking if I'm okay. Yeah, I'm fine now. I was just thinking of something. Earl looks at me weirdly and tries to pry while apologizing. Hey man, I'm really sorry, but if I didn't do that, you would have died. So please, don't be like that. It hurts me too, man. I might not have, eaten them, but I'm the one who made it happen. Hey, what's wrong? Stop looking into space. It's freaking both Esther and me out. For a second, I almost replied and pushed him away. But something stops me. A cool trickle from my forehead of ether sobers my mind and makes me realize that Earl cares for me. He only did what he could to help. I think the bloody palm might have already started to affect me if I had been that quick to push the man away who saved my life just because he did it in a way I hate. Or at least, I hope the bloody palm egged me on to act like that. Instead of being angry at him, this daydream dreaming about protecting me from the bloody palm and its effects made me rather happy. Well, at least as delighted as I can be after eating at least one person, and likely more. I try to make up for the misunderstanding. You're right, Earl. I'm sorry too. You were just trying to save me. The bloody palm was just attacking my mind. I had to use a new. I feel the chains on my mind tighten once more, and the manacles on the rest of my body loosen to normal as the murmurs return and stop me mid-sentence. My mind is once again under assault from the inner machinations of the bloody palm. Quickly, before I let it eat away at me anymore, I daydream once more to loosen the restraints placed upon my mind by myself and the world. Another large stream of ether enters my pupils, and I repeat the previous use. This time, though, a minimal headache emerges as the intensity of the voices ceases and fades. This will not be good if I have to keep using this sigil skill repeatedly this often. It's been, at most, 1 or 2 minutes since the first use. I don't know how many times I can use this skill before I reach the limit of my ether saturation, but I highly doubt it's all day, or all night, especially not both. Maybe it takes less if I slowly funnel ether into it over time. I attempt this as I look back at Earl and Esther after I get the skill going again. This pause in my speech alarmed Earl as he reactively put his hand on the revolver on his hip and put his arm in front of Esther. Then he extends an olive branch. You better now, Wyatt? What's happening with you? Yeah, sorry. A lapse in a new sigil skill I gained. I believe it can enhance aspects of myself while making others weaker. I used it to strengthen my mind against the bloody palm's onslaught on my psyche, but it ran out momentarily. So, I had to restart it. I think I'm good now, though. I see him and Esther both sigh in relief. Then, He speaks up. Oh, that's good. I was terrified I'd have to fight a crazed Wyatt. I need at least a few weeks of preparation before doing that. And again, I'm really sorry, Wyatt. I'll never forgive myself for what I had to do. It's damn near demonic. I shake my head at him and raise an arm weighed down by invisible chains. It's fine. I'll get over it. But I don't want to discuss it. Just put it behind us and bury it in the dirt. I might need your help now and then to fight this damn hand you put on me, though. My new sigil is called the Forward Daydreamer, so I doubt it'd have the capability to use that enhancement skill while I sleep. When I mention the name of my sigil, I see Earl's eyebrows rise in confusion. Why does your sigil have 2 words? I thought they all only had 1 word. Wait, I thought that too at first, but my Absolution was what added the prefix to the word. It is pretty odd. The manual never mentions having a multi-named sigil, only that Absolutions exist. I reveal a bit about mine to Earl. It used to only have one when I first got my philosopher. Apparently, I performed something called an Absolution. It gave me a new skill and a prefix to my sigil. And the cabin said it gave me another boon with my advancement, something about always moving forward. Earl goes so wide-eyed, I think he's about to burst into 2 different heads. He asks for confirmation incredulously. You performed an Absolution? I thought those were incredibly rare. I didn't even know they did that either, only that they gave another skill. Extra utility and skills are always useful because of how few are given from sigils, and I'm sure the boon of forwardness or something of the like will be helpful. We can test it out together to try and find what it is, but I'll have to find a way to do an Absolution of my own. Most people, by the time they reach 3rd or 4th sigil, only have a handful of skills, even counting general ones. Every little extra piece is huge. I look at Earl and think of when I performed my Absolution, and the literal executioner's blade was falling from my head at the time. I agree with him sarcastically on him doing one himself. I've seen him buckle under pressure. An Absolution, or at least in my experience, is the opposite. It's to stand against the very world when everything tells you to die. Yeah. You should definitely find a way to do one. 40. Preparing the pack horse. Earl and I spend a few minutes joking and talking before he grows serious again. Earl looks down at Esther and pats her on the back. Then, his brows and jaw tighten before he speaks. Hey, Wyatt. I look at him, a little confused. I figure most of the bad part is over with. The bloody palm is temporarily controlled, and we're all safe. I'm even mostly healed up. But Earl doesn't appear as though that's the case. Yeah, what's up, man? Earl takes another deep breath. This one is different from the ones earlier when he felt guilty about what he had done. This time, it's full of sadness and depression, and so are his words. His words make my heart skip a beat in what they mean. Leonard got hit pretty badly, but he should be fine after a day or 2, just a minor concussion. He woke up last night and is a little more dull than usual. Elizabeth, though, she won't wake up. That crazy lady with the bat got her good in the head. We gotta take her to a doctor quickly. I think she might have internal bleeding. I breezed past Leonard being hurt. I had figured he'd be fine the whole time, but I feel guilty about how much more I care about Elizabeth being hurt. And I care a lot more as my insides turn sickly in self-hate. I wasn't good enough. But now's not the time to seethe. I need to act. Where is she? Earl motions me to follow him quickly and walks around a large bone structure. Kind of resembles a hip, now that I look at it. But underneath the massive hip bone is Elizabeth sleeping upon a sleeping bag and Leonard sitting beside her with a bandage on the back of his head. I nod to Leonard and ask the man how he feels as I kneel beside Elizabeth. I'll be fine, man. Just really dizzy. Are you sure you're good? I thought Earl said you wouldn't wake for at least a few days, let alone stand. I look at Earl in confusion, and he just shrugs his shoulders. You lost an arm and more blood than we all have combined. The bloody palm, now attached to you, is vastly more effective than previously. It seems so. I just hope it transfers over and lets me heal others just as effectively. I turn away from the 2 men and Esther, who just watches silently like usual. She and Lonnie do that quite a lot. Or I guess they did. Distracting myself from painful thoughts, I focus on Elizabeth before me as I take a gander at my new left hand. It's not the same as the rest of me. Slightly paler, a little bit wrinkled, and full of vascularity. It makes me uncomfortable looking at it, but I guess I'll have to get used to it. Hopefully, it can still do a little good despite the assault it constantly puts upon me. To make it do a little bit of good, I place my left hand on Elizabeth's face. Right before I do, though, I hesitate. She looks beautiful while sleeping. Peaceful. There's a bluish-black bruise on her temple, but other than that, it just looks like she's asleep. I shake away that perspective as I try to continue the process of healing her. I force a large portion of ether to flow into the blood palm, my new hand. The second I do, I feel the whispers return, but I push through and order it with my mind to bend to my will. It resists, but I do not relent. I continue to push and force more ether into the palm and try to make it do as I want, to heal Elizabeth, but it refuses even after I force a vast amount of ether on it, enough to give even my newly enhanced ether limit a pounding headache. And the only thing I get is louder voices from the palm. I can barely sift through them without my mind feeling like a knife is running across it. They speak of devouring. They refuse to heal. The bloody palm only wants to eat, not regurgitate. Disappointment and sadness flood me as my will relaxes for a brief moment, and the bloody palm takes advantage of this. I frantically pull my hand away from Elizabeth's head as I feel a rush of warm energy that feels like pure life flow through me from my hand that rests upon her head. She visibly pales into a sheet of white parchment as if she lost considerable blood. I step back in anger away from Elizabeth as I look at my hand. Then, I slam my hand into a bone slab next to me in rage several times. I hear Earl yell behind me as I just keep hitting it against the bone slab, trying to teach it a lesson, but I ignore him. I scream at it in an outburst of frustration as my hand begins to look incredibly damaged, but only after enough beatings to reduce an average hand to mush. I embrace the pain as I watch bones break and tendons snap in the hand. The hand is quite resilient, much more so than my right hand, but like a hammer, I use it to break the bone beside me. I make significant progress and chip off extensive portions of the bone before I run out of breath and fall to the ground. Then, I watch in pure fury as the energy within the hand and the ether still within it is used to repair and heal my hand in incredible swiftness. Every tiny bit of that warm energy heals an ample portion of my hand immediately as it's consumed, and the ether takes much more time and amount to help. The hand heals from looking like a beaten piece of meat, with fingers almost falling off and bone jutting out into a pristine hand within a single minute. It takes all the energy within the hand, but I do not welcome the repair. I stand again, filled with ire at the thing forced upon me, and raise my arm back to the bone. But before I can swing, I feel someone grab my left arm from behind. Reflexively and still full of fury, I turn. I reverse to seek Earl holding my arm as hard as he can. Then he yells at me to calm me. Calm down, Wyatt. It's okay. Stop hurting yourself. Elizabeth isn't dead. You just make it a bit worse. Now we need to get to a doctor very soon. Stop wasting time, energy, and ether hurting yourself. Instead, make up for your mistake. I know you didn't mean it. He looks like he genuinely cares, but a whisper within me tells me he doesn't understand. That I shake the tendril in my mind away. My daydream ran out of time, and I didn't notice in my rage. A rage that was both caused and probably further fueled by the tendrils and murmurs from the bloody palm. Once more, I feel the now comfortable weight rest upon me as my mind relaxes, no longer under subtle assault. I reply to Earl once I'm sure I'm in control. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I tried to heal her, but the bloody palm refused. When I let up for a single moment, the bloody palm took that moment to make a move. It was hungry, so it ate. Sorry, I'll try to hold better control over it. Earl looks at me, both guilty and sad. Then, he turns to Elizabeth and begins picking stuff up as if he's getting ready to leave. I hope you can. Otherwise, we might all die. You need to always keep the bloody palm at bay. Every time it attacks your mind, you must win. The bloody palm only needs a single failure to have you or us forever in a grave. I know it's my fault that you are stuck with this burden, but you got this, Wyatt. Yeah,
Ido.
I won't ever let it win. Can never let it take control of me. We need to get out of this damned Goliath graveyard, though. It's driving me crazy sitting out here. Along with the palm, I guess. Hopefully, Rustbank is nearby both for Elizabeth and me. I hurriedly ask Earl how close he thinks it is. How far is Rustbank? Can we make it in a day? Earl looks at me with disappointment evident in his eyes. I know the answer before he even speaks. No, it's at least 2 days on foot. Maybe one if we run constantly. And with Elizabeth unable to walk, one of us will have to carry her. Not to mention Leonard, who's in no state to run. There's also Esther. Hey, don't look at me like that, girl. Who can run that fast? 5 of us must somehow get there. One being incapacitated, one being concussed, and another too slow. How will we do it? How much time do we even have? Is 2 days enough time to get Elizabeth to a doctor? Will Elizabeth be fine for 2 days on the move? Earl looks at the unconscious young woman and then back to me. Then, he ponders for a moment, and for the first time ever, it fails me completely regarding knowledge. I'm not sure, honestly. I think she has internal bleeding, and you might have fixed that with the bloody palm going haywire, but that's up for debate. But now, she is definitely low on blood and injured. I'm no doctor, but as an aspiring alchemist, you learn a lot about the human body. She probably has at least a day. Beyond that, I can't tell. All I know is she's in good enough condition now to last a day or so. Damn it. So only a single day is guaranteed. What do we do then? The city is too far. The rest of them can't keep up. Maybe I could just run and take her?
No.
I don't know where the hell I'm going. We all need to stick with Earl. Maybe I could just run? And carry them all with me? That's 4 people to haul. For miles. Can I do that? I'll have to. I have an idea, Earl. Earl looks up from packing up and asks what the plan is, though he doesn't seem to believe in what I might say. How about I just carry you 4 and run the whole way? If I enhance myself with ether the whole way, I can probably make it. The young man wearing glasses looks at me incredulously as if I'm mad. He vehemently denies the chance I can do it. No way, man. You cannot run nearly 100 miles in a day with us all on your back. Maybe if you were a physically focused sigil, but you're not. Both of ours seem to be metaphysical. I shake my head at his denial. I can do it. I have to. I can do this, Earl. Look at me. I can do it. How? How are you even going to carry 4 people at once? Are you going to wrap us all up in a sleeping bag and pull us? That's not a bad idea. I think that might actually work. Oh my, you're not even listening. There is no way you can do it. You'd have to keep a running pace the whole way without dropping. How will you keep your defenses against the bloody palm for the run? I can take them down for a little while. I resisted it without daydreaming before I ever evolved my sigil. At this point in the conversation, Earl throws his arms up into the sky and yells, "Just stop, Wyatt. We will just have to walk. Don't kill yourself like a packhorse trying to make it to Rustbank. Then we'll have more to grieve." I understand where he's coming from, but if there's one thing that I've always been good at, it's running. I'm swift and can run for long periods. With ether boosting me with physical enhancement, I have confidence I can do this. I try once more to convince Earl.
Earl.
Believe in me. I can use physical strengthening to enhance my whole body and push on the whole way. My sigil gives me a much higher maximum for ether saturation. I can handle it. I won't just keel over. He sighs and goes to refuse me again, but something about what I said catches his attention. You know a hunter-issued skill? And what do you mean by enhancing your whole body with physical strengthening? That's not what physical strengthening does. I don't know who told you that. It's a simple, easy-to-learn skill that only enhances a single portion of your body, like a hand, foot, or leg. Adrenaline Surge is a much more advanced skill that enhances the whole body with a dire cost afterward. If you use it the whole way, you'll probably die of physical exhaustion halfway through as your bones break, tendons tear, and heart bursts of effort. He pauses in his speech to take a breath before continuing. This gives me some time to digest what he said. Edmund told me that it was called physical strengthening, not adrenaline surge. Did he lie to me? Or does Earl not know what he's talking about? I don't know which to believe. At this point, Earl has taught me much more about ether and the supernatural than Edmund ever did. But why would Edmund have lied? I don't have any more time to ponder this thought as Earl continues his rant. And your sigil gives you a higher limit to ether saturation? That's absolutely insane. I've never heard anything that does that besides time with a sigil and ranking up to the next sigil, which increases it slightly. But other than that, most must wait a few months to gain enough resistance to ether before moving to the second sigil. It does explain a lot about you, though.
Fine.
We'll try. I'll pack stuff up, but you're not taking us in a sleeping bag. I'll make a raft for us to lay on. Excited to try and get moving, I look around and look for any material for a raft. All I see is bone and sand. Confused, I ask him what the raft will be made of. What will you make the raft out of? He turns to me and pushes up his glasses before answering. What else is there but bone around here? Fuck. That will make this even more complicated, but I guess Elizabeth needs stability as she moves. I just sit and amp myself up with Esther, who sits silently, looking at Elizabeth as I wait for Earl to make a raft for us. After just a few minutes, Earl returns, but without a raft. I put my arms up, perplexed. He motions me to follow him as he reverses and returns to where he came from. I shake my head and follow the confusing man. After about a minute of walking, we reach a thin slab of bone that juts out from the sand diagonally. Then, Earl stirs into his massive pack, taken from the bandits that tried to remove us of ours, and pulls out a pickaxe he hands me. I look at him, confused, not understanding what he means. After a few moments of me not moving, he throws his arms up in frustration. You, dig the bone. How else will we get a raft? I sure can't do that. Motherfucker. I didn't expect that. He's right, though. Earl is far too scrawny to break this thing. I sigh, full of annoyance and frustration, before I raise the pickaxe that removed me from my original left hand and swing at the bone. Only a tiny chip comes off of the thin slab of bone. Fuck, that's hard. I shake off some rust and flow ether into the whole of my body, activating, well, I guess I'll go with Earl's name because it fits better, adrenaline surge. Maybe Edmund just taught his name for the skill? I hope that's the case. I don't want to think that the man lied to me. Then, I hear Earl walk away as I pick away at the rigid slab of bone. Strength surges through me, but even with the ether that makes me more powerful, it still takes close to an hour before I break off the 5-foot by 5-foot slab of bone. I look at it in the sand before attempting to look at it. This will be a bitch to carry, even without the 4. I take a kneel as I face away from it and slip my hands underneath it before I rise to my feet and walk back toward the others. It's heavy, very heavy, probably close to 50 pounds of solid bone. I force my feet to move beneath me, and after a few minutes, I reach the others, where I see that Earl has already packed everything up. He motions me and the slab of bone over before throwing our bags and stuff on top of it. Then, he has Esther and Leonard sit atop the raft of bones. Afterward, he sits in the front corner of it and digs a small hole through it with a hammer and nail. He tells me to pick up Elizabeth and place her gently on the raft as Earl does so. I follow the wise lad's directions and carry the young lady onto the bone slab before placing her carefully beside him. After the rest of us, the concussed Leonard, quiet Esther, and I watch Earl dig a hole in both front corners before looping a rope through them. Once he is done, he sits in the center of the slab, creates more small holes, and wraps rope through them. Eventually, he makes 6 total rope things on the whole raft as we all just watch him expectantly. While he does so, I pull out the manuals and read more. I don't get that far as he doesn't take too long, but I try to take Earl's advice. Mainly because the more I know about the bloody palm, the better I can resist its calls. After Earl finishes implanting all holes and rope, he sits on the rafts and points at the front piece of twine. That's your handle, Wyatt. Let's get this show on the road. If you pass out, I guess I'll carry you the rest of the way, and Leonard will get Elizabeth with Esther's help. Leonard and Esther, if you feel like you are about to fall off, just grab onto the rope like a handle. And Esther, can you watch Wyatt's fox for him? Elizabeth normally does, but she's hurt. I see the two of them nod in response to Earl's advice and ask for aid. I stand before the bone raft and grab onto the rope behind me. Then, I dig my feet into the sand as deeply as possible. Once I feel the muscles in my legs at their peaks, I begin to flood even more ether into adrenaline surge, which I now believe is the proper name after a short discussion with Earl while he built the raft. Adrenaline surge can take any amount of ether as it is just a way to boost your entire body with ether. But there is a massive downside. Afterward and during, it destroys your body. It pushes your body to its limit and a little beyond, depending on how much ether is inputted into it. You can keep up the skill without feeling its side effects if you don't reach ether saturation. But the second it drops, the effect hits you like a steaming train. I always welcome exhaustion, though. It means I indeed tried painstakingly. But only when I collapse from exhaustion do I know I did my best. Before we leave, though, a final question comes to mind as I look around and voice it to Earl. Where'd the horse go? Earl looks at me and laughs along with Esther and Leonard. He breaks down and chuckles so hard that I think he might die of suffocation, but he eventually looks back up and answers me. You pay so little attention to the world around you. Huh? The horse ran off during the fight with the giant spider, or the spider ate it before it went up that skeleton. We left it at the bottom, 'cause it'd be too hard to carry. The thing's been gone for over 2 days now. I hope that you at least notice when I one day die. I feel a bit bad as I hear him, and the other two continue laughing with each other, but I turn away and focus on moving forwards. With tightened hands and ears full of laughter, I look forward, energy filling me. And just for a moment, I think I know what the forward daydreamer means. 41. Arrival at Rustbank. I take my first of many future weighted steps as I feel the difficulty moving with a few hundred pounds attached to my back. I'm forced to use every muscle in my scrawny, recently starvation-recovered body. Just after 20 steps, my body feels weak, but I grit my teeth and push on. Every day recently seems to be precisely the same. It's almost as if I can see the future. I will push myself to my limit until I collapse and then wake up and do it again. I don't know how I feel about it, but I'm certainly not ecstatic. After just 100 steps, as I initiate my run with momentum, I force even more ether into my body to boost myself. It gives me the strength to move faster now, as I run roughly at my average speed without any enhancement. The rope burns into my right palm as I grip it so tightly that it won't slip. My left is near unaffected, the toughness of the bloody palm far beyond ordinary flesh. After nearly 1,000 steps, I am forced to release my constant daydreams of resisting the bloody palm. Despite how much I hate to do so, I need more strength. A strength that I can only get if I loosen the restraints on my legs to move faster. And that's what I do. The chains upon my forehead tighten once more, significantly more than usual, as the manacles on my legs retreat a bit. Instantly I feel two things, one which gives me joy and another with frustration. My legs feel so much more vigorous, I nearly double my full-on sprinting speed to the speed of a horse. I hear Esther squeal behind me on the bone slab in enjoyment while Earl whistles, obviously impressed by my swiftness of foot. But the enhancement to my travel time is not all that occurs with the transference of restrictiveness between chains. The murmurs of the bloody palm return, and much stronger than the last time they appeared. Not as powerful as when they were in the darkness with me, but still penetrating and grating upon my mind. They eat and scrape away slowly at everything that is me. I hate to do this because of its risk, but I won't be fast enough or strong enough to make it without it. All power comes with a cost. Mine just happens to be a little more sinister than others. So, I ran. I dash out of the bone graveyard of Goliaths with a substantial weight trailing behind. I run up dunes and slide down them as well. I run around quicksand and through mud. I run for hours as my mind is slowly eaten, and my frame is gradually weakened from ether. I run until something breaks. My body from the strain of ether, my mind from the shadows within the bloody palm, or my soul, the ephemeral construct that is me and powers me on. And as usual, the vessel is weaker than the spirit. I collapse in on myself from constant use of adrenaline surge, just as Earl predicted, roughly a third of the way to Rustbank. Abruptly, while running across a flat section of sand dunes, my legs give out, and I go slamming into the sand and tumbling. I roll dozens, if not close to 100 feet, through the sand because of the velocity at which I am traveling. When I stop rolling, I just lay and take short, shallow breaths as I struggle to get air in me. My lungs burn in pain, and my mouth tastes of blood and iron while I lay in the dusty sand. A headache slams alongside my head like a hammer constantly while whispers touch me from the edges of my mind, telling me to give up and stop fighting, that it's pointless. I ignore them. and I try and fail to stand. I fall onto my ass as I try to get up. Looking at my feet and legs, I notice what the issue is. My boots are ruined, and my feet stick through them. Bloody, damaged, and admittingly disgusting feet emerge from the torn boots. They aren't at their limits, though. I can still go further. Earl crouches beside me and looks at my injuries and apparent exhaustion. If you stop here, we would have still made a net positive on progress. You can stop. Let your bloody palm heal you as we continue our walk. I can't do that. We need to move. If Elizabeth dies because of me, because of my fuck-ups, I won't forgive myself. Even if I didn't mean to do so, it'd be like what happened to Edmund. I can't let that repeat itself, even if my feet get turned to mush or I collapse from exhaustion. Shaking my head, I tell Earl my mind. I can't do that, Earl. We need to get to Rustbank. He looks at me, not understanding my resolve. One that I can't wholly divulge. What do you mean? You can. Just take a break and walk the rest of the way. You already made around 40 miles in 3 hours. Just take a break. I shake my head. That's not enough. Earl sighs, exasperated. Then he says something that shocks me. Look, I know you blame yourself for Lonnie, and you don't want Elizabeth to be on your hands too, but don't kill yourself saving others. Think things through. Your feet won't take another step in that shape. And I'm not doing anything while you run, so you should use the bloody palm on me to heal your damaged body. At the very least, do insane things with intelligence. Do insane things with intelligence. I like the sound of that. But can I use the bloody palm on Earl? No, the bloody palm might take more than it should. It obviously doesn't want to follow my commands. I go to refuse Earl, but before I do, he grabs my left hand, the bloody palm, and puts it on his shoulder. The look in his eyes gives no room for refusal or negotiation. The look reminds me of when I did the same thing to Edmund. Yeah, I can do this, if it's for all of us. Otherwise, I'd be a hypocrite to Edmund. I made him do something similar, although his was a physical booster and not a restoration ability. So, I push a small amount of ether in the bloody palm and allow it to feed just a little. I feel a small stream of warm energy, which is probably just actual vitality, vigor, or some other word for life. This small stream immediately spreads out along the whole palm, and a small amount exits and enters the rest of my body. The tiny bit of warm energy that exits the bloody palm goes and immediately makes me groan in pain as bones are reset and my body is rapidly healed. The bloody palm sure changed a lot once it was connected to a person, and it only continues to show me its changes as it attempts to pull even more of this sunny energy from Earl. I have to clamp down hard on my mind to prevent it even amidst the murmurs of shadows. After close to an entire moment of this stream of energy entering my left hand from Earl, I feel fully rejuvenated and pull back. The only consequence that lingers from the run so far is the headache, a sign that I'm using too much ether and nearing oversaturation, but even that lessened a bit. The physical pain and weariness are gone. Although adrenaline surge numbs those feelings while it is active, they are still there and present. I still feel them waiting to pounce upon me once I relinquish the skill, but no longer they do. I stand again, walk back to the raft of bones, and restart the run. I push aside the cacophony within my mind, the worries from Esther, Leonard, and Earl, and my mental exhaustion and weariness. I move all this aside as I pull the raft alongside me forward toward Rustbank. I make it another 30 or so miles before I collapse once more. Once more, do I have to use the bloody palm to heal my damaged body? Leonard volunteers this time, and I take him up on it. But my tiredness bites both of us. I try my best to keep my left hand on a short leash the whole time, but my thoughts fray as one of the whispers makes me think of Ma and the ogre that she was in the memory. I lose focus momentarily through weariness, and the bloody palm jumps at the opportunity, biting, yipping, and whispering intensely into Leonard and me. Once I realize the mistake, I rein it back as fast as I can. Leonard pulls back as fast as he can because he hears the voices too. He gives me a weird look before asking worriedly if I'm okay. Then, as he does, he passes out and falls harshly to the sandy ground. Are you okay? What was? Earl and I immediately check on him as I feel a massive surge of warmth flow through me, making all the exhaustion and pain throughout my body disappear in seconds. It even lessens the headache from too much ether by a drastic amount, from a splitting headache to a painful throb. That's when I know I just fucked up. I let the bloody palm take too large a bite in my lapse of concentration, enough to fully heal me and lessen the burden on my body from ether itself, which I didn't even know was possible. Was the ether left behind in my body from usage transferred to Leonard somehow? Or did the bloody palm eat it up? Earl picks up Leonard's head and checks his heartbeat through the large artery on his neck. Then he looks up at me and takes a sigh of relief. He's still breathing just fine. I think you just took enough from him that he passed out. I felt something similar when you also used your left hand on me, but it wasn't as bad. Just dizziness and lightheadedness that makes you want to sleep that lingers for a while. Here, help me put him back on the raft, then we can continue. Only 30 more miles. We might just make it. I nod and grab Leonard's feet while Earl gets his upper body. We lift him on the count of 3 and place him gently on the bone slab that functions as a sand raft. He just looks like he's sleeping peacefully, just a bit paler. Somehow he seems to pass out even more than me lately, and I feel like I do that all the time. Elizabeth looks even paler, and it seems as though she's sweating severely. I push Earl to see how she's doing. How is Elizabeth doing? Will she be fine to get to Rust Bank? Earl sits beside her and props her head on his leg before checking her heartbeat and breathing. Then, he answers. She's breathing really shallowly and slowly. Her heartbeat is the same. Like I said earlier, I'm no doctor, but I know this isn't good. The faster we can get to Rust Bank, the better. And for when we get there, how much money do you have? Counting what we, requisitioned from the bandits, we have $55. It's quite a bit, certainly enough for a doctor, but not enough to live off of for the 5 of us and get equipment. I check my pack, which holds Edmund's supplies and the little money I took from home. After a few minutes of frantic searching and using too much strength, ripping things here or there because adrenaline surge and a daydreamer active, find some money. A single mint $100 bill is within Edmund's pack, along with around $50 in other denominations. Earl and I both go wide-eyed at the discovery. I've never seen a bill that big. The largest one I've ever seen is a $20 bill that Ma had once saved for emergencies. We had to spend it taking butter to a doctor when he was sick. I find only $10 within my section of the pack that's separate from the things Edmund left. My whole life savings up to this point. I add together the total with Earl. I'm blown away by the amount. So, we've got a bit over $200? Damn, that's a lot. What could we even buy with that much money? Well, a doctor will probably be between $15 and $50, depending on her condition when we get there. The rest can be spent on food, ammo, and other supplies. I would like to buy a first mark Colt while we're in Rust Bank, but I'm unsure how expensive Colts are. We could also probably sell some of these weapons and tools we took from the bandits, but we're definitely keeping that boomstick. It's a Colt. Is the boomstick a Colt? I guess I should have figured that with how much damage it did. I reach over and place my hand on its barrel to inspect it as half of the considerable shotgun hangs out of Leonard's pack. I sense about what I expect. A feeling of toughness and strength. The name of the sigil comes to mind. Soldier. It's a first sigil Colt, and quite a powerful one, the base weapon already being a massive shotgun. I agree with Earl about keeping it to ourselves. The shotgun will be direly needed if an enormous monster like that spider or something else comes. We just need to get more ammunition for it. We only got a few dozen shells or so. We definitely need to get more weapons, though. I grab a pistol from the pack full of firearms and load it up to 5 out of 6 with spare ammo in a pouch. Then I put it in the old holster meant for the blooming spider lily, feeling a bout of sadness as I do so. That Colt really was something special, able to kill anything it hits with one bullet, and a stream of darkness that devours the life of the victim to empower the shooter. I want to take it back from Alexos if I ever find him. Why are so many things about taking from others? So many abilities seem to focus on that. None of my sigils actually do, but it seems to be a common theme. Maybe that's just how the whole world works, though, as it looks. Sigils aren't the only things that take. People do too. I shake away these distracting thoughts as I grab the rope and bear the weight to carry us forward to Rust Bank. With a newly restored body and a partially healed mind, I once more begin the marathon to Rust Bank. I dig my feet into the sand, shoot off with renewed resolve, and push ether into my body even more. 2 hours later, we see lights in the distance. A city that seems to be bustling and full of movement. Rustbank. I stop pulling the raft of bone as we reach the point where we can see other people. And they look at us quite weirdly for what we're doing, which is admittedly really odd. To be carrying 4 people and a bunch of gear all by yourself. So, to not attract attention, we pick up all our gear and try to keep it at least primarily hidden in the packs. That is, except for weapons, as we quickly notice, every single person in Rustbank is armed. At least a gun or some other range weapon paired with a blade. A few only wield melee weapons, but those are either huge men or men full of scars. My first impression of the city is that it is full of danger and rowdiness. We enter just before sundown. I'm still sweating and fatigued, but I push through as I restart Daydream to drag away the bloody palm. The ether headache is back in full force, warning me that I'm reaching my limit, but I just need to go a little bit longer before I can rest. At least my body doesn't hurt all that bad. One day of rest with this artifact ought to heal me fully. We walk through the main road of the town as a group. All of us are armed. Even Esther. I recently gave her a small derringer to keep on her hip while she carries the trio of baby foxes, one being quite a bit larger than the others. This town obviously believes in the notion of protecting yourself. Earl has his 2 pistols, and Leonard walks shakily, newly awakened from me, knocking him unconscious with the giant boomstick in his hands. He named it Kablooey. I almost punch him for it, but I already feel bad for hurting him, so I don't. I walk through the city at the front of our group with Elizabeth on my shoulder, a revolver in my holster, twin daggers on the back of my waist, and my rapier that was returned to me on my right side. Several people give us side glances as if they don't recognize and treat us as outsiders. I just look away from them and peer around for any sign that mentions a doctor. Despite this, we continue to walk through the city until we reach the center of the town, where a crowd is gathered and a man stands on a stage with a noose. Beside him is another man with steel manacles tied around his limbs, making him unable to move. I try to ignore this sight and continue to look for a doctor, but I activate chain eyes out of curiosity and paranoia. What appears in my eyes makes me stop in my tracks. 42, nailed to the counter. Usually, when I activate chain eyes, I just see what rank of sigils people have, but this time is different. I see so many chains that the color overloads my brain. Within this crowd, there are at least 100 or more sigil, most of which are first and second, but there are a few thirds. I even spot 2 fourth sigils that stand on the edge with the bright green half-solid manacles that wrap around them. But that's not all. The 2 men on the stage throw me for a loop. Well, one of them does. The one tied up is a second sigil like me, with orange chains looped around him alongside the physical steel manacles that bind him. The other man, though, with a brown wide-brim hat, long black coat that falls near his ankles, and leather pants, just looking at him hurts my mind. Like Alexos, in a way that resembles a bullet piercing into my mind, and less like the phantom pain Alexos left me with when I peered at him. The man looks a little past middle age with salt and pepper hair with short trimmed facial hair. A single 6-shooter rests on his hip. His presence demands obedience, and it shows that whenever he speaks or moves, the crowd goes silent. But none of this is what truly surprises me. No, it's his chains, and what his manacles hold. Wrapped around his whole body is only a singular deep blue chain, a mark of a 6th sigil, one of the strongest men alive, equal to that of Alexos. The rest of his chains in my eyes are all concentrated in a single place. His hands, or, more specifically, his right hand. It looks like a massive bundle of dark blue, almost solid steel. That's not all either. Around the fringes of his hands, I see something. I'm unsure if what I see is real or just a figment of my imagination, but for a split second, I see a 6-fingered hand poke out of the edges of his chains before fading. It appears and vanishes like an apparition before I can even confirm if it's real. But what is real for sure is the man. And he's angry. I stop and listen to him yell out to the crowd. Out of respect for him. Out of respect for a 6th sigiled old man. I give Elizabeth to Earl while I walk closer to the public to hear better. The next time a hunter appears in Rustbank, I will hunt down and kill whoever called for them. This town is free from the claws of the Prime and his nepotistic army. This man here, Henry Pillock, will be put down like the loyal dog he is. This is Rustbank, and I don't care who you are, but none will affect its peace. Not a stray hunter who doesn't like what he sees. Not a brave outlaw who seeks riches or power. And most definitely not the oncoming storm of beasts from the breach. You all know who I am. If you have any questions, come find me. After the man finishes his odd speech, he turns from the stand and begins walking away from the bound man, his coat flowing in the wind, and for a split second, his revolver is entirely shown to the world. It's a pure silver six-shooter, and from the ether that emanates from it, I'm sure it's a Colt, probably a mighty one. As he walks away, a gunshot abruptly sounds out of nowhere. I look at the bound man, and he's dead with a hole between his eyes. Who did that? Not the man, for I didn't even see him move, not alone draw a gun. But when I turn back to the man with the flowing coat, my perceptions are overthrown. I see a smoking pistol inside his holster. Then, he steps off the stage and walks away, everyone backing away from him as he moves through the crowd. What the fuck just happened? Did he just shoot him without drawing the pistol? I spin to a man who stands beside me and ask what happened. Hey, sir, what just happened there? The man eyes me up and down suspiciously until he sees my face. He has a scar that runs down his right eye that looks blind. For several seconds, I think he won't answer me, but he laughs with a deep bellow before he does. Haha, you must be new around here, kid. You're too polite. Surprised you came all the way to Rustbank not knowing Johnny, the gunfighter. He shot that man so fast that none of us, except maybe his right and left-hand men, saw it. A quick warning, though, if you're a hunter or a wannabe, you best run out of town quick. The gunfighter? Does he only fight with that small pistol? And what is the issue with hunters? I question the man again, seeing his patience is not yet gone. Why? What's wrong with hunters? The man laughs once more at my question. Aha, you're quite something, lad. You telling me you don't know about the rot within the hunters? How only the old and rich families ever really have any power. All the others are just sent for deadly missions. And how they just recruit any lad who will sign up nowadays. All that bloat doesn't let them filter out the rats. So many just go mad or overboard with their power. I agree with Johnny, which is why I'm here. I turned in my badge a few weeks ago before coming here. Rot within the hunters? I need to know more. I ask him even more questions while Earl tries to get my attention. Ignore Earl and shoo him off to focus on the conversation. Because if this city doesn't allow hunters, then this may be a good place for me to stay. No, I don't know any of that. Could you tell me a bit more? Like, why does this city not allow hunters? The man answers, shaking the bottle of liquid in his hands. This city doesn't allow hunters, cause Johnny took it back from them a few months ago. He strolled on through and killed all the hunters here that wouldn't surrender after a warning shot. Their organization is so bloated and withered that they still send supplies and other stuff. I don't even think they know this place is not theirs anymore. Surprise rolls over me from the gunfighter's resolve, but I am still not getting something. Well, then why does Johnny not allow hunters? Like, what's the exact reason? The scarred man laughs again, this time with an open mouth, and shows his missing teeth. You sure are a curious lad. I don't know the full story, but for many years, Johnny was a high-ranking colonel in the hunters until he saw something he couldn't forgive. He went up to his superiors, the pillars, who ignored him. He tried to get an audience with the Prime, but he was also ignored by him. So, he gave up on the hunters and decided to start his own little rebellion to try and change the rot within the hunters from the outside. This man, Johnny, is starting a rebellion against the hunters? What could he have seen that made him quit being a hunter and rebel? I ask another question, but the man gets annoyed at me. He takes a swig of a bottle he has out, then steps away from me. Stop your inane questions. I ain't got time for them, kid. I answered enough. Go bother someone else or find your ma to suck a teat on. He walks away quickly as the crowd begins to disperse from the spectacle that just happened. A bit of frustration builds in me from how the man treats me, but I ignore it as I see a man go onto the stage and take the corpse. Then the man in black with a raven mask puts the body into a bag before hauling it away. After seeing that, I turn around and look for Earl, who was just calling me. But I don't see him or any of the other four. Worried that something might have happened to them, I yell out and try to find them as the area clears. Earl, Leonard, Esther, where are you guys? No one yells back. I just get odd stares from the people around me who seemingly pity me. My heart sinks. Something must have happened to them. I quickly run around and look in between buildings and inside of any nearby ones while yelling for them the whole time, but I don't find a trace of them anywhere. However, after an hour of frantic searching, I find a wall full of wanted posters near where I last saw them. Many are laid atop each other, and most are old and weathered. But there is a new one, the centermost one. The wanted poster in the center has a sketch that looks very familiar, and it reads, "The Wendigo, name unknown, gender male, sigil unknown, location unknown, but reported to be in the Andrice forest. Threat, 5th to 6th, Colonel or large group recommended. Wanted for slaying Edmund Dudley, the Bloodhound, a veteran hunter who has hunted for many decades and then defeated another group of 3 hunters afterward. Possesses the Bloody Palm, capable of quick regeneration. Very fast, very strong. Fights like a beast. Seemingly impossible to keep in the dirt.
Reward, $10,000.
Condition, dead or alive. The picture looks like me, just bloodied, skinny, and wounded. The information, though, fits me to a T. My heart sinks even further, all the way down into the pit of my stomach. They found out. They found out I'm not a hunter. Fuck. 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 Why is this bounty even here? I thought that hunters weren't allowed here. Why are there bounty posters here? They will try and turn me in, right? Earl certainly will. He's far too righteous not to. But I'll be fine here, right? Because hunters aren't allowed here, and maybe it's just a fluke that their bounties are here. Or perhaps it was put up before the city was taken over, but it doesn't matter. They must think I'm a monster with that description. And Earl believes in the hunters wholeheartedly, so there is no way he'll just ignore this poster. Hell, he'll probably take this as word from the Prime himself. I turn and look around suspiciously, but no one is near me. The sun sets as I look around, and the area turns much darker. My paranoia rises even further as I spin around. Trying to calm myself down, I walk towards a bar I see. As I enter, I push through the swinging doors and am hit with a strong smell of alcohol and an incredibly rowdy atmosphere full of yelling, gambling, and laughter. I walk past all the people enjoying themselves and walk to the bar. The bartender notices me and asks what I want, but in a way that just provokes me. What y'all want, kid? Having a bad day? I take a deep breath and try to keep my temper despite his mocking tone. Ignoring his manner of speaking, I order something I only ever had for my last birthday. Can I have a shot of whiskey? He nods and pours a small glass full of amber liquid. 10 cents. I nod back at him and check my bag, but as I do so, I realize something. I gave Earl all the money for safekeeping. I have none. The man notices my situation and grows visibly angry. Then, he calms down slightly and points to the side of the extensive bar, a small ring marked by chalk. He also nods towards a man at the front who is positively ripped and at least thrice my size. A quick glance with chain eyes tells me he is a second sigil like me. You can't pay, you brawl. That, or you fight Bruce.
Fuck man.
What went wrong? Just an hour ago I was rich and with all my friends. Now they're all gone, and I'm alone and poor. I don't want to fight right now. I just want to find Earl and the others and talk to them. I look at the bar for several long seconds in contemplation until the man slams his hand on the counter. Bruck? No. I'll brawl. It's fine. I stand and hurriedly walk to the circle of chalk where another man is standing. He's quite a bit larger than me, but he is revealed to be nothing special under a glance of chain eyes. Just an ordinary man. I must finish this brawl before I can do anything else. I don't want to fight a second sigil just because I'm too poor to buy a single drink. A small crowd gathers around and places bets on the two of us. From what I can hear, it seems to heavily favor the man across from me. None of them can likely either detect other sigiled or recognize me, it seems. I shrug my shoulders and raise my fists before the fight begins. It starts fast, with very little preparation or time to think as a man to the side whistles and signals for us to start. The man across from me starts off immediately with a right hook as the crowd around us goes wild. And it lands against my cheek despite my thoughts that it would be an easy fight. It's hard for me to focus on this fight with what just happened and the still-present headache of ether. The hook sends me reeling and sliding back before I pull myself back together. But another fist is already heading towards my face. I push my chin in and eat the fist as I'm left off balance again. But I use this time to further stretch my adrenaline surge, which I have never taken off, careful for when its aftereffects come to fruition. I'm getting hit because I'm daydreaming to protect my mind, which weakens my body, and I'm constantly thinking of how to find the others. But enough ether into adrenaline surge will overcome that, I'm sure. And my confidence comes true. I get back up from the 2 consecutive hits and swing my fist at the man as everyone around us cheers. The burly man across from me tries to dodge, but my fist is too fast. It connects to his temple in a clean, resounding strike. I see his eyes roll back as he falls backward into the crowd. The second the man falls unconscious, the circle of men around me cheer, and hands exchange bet winnings. I take no satisfaction in my victory and push through the crowd with a bloody lip. I walk past the cheering men and tables full of people back to the bar, where I sit before the bartender. Can I have this now? He nods with a great big smile. Aye. Always nice to see a young fighter. Now that you're not in debt, I'll let you in on something. You get 1% of the total bets for each fight you win. So, you're always welcome to come back, or you can continue now if you want. I think about the bartender's offer. The man has a long handlebar mustache and a cheerful smile that makes me want to agree. I have some anger and steam I need to get out of me. Maybe a bit of fighting would be good. Plus, I'm broke. I'll need money to live now that Earl and them left. I'll find them, though. I have to explain. I didn't want them to figure it out from a bounty poster. If I do, they'll understand and forgive me. I'm sure of it. Before I accept or deny the offer from the mustache man, I ask his name and take a drink of the amber liquid. It burns the whole way down my throat, but fills me with a warmth unlike that of the bloody palm.
I'm Roy.
The owner of Rusty Nails. This establishment your very ass is in right now, lad. I'll be back to you in a second. Take some time to think. I've got another customer. Roy greets a woman beside me cheerfully with a pink scarf, something I've never seen before, but I ignore the interaction as I think. How will I find them? I'm sure Earl, with all his wisdom, found a way to hide from me or something. Even with the concussed Leonard and injured Elizabeth. That's it. They need to find a doctor. I'll just have to find one. The doc is probably closed at night, though, and it's been over an hour since they disappeared. So maybe they found one. No, I can't accept that. I'll have to look around tomorrow and ask the doctors for the patients if I can't find them. For now, though, I'll have to get enough money to sleep indoors. I don't want to sleep on the streets here. Something tells me that's not a good idea. Roy takes me out of my thinking by prompting an answer from me. So, have you decided yet? And are you gonna finish that? It's been a few minutes, and you've only had a single sip. I sigh and nod sadly. I need this money. I might as well use my best skill. One that I never expected to be so good at. Yeah, I need some money. How much do I have to win to pay for a room? He points over at the lady next to me. Depends on how much someone like her bets. She normally comes in and has some fun on the weekends. I eye her and notice something in her eyes. They aren't normal. They're yellow and cat-like with vertical pupils. Curious, I begin the ether flow for chain eyes. In my eyes, bright lime green is reflected in my mind. And to make matters worse, I see her brows squint at my action. Fuck. She gazes at me deeply in my eyes and gives me a dark warning. You know, kid, you shouldn't look at other people that intently. It's quite rude. Some might take it as a threat. I quickly shake my hands, indicating I didn't mean it like one as I try to explain myself. I didn't mean to be threatening. I was just curious because of how lovely you look. She chuckles with a high-pitched tone while looking at the fighting ring instead of me. You hear that, Roy? Dear? He's trying to be flattering. Too bad it doesn't work very well on me. I prefer actions, boy. This statement makes me realize what she wants me to do to make up for my mistake of using a sigil skill on her. She wants me to fight. I take a deep melancholy sigh before downing the rest of the whiskey shot I had not yet drunk. The liquid burns a warm feeling into me as I walk toward the chalk-lined area again. There is another man there already. This time, though, he is definitely a sigiled. He has cloth wraps around his fists and up his arms and is shirtless. Black swirling tattoos glide up his arms and down his torso. Within my eyes, I see crimson chains binding him. This one shouldn't be too bad. I just can't get distracted. I hear the woman with the pink scarf whistle a catcall as I step into the arena, immediately distracting me. Kick the scrawny kid's ass. 43, nothing to nobody. I went to bed that night with a busted jaw, nose, and right hand. And definitely with some amounts of internal bleeding, but I didn't lose any of the 4 fights that came afterward and ended the night with $10, a warm bed, and a meal. I turned off adrenaline surge before I went to bed and instantly passed out because of the exhaustion it left me with. The woman with the scarf tried to get my attention after the fights, but I ignored her to go to bed early. Early to bed, early to rise. I need to somehow find my friends and explain. I wanted to do it at a good time, but it never seemed to come up. The sleep was phenomenal and without disturbance, even from within my mind. The first time I had slept in a bed since I stayed at Edmund's small little cabin that wasn't so small. The covers were soft, and the chill was kept out despite there being a window to the outdoors at the end of my tiny room with a desk, bed, and 2 chairs. There is only one minor hiccup. I wake up to a persistent and angry banging on the door. Sleepily, I stand and walk towards the door with a hand on my head as I notice the bodily pain I went to sleep with is gone. The bloody palm removed all my physical pain in return for nourishment, both from food and me. The painful sting of ether in my mind is still present, albeit a bit lighter from the dozen nails that were in it previously from overuse. I went too far yesterday when using the bloody palm to recover. A daydream throughout my sleep kept me from recovering entirely, making me start the day on a back foot with a pounding headache. The banging continues as I shuffle towards the door and place my hand on the doorknob. Probably just Roy waking me up for breakfast or something. The bar owner is exceptionally kind, even if he enjoys watching people beat the shit out of each other for entertainment. Chill out. I'm up. Give me a sec. I twist the knob with a squeak and pull it open. What lies on the other end of a door is not Roy. What lies is a cold barrel of a gun that is placed into my open and yawning mouth. This instantly wakes me from my drowsiness. My heart starts thundering while I take in who is about to blow my head off. It's probably the last man I'd ever expect. It's Johnny, the gunfighter, the 6th sigiled man with the long coat. Why is he here? He smiles at me and pushes me back into the room with great strength, speaking like he doesn't have a gun in my mouth. I oblige to his forceful actions and move around without resisting because of the obvious. But I do notice he gives me a look as his eyes turn turquoise from his standard brown. His smile disappears as nothing appears to happen. Nice to meet ya, Wendigo. I happened to meet an ex-associate of yours, and he let me know that you were in town. It wasn't too hard to find you. He seemed quite worried that you'd act up here, though. My eyes go wide. What does he mean by ex-associate? Who told him? I don't have any associates at all, let alone not here. I wish to talk and ask what's happening, but he twists the barrel in my mouth as I try and pushes me into a chair.
Ah.
I'm asking the questions here, kiddo. I don't care what you have to say besides the answers to my questions. I'm here to see if you're a loose cannon or monster that needs to be put down. Rustbank won't allow any who cannot control themselves within its bounds. I only have one question you need to answer, and your answer determines whether your brains are splattered against that wall. Comprehend? I nod as much as I can nod with cold steel in my jaw to show my understanding. He pulls a chair nearby with his foot without even looking, or the gun in my mouth shaking, and sits on it facing me. Great. Why did you kill Edmund Dudley? He was one of the last good hunters left, and I was about to recruit the old man. As he asks the question, he pulls the barrel out of my mouth, but the threat of it doesn't fade in the slightest. His 6-shooter just stays at his hip, pointed at me. I speak slowly and carefully to not say anything that might end with an instant bullet between my eyes. I'm pretty sure the bloody palm can't bring me back from that. I did not mean to kill Edmund. He recruited me a few months ago after my ma died to train me to be a hunter. He stops mid-sentence, seemingly skeptical. Edmund recruited you? I knew the man personally many winters ago. He hasn't taught a student in a very, very long time because of how many of his students are killed by other hunters and the tragedy with his family. I find it hard to believe he taught you. What? A random farmer boy. I continue speaking once he stops, even more carefully this time. But I do try and reason why he chose me. He chose to teach me because of who I am. My ma sent me to him when she passed. Edmund knew my father many years ago. I'm Wyatt Graves, the son of Killian Graves. I stop talking once I say I'm my father's son as the gunfighter's eyes tighten and finger trembles on the trigger. He looks at me and asks for confirmation. Truly? You are the undying son? I didn't know he had one. How unfortunate. Your family just can't seem to die out. Continue. What happened to Dudley? I try to ignore the lousy faith statement from Johnny and keep explaining what happened. The break started just a single day after Edmund began teaching me. Together we ran from the break, as he said it would be massive. We fought many monsters and men while we ran for it out of the Andrice. He stops me once more in the middle of speaking because he figures something out from what I told him. It all makes sense. I wondered why the headquarters started to go a bit mad about a month ago, and that the break is so massive this time. The wave of demons, monsters, and monsters in the skin of men reaches over 200 miles. One of the most perilous breaches into mankind's territory in 100 years. How else but your father being gone would your mother die? The confirmed disappearance of a man like Killian Graves and a sighting of his son paired with the pillars not doing their jobs, besides unyielding Travis, ought to do that. Yet another sign that the hunters need to be fixed. I nod before continuing trying to explain, getting frustrated at how lightly this man takes my life and trying to ignore what he said about my father. He keeps interrupting me despite wanting information from me. Or maybe he doesn't care. He's just gonna kill me anyway. I will try, nevertheless. We were attacked by a man while we were escaping. Alexos, the phantom pain. He was after me, saying he wanted revenge because of my father. We tried to fight him together, but I was just a new first sigil and was very little help. The only thing I could do was fire the colt that my father and ma left for me. The blooming spider lily. He cuts me off again while looking all over me, making me very agitated, but he doesn't seem to care about my feelings. You had the lily? Phew. Where is it now? Despite the gun aimed at me, I get fed up with him interrupting me and lash out a bit. If you would let me finish, I could tell you all at once. In hindsight, this was a terrible idea, and Johnny makes sure I know of that. So fast that I cannot even see his hand shift to aim or his fingers move to pull the trigger. 2 gunshots resound, and pain blossoms in each of my kneecaps. Blood, bone, and flesh fly out everywhere as I scream and hold on to my knees. A head peeks through the door, one I recognize. The lady with the pink scarf from last night. Everything all right, Johnny? The gunfighter replies back so calmly I'd swear he was speaking to his wife about dinner plans. Yes, dear. Just reprimanding a backtalker. Then he looks me dead in the eyes and gives me a warning. A final one. That is your one and only warning. If you show any signs of rebellion or anger, you die. I don't care who your daddy is. Well, that's not true. He just can't and likely wouldn't do anything to me even if he found out. Continue. I take a deep breath and try to steady my thoughts as pain racks throughout my body. I consider daydreaming to remove the pain, but the statement from Johnny earlier about control makes me think otherwise. I can't risk the bloody palm lashing out. A raised voice from Johnny, full of impatience, rips me from my painful thoughts. Now, I try to help Edmund, who was struggling as he fought against Alexos for me. I took a shot with the lily toward Alexos as he was in between Edmund and me, at what I thought was a perfect time. Alexos was wide open without the ability to dodge. But the Alexos I shot at wasn't real. It was just a phantom. It faded as my bullet went through it, and it entered Edmund. From there, you probably know the rest. I watched Johnny put his open left hand on his chin and think momentarily. The whole time he just silently rubs his right hand's trigger finger on the trigger of his gun. His gun that I noticed still somehow has all 6 chambers full despite shooting 2 into me. After pondering deeply, he looks up at me. Just the way he looks at me, I already know it's something terrible. Johnny looks at me the way one would about a dead bird or rat on the road. I try to speak up, but he stands and starts his judgment before me. Rustbank has no need for psychopaths or those who would bring about chaos. I only freed this city from the hunters to keep it from those 2 very things. You are free to leave, but I never want to see you within Rustbank's bounds again. And if you're not gone in an hour, Primrose will kill you for me. I sigh in relief. He won't kill me, but instead, just banish me. But wait, that's just as bad. I won't have time to find Earl or ensure Elizabeth is all right. As Johnny steps toward the door, I call out to him. Foolish, I know, but I need to. I can't lose the only friends I ever had. Wait, how about? Johnny whirls around and angrily addresses me without letting me finish. Are you trying to negotiate? I just did you a kindness out of respect for Edmund, and you ruined it. You seem afraid of nothing, young Graves, not even a bullet between your eyes. So, instead of whatever you want or what I just offered, I'll take advantage of your damn familial vice. Like how the hunters put your father on a leash, I'll do the same. I have use for a dead man. A bad feeling enters my chest as I hear what he says. Maybe I should have just taken the offer and tried to sneak in to find the others. Johnny yells out into the hall where Primrose, the lady with the pink scarf, is. Primrose, go get a desert pack and a dead man's pair. Then he turns back to me. Here's the new deal. You do jobs for me, and I won't kill you. You'll be doing good things for the people of Rustbank, even if forcefully. If you eventually prove to me you're not an insane dog, like your father before you, or a tainted hunter, and by some angel's grace, you survive being artificed, I will consider letting you go. I don't care anymore what you have to say. My respect was short and fleeting, and you tarnished it. Fuck. I really fucked up this time. I definitely should have just taken the first deal. Am I going to be a slave? What's a dead man's pair? What kind of jobs will I be doing? I have many questions, but I have learned not to speak to Johnny. He obviously either hates me or hates when people ask him questions. I learn the answer to a few of my queries, though, as Johnny spends a few more minutes speaking to me. You will work as a dead man for me. You will do almost suicidal missions to help Rustbank, as I don't want to have my men do them. And there will be plenty of them with the break soon to arrive in probably a few weeks. That's actually your first mission, though. You will go out and find where the break is and fight a bit to determine their average strength. Then, you will return here and tell me what you found. As fast as possible. Got any questions? Yeah, I have so many, you dickhead. But the one I'm most curious about is why. Why not just trust me? What is wrong with me that he won't allow me to stay without these conditions? However, I don't verbalize any of this and speak much more carefully. Why are you doing this to me? I'm a good man. I promise that my killing of Edmund was an accident. I've vowed to get revenge for him. Johnny looks at me, and for a split second, a bit of sadness emerges in his eyes that is quickly wiped away. Then, he points at my left hand, at the bloody palm. An understanding fills me immediately. That right there. I believe you didn't mean to kill Edmund just by my gut, but I don't know how you've made it this far without that damned palm taking you over. Your former associate told me that you had a 4th sigil artifact as a prosthetic hand. Most can only last a day implanted with an artifact of the same rank as them. How you are still standing and not a true Wendigo as your bounty states is beyond me. But one day, and definitely one day soon, your mind's defenses will fall. When it does happen, I want you to either be under my grasp or long gone. I sympathize with the weak or in need, but none for walking time bombs. After saying that to me, he twists and exits the room swiftly with boots clacking against the hardwood. I am forced to watch as he walks away because of the holes in my kneecaps. Wanting to follow him, I push ether into the bloody palm, asking for it to heal me, which obliges. But it takes its due as it does so. It eats both ether and vitality from me to mend my kneecaps and regrow bone and flesh alike. I lose about a pound of weight I recently regained from eating so much last night from my fight winnings. It takes about 2 minutes before they are fully healed, and I stand. But as I do so, Primrose walks in with her pink scarf carrying a large pack and a small box. She looks at me, standing dumbfounded, but she quickly returns to focus and tries to mess with me. I ignore her and attempt to walk past to get to Johnny. Wow, kid, you sure do heal fast. I wonder if other things recover fast. Wait. Where do you think you're going, kid? You're a dead man now, so you have some things to do before you even have a day off. That is if you live long enough to have that day off. She stands in the doorway, blocking my exit. I try to brush past her, but she twists her body weirdly and stabs a single finger into my gut like a hot knife to butter. I groan as extreme pain. Much more than a single finger from a small woman should create floods through me. A sense of paralysis from my neck down tingles to my brain as she smiles at me. I instantly know that the feeling of pain and paralysis is caused by a sigil. Then, she kneels beside me with a spotless hand that doesn't show any sign of being used like a shank and opens the small box to reveal 2 pills and a small device. You got work to do, dearie. You ain't going anywhere unless Johnny or I say so. You can listen to Levi too. And probably Abraham if you see him. But here, take this now and this when you get back. Primrose shoves one of the pills into my mouth as I gasp in pain and clamps my jaw shut. I stare at her and don't swallow it. Come on, don't be like that. If you don't swallow the ether killer, I'll stab you with my nail until you do. After hearing her threat, I painfully ask what it does first through bloody teeth before swallowing the pill. Who knows what it could do? What does it do? It's so that we can be sure you return from a mission. Once you swallow it, you have 21 days before it bursts in your gut and releases a massive amount of ether, enough to instantly kill anyone below the 4th sigil. So, you best return if you don't want to become a puddle of flesh. The other pill makes the first inert, so it will keep you alive. Without much other choice, I swallow the damn pill. Maybe my high resistance to ether might save me from the ether killer. I'd instead not test it out. I open my mouth to show that I swallowed the pill, and Primrose nods at my actions. Then, she pulls out the device that looks like an armband. Good now, this thing here is a dead man's switch. If your heart stops beating for 30 seconds, it explodes. Imagine, like a few dozen pounds of dynamite at once. That's about roughly the same. If you're wondering where all this stuff comes from, Johnny stole a bunch before he left the damned hunters. So, it's all made by them. You best not waste it. After she tells me what it is, she clamps the dead man's switch onto my right arm. Then she pats me and stands up. She goes to walk away before remembering something and turning back to me. Primrose bends down and whispers into my ear. Honestly, I feel bad, but I agree with Johnny. Any man who is artificed is bound to die brutally, no less both for them and others. Especially one as young as you. Best to give you a good, meaningful death and keep you on a short leash. Here's your pack with the stuff you'll need. I expect you back within 2 weeks. Just head west until, well, you'll know. Then Primrose finally walks away, hips and scarf swaying the whole way with no speck of blood or dirt on her as her heels clack on the hallway floor. She leaves me leaning on the doorway, bleeding from the small hole she put in me with her nails and paralyzed from the neck down. I speak up before she disappears entirely at the end of the hallway, the thoughts exiting my mouth as they come. Wait. Primrose spins in a motion like a dancer and tilts her head at me. Why? Do you want to beg? No, can do that, kid. Nothing you can say will change what's happening.
No.
That's not it. Can you tell my friends that I'm not a monster? That I'm sorry. She looks at me and squints her eyes. Then she turns back around and leaves me with a few words. Do it yourself. You'll need that motivation if you want to live the next few days. All Johnny cares about is protecting people. So if you can do that and show you're not a threat, things might just change. I doubt you can, but you've made it twice as long as I would with that thing attached to me. So good luck, kid. You've got a chance. She finishes her bit of actually thoughtful advice, considering what she did to me with a fingernail as she goes around the corner and exits my vision. Once I hear her heels clack against the stairs, I take a deep breath and marshal my ether once more to heal myself. A few murmurs from the palm try to reach me as I do so, but I keep them out with daydream and anger. Anger at myself, the world, Johnny, and even anger towards my friends. Earl betrayed me. It had to have been him. He's the only one who knows in depth about the bloody palm being attached to me. He did it, after all. It's hard to find the energy to hate him, though. I did betray him first, I suppose, by lying to him. He probably thinks I'm a monster in human skin who's just been traveling with them, waiting for a time to strike, or something of that nature. I gotta make it up to them somehow. I just hope they don't leave Rustbank and that Elizabeth is all right. After almost 10 minutes this time, a bit slower as I'm running out of mass to use to heal, and I think it's harder to recover from paralysis, I stand. Sighing, I grab my things, including the new pack, and head downstairs to the bar to get another meal before I leave. I solemnly nod to Roy and ask for a meal before I leave. I use all my remaining $10 for a considerable 5-course breakfast that I scarf down to replenish what I just lost, healing myself with the bloody palm. Roy and I talk for a bit, but my mood doesn't allow for much conversation between the two of us. He tries to offer me more food, but I decline and decide to leave early. As I walk out, I hear Roy call out to me. "Come back, okay, Wyatt? You're a good kid. I'll try and talk to Johnny, he's a stubborn man, but you gotta make it back alive." This little bit of kindness makes me smile wide. I turn back and nod to him as I heft my 2 backpacks and leave the Rusty Nail. 44, Wheelhorse at the bottom. Earl Garner, many hours prior. I sit in an infirmary, chewing my fingers in anxiety. So much shit has gone down in the past 2 days. I can't fully believe it. A fight for our lives ensues that we barely make it out alive, but one that Elizabeth might not get out of. The doctor said she has a brain hemorrhage and will die if something is not done quickly. And even if she doesn't succumb, the man isn't sure if she'll ever wake up. He did say, though, that if we were even 6 hours later, she'd be done for. I guess that's one good thing the monster that guised as our friend did. I bet he was waiting to use us as a cover or make us join his sick crew. I had always ignored his oddness, but it all came together when I looked at and read that bounty poster. Why he never spoke about his teacher by name. Why he knew so little about Sigils despite being a hunter. Why, when we saw him, he was about as rabid as a starving beast. Why he fought just like an animal with rabies, uncaring for his safety. Why the Nain Rouge chased him down so far, and even ignored the bandits nearby in favor of him. Why he had such an odd look on his face when Elizabeth said he only killed the deserving. Why he had no issue killing men and women alike, striking first before a shot was even fired. He was the Wendigo all along. He killed one of the biggest legends within probably 1,000 miles or more. Edmund Dudley was a hero. I grew up hearing stories of his hunts from Ernest and all the terrible odds he had beat. But I guess not even a great man like him can see that psychopath coming. We certainly didn't. I'm sure the bloody palm fits like a glove to him. I hate myself for not seeing all the signs. How he never once seemed scared doing any of our fights. How he would just eat deadly wounds and shrug them off like death was never in sight. I don't think I ever even heard him scream in anything other than pain. How he always kept just a little bit of distance, never truly getting to know any one of us. But I found it out eventually, thankfully, before he tried to do anything to any of us. Or at least that I know of. Who knows if he did something to Elizabeth? She's not here to confirm or deny. The second I made the connections and the realization hit, I pulled Leonard and Esther with me and ran to find a doctor while furiously channeling reshuffle with ether to escape the monster. Luckily, a doctor was nearby, and he took in Elizabeth as his last patient before closing the sign. There is only one thing that nags at me now that we are safe. Where did the monster's baby fox go? Esther had it last, but she said she couldn't find it. While he told us of her diagnosis, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair and a flowing coat opened the door. The gunfighter, Johnny, a 6th sigil, a well-known veteran hunter. Not quite a legend around here, but strong enough that I know about him. It said his sigil allows him many abilities that enhance or complement firearms and inhuman dexterity. A new leader of a rebellion against the hunters. I don't know how much I believe in his claims about the hunters that he spoke of, but he is a veteran. He used to go as the hand cannon for many years until people realized he could use any gun like an extension of his body and deal disastrous amounts of damage with them. Johnny walks in with a rattling cough that surprised me. The mighty man he is sits beside the doctor, Floyd Heath. He then gazes at the group of Leonard, Esther, Elizabeth, and me. I ain't ever seen the four of you in Rustbank before. You kids new? I nod and get an idea. I need to warn the man of the monster entering his city. The man listens to my whole story and nods before yelling outside. A lady in a pink scarf then walks through and nods at him. Then, they whisper for a bit, and I only catch a bit of the conversation before she leaves. Yes, dearie? Go find a kid for me. About 16, this tall, with a face like this bounty poster. Do you want me to bring him dead or alive? Don't bring him. Don't spook him. Just make sure he doesn't do anything dangerous until I make time to see him. I smile as I look at Elizabeth on the patient's bed, who is sickly and getting treatment. The Wendigo will get his due from the gunfighter himself.
Cuida't graves.
I slowly walk out of Rustbank, trying to bleed as much out of this opportunity to look for my friends as I can, even as it hurts me inside. But all I see are rough-looking men, women, and hooded or cloaked figures I can't even see the face of as I stumble back to where I came from. No one even resembles my friends, and I'd like to look longer, but the dead man's switch on my arm and the ether killer in my guts makes me move. It all happened so suddenly. One day we were just traveling through the dunes, not entirely full of peace, but at least we were together. Then a close fight happened, and we barely made it out alive. I did all I could to help and bring them to safety, and this is how I'm repaid? It's just not fair. Now I got pounds of dynamite stuck to me and a ticking time bomb to see if I return. All because of this damn hand. Without it, none of this would be happening. But I guess without it, I'd be dead too. While I walk out of the noisy town of many people enjoying themselves on the streets and in the building, I kick rocks and sand beneath my feet in frustration. I move forward, full of anger and resentment toward almost everything. This only changes when I pass by the bone shaft I used to carry my friends to Rustbank. Seeing the rope still attached to it that I can't remove without wasting time, I feel a deep sense of loneliness. I knew this would happen deep down if they ever figured out my lie. I kept pushing it to the edge of my mind, hoping it wouldn't happen. I enjoyed having them around far too much to not hurt when they left. It hurt me when Lonnie became a Bakwa, but not too bad. I hadn't known him for very long, and he was often quiet. Not to mention he didn't speak to me very much. I didn't ever get very close to him. Only after he died did I spend more time with the group instead of distancing myself. But I think I more so just tried to follow the others' emotions more than my own because it just felt a bit forced to care. I don't know why that is, though. Esther's reaction hit me much harder than my own. It was more of the failure than the death, I think. Now, on the other hand, it is very different. I got close to Earl, Elizabeth, Leonard, and Esther. Earl and I discussed ether and sigils almost every night, which helped me learn much more. Plus, he saved my life, even if it might have worsened my future life. He's a brilliant man I'd like to be around more, even if he's a bit too much sometimes. Now that I think about it, Elizabeth was always kind to me and everyone else. That only makes the fact that I can't check to see if she's alright so much worse. I just have to trust that Earl took her to a doctor, which he probably did, but I'll never know for sure. I felt that we started to grow very close. That one morning we had together watching the sunrise made me relaxed and happy like never before. But as it would seem, that might never happen. There is also Leonard. He's a bit slow, but a reliable man who came to my aid whenever I needed it. I can see why Earl relied on him to take him out to gather materials for his alchemist training before the break. I hope the doctor can handle his concussion and make him well. Last to come to mind, but not least, is little Esther. Over time, she's grown on me, even after her tantrum against me in the wagon after her brother's death. She's quiet like Lonnie, but she's always nearby and watching. It's odd for a child like her to be willing to watch or even help in fights to the death and not be scarred, though. Even young me would be severely affected by death and bloodshed. The whole time I think about my friends who left me, I stare at the slab of bone I carried them on just yesterday. The constant noise and discussion between Earl, Leonard, and I are gone. The brightness of Elizabeth has dimmed and is too far away to be seen. Esther's quiet yet motivating presence is no longer present. I feel a tiny movement by my ankle as I wallow in loneliness. It's a subtle movement, like moving grass, so I merely look down without reacting. What I see brings light into my currently bleak world. It's something that I have always ignored despite making a promise to myself to protect it. The kit I picked up over a week ago scratches at my boot and the bottom of my pants. Its fur has already turned partially orange, and it's grown quite a large amount since I woke up with it on my chest. Earl told me they would take a long time to mature from their newborn forms. So why has this one changed so much? And how did it even get to me? I'm almost a quarter mile from town. What the hell? I kneel down to reach it as I feel regret and guilt for not focusing more on it, even though it is willing to run and find me from wherever it is. When my hand touches it, I notice something with my newly enhanced sense of ether since becoming a forward daydreamer. I feel a small bundle of ether emanating from the kit. Now I'm even more confused. Does this kit have a sigil? How did it possibly get one? I gently touch and pick up the baby fox, being very careful not to hurt or freak it out, but it just looks back at me calmly. When my hands touch it, I sense into its body with my mind and encounter almost no resistance compared to when I sense something like the bloody palm or other things with sigils. Inside, I feel a primal and nearly animalistic sigil. The word of the sigil enters my mind as its traits are evoked from memory. Comanche, a sigil that focuses on the senses and reaction speed, perfect for a tracker, guardsman, or archer. I look into the eyes of the baby fox as I sense the sigil within it, and it looks back at me with a small piece of blossoming intelligence in its amber eyes. A bit of information from the manuals about beasts gaining sigils returns to my mind that I read recently. It said something about how most beasts are limited in the sigils they can attune to based on their species. Humans, demons, and other planers are unique in this aspect in that, as a species, they can have a wide variety of sigils, with humans having the largest. All it takes is for the right man or woman to find the sigil to bond with it. But that's not the case with animals. Most animals can only resonate with one or two types of sigils, and rarely three. But in return, they gain very high resonance and commonly don't even have to kill the creature to take the decaying sigil from the corpse. Once an animal gains a sigil, it becomes a monster, and depending on the nature of the sigil, it may become an aberration. Like humans, monsters with sigils gain power over time, but they do it differently as their bodies are more resilient to ether. Instead of gaining more raw power and capability of ether over time, with a sigil within them, they also gain more intelligence. After many years, they can eventually achieve human levels of wisdom. Suppose a pup, kitten, or baby of a beast gains a sigil. In that case, they experience rapid physical and mental growth until they reach the equivalent of adulthood or adolescence, depending on the beast's lifespan. The information helps me realize what happened to this kit. It must have resonated with the Comanche sigil and somehow gained it from one of the killed bandits. I didn't take its abnormal growth when I woke up from the battle as anything special, but it makes sense now. I wonder how long it'll take for it to grow. I mean, it's only been 2 days since it got its sigil, and it's already grown over twice its size. It looks back at me and mewls for my attention while I ponder deeply about its situation. It must be starving. The kits ate all the time, if I remember correctly. I didn't take much care of him or any of the others, and I wish I did. It feels weird that he came to me despite me killing his parents and not spending much time with him, but he did nonetheless, and I won't complain. I could use a companion right now, and I think that's what I'll name him, Dakota. It means friend or companion in an old language from one of the few peoples who are not protected by the hunters. I should have named him much sooner, and there are many things I have neglected in favor of others. That needs to change, at least for Dakota. He whines at me once more for food, eliciting me to open the pack that Primrose gave me for his nutrition. I'll feed you, Dakota. Just give me a second. I slowly shove some small berries and a little chunk of meat into his mouth as I continue my walk, a friend in hand. He gladly eats after sniffing his nose and looking at the food. It appears he is no longer blind like the other young kits. Is that the sigil he gained that did so, or his rapid aging? I have no clue. All the sights we pass by as we leisurely walk, because I'm still recovering from yesterday's overuse of ether, are familiar and already seen. I see a few people walk near me but turn away once they get close enough to see my attire. I think they can see the dead man's switch on my arm and prefer not to engage. I am forced to stop relatively soon as we walk, only a little after lunchtime. The reason is apparent. and I should have expected it when I woke up this morning. The limit in my body for how much ether I can handle is approaching its limit. The constant use of daydream is slowly exhausting my formidable resistance. Pushing through the pain and exhaustion is an option, but not a very good one. If acute ether saturation were to kick in again, I'd be dead this time, with no one to save me. Not just that, but so would Dakota. He's growing very fast. In fact, I think he's developed an ounce or two during our travels through the dunes over the past several hours since the morning, but I doubt he'd grow fast enough to survive in the bone dunes alone, mainly since foxes are meant to live in woodlands or forests. But that makes two of us. He and I are a long way from home. So, instead of foolishly pushing on until I break mentally and collapse, I sit and eat with Dakota, feeding him as much food as he feels like eating. Watching him chew food from my open hand and drink water from my cupped hands, happiness rises in me. I got something new to protect. Well, something I should have been shielding this whole time, but for a new reason. Not because I promised I would, but because he's a friend. The only one I have right now with me in this cold, expansive, heartbreaking land. I'll do all I can to make sure he's all right. And something tells me he'll do the same, the look in his eye with some hints of recognition. After I feed him, I take him and place him on my chest as I lay by a rock in a shady part of the sandy dunes. The headache is getting tremendous, almost distorting my vision, and I need to rest. I need to sleep and allow my body to expel the ether that is building up in it. To do so, I have to release my daydream. But the only way any recovery will happen during that is if I fall asleep. The murmurs are too powerful when I'm awake. When I slept before waking up the first time after it was attached to me, it breezed by with no voices in my mind or dreams. Just quick, instant peace like a dreamless sleep. I attempt to do that again, with Dakota lying on my chest for a quick nap. I close my eyes, and before I do so, I hear the almost inaudible snoring from Dakota on my chest. The vibration on my chest and the sound in my ears bring a smile to my face as I release the stream of ether into the center of my pupils that is daydream and quickly drift off into sleep. Fitful sleep, full of dark images and gory sights, of war, of murder, and of survival. Like a series of episodic nightmares of death and trauma from a first-person perspective, almost like I'm seeing from someone else's eyes. The last and only bit of the many dreams that I remember when I wake up is bleeding out on a battlefield with the roar of cannons and the stomping feet of monsters. I reach outward toward a nearby fallen ally with my left arm as much as possible, and blood slowly trails toward my left hand. A want? No. A deep desire? No, not that. An obsessive yearning for survival floods my mind like an infectious plague. Just as my finger dips into the small stream of blood and flows onto my finger, a crashing hoof from a mighty creature falls down towards me and upon my head. 45. Frayed edges. I jolt awake and sit up abruptly, waking the small Dakota on my chest. The first thing I hear is not his crying, but instead the now familiar whispers of the bloody palm. Dakota's cries are distorted and change to sound painful instead of hungry. I put my hand to my eyes and wipe the tiredness from them as I look around. All my surroundings are distorted and appear as though they are through a lens. Things that were definitely in the distance now seem very close, while very close objects now seem somewhat distant. Even Dakota appears much smaller and further from me as my whole body elongates in my vision. The trippiness and weirdness of the sights in my eyes make me expunge a portion of my large breakfast. The murmurs and delusions are getting to me at this point, and the vision makes me sick. I rapidly restart the flow of ether into the center of my pupils. The focus of my daydream is on removing the whispers, and it works to remove the noises, but not wholly on my eyes. That's when I feel as though something is really wrong. The noises disappear entirely, but the edges of my vision and my peripherals are blurred and distorted. Flowing shadows nip at the corners of my eyes where I can't see thoroughly, making me look around constantly to ensure there isn't something nearby. Looking down at Dakota, I see the little fox has grown more during my nap. Not much, but it's simple to sense when you have the precision of being a philosopher at a point in time. He appears normal before my sight, just like a crying baby fox before my ears. I rub his little ears with a smile, as I try to ignore the signs of madness that dawn upon me. Something to ground me. That's all I need. The more anchors, the longer I can hold on from this damn artifact. Maybe even long enough to evolve my sigil sufficiently to match the palm and keep it in line. I wake up around sundown, so I feed Dakota and myself some more before leaving and getting a move on with a body fully expelled of ether. We travel through the chilly autumn night. A first since I did so with Edmund out of the Andrice forest. But this time, I go backward as a guardian of my own, in a weird way. Now that I am beginning to see the signs of being artificed, as they put it, I'm starting to understand why I was treated more like a wild beast on a spiked pole than a person. If all it takes is a single few hours of sleep without protection for me to begin seeing things, what would happen if I didn't have daydream? Surely, Johnny would be right if I didn't have a way to protect my mind. I'd be more monster than human within a few days, maybe less. And I've always thought I had a powerful will. Ma used to say that quite a lot to me growing up. Now that I think about it, it is odd to tell a child. Maybe not once or twice, but I remember her saying it commonly, even during mundane tasks. Another sign that perhaps she wasn't who I remember her as. I can't even imagine how quickly anyone else would have fallen to the dark whispers of the bloody palm. I mean, it's even got into my dreams at night. That desire for survival I felt in that dream? That must be what keeps the bloody palm going. All artifacts are formed from leftover desires or emotions, right? I guess I at least know the bloody palm's desire. It's simply a need to survive. One so deep and powerful that it transformed the previous owner's sigil into a distorted aspect of survival. An object capable of keeping its holder alive with even severe injuries just by holding onto it. I can't imagine how much it will affect me now that it is a part of me, both physically and mentally. There is only one true positive to this whole situation of being artificed. For artifacts that are artificed onto someone grow exponentially in power with a host to directly draw sustenance from. I laugh as I say it into the nightly air to just myself and Dakota. Haha, I'm gonna be one hell of a bitch to kill now, aren't I? That bounty poster said I was seemingly impossible to put in the dirt. Imagine it now, Dakota. Do you think I could have taken those 3 hunters now without one running? I feel like I could. They would be in for a world of hurt if they tried me now. A combination of the bloody palm and struggler's gasp previously rendered a break in my fucking spinal cord pointless. I could still move my legs with shrapnel, shredding my whole body from a bullet in my back. What will put me down now? A shot to the head is the only thing I can think of. I gotta get myself a helmet or something. But all things do come with a cost. I've been trying to read a bit more lately, and the manuals speak of laws regarding how sigils work, the first being the law of equivalence. No effect is made without something being consumed. Whether the resource is ether, vitality, souls, or something more abstract, a toll is always taken. To gain something of high value, a high cost is required. And just like the law states for a high value effect, the bloody palm's fee is steep and non-negotiable unless I take from others. A few other laws state similarly essential things, but they have no hold on this. There is another law called the law of balance, but it has to do with the power of individual sigil, not artifacts which are distorted things brought forth from an artifact. As I walk through the moonlit, ever-shifting dunes with Dakota, the growing kit on my shoulder, my thoughts wander this way. The little guy sleeps an awful lot, seemingly to either keep up with his rapid growth or fuel it. I don't know which is the answer, but hours we walk, deep into the night, before I even begin growing tired. I do grow hungry, however. As I set Dakota down so that I could open and eat a midnight meal from my new pack, I see the little guy wake up and stand to immediate attention. At first glance, I assume he is just excited about food as every time we have stopped recently has been to eat. But no, that's not it. He growls lowly, as low as a baby fox can, into the dark. I rapidly spin and look where he is facing. The Comanche sigil focuses on reactions and the senses, so I take his instincts as fact there is something despite him being a kit. At first, I don't see anything in the dark. Nothing but the edges of my conscious gaze frayed with twisting darkness. But eventually, I spot a bit of movement west, toward where we were heading initially, before I stop to eat. My first reaction is to flood ether into my body in preparation for a serious fight, but as I look closer at the movement, I realize it's not that big of a deal. Not a threat that requires me to waste my now increasingly precious ether capacity. It's a considerably sized rattlesnake. While it is dangerous, it's not a threat I cannot handle without ether. Before I do anything to the snake, though, I bend down and comfort Dakota, petting his still small and fragile head. I also make sure to commend him. I heard that's what you do when you want to reinforce an animal's behavior. If it works with cats and dogs, it also works with foxes. Good boy. I'll take care of this one. You can have the next when you're larger. I draw the revolver from my hip, one of my many weapons, and aim it at the slithering snake as it nears us. It'll be good target practice for me. Never tried to shoot a snake before. Trying to ignore the static in the edges of my eyes, I focus forward using the 6-shooter's iron sights. Then, I pull back the hammer to prepare the chamber for firing. Once the snake is on the other side of the steel sight, I hold my breath for a single short second and squeeze the trigger. A loud bang echoes through the dunes as my first bullet enters the sand beside the snake. Dakota, used to gunfire, I guess, doesn't react much to the gunfire, but the snake does. It begins slithering faster toward me. Damn it! I quickly pull back the hammer with my thumb and aim once more. Once again, another round echoes through the dark sands. This time, though, the bullet strikes true. It enters the side of the rattlesnake and stops its rattle. I walk over to it and pull out the serpentine dagger that reminds me of it. Then, just to be safe, I stab it in the head into the sand with the dagger seemingly made after it or its brethren. Dakota rushes over once I kill it. Quite sharp for a beast, but I suppose that's what the Comanche sigil will do. Make an expert tracker, killer, and provider. He's just not quite at those levels yet. When he gets to the snake, he tries to bite into it, but his teeth and jaws are too undeveloped to yield much flesh from the newly deceased snake. I watch him gnaw on it for a few moments in amusement before I get on a knee and start cutting off pieces of snake meat for the little guy to swallow. I am careful not to make them too big, though. Don't want to make him choke. While I feed him, I wonder why the snake came at us. We, or at least I, are dozens of times larger than the snake. Surely its instincts would make it stay away from us? Unless it was starving. I know firsthand that starving creatures will do almost anything to feed themselves, even resorting to things that would be certain death if they failed. But if that were the case, why would it be starving? At most, I'm only a few dozen miles away from Rustbank, so why is it hungering? There shouldn't be any massive monsters with sigils nearby. Rustbank and its inhabitants would handle that. Maybe it's the break, affecting the food of the small predators? If the break is the reason for this snake's abnormal actions, then that's dreadful news. That means it's getting close enough to affect food chains. I don't know exactly how close that would be, but I imagine it's not crazy far. This means my little trip back out into the dunes might be short. Very short. But it also means that I need to be fast. Because if the monsters are that close and I don't warn someone, many people will die. My friends will die. I don't want that to happen, even if they don't want to be near me. From what I've heard, a break is typically thousands of monsters led by a few demons and semi-full intelligent monsters with many outlaws that follow on the fringes to loot. But this one is said to be unique. An enormous wave of powerful monsters meant to take back land established and guarded by my father. The Undying's words apparently held enormous weight, enough to just stave this whole thing off for decades. I can't even begin to see how strong he'd be. Certainly tens of times more potent than someone like Johnny, who has to send me out to scout for him. I cut these burgeoning thoughts about my father short before they spread over to my ma, neither of whom I want to dwell on very much with my sanity under assault. Doing so, I stand and pick up the satiated Dakota, who has snake blood on his muzzle. I wipe a bit of it off and let him know what will happen, even if he can't quite understand me yet. Looks like I'm gonna have to skip eating. We gotta get moving, buddy. The break might be closer than we thought. If I don't warn Johnny and it's close enough to attack, our friends will die. You in? I end the explanation with a question, and I swear I see the small fox nod at me. I nod back. Good. Let's go. The little guy goes into my predominantly empty pack, merely full of notes and other odd things. His eyes, nose, and ears stick out, though, so he doesn't suffocate and so that he can sense the surroundings for me. The first time might have only been a rattlesnake, but who knows what the next one might be like. Then, I take a bit of advice from Earl. Adrenaline surge apparently leaves one with a lasting sense of exhaustion after it wears off. And I certainly felt it last night when I went to bed, but it was completely gone when I woke up. That might not always be the case, though, if my injuries are too significant for the palm to heal overnight. So, instead of using adrenaline surge, the risky general skill that Edmund taught me while pretending it wasn't one, I use physical enhancement on my legs. I don't know why Edmund lied about what it was, but I'm sure he had a reason. Maybe to keep my ego down from learning an advanced technique so quickly? Who knows? Only the dead do. And everyone knows, dead men tell no tales. Well, that's unless you go to the underworld and ask them. But I know very few people have ever made it back alive. All of them are legends and mythical people that might never have existed, now that I think about it. Most of what Ma told me about legends was false, just nighttime stories about demons, ogres, and other monsters. She told me very, very little about humans and their tales. And whenever she did talk about people, it usually ended in gruesome deaths. I forced these thoughts about my mother out of my head and focus on running with my legs enhanced by ether. And I already feel the difference after a few seconds compared to adrenaline surge. The life-saving skill always gives me a massive shot of energy and adrenaline that can keep me going even during dark times, which makes perfect sense why I was taught it, but not why I was lied to about its name. Physical strengthening just gives me some extra push for what I need. This extra push means a great deal of increase in speed, especially now that I don't have a few hundred pounds to lug behind me through the dunes like a wagon full of pack horses. I zoom amongst the moonlit sands at a rapid pace. I look back here or there to check on Dakota, and the whole time, he has his head out the side of the pack sniffing the air. He yips and yaps here or there in a low tone as he watches me speed westward. After a few hours of this brisk pace, I see a bit white of light in the distant west. It's hard to tell whether it's a fire or a lantern, so I slow down and crouch. Then, I slowly approach the light source with Dakota in my pack, and the dunes is cover low to the ground. The little guy goes completely quiet as if he knows something is up ahead. Slowly and carefully, I approach the light source. I try mimicking Edmund's movements and using the only other sigil skill he taught me. Sneak. Something I have not even thought of in a long time as it never came up. But now, I move with icy muteness over the dunes toward the light, little swirls of ether clouds in the bottoms of my feet quieting each step. I attempt to take this skill one step further as the swirling sands with the breezing wind make noise upon my body. Instead of just having to swirl cloud-like ether on my feet, I take a moment to focus and try to replicate the ability on every surface of my body. The task is arduous. To make sections of swirling ether fit on more extensive parts of my body, like my torso or arms, is a great challenge and causes me to stop moving to focus. I fail several times and waste multiple minutes, but the light is far away, and I can afford to spend time to get this right. The increased control of ether from my Sigils evolution is intensely felt. The streams and collections of ether twist and turn much more rapidly and smoothly than ever. After my 8th try, I ultimately succeed. Long swirling clouds of ether now exist within the skin of each of my limbs, my torso, and my head. Now, I'm utterly noiseless. Wind-powered sand hits my body without a single trace of noise, the sand being cushioned by my ether. My feet touch the ground without even making a single vibration to be felt, the clouds of ether preventing them. I even kneel down on all fours in case I must move like Edmund, and even then, I'm reticent. Like a wraith, inaudible and non-existent. I move without any indications of my presence except for the sand I disturb. Even Dakota is much quieter. I think the clouds of ether around my body help him be silent, but it might just be the fox's instinct that does most of the work. With the upgraded sneak, something I surely can only do now because of the increase in ether from evolving into a daydreamer, I stalk closer toward the light. After nearly 10 minutes of slow and deliberate movement so as not to be seen, I get close enough to spot what the light is. It's a man walking in a fully tailored suit with another man's decapitated head in his hand that he's carrying by head's long hair. The part that really throws me for a loop is that the light comes from the decapitated head's mouth like a lantern. 46. binding light. I stare at the decapitated head in confusion. Is it an artifact or a creature? It's hard to tell from several dozen feet away. But the man holding it in the suit is shambling slowly and shiftily. He stumbles here or there despite there being nothing in his way. It's all quite odd. Reading the manuals has been a reasonably high priority lately, doing so in between fights last night and during breaks to eat, but nothing like this man or the head in his hands was mentioned at all. I'd pull them out to check quickly because I have no one to save my ass if I fail, but I don't think the improved sneak will also remove that noise. So instead, I wait a little bit longer and try to gather any information I can on the man and the thing he's carrying. To do so, I slowly activate chain eyes to get a read on the man's sigil and whatever the head may be. Ether flows into the back of my eyes, and manacles appear in my vision. More than there should be. The man is covered in red chains as he hobbles with a wobble. A first sigil. On the other hand, the head he is carrying is the first time I've ever seen a non-living thing with chains binding it besides the bloody palm. Wrapped in luminescent yellow fetters, the head sways in the man's hand hanging from long hair. I feel a small connection to the head for some reason. It looks familiar, but I don't know how it could, though, as it's too far to see clearly. But that's not all. On the other side of the man and a little bit ahead of him, I see two sprinkles of lights amongst the sandy dunes. Two other beings restrained in yellow lie in the sand, unseen. I only see the colors from them as they are not entirely engulfed in sand, and bits of them stick out. Enough for my eyes to pick up with ether. What's happening? There are 3 third sigils, a second, and a first, all in the middle of the bone dunes at a random time in the depths of night. Is there some discrete thing happening? I mean, the man is wearing a suit in the middle of the dunes. It's all so weird. I choose to wait even longer and watch as the man hobbles ever closer to the 2 small glares of yellow in the nighttime sand. Each step he takes looks like a struggle and reminds me heavily of when I was in the darkness alone with the bloody palm. The hopeless yet defiant struggle to not be devoured. Every step felt like both a victory and a loss. Every foot moved meant you survived a little longer, but were now closer to losing yourself. Pity wells up within me for the man, and just before I stand to do something about it, the 2 figures cloaked in yellow ethereal steel emerge from the sand. In a burst of dust and debris, they both dash at the suited man holding his decapitated head. Their figures are blurred and incredibly fast, so fast I cannot see if they are even human at first. But before they reach the overdressed man, he turns toward them slightly, just enough for the light from the mouth of the decapitated head to touch them. With my eyes still activated by the ether of chain eyes, I watch in amazement as the manacles around the figures grow in size and quantity. Quickly, the 2 figures slow to a pace where I can clearly see them. They are 2 men clad in dark leather and covered in sand. The chain on their bodies only continues to grow and slows them from a bullet-like pace to that of a tortoise. Amongst the light, I can see panic and determination in the 2 men's eyes as they try to move against the force of the decapitated head. How is that happening? Is the light creating chains? I thought that only philosophers and their higher forms could interact with chains. Maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe that head has the 3rd sigil of a philosopher? I continue to ponder this as I watch the chains grow even more on the 2 men to the point where they are almost entirely engulfed by the yellow concept that binds them. Apparently, they aren't prepared for whatever is happening to them. They both scream at each other, trying to get the other to do something. I learn quite a bit from their sibling-like squabble. I thought you said this was an easy heist? What the fuck is this? Why can't we fucking move? It's the damned head. I didn't think it'd be this strong. What do you mean? It's a fucking skull-type artifact. Those are like the fucking strongest. I thought you said it was a hair type? It was supposed to be. The information was off. Is there anything you can do? No, you dumbass. I can't even move my fucking arm. I shouldn't have let you gather information. You're not ready yet. That's not true. The guys I got the info from must have been told the wrong thing. Wrong things, my ass. Use your damn ether. All my skills are up close, you dunce. Fine, but you're paying for the painkillers, and you take care of Aaron this time.
No.
You either do this, or we die. Why would I take your chores?
Fine.
During the whole argument, I just listened silently and learned a lot. I already knew some of it, like how artifacts made from hearts, skulls, and the like are much more potent than most. But I didn't know hair could be turned into an artifact. I wonder how having an artifact of hair would work. I also make the connection for the first time that other people cannot see the chains that bind them. To these two men, it must look like they are frozen or grappled by something invisible. For a moment, I wonder how they would escape this without slowly dying from their restraints, but they prove their third sigil statuses. The conversation ends with a metaphorical bang as the man on the right, who in the light appears to be a little bit shorter but dressed identically to the man beside him, makes a small finger gun and mimics a bullet being fired. It looks like a child's imagination, but an adult effect happens. A loud bang resounds as a burst of bright light emerges from the leathered man's finger and slams into the knee of the suited man with a blinding flash. The flash is so powerful that I am forced to spend a few seconds blinking out the light before I can see the outcome. While still blind, what I hear is boots upon sand once more. The suited man now rests on a single knee, as the one hit with the flash of light appears to be sizzling and charred like an overcooked chicken. The light from the lantern moves slightly as he falls to the point that it now only covers the man who did the finger gun of light. The other man, narrowly taller but also dressed in robust shady leather, sprints at the suited man as fast as he can, shadows twisting and turning beneath his feet with every step he takes. The chains encasing the man have not yet faded, but they have stopped growing, as it seems he is using ether to boost his power and speed to make it to the lantern head. Every time the shadows beneath him shimmer, he moves quicker. Rapidly, he nears the man with the head of a lantern in his hand. But before he does, the man with the luminescent head looks at him with unnatural calmness. Then, before the gaze of the suited man, the man, aided by shadows, freezes for a moment. An instant solely long enough for the lantern to be moved to engulf both of them again. I watch for a little longer as I hear the two attempt to bicker again. Vernon, use another light shot. Fuck. You're never doing recon again. The one who is obviously Vernon is so tightly wrapped in chains that he can barely speak. This lantern head's power is incredible. It's able to freeze a third sigil in under 20 seconds. Of course, the light must stay on them, but it is still full of hazardous might. The cost of it must be ludicrous. After all, the man holding it just appears to be a puppet, moving only to the machinations of the head. The machinations are temporarily disrupted as the other man, Vernon's companion, the frustrated one, grunts in the effort as an egg of inky darkness grows to cover him. Like floating rivers of sandy darkness, tendrils of black emerge from the ground and attempt to tear away at the man's surroundings to no avail. The man's grunts grow to pained screams as the ether spikes, and I can sense it even from here as the tendrils double, then triple in number before even a slight improvement is made. Bits and pieces of chains are slowly rotted and ground away. But it's not enough. The man certainly cannot keep this rate of ether up for long. Just the fact that I can feel the ether moving in the air from a few dozen feet away speaks volumes of the power he is using. It must be his third sigil skill. Despite the fatal position these two men are in, I just continue to watch. I've learned my lesson from speaking to others in the wild. Only once do I need to get a hand removed to remember what happens when you interact with people when there are no consequences besides failure to win a fight. Something rapidly changes my mind, though, and shows me that not all men out here are immoral. I hear curses exit the mouth of the man fighting for his life as his speech slows down from the weight of his restraints. Fuck. 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 Not like this.
6 STLLNEEDSUSS.
Fuck. I got from his words that they're fighting for a sister, and I've made one too many sisters brotherless. If this bites me in the ass, though, I'll never help anyone in the wild again. That I promise. And so I get up from my prone position and stealthily move toward the suited man with the decapitated lantern. Before I do so, though, I gracefully place down my pack with Dakota in it. I don't want him to get hurt. He seems to understand and just watches from the pack. Sand noiselessly moves beneath my feet as I swiftly close the distance between us. Then as I near the man, I draw both of my daggers. The two daggers leave their sheaths just as I get close enough to strike, and the ring of steel sounds the alarm for the man as he tries to turn as quickly as his zombie-like movement can. During this motion, I see the eyes of Vernon, the man with the fingers of light, and the other man with a body of shadow, light up with hope. I attempt to prove their hope as I stab both serpentine daggers into the back of the suited man's neck. They sink in as smoothly as they would if they were cutting butter, but no blood exits the puppet of a man. Instead, he just continues to turn and steps backward with a shamble. As he turns, the light leaves Vernon and touches me. Instantly, I can see my chains tighten and grow in quantity. It feels as if I were to daydream, but if the weakening aspect of it were 10 times stronger and only grew more powerful over time. I push through the opening effects of the light, though, and rip my daggers out in lateral motions, trying to deal as much damage as possible to the man. Since neck damage didn't do the trick, I figured that trying to remove his head would work. It worked at first. All that happens is that my daggers cross on the inside of his neck and cut his spine in half and the remainder of his neck in one motion. Then, his head rolls off as his body loses balance and falls backward. A sense of victory enters my body when the head smacks against the ground loudly. But quickly, the sense fades as the chains upon me just continue to tighten. I see that the man's body fell in such a way that the light from the lantern of a head now touches all three of us in at least some way. It gets me in my left leg, Vernon's entire body, and the third man, whose name I do not yet know, in his right leg. It's hard to tell if the area of light that touches someone even matters as we all three are rapidly entombed by chains. The situation rapidly turns terrible as I stand under the light for just a few seconds. I try to take a struggler's gasp, but it doesn't work. The chains are too heavy for me to fill my lungs wholly. Instead, I go for a substitute, probably not the best idea, but the only one I can think of. I release my almost eternal daydream against the bloody palm's corruption. Then, I pivot the daydream and have it dream of my lungs filling with ether. This immediately works and allows me to fill my lungs. I do so. I fill them with the deepest struggler's gasp so far. It seems as though my lung capacity for my gasp increased since my Sigils evolution as the air within several dozen feet collapses in on itself. All the ether in that entire volume of air compresses and enters my system like a much-needed flood after years of drought. I force the ether to enter and combat the growing chains and make them regress. Ether is not all that joins me, though. So do the murmurs of the bloody palm, but for now, I can push them aside and focus on the situation's severity despite the shadows that eat at my vision. It works, but only partially. The orange manacles that bind me stop growing and shrink slightly, but the pressure on my lungs grows exponentially as the two forces fight against each other. I will lose this contest of wills, and fast. To not lose steam and turn into an orange carrot of chains, I force my body to move despite the weight upon it. It is difficult. Very, very difficult. Like carrying a boulder up a mountain just to take a single step. But I have to do so, and as fast as I can. I feel my lungs rapidly reaching their limit. The ether from my gasp and the light going to war inside and outside my body. I could only hold this standstill for under 10 seconds, but within those 10 seconds, I get close, very close to the decapitated head, before I can no longer keep up the clash of ether within me. Close enough for a final act as my lungs touch their breaking point. Just before they burst and make me either explode or implode from a clash of ether, I push the ether within my lungs out. And out comes defiance as every other time, but this one is much more enunciated. A tempest exits my lungs and flows out of my mouth into the outside world. This tempest hits the decapitated head and sends it flying through the dunes dozens of feet, freeing the three of us from the binding light. Even after the light leaves us, we are still bound by ourselves. And the weakness of strugglers' gasps aftereffects enters me like a kick to the nuts. I never had the luxury of feeling what it's like when it ends. I usually just fall unconscious from wounds soon after it ends. I think I prefer that. Extreme nausea and sickness run rampant through my body like the ether that just did, and much of that ether remains, leaving me with a pounding headache and a firm warning. I must be cautious when I use it, because the other times, I have been fortunate. One, I barely made it out of acute ether sickness alive, and the other, I immediately evolved my sigil, saving my ass before my body collapsed from ether oversaturation. But my nausea can only grow as I cannot expel it in any way because, for the next 2 minutes, both the unnamed man in leather and I are frozen in place by our colorful chains. While still bound, I deactivate the flow for chain eyes and rapidly reactivate daydream to guard against the bloody palm. The whispers are only adding to my nausea and headache. Yet, I can't see my surroundings to witness how the palm affects my vision besides just the static peripherals because my face is pointed toward the ground. Eventually, though, the binds slowly loosen. The unnamed man and I fall face first into the sand, both not expecting the sudden release. I hear his laughter and excitement at surviving as I empty my stomach into the dunes. Haha, we're alive. Thank you, man. You're our savior. I don't know how you did it, but you did. I nod between heaves, and he notices my situation. Oh man, that's rough. Sorry if helping us did that to you. I'd introduce myself, but I need to check on Vernon first. He got hit with that petrifying light really bad. I hear his feet shuffle in the direction of the other man as I try to recover from my gasp. It takes a long time for me to get the chance to remove myself from the ground and stand. While I do so, I hear several coughs and chokes from Vernon, the man on the soil still affected by the chains. It sounds like he couldn't breathe the whole time he was confined. When I eventually stand after my recovery with shaky feet, I see the 2 men inspecting the head, careful not to enter its light. They both notice me standing and walk over to me under the moonlit night. Then, they introduce themselves at the exact same time, confusing and distracting me.
Heya, I'm Vernon.
Thanks for saving us. How'd you do it? Hi, I'm Virgil, this chipper man's older brother. I appreciate the backup. We don't get much of that in the wild. 47 2 of clubs. I skeptically look at the 2 men who are smiling wide in dark leather. They both have black hair and reasonably slim builds whose frames must hide power due to their careers. The older brother Virgil is slightly taller and has a missing front tooth. Vernon has 2 hands scarred by burns that he uses to reach out to shake my hand. I hesitate for a moment, but eventually clasp his hand after I think about how amiable they've been. Much more than Wiley or the other bandits, even at first glance. While I shake Vernon's hand in introduction, I inquire what they are doing this out here late. I have reasons, chiefly because I'm forced to be out here. But why are they here? It should be treacherous out here, right? And they have a sibling to care for, so what the hell are they doing out here?
I'm Wyatt.
Happy to help whenever I can. But what are the 2 of you doing all the way out here in the dunes this late? Are you not aware of the oncoming break? The 2 of them, Vernon and Virgil, both glance back to the decapitated head on the ground and then look back at me. Virgil speaks up first despite me mainly asking Vernon. Out here for money, what else? We got a huge family that needs us to take care of him. And our youngest sister is really sick with a rare disease. Priests or shamans willing to help an unsigiled are rare and expensive. Occultists who can heal are cheaper, but always come with risks. I nod in sympathy. If I had known about sigils before Ma died, I would have gone out and tried to get something to help her. She had always told me that there was nothing that could be done. I hate that she lied to me. I hate that there are so many things I don't know about her now that she's dead. Hints keep popping up everywhere that she's not who she seemed. Why would she allow herself to just die? Indeed, people would be willing to help just to get into my father's good graces. Money isn't the end all. Power is. My thoughts slowly shift from Ma to the money they spoke of. Are artifacts worth a lot of money? I figure their downsides will lower their worth, but as I said, power matters. And artifacts have an abundance of it. I ask the 2 in front of me, who obviously have the answer. Is that artifact really worth that much money? Vernon looks at the head and nods emphatically. For sure. Artifacts are worth a bunch of cash. This one here would probably sell for over $1,000. Maybe even 2,000 or 3,000 because it's quite unique. But if it was a sigil hire, its price would near 1,000 gold eagles, 10 times as much as least. I ask for more clarification from personal experience while a small thought considers how much the bloody palm would be worth. Even with its dire cost, living is what matters most. Would it be worth 1,000 eagles, gold coins worth 10 times a paper dollar? I'd say so, but this lantern? I have trouble seeing it sell for just $1,000, a tenth of each eagle. Why? Aren't the negative effects of artifacts too strong? Vernon nods once more while Virgil inspects the head. Yeah, they are, and I'm sure this one's awful. That's not all that matters, though. Only a dozen or so craftsmen can make colts, claymores, or other types of gear that can match up to lower artifacts. Even fewer can make things that compare to artifacts of organs like skulls, hearts, or actual items. The negative effects are always bad, but they are always worth it. Virgil, tell him about your artifact. These guys seem to be really friendly, especially Vernon. He appears to be genuinely talkative and energetic. To be honest, a remarkable change of pace after the past 2 days. Virgil's attention shifts to the two of us from the head. Then he pulls something from his pocket and tosses it to Vernon. You tell him, I'm checking this thing out. It's so weird. I've never seen this type of artifact before. Vernon fumbles to catch the object, but eventually grasps it before it touches the ground. It's a small letter opener that's dyed dark blue. He yells at Virgil for throwing it at him, amusing me a little before quickly turning back to me, ignoring the mishap. The hell? Don't throw this fucking thing at me. Look, Wyatt, this happens when an artifact from an object is made. This one is only a first sigil, but it's as powerful as most second or even some third sigil crafted weapons. It can cut through almost anything. Vernon shows off the letter opener to me and pulls out a small piece of steel from like a handle or something. Then, he slices the letter opener into the steel, and it goes through as if it were actually opening a letter instead of steel. It's pretty impressive, especially if it's only a first sigil artifact. Like they said, my first sigil rapier is only a bit better than one without a sigil at all. Vernon continues bragging after setting it down when I exclaim how cool it is. Artifacts are always mighty, but they aren't everything you should use, or you'll eventually die from their negative effects. I have a second Mark Colt, and Virgil has a third flamboyant knife to replace this little thing. I named it Cutting Words. Clever, huh? I just wish it wasn't so weird. While holding it, you cannot read, write, or understand anything but spoken words. Not even facial expressions or hand signs. That's why Virgil holds it most of the time, because I talk a lot and make up for it. That, and he's fluent in hunter hand signals. While listening to him speak, I grab my pack with Dakota still sitting inside it with his head peeking out. Vernon notices the young fox and continues to rant while I hear Virgil sigh in annoyance. Oh, you got a pet fox. That's cool. You should be really careful, though. If something like that head points at something without a sigil, they're likely to instantly die. Just shut up. I laugh at Virgil's sigh and respond to Vernon's worry as I walk past him to the decapitated head. You don't have to worry. Dakota's got a sigil. Only one, but it's enough to make him grow faster. Virgil looks up as I near him, and I can see his eyes take in the fox in my backpack. Then, he changes his focus and talks about the head, obviously trying to interrupt Vernon and I's conversation. Come over here, Vernon. I need you to inspect the head and see its sigil. You got your willpower enhanced by your damn scholar sigil, so you better do it. Unless you want to try Wyatt, you did save us, so we'll let you get most of the money from it. I shake my head in refusal. I don't want to inspect another damned artifact. I've had enough of one whispering into my mind constantly, and I'm not looking forward to my next sleep. No, I'm good. I don't like inspecting sigils. Virgil agrees with me and shares some of his own experiences. Yeah, it fucking sucks. Before little Vernon here got his own sigil up to mine, which was only recently, I had to do most of it. I hate the waves of emotions and shit that are sent at you, especially if a really nasty one injects you with its last memories. Those always send chills down my spine. Vernon speaks up and slows us down on the inspection, though. We should probably wait until the remaining ether in it from the man fades. I don't want to put my mind into it while it's still active. His words make sense because the light from the mouth's head remains. A bit dim and less like a lantern and more like a bright candle, but still there. Vernon kneels next to us, and all three of us just inspect the head for a few minutes together with idle chatter. It takes almost 10 minutes of us sitting and talking about odd things while I feed Dakota before the light ultimately leaves and the mouth of the head closes. Then, Virgil and I watch as Vernon places a glowing hand on the head. I glance at Virgil curiously, and he just says one word. Protection. Makes sense. I do a similar thing but with my daydream, which is invisible to anyone who cannot see the ethereal chains that bind us. A silence then befalls us for several long seconds as we both watch Vernon's hand tremble and sweat drop from his head. We trade several glances as Vernon's hand begins to shake. Then, Virgil reaches out to pull his brother off the artifact, but before he does so, Vernon rips his hand away with a loud gasp and words that even I can tell are unlike him. Holy shit. Holy fuck. This thing's crazy, guys. It's got two of a sigil I've never heard of. Does it have the Philosopher's Sigil? It is a rare sigil, which would explain how he's never seen it before. How else could it manipulate chains if that wasn't the case? But how can I be encountering so many of such a rare sigil? It's supposed to be unconfirmed? Some of my questions are answered as Virgil presses Vernon to say what the sigils are and what its sigil is called. Just spit it out, Vernon. What do the individual sigils feel like? And the trio, what's its full sigil name? Vernon drinks water from a flask before obliging Virgil's demands. Okay, chill out. The first sigil I recognized was Lawman, which fits with the whole restraining thing. The higher levels are known for that. The other two, though, were the same. They looked like a pupilless eye entombed in glowing steel chains like the kind prisoners are put in. Another pause ensues as Vernon takes another drink, followed by a breath of air. I guess the inspection of the sigil took a lot out of him, but his description speaks of the Philosopher's Sigil for sure. No doubt about that. So then the question arises once more. Why is it here and not any other of the many and much more regular sigils? Vernon resumes his explanation while I can visibly notice Virgil get excited, but then annoyed throughout his brother's words. The true sigil of it, not the three parts individually but as a whole, was called tethered. It sounds like quite an interesting name. But how about we call the head something different? How about the tight light? You know, like a night light, but instead tight, 'cause it freezes us in place? Both Virgil and I groan. No, that's a terrible name. I don't want something that dangerous to be named after something for a child. An argument ensues between Virgil and Vernon over the word. I merely watch, amused, while they argue despite siding with Virgil. Eventually, they both settle on a name that, while I don't love it, isn't as bad as the tight light. We name it Law's Light. This is actually kind of cool, but I simply feel like the alliteration is childish. A brief silence ensues after we name it, though, as the prospect of how we divide it is up for debate. These two are pretty kind, but I don't think the two brothers are willing to share a few $1,000s of profit with me, a stranger they just met. And so, I back away and force my tired ether to move again, prompting my ether headache to rear its ugly head again in complete annoyance. My fingers stay low, close to my hips where my weapons are, just in case they try something. I helped them before I knew so much gold was on the line. I look back and forth between the two brothers constantly, looking for any movement that might be threatening. My paranoia may be too much sometimes, but as Earl said, it's necessary to not be eaten by things like giant spiders or killed by outlaws. But after a few tense seconds, surprise fills me with the actions of the older brother, Virgil. He tosses Law's Light over me, and I am forced to scramble to catch the fucking head that was just lugged over to me. While I do so, Virgil explains why he did so and blows my mind with his kindness with his hands raised in the air of evident peace. Phew, actually scratch that. Only one man with a sigil I have ever met so far has been kind. But now, I can add 2 more men to that list. It's all yours, Wyatt. But we ask that you compensate us somehow. You know, we did help a little bit, even if it was just to distract the damn thing. I don't want to fight over it, even if it's worth a lot of money. Are we on the same page, Vernon? Yeah, I agree. I hold the decapitated head of Law's Light in my hands as I ponder what they said. The head is in pristine condition. No blood exits it, or dust lies within its long hair. Up close now, I do realize that it is a female's head, which makes sense with the long hair but surprises me. I don't know why it does, but it just does. Forcing my mind away from the artifact of a woman's head in my hands, I look up at the two brothers and think of a solution while opening up a bit, one that will possibly benefit us all. Well, as long as they agree. I appreciate you two giving me Law's light. The rare sigils within it are the same type as mine, so I am interested in them. I don't have any money or gear that I can spare, and I have a mission I gotta complete. But if you two come to help me, there will likely be monsters and sigil to kill. The two brothers look at me skeptically for a few seconds. Then Virgil, who I'm beginning to see as the leader among the two, asks some questions back at me. Who gave you the mission, and what is it? Was it a sheriff or a captain? We are both technically hunters, but don't do missions for them. I have issues with how they do things, and just used them to train my brother while I was busy. We only still have our badges so that we can enter cities easily, so if it is from one of them, we'll have to decline. I shake my head. The two being hunters only briefly crossed my mind, so it doesn't matter. I can't bring them back to Rustbank, or Johnny will kill all three of us. I risk telling them who gave it, though. I figure it's best to be honest if I want these two to fight with me. No, it wasn't any hunters. It was the gunfighter, Johnny. He runs Rustbank near here, and wanted me to see how far the break was and if it'd reach here. Virgil nods and replies to me. Give me a second to talk to Vernon and discuss it. Okay, that's fine. The two brothers dressed in leather huddle up and whisper quietly to each other. A few moments pass as I wait, somewhat patiently, then they turn back, and Vernon leads the conversation this time. Before we agree to do this, we all need to know each other's sigils and abilities. Nearing a break is highly dangerous, but you're right. It is profitable if you're with a good team. I'm a third sigil light eye, a combination of scholar, trapper, and priest in that order. I can use a variety of weak ether abilities from scholar and set up various well-made traps using light. I can also make bullets and small weapons from light. It's night, so I'm quite weakened as it is. I can also enhance others using light. What about you, Wyatt? Vernon's honesty impresses me. I can't believe he just laid all that out, but I reciprocate his honesty. I do, however, keep the prefix out when I say my sigil. Gotta keep a little bit in the pocket. I'm sure they are as well. They never told me what their Colts or Claymore do, so I won't tell them everything either. We're not at that level of trust yet. I'm a second sigil daydreamer. The sigil in the Law's Light is the first sigil philosopher, of which I have two. I hope to use the dual sigils in the head to somehow advance later. I can spot people using a type of vision that reveals their sigil ranks, and I can enhance myself using sigil drastically. The main aspect of my sigil is increasing my capacity for ether and my body's diffusion of ether. I also heal fast. After I say my piece, Vernon and I look at Virgil, who puts his hand on his chin and thinks deeply before opening up with his sigils. However, when he does, it focuses more on me than him. You're only a second sigil, Wyatt. I'm impressed you could make it through the light, but that increased ether must have done the trick. I warn you against using the sigils within the artifact for yourself, though. Few people do it because it comes with a risk. It's not as bad as being artificed, but it can be close. Your sight will be beneficial, let alone that increased ether. I've never heard of a sigil doing that before. Abilities like that are scarce that can spot others' strengths. Just them alone can make people famous. What about that burst of air you made? I go to answer Virgil, but Vernon gets frustrated that Virgil just talks about me and steps in. Virgil, stop lecturing him. Just tell him about your sigil. It's fine, Vernon. The burst of air is just an after effect at the end of my physical enhancement. Virgil nods, and then relents to Vernon's demands. I wasn't trying to be a dick, Vernon, just analyzing our prospects. I'm a third sigil night whip, a single rogue followed by two night owls. I have to sleep less than 2 hours a day and am rather fast. My two night owls give me a rudimentary control over shadows near me. While Vernon can make light reach out, most of my shadow control is restricted to on or near my person. I'm also enhanced while in the dark. The light from the lantern really got me. Normally, though, Vernon and I make a good team. One of us is always stronger whether it's night or day. Virgil's right, for that, would make a good team. Having someone who is always at their peak state. We discuss our abilities for a bit longer until they agree to come with me, on two conditions. The second we see the main body of the break, we are out. Don't think I didn't notice the dead man's switch. After all, I've been in your situation, forced to do things that garner near certain death. While you seem quite kind, Wyatt, compared to most dead men, we don't want to die a pointless death on the order of a man we don't know. And we get any and all loot from those we kill. It's doubtful we will get anything that nears law's light in value, though. I think about the conditions for just a few seconds before agreeing. The agreement ends with me shaking the brothers' hands, sealing the deal. 48. Obstacles. When the deal is made, I feel a flood of relief. I won't have to fight these two, for sure. A trifling amount of people would break a deal when you have shaken on it. And I don't think either of these two brothers are those kinds of men. Not just that, but now that I have law's light, they are even less likely to backstab me. It's a powerful artifact, and I feel that because it is a similar sigil, I may be a bit more resilient to it. The contest of wills, while I was in the light, makes me think so. I might not have held on for a very long while in the illumination, but surely I can resist whatever adverse effects the full-on woman's head may give when I'm not placed into its light. Said woman's head is uncomfortable to look at, and when I hold on to it, I can feel the invisible restraints on my body tighten further than expected. I move the head up to meet my face and feel bad as I hold on to it by the hair. I can see the two brothers looking at me quite oddly. I give the brothers the reason for what I'm doing so they don't think I'm insane. I'm going to test its strength and see how bad its negative effect is, if any, while being used. Vernon agrees with me and moves behind me while pulling Virgil with him. That's a good idea, Wyatt. Some of them have negatives that are always present, like cutting words, and others only have them when they are used, while some have both. I think it just depends on the nature of the artifact. We once acquired and sold an ear with no negative or positive effect until it was put up to your ear. Then you could hear everything within 1,000 feet, but simultaneously, the noises would be thunderous and slowly deafen you. So, just be a bit careful. I thank Vernon for the advice as I channel a thin stream of ether into law's light. I'm careful not to let my mind touch the woman's head. I'd rather not have another artifact vying for my sanity. One is enough. The instant my ether reaches the artifact and sinks into it, the mouth opens, and a small beam of light emerges. The beam doesn't fly very far and is more similar to a small candle than a powerful lantern or fire. But it's something. And at this level of ether input, I don't feel anything happening to me. Is that restraining effect the only negative this artifact has? Probably not. I'll just have to up the ether to be sure. And so, I increase the small stream of cool ether that exits my fingertips into the hair of the artifact into a larger one. A small fire ignites in my veins from the unwelcome ether after strugglers gasp, but I force it through, for it is still manageable. With the increase of ether, the light output by the open mouth also surges. At the point that the light increases to the intensity of a large candle, I feel something. I feel a tightness in my chest, where my heart is. Not just that, but I feel my fingers, where I hold onto the artifact, tighten and become burdened by more invisible restraints. I slowly activate chain eyes, careful not to disrupt any of my other flows of ether that are currently active, to investigate these phenomena happening to me. With the eyes that can see the burdens of reality, I see yellow chains that grow from the hair of the artifact. Then, the yellow chains from the hair slowly latch onto my fingers, hand, and arm and become a part of me, restraining me as if they were my own while shifting into my color. That's not all, though. The more concerning issue is the one I see second. I see it after the yellow chains graft themselves on my hands and turn orange because it's an internal issue. When I look down, I don't see any orange or yellow manacles. Worry rises within me as I imagine the inside of my body, trying to see what's inside of me. Like how I usually do when I flow ether through, I just send it through veins or arteries. This time, though, my inner vision places itself at my heart, the beating organ that keeps me alive. But something is affecting it. With a combination of my chain eyes and general knowledge about my own sigil, I sense that tendrils of ethereal yellow steel are wrapping around my heart. The tendrils gradually grow in size, number, and strength the more prolonged law's light shines. This revelation makes me immediately stop the flow of ether into law's light. The lack of ether makes the mouth slowly close, and the light dims for several seconds until it's completely gone. I wait a few seconds to see if the tightness in my heart lessens, or if the grafted manacles on my right hand disappear. Only after close to 30 seconds after the light from Law's light fades, do I feel even a bit of relief in my chest and feeling return to my hand. At the end of my wait, though, Vernon speaks up worriedly. "You okay, Wyatt? You're just kind of standing there, holding a decapitated head." The sound of his voice makes me spin and look at them while lowering the head. I try to explain what just happened to them as best as I can. It seems to make whatever you hold it with slowly tighten and lock up until it doesn't move, losing feeling. But that's just the passive effect. When I made the light emerge from the mouth, the passive increased in ferocity, and something else happened. I felt a tightness in my heart that felt like something was trying to stop it from beating. Either of you got any ideas about that? Vernon put his thumb on his mouth before shaking his head. Not really. That sounds like a fairly unique negative. Maybe you can try to carry it on your hip or something, or in a backpack, so you don't have the passive effect on you. I nod. Despite how morbid it would be to have a decapitated head hanging from your hip, that's a decent idea. I'd much rather put it in my backpack and throw things away to make room for it. Virgil speaks up with some of his advice after Vernon, and while I'm thinking about what to do with Law's light, you need to be really careful when you use that, Wyatt. We came here on a lead that someone ran away with a newly found artifact months ago. The chances of us finding the man were slim, even slimmer considering he was taken by the artifact. Now that we know its effects, though, we must be cautious. The man was probably taken by the artifact from overuse of it. The combination of forcing you to hold on to the thing while stopping your heartbeat is deadly. You might not be able to stop it even when you try. I nod once more in thanks. I already knew how dangerous artifacts can be, but this one seems more of an active usurper than the bloody palm that took its time taking me over. Well, it's not taking its sweet time now that it replaced my left hand, but it did before that. While I ponder over what Virgil said, a thought returns to me from earlier, and I voice it aloud. How come I even found this man and this artifact? I mean, we're in the middle of bone dunes. The chances are crazy, right? And that's not to mention that it possesses the same sigils as me. Do either of you know? Vernon shakes his head in denial at my question before looking at his brother, Virgil, expectantly, who seems to have an answer to a question I didn't think had one. That probably has to do with a law of ether. Well, to be more precise, it's a theory, one that not many are aware of because it normally takes place at higher sigils. It's called resonant attraction. The higher resonance someone has with a specific sigil, the more they resonate and attract others with the same sigil nearby. To make it have a significant effect, though, where it can be noticeably seen like this, your resonance with your sigil must be ludicrous. I'm talking near perfect, or absolute. That's the first I've ever heard of anything like that. I'm pretty sure it's not in any of the notes that Edmund left for me. It does explain many things, though. The group with Harold, another philosopher, that just so happened to be within our ability to see rising smoke from a campfire, and now this. I thank Virgil for the information as he looks at me like I'm a golden chicken. That makes a lot of sense. I've never heard of it before, like you said, though. Thanks for everything so far. You two have been quite kind. Virgil waves off my thanks. It's nothing. What are humans without kindness? Nothing more than demons or beasts. And now that I know you have a high enough resonance to attract others, I am even more confident that this trip will be fruitful. But we best get moving now. I am most powerful while the sun is down, and we only have a few more hours of darkness. Vernon's not as useful for travel as I am, so we normally move at night. I agree and pick up anything that I dropped. Then, I put Law's light in the big pocket of my primarily empty second backpack, which I've had for a long time. Now that I have 2 packs with things in them, though, it is a bit unwieldy and uncomfortable for Dakota. He makes some low fox-like noises every step I take to let me know that he doesn't like being near the artifact. Or at least that's what I take it as. And my thoughts are only proven as he keeps whining and making noises from the top-sitting backpack near Law's light. And while I can't understand the whines, I can get the idea. I know what he wants despite how much I don't want to do it. But I relent for him. He came to me, after all, the least I can do is make him happy. It's also probably unsafe to have Law's light near the young fox. Groaning in disgust, I take out the decapitated head that is Law's light and tie the hair around my belt. Then, I restart the trek westward, armed to the teeth and with a decapitated head hanging from my hip. Definitely not how I imagined my first mission, if you can even call this one. At least now I got 2 people to help me. We travel quickly over the dunes with a setting moon. Virgil was right. He's a great asset at night. The man is swift and nigh uncatchable when he moves with shadows licking at his heels. He can scout ahead of us and look out for danger or places we shouldn't go. It's only near dawn and the rising of the sun do I realize just how lucky I was to meet him and Vernon. Virgil never seems to drop his vigilant gaze. He was able to keep us from running into several packs of monsters and even a den of short-horned serpents, which despite their name saying otherwise, are giant snakes with hollow horns capable of storing tremendous amounts of water. Virgil kept us away from monsters by spotting them from far away and returning to us with a warning of their locations. At first, I wanted to kill these monsters to prevent the possible danger they may cause, but Virgil said we shouldn't. He said that my mission, well, I guess our mission, is to see how close the horde from the break is. He also made sure to let it be known that wasting time fighting creatures only hurts our objective. I saw the wisdom in what he said and agreed. Many will likely die if we don't, or if I don't return to Rustbank before the horde reaches it. Johnny is a powerful man, but he's no legend. His hands may work a gun faster than any other, but there's a limit to what a single man can do against an entire horde of monsters, demons, and the occasional outlaw. Vernon and I are busy discussing a variety of things like ether, and I ask him about the abilities of scholars, trappers, and priests. But as I am learning that scholars tend to focus on elemental ether with the occasional illusory or enhancement skill, the sand underneath me gives out. A yelp escapes my lips immediately just out of reflex as I feel my body turn weightless. I fall face first because of how the sand gives out mid-step. Next to me, I also see Vernon falling, but instead, with his feet first. I turn my attention to below us like snapping on target with a gun, and I see what has to be at least 100 or so giant amber snakes in a 10-foot or so underground pit guarded by the above ground. This threat makes the ether course in my body instantly in response. Vernon beside me is panicking as we fall into the pit. I yell at him to get it together, but just as I do, I feel something cold and smooth wrap around my leg. It's a thin black tendril that leads up behind me. I still keep falling, though, despite the object wrapped around my leg, and as I approach the ground, I see the snakes notice. Then, they all rear their massive 30-foot or more bodies toward me. The biggest one reacts the fastest and bursts its fanged mouth against my falling head. I can see the venom and saliva drip from its massive mouth that could easily fit my whole head as my ether reaches a crescendo in its stand against almost certain death. I draw my daggers and prepare to fall on the snake, ignoring the odds stacked against me. Just as my serpentine blades come within a foot of the giant snake, and the serpent's poorly named head with a considerable horn is covered by my body's shadow, I feel a massive force on my leg that had the tendril wrapped around it. Right before the snake closes its ravenous and venomous jaw on my head, I am yanked up with tremendous force. I can feel the mouth of the serpent scrape the top of my head with a warm pain that suffuses my body. But after I escape the mouth of the snake, I continue to get pulled up as the serpents attempt to follow up the pit in the ground. As I am pulled up, though, I hear a low cry as my backpack lightens. I see a puff of dark orange fall from my back and down into the pit. My heart skips a beat as the rest of my body erupts with speed to catch the falling Dakota from the hungry serpents and hold him close to my chest. When I near the top of the hole, and the snakes are trying to make their way up, I put Dakota into my coat pocket, letting him see a bit but still be secure. I reach the top of the pit and am pulled to my feet by a sweating and panting Virgil with a pale-faced Vernon next to him. I see the struggle and recognize it. Using too much ether. He did say that his shadows are most concrete near his body. The man probably used almost every ounce of ether he could manage without passing out from oversaturation to pull us up. Thank you, Virgil. That was a nice save. Virgil nods as he stands with his hands on his hips, trying to get himself together. I also try to take the moment to recover and check on Dakota. I pull out the little guy, and he looks up at me with his pure hazel eyes. I guess he notices my lack of reaction to our almost death and doesn't whine until he looks around me. Then, it seems he sees something behind me and growls with a flat tone. His growl makes me immediately focus my attention in the direction he's looking, the pit. I hear the slithering and tongue flicking unique to snakes, sounds that only grow louder as I watch the hole. Realizing what's about to happen, I grab the tired Virgil and push Vernon backward away from the pit. I move them just far enough away so that when the first snake crests the edge of the pit, none of us are within range of its maw. We back up even further, and I can see the telltale sign of Vernon using his ether as light covers his hands. But all resistance leaves our bodies as several more snakes the size of horses and the lengths of train cars appear. A single glance is shared between the three of us with a decision that is instantly proposed, shared, and agreed to. Fucking run. 49. Big ol' snake. We haul ass together. Running? No. Racing away from the giant serpent behind us on the sandy dunes. I have to pull Virgil with me and keep him moving at my pace due to his ether saturation slowing him down. The giant snakes are slowly gaining on us because of that, though. Pulling Virgil behind me slows me down, and Vernon keeps looking back to check on his brother. For a single second, as we cross the dunes, the thought of abandoning him crosses my mind, but it's shot down without a moment of hesitation. He could have just pulled his brother up, but no, he yanked me up from that pit as well. Do to others as they do unto you. Some things you just gotta do, even if they may not be the best way to survive. I give Virgil a quick look, pick him up, and put him over my shoulders before he can resist. Then, I slam another foot into the ground as I command my dull and nauseating streams of ether to move once more on this night. No, this early morning. Sunrise must be soon. I focus on this while looking at Vernon. He's more powerful in daylight. Hopefully, enough to get us out of this. My part will be done, though. A good man won't die today. The recently used struggler's gasp burns a recognizable trail of fire through my veins as I try to force my ether to move and enhance me. An adrenaline surge flows through me with blinding pain, but I don't let my boots stumble. Instead, I move even faster before the serpents behind me reach my ass. I pump my legs as fast as I can. No greater motivation have I ever had to run than an entire horde of powerful short-horned serpents. I really hope this isn't an instance of resonant attraction. If it is, we're done for. Hoping this isn't the case, I push myself beyond my limits with sweat streaming down my body and blood flooding down my nose. A yell of panic enters my eyes from above me, breaking me out of my pure, unadulterated, adrenaline-fueled focus. Faster, Wyatt. Big one is right behind us. I'll try and keep it back. A need to glance behind me arises, and I foolishly oblige. Swiveling my head back as I run, I see the largest of the short-horned serpents only 10 or so feet behind, just a single stumble away from devouring us. I look it in the eyes and see anger. Anger for being disturbed. Anger, in turn, rises in me while I continue to run over the sandy dunes. This damn thing wants to eat us just because we disturbed its sleep. Fuck. I need to go faster. If any more ether is pushed into me, I'm almost sure I'll push past the point of no return. I feel a small burst of speed as movement is felt on my shoulders from Virgil. He must be trying to hit the damned snake and slow it down. Ahead of us both is Vernon. He's devilishly fast for not having any sigil that leans towards speed. Mine helps me simply because it gives me more ether to work with, which I don't have enough to break out of this situation with. Guess I'll need to use some more. Just as I go to funnel more ether into my body with determined resolve, I see and hear Vernon stop running and raise his hands toward us. At the tip of his hands, I see a single ray of sunlight that runs across the dunes, lighting up the world. Virgil and I, though, are still in the serpent's shadow. It'll keep chasing us. Wyatt, just turn and fight. I'll help. The words from Vernon make me hesitate. Fight this damn thing? What about the others? I don't stop running and continue towards him as I yell back. What about the others? He points behind the snake and makes an X with his hands. We outran them. Only the biggest is fast enough to keep up. I come to a stop beside Vernon and toss Virgil to the ground. Then, in one smooth motion, I nod to Vernon, spin to face the oncoming short-horned serpent, and take off my coat with Dakota in it, passing it to Virgil. Take care of the kit for me. Then, I roll up my sleeves and draw my daggers, stepping forward to meet the hungry serpent on level ground. In the corner of my right eye, I see Virgil stand shakily and hold Dakota. He sidesteps out of the snake's path as he pulls a lever action from his back. I can see he's also pushing himself past his limit because blood is pouring down his nose and some even exit his ears. Just before I charge at the oncoming giant snake among giant snakes, I see Vernon to my left with a ball of burning and radiant sunlight in his hands. I can just imagine the burning pain that comes from holding that. But all powers have downsides. We just have to make do with what we have. And what do I have? I got another breath in me, at the very least. That's all that matters to the struggler. What happens after doesn't matter as much. I have failed too many times to save people. Just once. Just one single time. I want to win. So, with drawn daggers and a behemoth of a snake bearing down on me, I take a breath, one that sucks in the air all around me in a small tornado. My vision is blocked by the magnitude of sand flown into the air as an enormous amount of ether fills me. Ether that will undoubtedly make me burst in just a few moments. The ether that enters me is crammed down into each and every one of my restraints. Speed, flexibility, and strength fill me, but alongside the three is an incredible amount of pressure in my lungs. A force that demands me to immediately release Strugger's gasp. I refuse. Instead, I pull out Law's light that hangs always facing forward from my belt and force it to bathe the dust before me in its binding light. Liquid magma floods my veins, and I airlessly grunt in pain from all I am making happen using my unwilling ether and breaking body. Keeping multiple streams of ether active is brutal, both mentally to articulate and with the extra pain it delivers, forcing the ministrations of ether to shake. But I push through. The mouth of the head that is a lantern opens and sheds its light into the sand that blocks my vision. The second the light appears, I see what lies behind the sand. A giant short-horned snake that is within a single foot from me. The light from Law's light touches it, and I don't notice a difference as I am given a split second to react before it slams into me with the force of a barreling train. With eyes full of defiance, I stab the serpent with both daggers in my hands as I drop Law's light to bind whatever is in front of me. The duration of our confrontation, the snake and I, is so short that I don't even have time to soundlessly yell in effort because I can't breathe as my blades sink deep into the front of the snake, the sensation of every bone in my body breaking. After the futile clash, I am sent flying out of the cloud of dust and tumbling over the dunes for dozens of feet as my vision goes blurry. When I stop rolling, I try to stand but am physically unable to. The tendons and bones in my body are not just unwilling but unable to stand the force required to stand. Even with loosened chains, some things hold still. In my blurry sight, I see a figure cloaked in radiant light, dodging and jumping away from the serpent while another shoots at it with a gun. The impact shakes my brain and my entire body, but I can still recognize the situation and realize what must be done. The bloody palm must be unbound by my daydream and, if possible, enhanced by it. My body is damaged. Not the most impaired it's ever been, I don't think, but far too much to stand. Previously I could stand despite a broken spine, but that was after several moments of healing and a fresh struggler's gasp, neither of which I have to spare. So, I take a risk and release the daydream, blocking the whispers from the bloody palm as a wave of murmurs instantly crests and inundates me. I do all I can to ignore them in my rapidly malfunctioning vision. I funnel ether into the bloody palm to heal me rapidly and feel a surge of warmth fill me as my body lightens, the artifact taking its due. The heat continues to suffuse me as small bits of motion return to me, but it's not enough. I need a full range of motion and speed to kill this serpent. I need more than that, actually. I need an undying body. I don't know if my daydreams can affect anything more than just myself, but I figure that the bloody palm is basically just an extension of myself now. And so, I daydream. I daydream an image of healing flesh and bones followed by a vision of speed and resilience. Resistance is felt at first, as if I shouldn't be allowed to do what I'm about to do. But I don't let this feeling stop me. I push more against the palm with my dream. As the cabin said, I force my will to dream of a better world on the palm. A few seconds of this resistance lasts until a sense of agreement enters my mind from the bloody palm. I feel satisfaction rise as I watch my two companions fight for their lives and mine. That satisfaction is quickly tossed aside as the normal murmurs from the bloody palm return, this time twice, no 3 or more times as loud and piercing. But I can't complain. As with those murmurs, an equivalent effect is born. An enormous wave of warmth enters me and makes my body crack and pop in healing, then stretch and shift in malfeasance. My vision trembles even more as the darkness that used to encompass just the corners of my eyes now bleeds closer toward the center. The eyes are the window to the soul, but this time, the window feels like it's about to crack. I can feel the bloody palm growing closer to me and more powerful, but I disregard it. There are more important things at stake than my likely unstoppable madness. My body rises once more, covered in blood and bones that poke out from my body that has been stretched and thinned like the other times the bloody palm has done as it willed. I feel almost an entire foot taller and significantly slimmer as I get on all fours and burst forward while my lungs barely hold onto the air. The ground disappears beneath my feet faster than at any other time in my entire life. The speed at which I move right now approaches Edmund's speed when he was fighting Alexos, or at least I think so as I barrel toward the serpent about to devour Vernon. As I get near, I see that Vernon has damaged the snake badly. Its entire face and mouth are burnt or charred and even, in some places, just turned to charcoal. But it seems like his ability to defend himself has run out. The giant short-horned serpent is powerful and unwilling to be defeated by a single man with ether and another with a gun. Confidence and power flood me as I charge at the snake to prevent it from eating Vernon. I may not be as threatening or as massive as the serpent, but unfaltering confidence comes with the whispers of the bloody palm in my mind. One that tells me I am more than a mere human, that I am an apex predator that can hunt anything. This feeling makes me slam into the side of the snake's jaw at full speed, just like it did to me. Once more, I feel every bone in my body crack and break, but not for nothing. The snake's jaw also shatters with a loud crack that almost bursts my eardrums as it is pushed to the side and goes past Vernon, touching him. My body falls with the damage, and I can literally hear it reassemble itself with the help of the bloody palm. There is little I can focus on besides my mind and the snake, though. I even ignore Vernon's yell of triumph in not being eaten and surprise at me still being alive. The whispers eat into me more than ever before. The window in my soul buckles under the pressure while, at the same time, the ether in my chest feels as though it's about to make me explode into a million pieces. With limbs still reassembling and lengthening, I return to my stance on all fours. My bloodhound step gives me the perfect way to take advantage of these longer arms. They are weird, uncomfortable, and unsettling, but I have grown used to them over the past few times they've appeared. Under the pressure of the bloody palm, I can only think of a solution to a single problem: the bursting lungs. I place the decapitated head on the ground and fill it with an immense amount of ether, enough to work for a while at full strength without any more input. Then, I have it face the serpent as it slithers and turns around to meet us. I can sense the chains that grow on it and weaken it, alongside the chains on the snake, though, develop a set on my heart as tightness fills my chest, slightly alleviating the about-to-burst feeling by adding a counterweight. But it's not enough. I need to both kill the snake and keep myself from exploding while doing so. I can only think of one way as my body and mind crumble. I wait as the serpent nears, slowing down the whole while now that it is in the binding light of law's light. The serpent heads straight for me, and I make it regret that as I step into the binding light as well. I hear yells behind me telling me not to, but I'm too sure of this solution, even with the darkness in my mind. If there's one thing I'm sure of my instincts being right of, it's survival. Just a single second after I enter the light and the serpent nears me much slower than usual, the feeling of an eruption from within my chest is completely countered by chains that wrap around my whole being. The light of law's light competing against my very self. But it's not just competing against me this time, for the bloody palm has joined in despite being an unwelcome aspirant for my soul. And so, under these counterbalancing effects like dancing on a razor's edge, I run at the snake as it slithers toward me, both of us more in line with the normal speeds for our respective species. The snake opens its mouth as it nears me, and I change the focus of my daydream despite the healing that is used to keep me alive. Right now, all I need is speed. I daydream of myself stepping on clouds through pure speed alone, the world itself shifting to aid my movement. Pain returns to my body as the warmth healing me lowers, but what replaces it is a furious wind flowing over my bleeding ears and eyes. I rush at the serpent as a beam of burning light sears straight into its right eye and makes it flinch to the side with a wide-open maw. This is an opportunity, one given my Vernon and his sizzling light. I burst forward as fast as I can with my broken body and jump onto the short horned serpent's bottom lip. Then, after leaping again by using the lip as leverage, like using ice picks to climb, I stab my way up the snake toward its eye with my daggers as it tries and fails to swing me off. Now that I am on the snake, I make my daydream return to the warmth of the bloody palm's self-consuming healing. Then, I make my way to its eyes and become a dervish of blades on top of the snake, just below its horn, trying to make it to its brain. A horn that, now that I'm near it, appears to be hollow with a hole at the top. I feel heat wash over me from Vernon's ether several times as I gradually slow alongside the snake, law's light earning a grasp over the both of us. But even as we slow to a crawl, I continue to stab into it while Vernon and Virgil blast it with guns, bombs of light, and an occasional blade of light. Eventually, the snake stops moving, its head absolutely destroyed and bloodied. Its hollow horn is the only undamaged part of the giant short-horned serpent. At this point, I release my breath of defiance onto the dead snake and collapse. Then as I see Vernon pick up law's light and turn it to face another way, I tumble off the top of the snake and fall into the sandy dunes. With a vision where only the center of my eye is pure and untainted by darkness, I feel a bone-chilling cold enter me alongside a blistering heat. 50. Concoction. I feel my body begin to spasm in a shake, blood flowing out of me from every orifice and even my pores. The ether within me is going rampant. I held onto it for too long, and now I cannot expel any ether. So instead, it sits in my body and eats away at me, a substance that humans are not meant to deal with. Cold and heat simultaneously wash over me and fry my nerves as I seize next to the giant snake that is now dead. Accomplishment fills my heart as two pairs of footsteps rush toward me. Then, through blurred vision only further obscured by veins of darkness, I see Virgil kneel beside me with Vernon, holding onto Dakota. The two brothers frantically argue above my convulsing body. I can barely even recognize who speaks and what they say beyond the pain and effects of my own ether, which is disassembling my body. What do we do? He's shaking and bleeding everywhere. What's happening? Grab the medkit. Get the syringe within. I'll hold him down. Wait, it's his ether that's killing him? Yes. Now hurry up. He doesn't have much time. Most die in hours or days, but I can feel the ether bubbling in him from here. At most, he has a single minute. Firm hands grip both of my arms, and cold shackles of what I can only assume is darkness wraps around both legs. Through my eyes that can, at this point, probably not even recognize my own mother, I see a vaguely human face look at me and speak to me. Hold on, Wyatt. You have acute ether saturation. Just hold on a few minutes, and you'll be okay. I have a shot of the concoction. A bit of assurance that I might be fine fills me because they have the concoction that can fight ether saturation, something even my addled mind remembers from the manuals as a treatment, but then he turns away from my face and yells backward. As he does so, the black and blur that used to encompass my sight turn fully red, blinding me entirely. Now I'm left with only my hearing to hear them try to save me. Hurry the fuck up, Vernon. His eyes are literally fucking melting. Okay, I'm ready. How do I inject it? Pull up his shirt and stab it into his heart. I hear a rip of clothes, my shirt being sacrificed to reach my heart faster, followed by a sting in my chest. Nothing at first happens, but I hear Virgil yell at Vernon to prepare him. Once you inject it all, help me hold him down. Get his lower body. I had an old buddy before you got a sigil, and he had this happen to him, but we didn't hold him. He killed himself to escape from the agony. The last thing I hear before red fills my whole body is an affirmative grunt from Vernon. I prepare myself for what is to come by gritting my teeth and steeling my mind. Then, he injects the concoction directly into my heart. I figure that I've been through a lot of pain before, so this shouldn't be too bad despite Virgil's history with the concoction. I was wrong. The liquid magma that filled my arteries earlier was nothing but a hot cup of coffee slowly dripping into my circulation. That felt like I was being tortured then, but it is not as bad in hindsight. The concoction, though? I feel like I'm about to die. I shake even harder as the heat of a radiant sun enters my body and purifies it from within. The seizure forced upon me leaves as I create one with 12 times more power. I spam and convulse to bear with the pain as screams so loud my eardrums ring exit me. However, hands and dark tendrils press me into the sand and prevent me from hurting myself, as Virgil said. But the agony only grows as the sun permeates throughout my body from my heart and into my limbs, not devouring or expelling the ether in my body, but instead cremating it, burning the ether with such heat that it exits my body in what feels like bloody steam from my pores. My convulsions only grow in magnitude as the fury of the sun reaches my extremities. I hold on as long as I can from the pain, but it's becoming too much for me to handle. I've had my spine broken, more holes in my body than should be possible, and even survived acute ether saturation once. But this shoves down my throat my recklessness and folly. That some things are worse than death. I give up once the plasma reaches my head and touches my core. The heat is now just me. The radiance is 10 times worse than the ether saturation in the forest. So much ether is being evaporated from my body that I worry that I, too, am being evaporated. I slam the back of my head into the sand beneath me, searching for any way out of unending agony. The first hit, though, sends a concussive force through me, and I try again. But before I do so, a feeling enters me. One less so a feeling and more so an idea. One more second, of just one more step. One more instant forward in time before I relent. I grit my teeth so hard I feel cracks emerge within them and hold my head in the position to slam it, but I do not. I wait just a little bit longer. I can do just a little bit more. Just another second. No, I'm done now.
No.
Another second. I can't. I can. I feel something grip me from within that guides me subtly forward. And amongst the worst physical pain of my life, I realize what the forward and forward daydreamer means. It means a daydreamer who always takes another step. That giving up is not an option. Once you give up, your dreams fade as well. This thought is held onto for a few more seconds before a massive burst of heat overflows me and then fades just as quickly as it first appeared in my heart. The afterburn, though, gives me a rush of energy like I just took a whole night's sleep as I sit up and open my eyes. Hands resist my movement, but I croak out reassurance with dry lips from the internal heat.
Infine.
Let go. Pressure relents, and I sit up, eyes no longer blurry but still filled with darkness. The darkness and whispers seem to almost always be present. I dream of a time when they are not. Carefully, ether is moved to restart my daydream that was focused on healing me, and that did a damn good job if I'm honest. The ether in me flows smoothly and without resistance, as I notice the ether headache is gone. Does the concoction remove normal fatigue from ether saturation? I guess it would, since all the symptoms of saturation come from ether not yet expelled from your system, and the concoction removes all ether from your flesh. My eyes slowly clear from the darkness and allow me to see the two brothers in front of me who saved my life. They both smile as Vernon hugs me and yells into my ear. I thought you were gonna die, man. Thank you so much for saving me. I was a goner if you didn't hit the snake like that. How'd you even do that? You're only a second, Sigil. A hand slaps Vernon on the back of the head, making a chuckle escape from me despite the circumstances. It is followed by Virgil's voice. Chill out, Vernon. He almost died, and that was our only concoction. They're expensive as hell, but it was worth it. This snake should sell for a pretty penny, though. Or at least its heart, venom, and possible artifact will. Rest up, Wyatt. I'll take some liquor to fight my headache and butcher the snake. Vernon? Yeah? Watch out for more snakes in case we need to cut and run. Okay. I nod to Virgil's words and lay back down. Before Virgil cuts up the snake with cutting words, the letter opener artifact, he sets Dakota on my lap with my coat. Then, I just relax with Dakota while Virgil works and Vernon watches out for danger. I'm not physically tired because the bloody palm healed me, and a headache from ether is not present because of the concoction clearing out my system, but instead, tiredness falls upon me. Tiredness that asks for rest, not sleep, but just relaxation. How did Edmund fight back-to-back without dropping dead all those times? He escaped from an entire town overrun, then continued to fight and protect me for days. I don't think I ever saw him sleep for over an hour. How did he have the ether or the mental energy to stay standing? Just another thing for me to admire about the old man. I obliged to the tiredness for an hour or so, merely observing the ever-shifting clouds above until Virgil hops down from the snake with a cheer. Covered in red blood, he holds up two objects. The first is the horn from the aptly named short-horned serpent. It's a short but comprehensive and hollow horn that is obviously just cut off of a dead creature. The second is a large organ in his hand that is utterly covered in blood, its heart. Without even needing me to ask, Virgil says what he's found. So, the snake wasn't very venomous, so I just left its venom, but its heart will sell for a lot. The hearts of monsters like these are jam-packed with nutrients and are perfect rations for powerful hunters in the wild. The real prize, though, is this horn. The snake's sigil is within, which seems to be around our level, Vernon. Could you check it out? Vernon nods to the question as my head turns in confusion. The snake only had a third sigil? How? It was massive? I raise my question to Virgil as he hands the brownish horn to Vernon for inspection. How come the snake was only a third sigil? It was so massively dangerous? Virgil looks at me and explains a bit before pointing to his head to emphasize a point. You must have not hunted very many monsters before. Beasts can handle much more ether than humans can. This is because their bodies are tougher and they don't have as delicate minds, so they can grow much larger while at the same time using more power at the same sigil rank. Whenever we use ether, the most common symptom of drawing too much is a headache and other brain-related injuries. Beasts don't have that issue as much. Our greatest weakness in the wilds is what gives us our greatest power. I acknowledge his explanation and think about it a bit longer while Vernon peers into the horn for the sigil that dwells within. Humans will almost always be at a disadvantage with raw power. I remember reading that or something similar early on in the manuals. Does that mean we can never reach the strength of these beasts, no matter how many sigils are used? Another quick question, Virgil, while your brother is occupied. If we can use less ether, does that mean we are always weaker than a beast? Is there anyone that overcomes that gap? And what about demons? He laughs at my questions, but not in a mocking way, but more in a joyful way. Yeah, we almost always are weaker than a beast of a similar sigil. The only way to overcome it is with caution, planning, and teamwork. Few exceptions exist to this rule, and even fewer that can stand up to demons, the creatures with even more natural advantages than demons. They have the best of both worlds, which is intelligence and power. Marshall Travis, the unyielding wall, is one of a literal handful of men who can go toe-to-toe with a beast or demon of the same sigil. I get curious at the mention of a man like Marshall Travis. I feel like I've heard Earl mention him before and ask more about him. What does it take to tango with a snake like that on your own? Or a demon? How can Travis do that? Does he have a special artifact or something? Or is his sigil unique? Virgil shakes his head before laughing, this time with a bit of mockery. That man?
No.
I saw him myself when I visited the Bent Fortress years ago. He owns no artifacts, only a pair of brass knuckles. More scars litter that man than sand in the dunes. And his sigil? It's said he has only ever taken the sigil of the soldier. One cannot be more mundane. Then how does he do it? From half a century of constant war, through the deaths of thousands, maybe even millions, He has learned everything there is to know about combat, war, and, most importantly, survival. Little could possibly catch him off guard. I've seen him punch a Urayuli to the ground, a monster that resembles a massive hairy man and nears 50 feet tall, then immediately meet Nemeriger, a famous pygmy known for his poisons. He fought both simultaneously, going back and forth expertly with unmatched timing and senses. I dare to say none in the world can match that man in combat experience, not even the Prime himself, because he hasn't fought in years. Virgil puts his hand on his chin and thinks for a moment before coming up with a possible opponent for Marshall's experience. Maybe Behemoth, the first binary lord of the demons, could match him in technique, but that's not a fair comparison. Behemoth has been alive for over 1,000 years, and compared to Travis' paltry 70 or so, not a good comparison, as Travis has been fighting for humanity since he was 12. That's incredible. There are many amazing men in this world. Many that I want to meet, like this man Travis. But I know for every one of these legends on our side, there are 10 or more against us. We just don't mention them that often. My thoughts aren't left to dwell on this for long as Vernon turns back up to us from inspecting the horn. This time seems to take longer than the previous one with Law's Light, but Vernon appears to be incredibly excited. I think we got some good merchandise here to sell, Virgil. Why, it must be our lucky break. The horn has a trio of soldier sigils within it, the entire thing being a veteran. I could also inspect deeper into it, as it is weaker than Law's Light. The leftover emotions within it aren't compelling, so neither should the negative. A third sigil artifact won't sell for as much as a fourth, but this is just a start. Virgil, we might be able to pay off the debts after this trip. Virgil's eyebrows raise at Vernon's sentence, and so do mine. Debts? I thought these two were getting money to pay for a sister's treatment. I present the suspicion. You guys have debts to pay off? Virgil nods at me and explains quickly before turning his attention to Vernon. Yeah, I sent Vernon for hunter training when he was younger, and I had to take a bunch of debts that we are paying off alongside the treatment for our sister. We need a lot of money. Vernon, calm down and lower your excitement. If it doesn't have a strong negative, its effect won't be as strong. And don't get too expectant of this trip. You know how rare artifacts are from dead monsters. Nothing is guaranteed unless we find a demon, and a demon is the last thing we want to meet out here. My suspicion that rose out of nowhere is put down instantly. Of course, they would have debts. Hunter training is expensive, and these brothers seem like Virgil pulled their whole family out of the muck by himself. I can see it just in the way he acts. I have to be more careful of my paranoia. And Virgil's right. Based on our conversation, a demon would be a whole magnitude more dangerous than the giant serpent. We could only kill the damned thing because it was stupid, and we didn't realize to leave the light of the head lantern. I see Vernon's excitement drop a bit, but then he raises the horn into the air as if he's about to blow into it. Before he can, though, Virgil smacks it out of his hand, making the horn fall into the sand. Are you insane? Don't blow that. The giant snake's den might be nearby. If that horn does what it looks to do, you're attracting a battle we can't afford. We'll test it out later, okay? Obvious disappointment rises in Vernon's eyes as he pouts. A soundless laugh comes from me as I cover my mouth.
Fine.
Let's go then. Then, he begins walking and kicking the sand beneath him as he walks west, leading our group of 3 men and 1 baby fox. A baby fox that is rapidly growing. I turn to the little guy who has returned to my backpack, and he appears to be nearing the size of a juvenile fox. Soon, he'll be big enough to help with scouting or other things. I don't want to risk him in a fight, though, so he'll be kept from those until he has a much higher sigil. I realize it's hypocritical of me, with how I was willing and raring to fight even without a sigil. But I don't care. As we travel, I see Virgil chugging half a bottle of whiskey in just a moment before pouring it on one of his wounds. You doing okay, Virgil? Don't push yourself too far. Rest if you need to. He laughs before taking another swig of alcohol to numb his pain. I'm fine. Don't you worry. We'll take a short break once the sun is up far enough. All I need is a short 2-hour sleep to clear my body of ether or alcohol, a benefit of having the night owl sigil along. But talking about pushing oneself too far is rich, coming from you. Are you doing all right? I've never taken a concoction before, but I know they are traumatizing. I nod toward him, and reassure him of my situation. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I tend to go overboard quite often. The only thing my sigil really gives me is the ability to withstand more ether, so I commonly use that to my advantage. I've already suffered from acute ether saturation, but I didn't have a concoction then. I just pulled through on my own. This time, though, I doubt it could have worked. It was way further gone than I was previously. Virgil whistles and pats me on the shoulder, and I even hear Vernon ahead of us, moping about being unable to name and test the horn, exclaiming, "Damn, you're a walking miracle, man. I've never met anyone who survived without a concoction to pull them from self-destruction. Must have been a hell of a ride." Recent memories flow through my mind, of friends who helped me pull through when I was hopeless. It makes me realize how much companions beside you matter. I make sure to offer to help him out for saving me. Yeah, it sure was. But I had some friends to help me get through it. And sorry about using your concoction. I'll pay for it. The man shakes his head profusely before pulling me in close. Then, he whispers to me quietly so that Vernon can't hear. "Think nothing of it. I'll handle it myself. You saved my lil bro. Even if he's annoying or childish, he's family. We're a team now because of it. And teams don't have debts among them if they want to last longer than a single mission." He ends the whisper by ruffling my hair and walking faster to catch up to Vernon, who is trying to gain distance from us. A team. That's a first. Earl, Elizabeth, and the others weren't all that much of a team. We worked all right together but never fought together like we did just now. We were always a jumbled-up mess that somehow got out of things alive. I like having a team, though. 51. Phantoms of Days Past. Together, we head west for a few more hours until the sun is bright overhead, the time when Vernon's sigil is most powerful. At this time, we take a break, and Virgil does as he said he would as we find a specific part of the dunes where you can see in every direction. The man lies down in the middle of our small camp, and shortly after pulling a piece of black cloth over his eyes, snores emerge from him. Vernon laughs at his older brother before playing with the artifact from the short-horned snake in his hand. Curious about why he's so insistent on using it, I ask him, "Why are you so persistent when it comes to artifacts? Like you almost risked our lives just to try it out?" The younger brother of the two looks at me, then raises the horn a bit to give me a good look at it while he speaks. "It's because they're so interesting. The ways that a sigil can become something different despite having the same foundation. It's easiest to see within artifacts as they distort the sigil, but that type of thing can be found in other ways, and I'd be just as insistent on seeing them. I don't know why, but they excite me to use and find. And because of how hard they are to destroy, naming one is like leaving your mark on the world, one that will outlive you." Huh, I didn't think of it like that. So it's passion and discovery that fuels him. Another thought strikes me, though, on leaving your mark on the world. Wouldn't leaving behind an artifact be a bigger way to put something on the earth that will outlive you? Vernon nods but cringes as if he dislikes the idea. "You're right, but I don't ever want to die in such a way that I make an artifact. Most are painful and slow, or terribly depressing. Like that snake's death. I mean, we just slowly killed it once Law's light had it frozen. Yeah, that sounds quite horrific. On a brighter note, though, how close do you think we are to the break? I'm not too good with geography." Vernon thinks for a second while he looks out westward. Then, he just shrugs his shoulders. "I dunno. I've only ever experienced one break, and it was magnitude smaller than this one, so I have no clue how fast it will move. Virgil would be a better person to ask, but who knows for sure until we find it, right? I mean, that's why you were sent out here." I nod in agreement. "We'll just have to see where it is ourselves. No point in random guessing." Vernon and I talk for a few more minutes until a hat is thrown and hits Vernon in the face with blazing speed. The man falls backward and into the dust. I quickly glance to my right and see Virgil with an outstretched hand when he should instead be sleeping. He only says 2 words before dropping his arm. "Shut up." We both listen, and from then on, we just play rock, paper, scissors, or draw in the sand. This silence lasts about 2 hours, ending only when Virgil sits up from his noon rest. The second he does, Vernon stands with the horn and prepares to blow it. I sit back and let him while Virgil puts his head in his hands. "Go ahead, dumbass." Vernon immediately goes ahead with permission and releases a long bellow from the horn, aiming it upwards. The roar from the horn is loud and vibrative. It enters my body and makes me shake a tad as a bit of energy fills me. I feel a slight boost of motivation and drive permeate through me. Vernon shakes his hands into the air happily after blowing it completely. Then he looks at us and opens his mouth to talk, but no sound exits his wide open and moving lips. I can even see his chest move as he tries to yell, and air leaves him in huge quantities. Virgil clears the confusion by clearing his throat and taking the horn from Vernon. It seems as though the horn gives courage, motivation, and a little energy to those who hear it, but mutes whoever blows it, likely temporarily. Not a bad negative for how useful it could be for an army or large group. Vernon shakes his hands at us emphatically while trying to speak, but Virgil ignores him and talks to me. He should know I can't understand anything he's trying to communicate. Cutting words makes it so I can only understand spoken words while I hold it. But anyway, do you hear that, Wyatt? I raise my ears and try to listen because of his question, but I hear nothing except for the wind, swirling dust, and Vernon's boots kicking the ground. Looking around for danger, I still see nothing, but Virgil chuckles and grabs his stuff off the dirt. What he says next, though, makes me lower my vigil with a laugh. I haven't had a moment so peaceful in quite a while. Maybe it would be better if the mute was permanent. You can name the horn once your voice returns, Vernon. Vernon throws a rock at Virgil that the older brother dodges swiftly. It's hard to hit a rogue. I imagine swiftness comes with their sigils. Then, we begin our journey west toward the break together as Virgil stops poking fun at Vernon. An hour or so after we depart our short camp, we begin to move much faster as Vernon uses a skill made from ether to cover our bodies with a thin film of light. He leaves a simple explanation of its usage while we run. I can only use this during the day, but it increases speed, endurance, and physical toughness. I call it sunscreen, and I'm naming the horn Boa Bugle. It also has a passive drain on the air in your lungs, making you breathe much more often, kind of feeling like a boa constrictor. A sigh emanates from Virgil as we run. I don't join him, though. That name for his skill isn't bad, and neither is the horn's name. I think it fits pretty well. After this, we quickly cease further discussion to focus on movement and speed despite Vernon's attempts to keep using the horn to test it. We travel a great distance before taking a break after sundown. We only encounter a few first sigil or lower monsters during the westward sprint. They were easy work to kill and left Virgil and Vernon some more resources to sell when they make it back. No new artifacts were created from the dead monsters, though. It is at this point that we enter the namesake for the Bone Dunes. That I return to the giant graveyard of Death Goliaths. Reaching it now makes me realize how far I ran in a single day. Really far. It leaves me impressed as I sit and watch Vernon lie down to go to rest. Virgil does the opposite, the night owl he once was. He climbs atop a giant bone rock to watch out for us. Tiredness fills my eyes now that the dark envelopes the land once more. A long time has passed since I last slept, and I feel the need for it grinding me down. Just before I relent and lay down, though, a voice emerges behind me, and a trail of smoke enters my vision. I twist around so fast I can feel my body pop and crack from the strain. I see you made it out alive. Quite impressive even for a cockroach like yourself. My eyes widen, and my hands go up in defense as I see the figure sitting on a rock smoking a cigar. A dark bandana with clouds covers his neck like the last time I saw him, and his face looks slightly different than before, like an illusion is clouding it, or perhaps the first time I saw him was one, but the voice and mocking demeanor are unforgettable. Alexos is before me once more. I try not to immediately attack, careful not to antagonize the walking calamity, but I cannot help myself as I whisper shout at him. What are you doing here? The second I do, though, I regret it as I hear Virgil yell down from the rock he's on in worry. You good, Wyatt? I take a second to answer as I look Alexos dead in the eyes and see his lips creep into that wicked smile he always wears. Then, a straight and bloody dagger appears in his right hand, the one not holding the cigar. He threatens me with the blade. Best you be on good behavior, or I'll make you kill your new friends. Tell him it's fine. As I go to yell up to Virgil, the words of Alexos catch in my mind. Why isn't he just making Virgil see his own phantoms to control him? Is Alexos tired or something? I look closer at the phantom pain and see vague dark circles around his shifting eyes. He is tired. But how? Who could exhaust this man? Worryingly closer this time, Virgil yells again, breaking my investigation into Alexos midway. Wyatt. I answer as if everything is okay. I can't risk his life just on a hunch of Alexos being weaker. The man killed Edmund without breaking a sweat. I loathe imagining what he'd do to Virgil or Vernon. It's fine, Virgil. I'm just talking to myself. Virgil replies with relief in his voice. Then I hear his footsteps atop the rock slowly grow quiet as he moves around again. See how hard was that? We can just have a nice talk. I'll answer your question if you answer mine. Who put that dead man's switch on you? I grind my teeth just listening to the man talk, but I have no choice. People will die if I don't keep his interest until he decides to leave. This is 10 times harder than fighting the short-horned serpent. While looking at him full of hate, I explain my situation while being quiet enough so Virgil doesn't hear. How I've been sent here to find the break and report back. Little Johnny, I remember meeting him back when he was a third or fourth. I don't quite remember which. It's been quite a while. I've been meaning to catch up with him. Some advice for you, though, free of charge. Best for you if you get away from here any way you can. If it was a miracle you survived through your ether situation, an angel would have to fall to save you this time. The way he mentions Johnny makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable, like he's talking about a man who's already dead. And his advice is even more worrisome than his comment on Johnny. He says I was lucky to survive, but was it not his fault? And how does he know that the break is so dangerous? I ask him my question once more while he pauses his talking and puffs from his cigar. Why are you here, Alexos? He takes a long drag when my voice softly reaches him and responds while smoke exits him. The smoke that escapes him shifts and shimmers in shape and volume until it resembles a scene. A depiction of a cloud that shows a horde of monsters a mile long. The dunes beneath them so covered that sand flies in the air near their feet. Is that the break? Is Alexos moving with it? Oh fuck, we're so dead. No, maybe not. He's here with me right now. After all the smoke exits him, Alexos explains what he created. I'm just following along with an interesting forecast. I can't tell you anymore, but I'm here now because I'm bored. And you're interesting. Like that palm that's been artificed onto you. How'd that one happen? I answer his question while ignoring the feelings of loss. A friend did it to save my life. Alexos nods sagely as if he expected that answer. Sounds about right. Artifiction only happens for 3 reasons: a mad reach for power, a sick method of torture or experimentation, or a desperate gamble for life. How long ago was it? I don't answer his question but respond with my own. I thought it was my turn to ask. He smiles wide and nods. His response makes me hate him even more than I already did, which I thought was impossible. It was. Now it's not. So how long ago did you get that thing on your wrist? A few hours? A day? I want to know the time frame of you losing your mind. It's been about 4 or 5 days, I think. The face he makes when I tell him that dissipates for just a little bit of the anger he's building up within me. He looks astonished and looks me up and down. I'll be damned, cockroach. You really know how to survive. You might actually stand a chance to survive the next week or so. The words from him only continue to grow more ominous. I use the question that he is granting me for some reason to ask for clarification. What do you mean? What's going to happen in a week? Alexos spreads his arms out slightly and gives me a cryptic reply, one that is still clear despite his attempt not to explicitly say it. A storm is coming. I'm sure you can smell the rain. His unwillingness to answer questions and the vague exhaustion emanating from him builds suspicion within me. What is going on with Alexos? Why is he truly here? Undoubtedly, he's not here just to talk. But there has been one thing from this. I know that the break is close. Very close. Close enough for me to smell the rain, as he put it. I wait a bit for him to ask another question, but he doesn't. So, we sit silently for several minutes as he finishes his cigar. I don't end the silence myself, as I am careful not to provoke him. One of him killing someone I care about is enough. But when he is done with his smoke, he stands off the rock he was sitting on and stretches out his arms. Thanks, Wyatt. I needed this. Just a little bit of calm before the rainfall. Then, the only man alive who truly knows who I am stands and begins to walk away westward. He does leave me with some more cryptic words with a backward wave as he begins to fade, his illusions appearing for the first time. We all have leashes, Wyatt. No matter how many we remove, there is always more. But I recommend you remove the one on you as soon as possible. Dead men don't live very long. Oh, and this goes without saying, leave our meeting to yourself. You remember what happened the last time, no? The second he fades, a rush of questions enters my mind as my heartbeat slows back to an average pace. Why is he talking about leashes? Does he know about my sigil? No, he's talking about the dead man switch. But why was he even here? Definitely not for relaxation, despite his claim. It's something else. It feels like he was here to warn me. He tried to do so multiple times, but cryptically, as if he couldn't say the exact reason. But why couldn't he? And why would he even want to? He's an odd and unpredictable man, but even this is way out of expectations for him. I thought he'd show up just to remove me from my companions. But no, he came here with an odd attempt to help. I think. The whole interaction was so weird, though. He kept speaking of rain, forecast, and storms. Is that a hint? Why would he even give an indication and not just say his thoughts? Maybe he can't say his thoughts. He mentioned leashes. What if he also meant his own leash? He used to be an academic, right? So, this cryptic double layer fits him, even disregarding his usual facade of illusions. But what could put him, a deadly outlaw, on a leash? He looked slightly weary as if he's been using a lot of ether lately. A man capable of killing Edmund and setting me on a path against the hunters by framing me is not someone easily controlled. So, who is doing it? Another outlaw?
No.
Probably not. I'd be hard-pressed to believe another outlaw put him under his boot. And it's definitely not a monster. They're too dumb to outsmart and catch a man like Alexos. So what could it be? I ponder for a few more minutes before a recent conversation comes to mind. We almost always are weaker than a beast of a similar sigil. The only way to overcome it is with caution, planning, and teamwork. Few exceptions exist to this rule, and even fewer that can stand up to demons. A demon? That's got to be what put the phantom pain on a leash. Only a creature of inhuman power and otherworldly cunning could put that madman on a leash. But how? And why? So many questions remain. But one is answered with the hints he gave me. He was here to tell me a demon is coming with the break. And Alexos is right. I can smell the rain. Not just that, but I can see signs of it far, far in the distance. Thunderclouds. Dark, ominous things that shift and undulate miles and miles away but are still present. I stare at the clouds for quite a while in grim silence. The coming storm. 52. Harmony's return. I want to warn Vernon and Virgil about the phantom pains warning to get us moving immediately, but I pause. What will I tell them? I can't tell them that I met Alexos. He warned me not to, and despite my thoughts of him being controlled, I don't want to risk going against him. The last time I did, not only did I almost die, but so did 3 other hunters that had nothing to do with him or me. So then what? Do I tell them I have a vision of danger? That we need to move now? That won't work. They may trust me, but not that much. And we can't head back now, as we still don't know exactly how far the horde is. It could be 2 weeks away for all we know, or a single day from the Goliath graveyard. So, instead, I sit in silence for a while. Then, eventually, I just shake my head of these thoughts and lay down to obtain some sleep. The most productive thing I can do is be ready. Be ready for any monster, ghost, outlaw, or demon coming after us. And I haven't slept in a while, too long to be fully alert. I close my eyes, and while my thoughts think of the cloud Alexos conjured out of the illusory cloud, I slowly drift to sleep with a steady heart. After what seems like an instant, I wake up with Virgil patting me on the shoulder. He points to Vernon, stretching like a cat after a long midday nap, before holding a hand out to me. Come on, let's get moving. Don't want to waste any moonlight. I groggily take his hand as he pulls me to my feet effortlessly. Virgil notices my lack of weight and comments on it. You good, Wyatt? You weigh almost nothing. Do you need some food? Fuck. I forgot to overeat to counter the healing I underwent during the fight with the short-horned serpent. My stomach groans in need as I shake my head at Virgil and pull out some rations that I eat. While I gorge myself, I try to sneak in tidbits of the information I learned from Alexos without being too obvious. We should hurry up and try to find the break's main body as fast as possible. I've got a bad feeling about taking too long. Virgil agrees with me as he checks his weapons to ensure they're all in shape, disassembling and reassembling his lever action in seconds before sharpening his knives. Yeah, that would be smart. My gut tells me a storm is coming. I can just feel the rain that is about to fall. We don't want to try and escape from monsters in the rain or heavy storm. Vernon doesn't have much to say on the matter, but he trusts his brother's gut and complies with our quick movement. A small rush of relief flows through me at my successful attempt to speed up our journey. I smile as I pick up my things and feed Dakota as part of my rations. I try to speak to the growing fox to see if he can understand me. Hey, Dakota, you think it's about to rain? The little guy sniffs into the air for a few seconds before sneezing. I take that as a yes. Just another confirmation despite the sky above being completely clear of any dark clouds as far as the eye can see. I just sigh and swing my backpack onto my shoulder with Dakota sticking his head out the top. He's growing close to being too big for the pack, and will have to soon just follow me on foot or paw, I guess. As a group of 4, we quickly move through the graveyard of bones, and I warn the 2 brothers of the spider I had once seen here. They didn't take it as much of a threat until we saw another one of those giant spiders. We run past and see it fighting an enormous centipede on a colossal wall of bone. Collectively, we nope out and run even faster out of the graveyard. It feels like the wildlife is growing more active as the threat of the break approaches. Maybe that's why they can grow to become so dangerous to even huge settlements. They take in all the monsters they encounter, and monsters can somehow sense the break on their way. Before we exit the graveyard after running through it until morning at beyond horse speeds, several massive insects, arachnids, and other crawlies are seen in mortal combat. We do our best to stay away from them, but we get into a fight with a mantis the size of a carriage. The fight started with jumping down from a high height above us and a frantic blow from the boa bugle out of Vernon's hand that he was already playing with before it appeared. Then, a quick fight began as Virgil circled around, and I distracted it. After I had its attention solely on me, Virgil jumped onto its back and wrapped several tendrils of shadows around its limbs, slowing it down significantly. With a yell to Vernon to let loose a burning ball of radiance in his hands, Virgil jumps off the back of the mantis. Vernon throws the ball and slams it into the face of the mantis, leaving it disoriented, and then I move it and finish it off with daggers into its eyes. We spent only a few minutes scavenging for anything to sell as it was just a first sigil. Apparently, first sigil artifacts typically sell for very little, which is why they still have cutting words. Its usefulness to them outweighs the money they could fence it for. Virgil does remove one of the blades from the mantis, saying that it can replace the steel in a mining pickaxe. Not much money, but better than nothing. The only encounter we have to fight before exiting the boneyard of Fallen Goliath is that single praying mantis. So, we leave without much exhaustion or tiredness and venture westward. Close to midnight, we reach an area near where Harmony Town was previously, and I warn the 2 brothers of what I experienced when I was there. Virgil takes the information seriously and makes us rest up before going any further. Another night's sleep passes for Vernon and me while Virgil gets the couple of hours he needs in the late morning. Then, once rested and with the sun high in the sky, we head forward to Harmony Town. Within an hour, we see it in the distance, and it looks exactly the same as when I first came here with Earl, Elizabeth, Esther, Leonard, and Lonnie. The only different parts are the deep wheel tracks and the shrapnel from Leonard's shotgun that was left in a few walls. All 3 of us stick close together, within sight of at least another person at all times. Virgil told me that Bakwas are incredibly dangerous and must be culled immediately when found within a populated area. These men and women were unfortunate souls to be turned into Bakwas and will suffer until the first that entered our plan in the area is killed. Once that knowledge is given to me, I propose staying here until nightfall and trying to kill the progenitor of these Bakwas. I can't let Lonnie stay here and suffer any longer. Not when it's my fault he's got turned. The brothers disagree at first, but I plead with them. Please, this is personal. The Bakwas have to die. We can continue onward right after. The two brothers hesitantly agree, but Virgil sets a rule that no one is allowed to fall asleep or mess around. We must stay alert at all times in case of attack, and that the second the thing is dead, we are heading back west. I agree, despite thinking that the rules are a bit bossy. And so, we wait a few more hours from the current sun that is a bit past our heads until sundown. We spend our time reviewing and discussing how to kill the Bakwas as we build a small fortification in the center of the town with dressers, planks of wood, and other large objects. But at this point, I have been going to sleep with Daydream active multiple times in a row, and it's starting to add up. Every time I do so, I don't recover entirely as a part of my ether is constantly used even while sleeping, not allowing my body to expel it all and leaving me with an ever-growing headache. Because of where we are, though, Harmony Town, I just ask Virgil for some painkillers while we work and move on. A little bit of exhaustion won't stop me from freeing Lonnie. I know the risk. We have no concoctions, but some chances are worth taking. The conversation drifts to how mundane weapons without ether are pointless after I get the painkillers from Virgil. Any strike without large amounts of ether is pointless. Concussive force can knock them back, but only focused ether will disable or kill a Bakwa. Fire is also useful, but I'd rather not burn to death in the town. The progenitor is no exception and is actually about a dozen times harder to feel than a normal one. My shadow-attuned ether will not be that powerful against the Bakwas either. They are ghosts of the night and only slip into our realm at the sun's fall. Vernon's light-focused ether will be a good bit more powerful, however, so we're depending on you two quite a bit. Have you fought Bakwas before, Virgil? You seem to know a lot about them. More than even me, and I almost got killed by them. The older brother nods and continues to stack pieces of furniture. He resumes telling his knowledge of Bakwas simultaneously with a solemn tone. Yes, they were one of my first experiences with the supernatural when I gained my first sigil. I was part of a small group of weak first sigils sent to clear out a small infestation of Bakwas. 12 were sent into a slum where Bakwas were reported, and only 2 walked out. Vernon pitches in at this point, asking his own question. That person was Dennis, right? Yeah, it was Dennis. Been a few years since I saw that runt. Curious about who this man is, I asked to help pass the time. Who's Dennis? Some rich kid who rebelled against his family, and they sent him out to die in risky missions. He and I worked together quite a bit, and eventually, he could separate himself from the Harvey estate. He used to be one hell of a lawman, but I'm not sure what he is now. For all I know, he might even be a 4th sigil or dead. Another thing that piques my interest is the Harvey estate. I pick up a large wooden pole to place for cover as I speak up about it. What's the Harvey estate? Virgil answers with derision and disgust in his voice. A family of rich bastards. People who use their power to escape from duties and force them onto others. One of the reasons why so many are dissatisfied with the hunters as a whole. When a family like the Harveys, or some of the ones that are even worse like Shaws exist, many who join the hunters leave because of what they see from them. How can people escaping from duties and whatnot make others quit being a hunter? I don't understand. Is it really that bad? Like, why are they so hated? Virgil sighs and sets down what he's holding before turning to me. You should get rid of your fondness for the hunters. Hunters do what they can to indoctrinate children to join them, but they aren't what they used to be. I've heard stories straight from Dennis, someone from one of the powerful families, that they own slaves and torture them alongside many other disgusting things that are outlawed. Someone would step in, right? What about the Pillars or the Prime? Why aren't they arrested? Surely hunters would step up and stop it, right? Do any of the Pillars or the Prime step in?
No.
Because these families are the hunters. 9 of the 12 Pillars come from estates. The Prime comes from the Harvey estate, the largest one right now, but he rarely interferes with anything at this point. So, yeah, the estates just run the world. Damn, maybe Johnny was right. That there is something genuinely wrong with the hunters. That a revolution is needed. Oh, yeah, is right. The world is a fucked up place. We just do what we can to improve it for ourselves, right? I nod in agreement as I continue working with less motivation than before our discussion. Knowing that Johnny might actually be right and not just a crazy man who put an explosive onto me, I wake up to my childhood disillusionment about hunters. Ma never actually spoke about them that much to me besides about my father, but whenever we went to town, it was all the other kids would talk about. It hurts to think that my dreams were never real, that the organization I looked up to is corrupt and rotten to the core. But one thing still remains: the legends. Surely, all the fantastic people still exist or existed, like Marshall Travis, the Unyielding Wall, like Edmund Dudley. They must want to do something to stop this corruption. Why don't legendary people like Marshall Travis or others do something? Even if the pillars are mostly from these families, not all of them are, right? Virgil just shakes his head sadly as he continues to barricade the street, rapidly becoming full of furniture, wood, and other odds and ends to slow down the Bakwas. They sure would, if they knew about it, or if they weren't busy keeping everyone alive, or if they weren't manipulated by the unworthy. Someone like Travis cannot leave his post to deal with internal matters. The second he goes, demons will return alongside many other creatures of the West. He pauses slightly as he lifts a table to throw in the barricade before continuing. Others are too far in the wilds to interact with the corrupt central portion. So many reach 4th, 5th, or even rarely 6th sigil if they are true fighters before figuring out what is wrong. And the most common reason people don't step out is because of a sigil that would, to most, seem to be the opposite: lawmen. At higher sigils, as long as one has mostly focused on lawmen, contracts, rules, and laws can be made to keep people on tight leashes. So yeah, many wanna but can't. The moment people rebel, humanity will likely fall to its enemies. Damn, I guess that makes sense though. Edmund would have definitely done something to stop whatever corruption Virgil is talking about. I haven't seen it for myself, so I'm still not 100% sure. But if it's as bad as they say, Edmund would have stepped up, and with how many people I've met who knew of the Bloodhound, others would have stepped up too. The only way that Edmund didn't bust down the doors of estates is if he was busy protecting something more critical. The old man was far too kind and righteous to let those things slide. Wait, something more meaningful? Wouldn't that be the vault? It had so many weapons and tools inside. So why did he leave? Why did he take me to escape? He had plenty of food and rations to stay in the vault for months, and when the break died, he could have taken the things with him and ran. So why didn't he? Was I more important to him than the vault? But how so? I'm just a random kid that asked him for help. I suppose I'll never know since he's gone now. I push down my sadness for a later time, as I focus on preparing for a dash of catharsis and Lonnie's freedom from his state as a Bakwas. It's something that I have to do now, and I will probably never get another chance to do it. If I don't, I'll never forgive myself. Throughout the latter half of the day, we create a street-wide makeshift barricade to slow down Bakwas. The main plan is for Vernon to kill as many as he can with his radiance, and Virgil will guard him up close, using Vernon's second mark Colt. I will be the one to find and kill the progenitor Bakwa because of my chain eyes, which allow me to spot and find it amongst a crowd of them. Virgil gives me his Bowie knife with 3 sigils from a craftsman imbued inside it. Its ability is simple yet effective. The blade is coated in ether whenever you flow ether into its hilt, allowing it to kill the ethereal while also extending the blade's edge. Perfect for a situation like this. Virgil said it's something he bought just in case any ghost, phantom, or other incorporeal creature is the target for their bounty. We will begin atop a large pile of debris and have the Bakwas try to fight their way up to us like climbing a hill. The vantage will help me spot the progenitor should it rear its ugly head for us. The only bad part is that we will have to be careful with our steps and footing. The mountain of debris is not the most stable thing, but with how light and incorporeal the Bakwas are, we only have to worry about our weights. The plan is made and perfected while we wait. All our roles defined, even Dakota's. Dakota is our spotter, the little guy incredibly sensitive to danger. Vernon is our main attacker, who will keep the horde of ethereal Bakwas at bay, and Virgil will stay near him to protect him and Dakota. And I will go out and release Lonnie from his torment himself. And so, as night begins to fall upon Harmony Town again, Virgil, Vernon, Dakota, and I all sit atop the 6 or so foot tall debris with weapons ready, waiting for a ghost to appear. 53 Run against a pill. The sun sets, and the town grows dark, darker than most nights, as the moons don't rise alongside the fall of the sun. The only lights that allow our eyes to see are the bonfires around the town we have set ablaze in preparation for the Bakwas. My eyes constantly scan Harmony Town, searching for any sign of life, or I guess, unlife. But neither Vernon, Virgil, nor I spot a Bakwa first. Instead, it's the little fox, Dakota, who does. While sitting on Vernon's shoulder, which took a lot of treats because he prefers to stay with me, he sniffs the air and growls behind us toward a nearby house. Immediately, I turn and squint my eyes to search for the spirit that he found. At this point, I trust his senses. At first, I don't see anything, but Vernon shines a small ray of light into the second-floor window. He must have caught a glance of something. Within the beam of sunlight that exits his hand, all four of us see the humanoid spirit with a large head with even larger eyes missing both a mouth and nose. The cerulean eyes of the Bakwa reflect the sunlight from Vernon's ether. A shot is fired from beside us before Vernon, or I can react and discuss what to do. The head of the Bakwas explodes as a bullet is sent out of Virgil's revolver, and another is inserted just as fast as it left. He's one hell of a deadeye and comments on the firearm he is using while inadvertently starting an argument between him and his brother. Your Colt, Mercy, is quite good on these, Vernon. Glad I bought it for you. Shut up. We split the cost. Yeah, but you could have done none of the bounties we gathered for it alone. Neither could you. That's debatable. I jump in to spot their bickering as I see another Bakwa appear in the open doorway of a nearby building. Shut up. Focus, guys. They both nod in agreement, but share a glance that I notice. One that means the argument isn't over. At least Virgil can still fight without distraction, even while arguing. I shake my head in annoyance as I pull out my revolver. Then, I shoot the Bakwa I can see 6 times to keep it away. The impact of leads slamming into the spirit that looks like a giant malformed blue-eyed baby with elongated fingers isn't much, but it's better than nothing. I flick out the chamber and expel the rounds as I reload some more into it. Some more gunshots resound from behind me as I watch the Bakwa approach from the doorway of the house. I turn, and at a glance, I see Virgil mowing down several Bakwas in the middle of the street with a fanning fire from his Colt, the man slamming down onto the hammer repeatedly, but as the most significant weakness with all firearms, he has to reload. And while he does so, they approach. Vernon, however, made preparation for this while Virgil and I set up the barricades. The user of the sun placed several small inscriptions on the dirt imbued with his ether. At first, I was curious about what he was doing, but now it's clear. He does have the trapper within his trio of sigils, after all. Several blinding flashes of light make me turn around as I hear unearthly cries of pain from dying Bakwas. I am forced to turn away from the landmines made of sunlight, so I'm not blinded and turn back to my part of the street. Vernon only placed his traps on one side of the two-way street. He has the eastern side, and I have the western, with Virgil helping both of us out until taking my place when I go after the progenitor. His side started way more energetic than mine, only now becoming filled with Bakwas. Several are already climbing the mounds of barricades toward us to turn us into shells or one of their own in their weird and unnatural ways. They reach out toward me in offering as they approach with shells in their hands. I ignore their attempts to make me join them and push ether into Virgil's Bowie knife, dirge. I feel the large knife vibrate in my hands as it glows ever so slightly around its edges. Then, as I climb over the debris and approach them, I circulate ether in my limbs, making my adrenaline rise and strength explode. A telltale sign of adrenaline surge. It is a bit difficult to move over these obstacles quickly, but I move faster than my enemies as the Bakwas are struggling more than me, the philosopher's precision coming in handy. However, I choose to further increase this gap as I put the Bowie knife in my mouth and begin moving on all fours. Rapidly, I close in on the first of the Bakwas to approach us, which just so happened to be the one I shot. Unharmed by my bullets except for the disorientation it gave the damn thing. It attempts to attack me as I near. The spirit is far too slow. I've grown substantially since I was last here, and the Nain Rouge isn't here to aid them by slowing me down. I flit underneath its clumsy grasp and swiftly grab the knife from my mouth as I stand up and shove the bowie into its mouthless face. The bowie knife slides in with some resistance as I see the ethereal light on the knife dim. But the instant the blade enters the Bakwas face, the spirit begins to fade and dissipate into the world. For a moment after the swift kill, I wonder what happens to a Bakwa when they die. Do they go to the underworld and face the Red Judge's verdict? Or do they go back to whatever dimension or plane they are from? This is a question to ask Virgil when more Bakwas are not pressing down on me. In the time it took me to kill one, a dozen more appeared from the dark of the night and approached me with their abnormal movement. I dash forward and attack, using every limb to move in bloodhound step, hopping from Bakwa to Bakwa in a dance of death under the moonless night. I am frequently beset by flashes of light and consistent gunfire from the other side of the street. After I slay my 20th Bakwa, I activate Chain Eyes, hoping to see the target of my hate. But I do not. The progenitor is nowhere to be seen even as we decimate its creations. And so, we continue. I continue to fight amidst debris and dozens, if not hundreds, of enemies, as I am slowly surrounded along with Virgil and Vernon. The mass of spirits seems to be never-ending, at least over a few hundred. This makes sense despite how much I wish it wasn't the case. The whole town got turned, after all. At this point, I also begin to slow down from being touched here or there as I slay the damned shell-turning apparitions. The battle against the horde continues for much longer as the small mountain of rubbish is slowly overwhelmed and taken over. I attempt to help Vernon push them back, holding them off in every direction as he charges up one of the radiant spheres he used on the giant serpent. I do a quick run around the whole circle of ghosts that attempt to kill us. The whole while, I move as fast as I can on all fours with the bowie in my mouth once more, moving just close enough to have the knife slice them as I progress. It's something only possible because of how little resistance there is when the blade enters one of the spirits. But as I complete a circulation around Vernon and Virgil, I slow briefly as something catches my eyes in the distance west. A Bakwa's ugly head quickly covers a flash of yellow. This is a mistake. I slow for just long enough in my confusion and hesitation in what I see that something grasps my foot. I look down as I pull with all my might, but what holds onto me isn't just one spirit. Multiple latch onto me and refuse to let go. Fuck! I yell through gritted teeth, bowie knife in mouth, as I'm pulled despite my attempts to not be, and I am hauled into a group of the strange creatures. I struggle to clear them off of me, but I cannot. They are uninjured by my right hand and do not let themselves come in contact with the knife in my mouth, while at the same time keeping me from grabbing it. But just as I begin to panic and contemplate using Struggler's gasp to escape the situation, I grab a nearby Bakwa with the bloody palm, and something interesting happens that gives me hope. Bloody red liquid exits the Bakwa, where I grab onto it like squeezing a sponge. The spirit turns to goop and explodes above me. My face is covered in this red goop as it splashes upon me. With a new way to kill these damned things, I flail the bloody palm about and injure several more Bakwas, but quickly learn a single touch isn't enough. I have to either put force into the contact or stab them with my hand. Frantically, I escape this dangerous situation and claw my way out with the bloody palm. Just as my head sticks out from the massive Bakwas, I see a glowing orb of light leave Vernon's hands that rapidly approach me. I hear a quick "OSHIT" before a bang, ending with my vision turning white and my ears ringing alongside a searing pain all over my body. Instinctively at this point, I rush a torrent of ether into my left palm to help me heal and recover my senses. The bomb Vernon threw devastates my insides and almost knocks me unconscious. Before my vision returns, though, I feel warm and rough hands wrap around my arms and pull me. I struggle for a moment until I realize that it's not a Bakwa and will likely be Virgil helping me out from the bomb of radiance that his brother threw at me. For a few moments, while my body is quickly eaten from and repaired, I sit in white silence with constant vibrations ringing throughout my body. Eventually, my senses return, and my hearing is the first to return. Fuck. Goddammit, Vernon. You gotta be careful with that shit. I think you almost killed the man. I know. But he should be fine. Remember when he got hit by that snake? He stood up within a minute. Just hold on a bit longer. Hopefully, he recovers. If not, you're detonating your trap underneath us, and we're running. Hearing this, I shakily raise my hand before putting up my hands and pointing to my ear. Vernon notices this first, being the closest sounding voice to me. See, he's fine. Just wait for him to heal. Oh God, that's terrifying. Don't look at his regenerating flesh up close after a burn. Shut up and help Vernon. Oh, right. After another bickering session that I cannot end, followed by gunfire and movement, my vision returns from my burn eyes, and I look down at my body, covered in third-degree burns that are slowly shifting to second despite not feeling much pain. I wonder why that is, but I put the questions for later and let the two know I'm back up. I'm good now. I can see again. And before I was attacked, I saw a flash of yellow to the west. I think it's the progenitor. Vernon yells at me, probably thinking I was talking about him hitting me with the radiance. Sorry about that. It was before that. But yeah, you need to be more careful and react faster. I literally saw you throw the damn thing. Enough of that, though. I need to head west. I quickly try to get up and move while ending the discussion of blame. It's not the first time I've been friendly fired, but Virgil stops me with a firm hand as he shoots several imminent spirits. No, you're not. Not alone, at least. That plan was before you got hurt. We're doing this all together now. I try to protest, wanting to do it on my own, but a tidal wave of agony flows over my body out of nowhere, almost knocking me on my ass. I can HHG. Virgil holds on to me and pulls me away from a Bakwa that he stabs in the face with cutting words, the letter opener opening the spirit like paper. Looks like you healed enough to feel your burnt nerves. See, as a team, we do this, okay? Painfully, feeling my skin stretch in a way it shouldn't while melted, I nod in agreeance. Good. I'll lead the way until you're a bit better. Vernon, get my back. Don't burn me, though. I laugh full of agony at Vernon's joke that I can see never going away. Had it been Virgil instead of me who was hit by that brilliance, this fight would be over quickly. My laugh quickly turns to a cough as I stumble and try to follow Virgil west through the horde of townsmen turned Bakwas. A burst of dark, tenebrous tendrils and a small film of shadow emerges from the man with the night whip sigil. He uses these to push away all the ethereal spirits near him, clearing a straight path west that I stumble in fiery pain to follow. As a close-knit group, we move through the horde as I recover, and the pain gradually disappears over a minute or so. My fat and muscle were sacrificed alongside ether to repair my burned body. By the time we reach the area where the flash of yellow earlier came from beneath the overhead ramp of the general store, I recover enough to take the front position from Virgil, and with good timing, too, as he almost exhausts himself by throwing literal dozens, if not hundreds, of Bakwas around like ragdolls. I tear through the groups now that we are on solid ground. The barricades were suitable to keep them from us, but not good for us to move either. But like a Rougarou, the fabled beasts of Sinskreek, I tear through using the nails on the bloody palm, leaving huge bursts of red goo and fading apparitions with the Bowie knife in my right hand. And it's at this point that it truly becomes suspicious just how many there are. Sure, we haven't killed an entire town's worth of Bakwas, but we have definitely killed enough to make a noticeable dent into their horde. Yet, the amount of Bakwas seems to not ever decrease. That, and I swear I've killed multiple that look strictly the same. All Bakwas look relatively similar with their deformed bodies, blue eyes, mouthless face, and long fingers, but their sizes and movements are all slightly different. They must not die when slain, even when a strike with ether makes them fade. I urgently ask Virgil this to see if my suspicions are correct. Virgil, the Bakwas we kill seem to keep coming back. Is this normal? He replies amidst his fanfare from the Colt that drops several Bakwas before me. Yeah, this is odd. What sigil was the progenitor again? I don't remember you saying it. The one I fought a long time ago was only a first sigil. Was it a second? Fuck. I didn't add that information when I described this place. I only said it was a higher sigil than me at the time, not that it was a third. As I rip a Bakwa's ghostly head off, I reply to him. It was a third sigil. He speaks without firing his gun for the first time in this whole fight. Shit. Worried. I ask him what's wrong. What's the big deal? Aren't you 2/3 sigils? Yeah, but so was the short horned serpent, and we didn't have to fight it with a whole horde. Though it seems, whether luckily or unluckily for us, the progenitor's abilities don't lean toward frontal combat. It must be able to grasp the souls of those under its control and reassemble them. Oh, that's just wonderful. So we need to do this fast before we wear ourselves out. Another voice joins Virgil and I's conversation. I'm already tired. It's not daytime, remember? I turn back to glance at Vernon. Sweat covers his face as he continues to heave out small beams of light, only less often than he used to. He's right. He's running out of juice and quick. When we get underneath the canopy that I saw the progenitor at, I climb atop it quickly, using my practice of climbing trees when I was young. There is a window above the canopy, but I don't see anything inside, and the glass is closed. After a quick check inside, I look for any sign of yellow manacles amongst the horde. I don't find any sign of it, though, no matter how much I look, and the two brothers yell for me to get back down and help them fight the unending onslaught. As I command my leg to jump off the canopy above the front of the general store, I feel a cold sensation on my left shoulder. Instantly, I look to see what it is using the corner of my eyes, and I see inhumanly long tendril-like fingers, longer than any other Bakwa, wrapped around my shoulder. 54. Waking up the wrong passenger. The first thing I feel when the Bakwa's tendril fingers touch me is a surge of freezing cold and paralysis. All I can do is slowly move my head to look at it while it stares back at me. The progenitor of all the other damned apparitions stands before me, the bottom half invisible or incorporeal and the other half tangible and visible. It towers over me, and while similar to the other Bakwas at a glance, it removes the vague humanoid look entirely. The head of the third sigil ghost is the size of a washbasin with a neck the length of a forearm. Its limbs are dark blue with black veins that run over them that end in those inhuman hands. I look into its eyes as they are the only part of me that is not paralyzed the second it touches me. The face of the creature has only eyes. No mouth, no noise, not even a minor feature that lends itself to being humanoid anymore, as if it never was one to begin with. But the eyes. They stare deep into me and send bolts of lightning into my brain continuously, wreaking havoc on my mind. Paralyzed, I attempt to rally my ether to fight against whatever it is doing to me, but I cannot. The core in the back of my head is still and unmoving, the paralysis reaching even my ether. There is one thing that I noticed, though. My daydream ended the second I was paralyzed, yet I don't hear any whispers. No dark shavings from the bloody palm enter my mind as I lock eyes with the ghost. I know what it's trying to do to me. It's trying to control me, turn me into one of those things forcefully. There's one thing it doesn't know, though, as the cerulean lightning from its eyes digs into the crevices of my body and freezes me still. Something else already claimed my mind. The blood palm dislikes anything that threatens its survival in any way, and it retaliates at full force, doing something I didn't even know it could do. I feel dark energies that make me sick, leave my left hand and fight against the azurious lightning. Black-red and sky-blue energy wrestle for control of my body and my veins, organs, and muscles as the Bakwa holds onto me. The energy quickly fades from my body as the bloody palm devours my flesh for power, and agony blossoms through me to increase the volume of its dark energy. Bursts of multicolored lightning, red and blue, escape my body from the clash and make the progenitor in front of me flinch and the canopy shake. Yells from my companions below me echo through the night air and into my ears, screaming for immediate help, but I cannot help them. I can't even help myself in this war happening in my body. The Bakwa grabs me tighter and brings its disgusting, disproportionate, inhuman face closer to mine, placing its eyes right before mine. I see a flash of multi-spectrum color followed by thousands of colors I didn't know existed within a boundless pane of glass ever spinning that makes my head explode in pain. Unable to comprehend what I see, my mind partially shuts down, allowing the battle within me to rise in scale. Iridescent sights that end in blue constantly attack my mind, and without ether, I struggle to hold my own. But I'm not alone. The bloody palm seems to hate the intrusion of the host it seeks to devour, and fights for me even while I'm removed from the situation. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. For now, until the palm turns its ravenous hunger to me once more. The red-black lightning and deep sky-blue lighting continue to arc from my body, causing small explosions and fires around me. The bursts of energy catch the canopy that I'm standing on ablaze and make it creak under my feet. Light appears amongst the dim and Bakwa-covered streets. The two brothers beneath me continue to fight for their lives, but have stopped asking for my aid. I can see in the corner of my eye that Vernon sees me being held up above, but cannot spare the time to help. So, like an ignored spectator, I continue to watch the struggle within me alongside the two brothers fighting for their lives. The war in my veins only grows in scale as time passes. The Bakwa progenitor is robust and stands with its third sigil full of ether to use, but the bloody palm slowly loses the fight and is pushed back into my left hand despite its higher sigil as it fights alone, hungry, and malnourished. But just as the sickly energy of the palm is forced back into the hand, it realizes the threat presented to it. I've always thought the palm was the most dangerous thing I've ever seen, but even that thought underestimated the artifact. I've never seen it cornered. I've come close to death many times, but for the artifact, I guess that wasn't a worry for it. Only when the Bakwa threatens to destroy it from the inside out through its host does it truly fight back. A slight lull is made in the battle when the palm is cornered back into my left hand, but it lasts only a short time as the Bakwa's lightning begins to change my body. Only when my fingers start to elongate and my head grows with painful throbs does the bloody palm stand again to fight. Out of nowhere, the dormant artifact bursts with dark, sticky energy. The energy is so shady and syrupy that it rips off chunks of flesh and muscle as it escapes my body. For a split second after the power erupts from me, a dark image with a backdrop of endless death of humans and rivers of blood enters. My mind's eye is two massive sigils made up of steady streams of ether loom in the air of my mind. The larger one on the left is an enormous hand with four mismatching fingers dripping blood and flesh onto the dying underneath it. Each drop of blood turns the human into an ooze of dark red meat, and the falling flesh crushes those beneath it before consuming and becoming whatever it ate, only a featureless version. Opposite the floating hand is a cracked pane of glass with a single long, tendril-like finger pressed against it. Millions of rays of light come from the cracks, rays of light that target the living yet to die. Each color of the light does something different, but they all go toward one purpose, transforming the living into non-living, unthinking, unfeeling ghosts that seek only to spread. These two sigils command their armies of depravity at each other by taking over what was already living between them. In a single glance, less than a fraction of a second, the still image turns into a scene as an entire war occurs before my paralyzed and delirious mind. A war that the bloody palm that hangs from the air is losing. At the final moment of the war, the hand in the air erupts with a scream that makes blood exit my ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. Then, an entire deformed and malnourished finger detaches from the hand and splashes into a tsunami of flesh, blood, and bone that overwhelms the spirits, breaking the scene in my mind. But that is not all that is broken. The hand of the ghost that held onto me cracks and then melts when the red-black ether sticks to it from my body. This frees me from its grasp and removes the source of the cerulean lightning from me. A moment passes between the spirit and me as we both try to understand what is happening before more energy erupts like a volcano. The second wave of ether explodes out of me with such force that it breaks the canopy beneath me that is in tatters from the fire, sending me forwards, propelled by the blast, several feet away from the progenitor into the sea of Bakwas. As I fall into the group of apparitions, though, the remnants of the bloody palm's energy, followed by a third surge, make all the imminent threats that seek to petrify me into a red-black ooze. While in the air falling, I feel my core freed and force ether through my body to clear it of the masterless cerulean lightning. As the paralysis on my upper body fades from my own ether clearing out the lightning, I crash into the hard road of Harmony Town. The air is knocked out of me that I hold on to for a full minute, and I take another breath desperately. The first breath in a full minute enters my lungs and fills me with energy. After the first, I forcefully seize one more breath with shaky lungs, as the situation definitely calls for it. A gasp of defiance, of struggle, enters my body, siphoning the ether around me and filling me wholly with ether. I'm careful not to take in too much so that I go beyond my limit so far that I'll die, and instead stop the gasp around 70% of the way through, filling my lungs with ether. The second thing I do is restart adrenaline surge, the pain that encompasses my body and mind from the battle of colored lightning. An internal sigh without breath escapes me with the relief that the ether grants me. Something that I notice soon after the ether fills me and is commanded to loosen my chains now that my pain is gone is that the bloody palm is quiet, even without daydream. So with this passenger in my body dormant, I use a large amount of this ether as well to focus a daydream on my legs. I require swiftness right now, and the loosened chains in my legs, alongside the extra ether, allow me to stand despite the paralysis that still plagues my lower body. When I get up from the ground, covered in sand, my own flesh and ooze, I see a sphere of Bakwas that stare at me from several feet away, and below their feet are translucent spirits. The Bakwas below them look like they were drained of essence, of ether. A smile comes across my lightning-charred lips. The progenitor floats just a few feet away from the side of the building, the bottom half of its body invisible. I twist and see the two brothers, Vernon and Virgil, desperately fighting for their lives and Dakotas against the horde. Freedom for an old friend who died, or the lives of the current. It's an easy choice to make. Flicking the Bowie knife, dirge, into a reverse grip in my right hand. I attempt to do the same with the left hand and another dagger, but I cannot. The bloody palm is limp, bloodless, and unresponsive as it hangs from my partially devoured body. I quickly try to pump ether into it before I move to see if it recovers, and it does, but just barely, as only a hushed and almost inaudible whisper enters my mind. So, with a weapon in one hand, I dash toward my companions. Unburdened by the bloody palm that expended its energy to save the both of us, I move so swiftly that dust flies into the air as I dash among and between ghosts to keep my friends alive. Bullets from Virgil's Colt fly past my face as radiant bombs explode beside me during my warpath to them. Quickly and covered in wounds, as usual, I return to my group in the small circle of safety they have made, roughly 5 feet in diameter. Virgil sees me first and is shocked, but recovers almost instantly and continues to shoot his gun while giving commands. Damn, Wyatt. I have no clue how you did whatever you did, but I'm happy you did. Now, let's end this as quickly as we can. Lead us to the progenitor while you still have strength. You look like you're about to drop at any second, and you're not healing like usual. Virgil's words make Vernon glance over and yell in excitement at seeing me alive before firing another bomb of radiance that makes him puke afterward from saturation sickness. His words also make me look down at my body as I notice that the constant healing I'm used to is absent. Extensive strips and chunks of flesh are missing from almost every part of my body. Something also feels wrong about the left side of my face as I raise my hand to touch my mouth, and my fingers touch my tongue without any flesh in the way. A hole in my cheek is present, and I can only imagine how ghastly it looks, especially in the dark, which is only lit by gunfire and ether. A shadow to my right calls for my attention to be drawn away from my injuries as a Bakwa lunges at me. I react by accurately placing dirge into its mouthless face. I then attack another with my left hand as a habit that has quickly formed. This is quickly discovered to be a mistake as all I do is slap a deadly ghost with a useless limp left hand. A small chuckle rings through my mind during the middle combat, brightening my mood despite the dark night and dangerous situation. I rectify my mistake by stabbing dirge, the Bowie knife, into the Bakwa's face that I slapped a beat ago. From then on, I penetrate and kill these ghosts toward the progenitor Bakwa that observes me weirdly from the window it hangs upon. By the time we get halfway to the giant and Bakwa, which is even more deformed than the others, Vernon runs out of steam, his mind unable to resist his body's exhaustion. Something Virgil and I were expecting. He did a large amount of preparation before nightfall and used a considerable amount of ether while at night, after all. Fainting like this occurs when the mind cannot push past the body's request for rest. Sleep is the best way to allow a body to expel personal ether. However, foreign ether is a conscious act and is, therefore, different. So, when we are 20 feet from the building the progenitor is on, Virgil has to begin carrying his brother, who passed out from ether saturation, unable to push himself further. The bad part about the older brother carrying the younger, though, is that he now has to shoot and reload with one hand, which makes our job of staying safe just that much harder. Not to mention that my chest is beginning to grow tight and uncomfortable from the period of not breathing and the mass of ether that dwells within. We're not moving fast enough. I'm spending too much time killing the Bakwas in front of me while advancing. If only I could just get these damn things out of the way. Wait, I can. They are incredibly light, and bursts of air-powered ether have pushed them back before. There's only one issue. If I breathe out, my struggler's gasp will end. That means Virgil will have to finish the job, and I can't even tell him that without wasting ether with my exiting breath. I look at the experienced bounty hunter and monster slayer, and he gazes back at me, understanding something. If you got something you can do, Wyatt, you better do it now. I'm almost out of steam, the body just about full, but I can handle one last push. I nod back at the man, and he drops both Dakota and Vernon in preparation for what's to come. We both know that if we fail now, we die anyway. Might as well drop them to give us a better chance to kill the progenitor. Then, I point at his Colt and hold out my Bowie knife for him to take. At least I can help from afar with the gun if he attacks up close. Virgil quickly gets my meaning and possesses the Colt to me while taking the Bowie knife back. He does leave me with a warning about it, though. Pistol is very heavy and only has a few bullets left. We're gonna have to scavenge for some tough this town after. After we trade, I raise my right hand and count down from 4 while holding dirge with my thumb. Then, I point my mouth at the ground in preparation for the zephyr of air to leave me and send the Bakwas flying away with their light bodies. 4, 3, 2, ooh. The countdown is interrupted on the drop of the last finger as the wind flutters above us. Looking up, I see the oversized and deformed Bakwa flying in the air. It must have ended its break and jumped from the building it hung from. Only one thought exits me as the giant spirit lands on me and pushes me backward onto the ground on my back, the surprise and the impact making the newly acquired Colt fall out of my hand and onto the dirt several feet away. Fuck. The Bakwa progenitor reaches down to touch me again, and without the unwanted but needed aid of the bloody palm, it will win this time. Easily. But before it can, a man tackles it off of me into a group of other Bakwas that reach down to touch him while stabbing the massive spirit the whole way with a long knife. Virgil. I force myself to roll over and point myself toward the man and the spirits upon him like a ravenous horde. Desperately, I release my breath of defiance. The first aim to save someone other than myself. A massive squall exits my lungs and streams of my mouth. The rush of wind, more similar to a miniature directional tornado, sends all the Bakwa within 100 feet of Virgil into the air and away. Their bodies tumble away haphazardly and almost comically due to their lack of weight. Hopefully, they land far enough away that the fight will end before their slow bodies return. Immediately afterward, though, a monumental ether headache knocks down the doors into my mind. I grimace with pain as all the energy leaves my body, and I end all my flows of ether because I'm at the tipping point. I tiptoe upon the razor's edge that would send my body into a total breakdown, something I've grown to dislike and loathe to the point I'm careful not to experience its effects. Acute ether saturation. But as I collapse into weakness, I watch Virgil wrestle against a king of ghosts all alone. 55. Fight like Kilkenny cats. Virgil tussles with the massive Bakwa for a few moments before extricating himself away from it, obviously knowing how dangerous it is to be up close and personal with the progenitor of the horde of ghosts. He swings his Bowie knife in a wide arc and grazes the Bakwa before expertly stepping around the spirit's counterattacking lunge. The man with Sigils of Darkness leans into their traits while dodging and uses his ether to create small whips on his left hand without the Bowie knife. He wraps several around the spirit's deformed and malnourished legs before ripping them away, trying to knock the creature prone. But unfortunately for him, the legs of the creature disappear right before he yanks the ground out from under the spirit, and his whips pull nothing but dead air. Light footsteps of returning Bakwa ring out behind my limp body. The directional whirlwind I sent out must not have done much for behind me because the slow spirits have already begun to near me once more compared to the ones on the other side of Virgil that are still very far away. I ignore these oncoming threats and focus on Virgil's battle, taking in every detail, hoping he will win. As long as he kills the damned thing, the rest should die or, if turned for a prolonged time, scatter into whatever plane the Bakwa is from. Virgil continues to press the Bakwa and slice into it here or there carefully. He uses tendrils of darkness to keep the creature from touching him whenever it gets close or tries to attack him, but he quickly loses steam as the ether in his body builds up without a way to promptly expel it. Every attack he initiates makes him use even more ether to protect himself, while the progenitor just eats or dodges most of the incursions from the knife without being fazed in the slightest. We've all been fighting a desperate battle for quite a while now, and it's honestly impressive just how long Virgil's hung on. The rest of his team has fallen, yet he stands. Shadows flying, daggers stabbing, and expert footwork keep him from getting caught in the clutches of the progenitor Bakwa. But he can't keep it up forever. One by one, the whips he has conjured from nightly ether fade and leave him with less and less protection. Eventually, he is left with no more dark lashes to protect him and veil him from the Bakwa's touch. All the Bakwa needs to do is land a single grapple to win, but Virgil needs to kill the thing with a weapon that is ineffective against it. To me, it resembles a woodsman stabbing a bear with a knife until it dies, just that the bear is a massive, deformed, and half-transparent ghost. Because of the risk, Virgil begins to slow and play the battle even more carefully as sweat drips down his face, and he frantically swallows a handful of pills. Pills that I assume are some kind of painkillers to block off the massive headache he must be feeling at this point from ether exhaustion. My heart aches at the money he just swallowed. Medicine is expensive. Very expensive. But at least Virgil can hold up against ether exhaustion much better than his younger brother, who passed out when he neared his limit. But the man acts like nothing is wrong, or that he is dancing on the edge despite him now fighting a creature that possesses 3 sigils and a small army of ghosts without any ether. The great equalizer is no longer in the equation. It's man versus monster in the most primitive and teeth-grinding ballet of death. Virgil moves with an agility I've only ever seen in Edmund as he rolls underneath a swipe from the Bakwa and shoots himself upward. This maneuver lands a puncture with the Bowie knife to the face of the Bakwa as it reels back in pain and screams with an unearthly pitch.
Small.
You got this, Virgil. The man who fights for me, Vernon, and Dakota presses onward with the onslaught against the oversized and inhuman ghost as the horde closes in on me. I can't even turn my head to see how Dakota and Vernon are doing, and can only hope that they are fine. Swipe, stab, dodge, leap,
Roll.
The expert bounty hunter and once hunter fights tooth and nail to win, doing everything he can to not be grazed, touched, or even just breathed on by the progenitor Bakwa. But the other Bakwas close in on him and give the man less space to dodge and more pressure. Armed with only his Bowie knife that, at this point, only emanates vague sparks of ether, he presses onto the progenitor with a courageous yell, but this time, the massive spirit is expecting it and grabs hold of him as he does so, stopping him in his tracks with a bear hug. Both the spirit and the man's sides face me in a struggle as I lie on my stomach, watching them. Virgil maneuvers just barely enough to twist himself out of the grapple as he stabs the apparition's chest, but it doesn't even flinch and reaches for him again. This time, it wraps several long tendril-like fingers around the man's neck and lifts him into the air. All the Bakwas in the area stop moving and stand oddly still while watching the scene of their progenitor, lifting up the only remaining threat. The deformed spirit then begins to choke Virgil as it peers into his eyes. Virgil doesn't give up, though. He continues to swing and stab at the creature without pause as he erupts with strength one can only possess at death's door just before she welcomes you into her cruel embrace. Something I'm fondly aware of. I look around, searching for anything I can do to help despite my bleak situation, and I find the colt, Mercy, several feet away from me in the dirt. Pushing with all my exhausted might, I extend my arm to the gun. My fingers stretch, and my body pop as I grasp desperately for the Colt on the ground that is beyond my grasp. Dirt is clenched and swept as I try my best to reach it. I'm too far from the gun. I cannot reach it. The only effect is that dirt and dust cover my arms, and some fly into my eyes from my futile struggle. My eyes glance back over to Virgil in sadness as he is lifted further into the air and starts convulsing painfully, the Bakwa attempting to control him. This can't happen. This damned Bakwa won't take another. I stretch my arms as far as possible to the gun and try to crawl closer. About a foot of dirt is crossed in several seconds as I scramble weakly against the dusty earth of the dunes, but a foot is not nearly enough. The gun is still too far out of my reach. Giving up is not an option for me, though, and I continue to try to crawl. Eventually, though, the vessel does not agree with that sentiment. My lower body stops responding to my movements, and I feel like a whole ton of lead, too heavy to move anymore. Screams exit my exhausted body as I watch the Bakwa slowly drain my new friend's life. Still, as the feet of the experienced bounty hunter and monster slayer in front of me begin to turn transparent, I hear tiny paws that grow in volume, hitting the ground behind me. I turn my eyes and see Dakota, the small fox standing before me. Just as I begin to feel sorry for the kit who's about to die, he looks at my outstretched arm and the fingers that point to the object just a foot away. Then, he peers back at me with his orangish-red face and tilts his head, questioning. Yes, get that thing, Dakota. The young fox watches me yell in excitement-filled hope and flail the fingers of my right hand, the only parts of me that yet work with any measure of strength, at the Colt. Dakota's eyes follow my finger to the Colt, and he trots over to it and grabs it with his tiny mouth. He tries to move it, but the Colt is quite heavy, and at first, he cannot. Then, I hear a short, low grunt before I sense a minute amount of ether within the young fox begin to flow, the animal's instincts teaching it how to use ether rudimentarily, similar to how I used it without knowing how to initially. With this ether, the fox's strength rises. Dakota's feeble, petite, and still-growing body increases by just enough to allow the little guy to drag the heavy Colt over to me, dropping it with a pant for air in front of my hand. Thank you, boy. Non-stop treats after this. I pant just like the fox next to me in effort as I slowly wrap my fingers around the Colt and its trigger. Then, I tilt the gun with my wrist to point at the Bakwa, aiming just through guts and feeling with the hilt of the Colt, keeping it up in such a way that my position does not allow me to see down the barrel. At this point, Virgil's entire lower body, from the waist down, has turned ethereal and see-through. Desperately, I aim the Colt at the giant spirit and squeeze the trigger. Boom! A deafening bang resounds in Dakota's ears and mine, and the gun falls out of my weak hand, my fingers unable to keep the recoil in check. I peer through flying dust and sand with open eyes to see the effect despite the sting. I miss. The shot lands next to the Bakwa on the right, throwing dust into the air. Fuck. Frantically, I repeat my actions and fire again. Another miss, this time to the left, with a rich echo through my ears. Fucking hell. At least the gun didn't fly out of my hand this time. Glancing at the bullets in the cylinder as they rotate, I see 3 remaining. Virgil wasn't kidding about being low on ammo. He didn't even have an entire cycle. Once more, I try to hit the Bakwa as the etherealness reaches Virgil's stomach, and he finally stops struggling against the spirit. I pull the trigger this time, trying to meet both in the middle. Another bang reverberates throughout my body, and as dust clouds my eyes, I hear a painful wail. The dust clears from my eyes, and a smile touches my burnt lips and cheek with a hole in it. I hit it, right in the side. The Bakwa turns to look at me and throws Virgil to the ground. Then, it begins to walk at me, with a slight limp from both the injuries Virgil and I've left. I point the Colt at it again as it approaches me, and I squeeze the trigger. Another piece of lead shreds into the Bakwa's left leg and slows considerably, unable to turn incorporeal before the speed of a bullet. I pull the hammer down for the last bullet in the chamber and release the trigger as it shambles at me, once again hitting it in the left leg, this time its knee. The spirit slows significantly in its attempt to reach me now that I've filled it with my remaining lead. but it slowly gets in front of me despite its slow gait. When it does, though, another sticks up for me. The little fox walks before me, still panting, and Dakota growls ferociously at the giant creature. The size difference makes me tremble for him.
No.
Dakota, go. The fox turns back and looks at me as the Bakwa reaches down with its tenderly fingers to touch it. But just before it does, a deep, mournful howl of a horn breaks through the night, echoing throughout the ghost-filled town. The Bakwa pauses its reach and looks to its right. Surprised by the sound that emanates from behind me, I turn my gaze just a little bit to my left, and I see Vernon, on one knee, barely conscious, blowing out of the boa bugle with tears in his eyes. He is looking behind the progenitor Bakwa that blocks my vision toward where Virgil fell to the ground. Virgil Boone. I lay on the dust-filled ground struggling to breathe after the progenitor let go of me in favor of Wyatt. I used ether to my very brink. Even just another single thread of the substance within my body would push me over the edge, and within my body courses a different flavor of ether, cerulean lightning that changes me deep within. My lower body is constantly fading in and out of existence because of the lightning built up from the bottom, and with that comes unending assaults of pain that harass my already feeble mind. The Bakwa slowly ambles over to Wyatt as he fumbles and tries to shoot the damned spirit. Vernon appears to have woken up from his ether saturation-induced faint, but he is curled into a ball full of pain. I know the feeling, buddy. I don't blame him. Vernon's only had a sigil for about 3 years. I've spent most of the past few years training him and helping him to rise to my level. But what that means is he is missing experience. Experience that you only find at death's door that irons your will. I've done this a long time, but this is probably the worst situation I've ever been in. And I've been through some shit I'd instead not even remember. Yet now make some of those deathly experiences pale in comparison. Not the tortuous ones, but the life-threatening ones. My body is literally fading in and out of existence. Every time I try to move, the etherealness that the spirit forced upon me grows just a little more from the bottom up alongside the blue lightning that leaves traces of rainbow in my veins. My mind is catching glimpses of wherever this Bakwa is from. An ever-shifting realm of colors that puts spikes into my mind every time I see a new color that's not meant to exist in our world. And whenever these glimpses occur, all the objects fade and become see-through. The buildings, debris, and even our unsigiled weapons are invisible, as if they don't exist in whatever plane I can now see into. I'm so close to breaking and giving up. I pushed myself beyond my limit already. I was just hoping that it would die quickly when I attacked the progenitor on my lonesome. Alas, that was not the case. It is a tricky bastard, but I guess we all are. We have to be. Wyatt, despite his grave injuries, despite how the Bakwa touched him as it did to me, despite the ether that must have left him uselessly limp in both mind and body, despite being an entire sigil below the other fighters, continues to try. With every step the Bakwa takes in an endeavor to near him, he attempts to shoot it some more. I wish I had his will. It's inspiring. His fearlessness, how he stares into death's cruel arms and sees right through them to focus on what's at hand. Even little Vernon is trying to get back up. I'm sure he feels guilty for dropping unconscious a bit ago from exhaustion and leaving us to fight. But it's not going to matter. I can see it through this broken pane of glass that is now my vision. The Bakwa is wounded and only grows more wounded with each bullet put into it. But we're too injured, exhausted, and outnumbered to win. It was a bad idea for us to come here. A mistake that I made. I should have known better. I've fought these bastards before, but I didn't know any could rise above second sigil, so I never even asked, assuming it would be fine. A rookie mistake. One that I shouldn't have ever made. I've been fighting this endless battle against the supernatural for over 11 years since I was 19. Of course, it'd be the first enemy I ever fought that'd end me. I just wish it didn't have to end Vernon as well. Or Wyatt, for that matter. He's a good man, albeit with many mysteries I've learned better than to ask about. Things I'd plan on asking if we ever got close. Now I'll never get the chance to know the questions that have plagued me since I saw him tackle a fucking short-horned serpent. These regrets flow through my body as I watch the Bakwa near Wyatt. I see to the side that Vernon struggles to pull out his boa bugle while looking at my fading body with teary eyes. I don't know what he's doing, but even the clever guy can't fix this. No one can. Just before the Bakwa reaches down to where Wyatt is, I can't see well from here on the ground. Vernon blows into the horn, filling it with whatever ether he can spare since he fell unconscious. A ring of courageous and inspiring air fills the night. The Boa Bugle's veteran sigil can grant those who hear it confidence and dauntlessness. And this trumpet of bravery reaches my addled and surrendered mind, relighting the bonfire within. Warm foreign but still welcome ether settles into my mind. My thoughts of defeat and giving up instantly clear and fade. Confidence returns to my mind. I can do this. I can stand once more. That is all that is needed. When the progenitor falls, most of the remaining Bakwa will die and return to their corpses, while the rest will scatter and lose their tether to this realm and return to where the progenitor is from. I never expected the artifact to be instrumental when we first got it, except for considerable battles, but now, my mind completely changes. Filled with spirit, I attempt to stand once more. The flickering in and out of existence legs beneath me, unwilling to help. But the human mind is powerful. Even the demons were based on us. With enough strength of mind, some things can be overcome, especially if they are within your own body. And so, I yell with inspired fury and courage as I place a flickering and fleeting boot onto the ground, ordering it to not fade for just a moment. It relents, but just barely long enough for my other foot to touch the environment as well. A heavy presence descends onto my body that at first confuses me. It seems as though the very weight of the world presses down upon me at this moment as my feet touch the ground and make my actions even more difficult. And after a flash of thought and a struggle for balance, I recognize what's happening. I've earned the ire of the heart of the world. Who would have thought? A poor peasant-born orphan like me would earn the chance to prove the mother below wrong. To perform an act of absolution is a rare and momentous thing that is usually only done by pillars to be and those near that level. A smile crosses my lips despite the weight of the situation and the severity of it all. I do not know why simple me gained the attention of the mother below. She one who made all. She who created humans and tossed them aside in favor of demons and her other creations. But one thing I do know is I'll prove the bitch wrong. All she wants is for humans to die. And when she wedges her bets against someone, it makes their likelihood of surviving much lower. But if we prove her wrong, the pressure placed upon us makes us reform like coal into diamonds. I grit my teeth even harder and push myself up with as much strength as possible, both mentally to keep my limbs corporeal and physically to go against the weight placed upon me. Using these small moments of existence, I stand and quickly begin to run toward the Bakwa, the only way for me to stay upright. Going from flickering foot to fading foot, I sprint with near-silent and unnatural-sounding footsteps. The reduced weight but similar strength allows me to speed up to a blistering pace, which I had only seen Wyatt move at when fighting the serpent, and I crash into the Bakwa a split second before it accomplishes its goal. Together, we go head over heels beyond Wyatt and his pet fox. I use the Bowie knife that I never let go of regardless of the lighting coursing through my body or the sights that my limited mind bore witness to and stab the Bakwa repeatedly. I ignore the deformed monstrosity of a ghost as it touches me once more. Its cerulean eyes and unnatural fingers send bolts of flickering lighting back into me, but as I'm now used to the feeling of not existing on this plane, my onslaught does not relent. Gradually, the Bakwa begins to flicker, similar to me, because of its injuries. When I've stabbed it over at least 100 times, it fades entirely and turns to a glimmering dark blue light that stems into the sky. Nora and our other siblings will still have a protector. I sigh with relief, but nowhere exits what should be my lungs. Then, I notice something about myself before my vision goes dark after accomplishing my goal. My whole body looks ethereal, and I can no longer feel my limbs. It appears as though the mother below bet right. 56. Wraithful Jaunt.
Wyatt Graves.
Stunned, I watch Virgil filled with the confidence that the bugle gives tackle the apparition to the ground. Then filled with mad fury, drunk arrogance, or pure ignorance, he neglects the Bakwa's threat of turning him into a spirit and stabs the spirit ruthlessly with wild abandon. The whole time the condition of his body worsens, the flickering etherealness that he was struck with growing from just his lower half to spreading to his upper body. By the end, he was switching the hands that were using his Bowie knife as they kept fading and reappearing during his onslaught. But by the time the Bakwa truly dies and his creations begin to fade or simply explode into pounds of rotten flesh and blood, I guess depending on how long they were transformed, his condition reaches the bottom of his neck. Dozens of seconds pass in silence as Vernon and I pant in effort and exhaustion as we try to move to Virgil's body. Vernon reaches his older brother first, the latter phasing in and out of this realm into whatever plane the Bakwa came from. I crawl over to the two brothers while Vernon cries over his brother. A wave of depression and loss hits me as I speed up as much as my heavily wounded frame can to reach the fading man. While doing so, I see small bits of light come from Vernon's hands as he places them on his brother's body whenever it returns to this realm. He's trying to heal him, but even I can tell, despite not being a doctor or any kind of healer, that it won't work. When I reach the two brothers, Vernon has tears streaming down his face as he erratically speaks to his brother and frantically tries to fix his spirit-like form with his dim radiance. "You can't die. How am I supposed to return to Nora, Aaron, and Victor without you? They've never even known our parents. Only you truly remember them.
I barely do.
You've been our guardians for almost 2 decades. You can't die now." I look at the hysterical Vernon and see that he is now trying to heal Virgil from his face, the only part that doesn't fade in and out of existence. But even then, the flickering is still spreading from Virgil's neck to his head. It seems as though whatever the Bakwa tried to do to him and me previously doesn't go away quickly, especially when it's already taken root. I look down at Virgil's face and see his eyes. They used to be bright green like Vernon's, but now they are a stormy gray, losing focus and glimmering. With a shake of my head depressingly, I put my right hand on Vernon's shoulder. Virgil is too far gone. Another one falls. "Vernon, you need to stop before you kill yourself. You just fainted half an hour ago from ether exhaustion. Stop before you die." Vernon barely looks at me as he stops struggling to save Virgil and just talks a bit with tears running down his face. "He raised me. Our whole family. The 5 of us were orphaned when Virgil was only 12. Dad died of disease, and Mom died while giving birth to Aaron and Nora, both within the same week. I'm almost a whole decade younger than Virgil. It's been 17 long years of him caring for our whole family. I only wanted to be a hunter to join and help him." Silence passes between us as we watch the flicker reach the bottom of Virgil's chin. I have no words to offer. Nothing can lessen the pain of losing a loved one. It seems as though all I have met along my journey meet a quick end or other bad ends. Even Alexos didn't appear as jovial as usual, the psychotic bastard he is. Maybe that's my curse. To make others' lives worse. Alexos' words of my family being a plague or curse unto the world ring through my mind. I suppose he's right. As I think this, 2 separate whispers enter my mind. One directly that I wish didn't and another from my ears. If only we could stop the spread of the curse or plague the Bakwa left. My light seems to have minimal effect, and as you said, I'm too tired to use a huge burst to try.
It's you and GRY.
Vernon asks for help, and so does the Bloody Palm, only in their own ways. Vernon is kind and hopeful, while the Palm is demanding. The 2 separate and completely different meanings and opposite sources make an idea come to mind. I was able to affect the Bloody Palm with Daydream, right? So, could I use it on another person? Loosen their chains in exchange for my own? Maybe. As I begin to think this process through, it is shot down by a grim reality. I have no ether to spare. Maybe a very, very small attempt could be made to test it, but beyond that, there would be no point. Sleep is needed for me to recover, and now is the best time to do so. The Bloody Palm's whispers might be back, but they are much weaker than they were just a few hours ago. Whatever fight it had against the progenitor Bakwa left it damaged, drained, or both. Vernon speaks up once more as he looks at me with desperation as I ponder before his dying elder brother. "You got an idea, Wyatt? I'm grasping for anything here, man. I've seen you pull off 2 impossible feats since I met you. You think you got another one left in you?" I see heartache on his face and hear the sorrow in his voice. Just as I go to shake my head in refusal, a recent memory comes to mind. Of my ether saturation being reduced from using the bloody palm to devour, the artifact both energizes and purifies my body in preparation for its seemingly inevitable takeover of my mind. It devoured vitality and energy from both Leonard and Earl. But who here can I devour? Vernon is far too weak to deplete, and I'm both unwilling to subject Dakota to it, while I also think he wouldn't provide enough with his tiny body. The bloody palm is only interested in the living with flesh and blood, so the ghost turn meat piles around us from the aftermath of the Bakwa progenitor's death won't work. I look at the horn placed beside Vernon's body as I frantically look for a solution as fast as possible, the planar flickering reaching Vernon's nose. An idea comes to mind when I see it, and I grab it instantly. All artifacts are parts of very recently dead things that have been overpowered and distorted by the sigil and the last emotions of the deceased. Maybe the bloody palm would work. I mean, they can replace limbs, right? So are artifacts technically alive? I open up to Vernon and tell him of my crazy plan, hoping his desperation will let him ignore me being artificed with an artifact for a left hand. I have an idea that might work, Vernon, but you have to promise not to go crazy about it, okay? He nods at me emphatically as the extinguished fires of hope within his eyes are rekindled. Okay, so, my left hand is an artifact, and it can devour and help me in recovering from the living. This includes myself, but I also think it can include artifacts as they seem to be living. I want to use the boa bugle to recover and try to save Virgil. Shock breaches the younger brother's face as he hears the revelation about my hand. He responds opposite to how I expect, though. That explains quite a lot. You must be one of the hollows, right? People who attach artifacts hoping to use their power? Few of you survive the process, but you are all granted significant power with an artifact of a lower sigil than them. Do whatever you can, but I'd recommend using cutting words instead of the boa bugle. A third sigil will present much greater resistance in being devoured. Will it even work on this? This isn't an artifact from a person. It's out of an object. I correct him vaguely as I take the letter opener artifact, cutting words, that he hands me and ask if it will work. No, I didn't even know that's a thing, but I feel bad for whoever goes through that. Mine was done to save my life, and it's 2 sigils higher in rank than mine, 3 when I was first artificed. You think that it will work on the letter opener? Vernon just looks at me with a wide, open mouth at my statement as I wrap the fingers of my limp left hand around the letter opener with my right hand. He replies about the same way I felt when I woke up to the new hand. Fucking hell. I thought Virgil had a strong will. I nod to him in acknowledgement and continue with my attempt to devour an artifact as he is too surprised to answer quickly, and time is of the essence. So, quickly, I push onto the bloody palm with my mind and flow a very, very small stream of ether into it, trying to get it to feed on cutting words, the first sigil artifact that it is. A few moments pass in anxiety-filled waiting before the bloody palm reacts. Wounded the beast within may be, it is still a starving wolf, and cutting words is a young cub. The fact the bloody palm is damaged only makes it more ferocious, its main desire being survival, and the hunger only makes it more rapacious in its attack. I see tiny red-black tendrils the size of individual strands of hair exit the limp left hand and enter the letter opener. Then, they pulsate like beating hearts and grow in size like a snake eating a large prey that it has to slowly devour. As it does so, I feel significant bouts of emotions, desires, and wills hit me. These feelings and senses seem to be from many different creatures and not just one. This might be the difference between an artifact formed from a creature's limb or an object on them. More dying beings' emotions can infiltrate and reform an object with a sigil. I hold my mind strong against these emotions, but I don't feel any rejuvenation at first. All I see is that the bloody palm is becoming slightly more energetic and less limp. The damn thing is hogging all the energy, pushing my mind into the hand. I am hit with a wave of rejection as I try and make it follow my will. I refuse to let this stop me, though, and break through the wall of darkness that prevents my mind from entering and following the trails of ether within the palm. When I do this, my left hand seems to come to a decision and begins sending me bits of warmth as I wanted, but alongside the heat are deluges of memories and emotions magnitudes more emphatic than earlier. I see visions of an entire group of young men and women being killed by a creature with blades for arms, legs, and several more appendages capable of slicing through flesh and bone around its body. The bladed aberration storms through the group, and I watch in fragments from each person's view as they're killed, and then the piece shifts onto the next to be cut down. I feel the surprise, anger, and something else I can't quite place. Eventually, it ends with a final young woman who raises her arm and screams to not die as a blade goes through her arm, into her neck, and straight diagonally down through her body, leaving her torso by her ribs without any resistance. She falls to the ground and sputters up blood as her body struggles to stay alive. Then, the monstrosity of blades just walks away into the distance before more screams echo into the woman's ear. Before she eventually dies, though, she tries to write a note, possibly for a family member or loved one, but only gets far enough to put her hand in her bag that goes motionless on the letter opener within. Seemingly endless regret filled with ambition blasts into my mind as I try to hold on and keep my sanity intact. Waves push past me over and over again before I nearly collapse. Yet I do not collapse, for my mind has been both tempered and corrupted by the bloody palm, allowing me to withstand this assault. Eventually, I feel the internal pressure on my mind lighten and fade a bit, a sign of the warmth of the palm's devouring, aiding my body in removing the built-up ether. Abruptly, though, the emotions and waves of memories end, and the heat stops flowing into me. I open my eyes, which I just now closed, and see where the letter opener used to be. In the place where cutting words used to be now lies a shimmering sigil, shifting and inscrutable in its ways. It quickly sprinkles and turns to floating, glimmering, gold dust into the night sky, the artifact fading and being broken forever. The loss of the emotions and memories within makes the sigil lose its medium to stay before me, so it fractures and fades away into the night, likely returning to wherever sigils come from. Another question that I'd like to be answered, but I ignore my curiosity and quickly turn to Virgil with my body that has expelled some of the ether. Then, I place my hand on the only location on his body that is not yet flickering phantasma, his forehead. I delve deep into my mind and coalesce the most significant stream of ether I can without breaking my limit again. I command the stream of ether into the center of my dark pupils. It's the middle of the night, but a daydream is needed. A daydreamer is required. I imagine a world where the curse that is placed on Virgil recedes and goes away entirely. One where he is alive, not dead. Resistance is felt when I imagine this, as if it's not something my sigil is meant to do like it's meant only for me. But I neglect this hint entirely and bear the full force of my mind onto the feeling even with the bloody palm's re-emerging dark murmurs. A moment passes, then two. I keep pressuring the skill as time passes, and the transient clock ticks in my pocket ticks. Just as Virgil's forehead begins to flicker, I feel a release, like a lock being broken, but not on my side, on his. A brief feeling of an executioner's blade approaching the wooden stump of execution arrives, then vanishes just as fast as it came. Surprised at all that is happening but unwilling to miss this chance, I funnel as much ether as possible into loosening his chains and saving him. And it begins to work. For some reason, I see chains loosen on the man, around his eyes and brain. I'm not sure why that location is strengthened for this dream. Following the restraints weakening, the flickering stops spreading at the top of his forehead. The heavy breathing of Vernon is felt beside me, the younger brother desperate and full of waning hope for his elder brother. I do all I can to not let his hope crash as my whole body is tightened and weighed down, the price of daydream. Usually, I don't use the skill too vigorously because the cost adds up quickly. A simple use here or there for a slight boost is enough, and keeping it as a wall against the bloody palm is essential for my survival. But now that there is nothing else for me to do but save this man, I push the skill as far as I possibly can with the limited ether I have. This makes my entire body feel as though it weighs thrice as much, and it becomes even hard to fill my lungs with air, the weakening so consequential. All things have a corresponding equal effect, though, as manuals speak true. While I am severely weakened to the point of being crippled, the phantasma on Virgil not only halts but begins to recede. What concerns me, however, is the black veins that run along my hand that touches him. It feels like the bloody palm is doing something, and I don't have the energy to stop it. The action from the bloody palm feels kind of like a reciprocation for me feeding it. Apparently, while mad and ravenous, the palm still understands give and take. Or take, and give a little bit back. It's intriguing how in-depth these artifacts are, well, at least the bloody palm. I haven't spent enough time with other ones attached to me. I hold on to this daydream with the help of the black veins from the artifact for as long as I can while watching the flicker recede down to his nose, but by the time it lowers to his chin, I start to run out of fuel once more. The coal is almost out in my furnace as the body cannot remove the waste in time and provide me room for more ether. I assume Vernon notices my struggle as he hands me the horn he recently acquired, something he was so excited to test, use, and name. Taking the boa bugle in hand, I let the bloody palm devour once more as I split my attention in two, one to keep my friend alive, and another to get the energy to do so as the bloody palm can evaporate some of the ether in my body. 57 Nine of Spades. Virgil boon. My mind and body are fading, slowly dispersing and losing what holds me together. As the Bakwas curse spreads within me, I can feel myself gradually unwillingly enter the plane it was from. I fall still and paralyzed on the ground after I slay the king of the spirits within this town because of the cerulean lightning within my veins that caused this phantasmal transformation. Even my eyes stop moving and leave a single frame I can see through. But just because I stop moving does not mean the world does too. Frantic yelling and many tears drop from Vernon, the little brother I have raised, protected, trained, and prepared for as long as I can remember. He was the only one of my siblings interested in gaining a sigil. I never had a choice, being dragged out of my house after my parents died and forced to fight other teenagers until I earned my spot to be trained. So, I made sure to offer it to my siblings. Despite the risks of acquiring access to ether grants, the world is far more dangerous without someone having it. Every family must have a guardian. I know that, and Vernon does too. That's why he joined me. If I were to die and he wasn't at least capable of a bit of supernatural might, we would be easy pickings for the wealthy and the hungry. When you're powerless, sometimes it is impossible to tell the difference between a man who acts like a monster and an actual one. But despite all that is happening to me, I am proud of Vernon. I remember when he was just a tiny toddler. Now, he's a brave fighter. Someone who, even after they are knocked down, gets back up. I just wish I could hear his voice. The paralysis has even reached my ears, disallowing my hearing. Soon to come is my sight, of that I'm sure. Wyatt also appears in my limited frame of vision many times until he disappears for a few minutes after a silent conversation from my perspective with Vernon. While he's gone, though, Vernon constantly looks over his shoulder every few seconds. Then, out of nowhere, fragile bits of glowing ether shards fly out into the sky. Something that only happens when an artifact is shattered, the emotions, desires, and remnant memories being broken or dispelled. A rare event. It takes quite a lot of power to break the inner workings of an artifact. No idea how it's happening. This is the last thing I see. A beautiful sight, like fireworks after a great victory before the frame I see through freezes. All that is left is a still picture of the drifting lights of a shattered artifact, the final thing I will likely ever see. I had always figured that when you died, all you saw was black, an endless and cruel void that death opens for you. But that's not the case, for the last thing you see stays with you. I wonder what death looks like. The old woman is probably hideous. I hope she is. The damn bitch has taken too many friends, and I guess she's on her way to make a stop for me. Just as my thoughts touch on death and her cruel ways, a familiar weight that signals the ire of the mother below presses upon me, along with an odd feeling. The feeling is similar to being chained up in a cellar, something I'm also sadly familiar with. The hunters are not kind to the destitute. I ensured Vernon entered with enough money to not be treated this way despite the misery and sleepless weeks it caused me. I try to focus on this odd feeling instead of the past, curious about what it represents. Is this how death takes you? Are the legends wrong? She just encases your soul in spiritual restraints forever in stasis? As my mind turns to the sensation and ponders its meaning, a vision of what it represents is presented to the depths of my mind. A perspective in an omniscient third person, one of a dying man chained to a deep dungeon beside a second cell with a featureless man who is equally restrained. The dying man looks like me, but the other man is odd, with a missing hand and a hole where their heart should be. But despite his oddities, the man reaches out between the bars and offers a hand. Unsure of what is happening, I just watch the hand frantically gesture for something from the other man. Over time, the hand grows even more erratic and hurried as the dying man, and I simply observe. At this point, I look at the dying man, and he looks back at me. He is identical to me besides the pitch-black irises around his equally dark pupils. What is happening? This feels like a fever dream or hallucination. Is this real? I look at the dying man for a while longer until I realize something. The weight of the mother below comes from the dying man. Curious, I try to move this disembodied perspective closer to the dying man and meet significant resistance. It feels like running against a tornado's windy pull, an earthquake's faltering shake, and a flood's unstoppable rush. I consider not continuing for a moment, but a thought reaches my mind. If the mother below is pressing against me, that means my life is not yet gone. She cares not for those who are dead, only for those who are powerful and can prevent the death of many more humans, those she hates most. And so, I push on as the other man with the lost hand, and the missing heart grows increasingly more desperate. His desperation only gives me more urgency as I move closer and closer to the dying man lying against the cold stone brick wall of the dungeon. Eventually, I reach the copy of me as waves of pressure emanate from it. Then, I move into the body, trying to enter it and take control. When I do, my sight changes to seeing through the dying man's eyes, along with the pressure dissipating. And I instantly notice that this dying man is me, only a metaphorical and dimming version of me, one that is conjured from my sigil, my soul, and the small amount of ether that rests within all sigilled permanently. This is the inner self, the part of a person that, when destroyed, turns them into vegetables or, if corrupted by an artifact, demon, or god, turns them into an unfeeling puppet. It is this version of me, the final and only part of me, that yet remains after the Bakwas' paralyzing and phantasmal curse. I am broken from my inner musings and thoughts by the man in the other cell turning frenzied and rapturous, his arms waving crazily into my cell, trying to reach me. But he cannot, for I am in the opposite corner of the cell. Looking at him, I feel the natural calamities of pressure arrive again, this time with much more force. If the first calamities were the weakest forms of themselves, a first-class tornado, a weak earthquake, and an expected yearly flood, these new ones are a magnitude higher. I try to move towards the man simply in spite of Mother Below's desires. The tornado picks up and spins me harshly as I reach out to the man, but without doing so, I fall to the ground, only a little bit closer. Then, I try to stand against the wind as the world shakes and splinters beneath me. The earthquake intensifies as I attempt to get up and step toward the man. Once more, my feet go out from under me, the earthly mother in all her hate wishing for my death. Giving up on standing, I now try to crawl. A single shuffle is made before a rushing wave hits me with freezing temperatures. Gritting my teeth, I hold onto the bricks of the dungeon below me against the unceasing current within a place I never wanted to see again, the memories too painful and dark. I look up through the metaphysical waves constantly crashing over me and see a hand waving toward me with finality, a sign of someone about to give up. This is my last chance. I can feel it. If I don't grab this hand, I will indeed die. I don't know how, and frankly, I don't care. Taking a sputtered breath of damp air, I grip the stone brick as hard as I can with one arm and reach up to the man reaching down. Our hands don't meet, though. A small gap lies in between, a distance that, no matter how hard I try, I cannot cross. I repeatedly strain to reach the hand despite this fact that is settled in my heart. Even as the fingers that hold me onto the windy, shaky, and torrent-covered bricks peel off one by one, I stretch as much as I can. Right before the water washes me away, I see something happen to the man before me. His featureless face wrinkles in the effort as the hole where his heart should be grows slightly. Seeing the growth of the darkness in his chest causes me a primal and fathomless fear. I try to let go at this moment. The man in front of me no longer seems to be trying to help me, but before I am washed away by the pressurized torrent of the mother below's will, red-black tendrils come from the man's hand and latch onto mine. Agony flows through my brain the second it touches me, and shortly after, it spreads down from my forehead until it encompasses my whole body. This torment only lasts a few moments, dissipating when the tendrils pull my hand into the man's palm against my will. The instant my hands clasp his, two things occur. The first is that I hear a crack resound through my body, starting from my right forearm, where the core of my ether resides. This crack fills me with a sense of achievement, and the pressure from the mother below fades entirely. The second is that I recognize this hand, which I have shaken recently. Wyatt's. Shock flows through me as my vision shakes, shatters, and shifts into a new sight. A new place. It is a place that sends both terror and exhilaration into anyone who knows of its origins. A local of literal divine importance and other planar interest, where all must go to grow further. The cabin. But the sight of the eerie wooden hut confuses me. I thought people only came here after they gained a new sigil. What am I doing here after almost dying? Does resisting Mother Below's will and performing an absolution send you to the cabin? And if that is indeed the case, why? Why would defying the Mother Below send you here? From the rumors and myths about absolutions, I had figured they were real, but that they more so just enhanced your abilities by sharpening them further through near death, like improving the way you use ether beyond your standard capabilities. But apparently not. They instead hold real, literal ground amongst even the interest of the old gods. What a curious thing. Too far above my pay grade, power, or even want to know, though. I may only be a humble third sigil, but I know a fundamental truth of this world from my time in it and the horrors I've seen. Sometimes, it's best to not know. Knowledge itself is a weapon. An insidious and unexpected dagger that can enter the most hardened man and turn them mad. Or it can give those with power a weapon to cripple you eternally. And knowledge of the gods? Of the cabin? And not just the usual stuff like the titles or whatever, but their proper names, what they truly look like, or bits and pieces of godly knowledge. That stuff changes people, kills them even. I once had a buddy who was in a group that came across an old ruin, and they went in to find treasure, weapons, and loot from the past ages. But something in there spoke into the minds of the men in the group, poisoning their thoughts. Only Norman made it out alive. He said he only made it out alive because he deafened himself after half the group started going back and rambling about whispers. But even Norman, who mutilated himself with knives, was eventually taken over by what little he learned within that ruin. I tracked him down and put him out of his misery myself before he could return to wherever the ruin was. The bounty paid for half of Vernon's hunter training. My thoughts leave the rumination of my past, which Vernon tells me I do far too much and that it's unhealthy. I disagree. Every time I recall my past and all the times I barely survived, or when others did the same, it cements something in me. Just how unforgiving this world is. How necessary preparation and intel are. The recent fight is a good example. We thought we were prepared. 2/3 sigils and a second, along with many artifacts and other powerful tools. Surely we'd win, right?
No.
It was a close and brutal fight. One that could have gone better with a few more days of preparation and thought. It might not have been lowered to an easy one, but certainly, with a few makeshift explosives, Molotovs, and other weapons, the fight would have been a bit less dangerous. And something that would have really made the difference? If we knew that the progenitor Bakwa was so powerful, it could prevent the dissipation of its created Baka when they died, effectively making us fight an unending ghost army. Another tally to add the next time I prepare to retrieve a bounty or kill a target. Even if I fought and killed it before, do more research. Things change. Not all creatures of the same species or type are the same. After my mental note for the future, something I do after every fight, no matter how dangerous, I allow my attention to turn to the tome that rests on the table. The object that tells us of our sigils and their meanings. I take a single step, all that is required to get close enough to see the already opened book, an oddity compared to the other 3 times I've been here over the years. The book is always creepy and unnatural no matter how often I see it, seemingly made of leather from human skin and littered with ancient symbols that none know the meaning of. The difference between human and other creatures' leather that I can only notice from seeing it in person. My eyes peer at the already open new page. The ancient runic words that hurt the mind if one looks too long at an individual one translate and enter my mind just at the sight of them. Congratulations, Weathered Night Whip. You have displayed an overwhelming pure resonance to the aspect of the wraith. You have performed an act of absolution in your attempt to enter and return from another realm unsuitable for your kind. You have been turned into a phantom and slowly pulled back from the film that holds the worlds apart. As your body and mind began to fade and quiver in this reality, seeking to join the next, you refused. The world itself refused your re-entry. You refused its refusal. You defied everything while your body phased in and out of this world. But amongst that phantasmal event, a formless connection emerges between you and your sigil. And so, may your Nightwhip sigil shift into a purer form, for you, the soon-to-be wraith, have performed. The wraith's absolution. You have prematurely resonated with a future step along your path, and as such, your current sigil shall shift its absolute form to match it. It will never be the same again, and neither will you, Weathered Nightwhip. Like an old revenant starved of sustenance given souls to feed upon, your sigil shall now be more swift, erratic, and pure. From the Weathered Nightwhip you once were, now, you are the flickering Nightwhip, one who flickers from this world into the next, unceasing, unending, and without notice. With this new form, your sigil shall grant a new strength, a new aid to you in your long journey, one that may not be wanted, but that is needed for that which you walk amongst. In and out, you flicker from your current realm to the next, sometimes formless, sometimes discreet. This unpredictable and unexpected phantasmal force shall aid you greatly despite the damage it might cause to your mind. Tromp cautiously when you flicker as a wraith would. You are not yet ready to fully withstand the realms beyond. Few are. The form of your sigil shall now be revealed to you, as it is fading and unpredictable. My mind takes in the knowledge that the tome gives me, and I stare at it in shock. I had heard that absolutions give new skills, but I always thought they were just expanded or enhanced versions of what was already had, not possible futures. A wraith. Their kind are terrible specters that stand near the apex of the formless. Not quite at the top, but not that far. I believe they are ordinarily sixth sigiled threats. I had no idea that a potential path ahead of me lies the sigil of those terrifying spirits. Some of the words, though, make me view the new ability to flicker, as it is put, as something hazardous. I've never heard of a warning alongside an ability before from the tome. The book usually just gives basic information and leaves out the side effects or negatives. For it to speak of them, they must be truly dangerous. The whole bit of being formless is scary too. I'm no coward, but the idea of having no body is enough to make me hesitate even using the skill. Being blown by the wind, unable to regain a body as I'm slowly affected by the realms beyond, is a risk that might be too high for the reward. I'll have to see, though. At least I did something I always thought impossible, no matter how weird and unnatural the event was. I made the mother below lose a bet against me, an orphan who started at rock bottom. Now even those high-up hunters and estates will have to treat me with just a little respect, for only those who absolve themselves can go beyond the limits of the sixth sigil. 58. The Mother Below.
Guiat graves.
A whole stressful hour passes as I push the curse down from Virgil's forehead to his neck. At the point that his neck touches his shoulders, the curse holds strong, refusing to budge despite my best efforts. When I notice this, I try to force it through, thinking it is a hurdle to surpass, but it wouldn't work. No matter how much I try, the curse won't recede any further, and because of the effort I used to push past the block, I once again reached the limit of my ether saturation. With a body at the brink once more, I quickly but full of anguish grab Law's light, ready to consume it with the bloody palm to keep trying to save him. But as I hold onto it with my left hand, which has recovered quite a bit from its own buffet of artifacts, Vernon yells to me. You did it. The curse isn't moving anymore. It's stopped at the neck. I look over at the surprising news, almost unbelieving. And he's right. The shimmering phantasmal body of Virgil only exists below his neck. Have we held it off enough that it has stopped spreading throughout his body? Do you think he'll be good? You think the curse is done spreading? Vernon glances at me briefly, filled with hope, before turning back to his elder brother. I think so. At the very least, the curse has stabilized. You can take a quick nap. I'll watch over him. It'd be best if you were prepared to help again without sacrificing another expensive artifact. Any item we have is worth his life, but we still need to eat. Before you do, though, can you check if the progenitor had an artifact emerge from it? Hopefully, it did. That will compensate for the loss of cutting words and the boa bugle. I nod to Vernon as I stand shakily, the first time in over an hour that I'm not wrapped in the chains wrought from daydreaming on another with all my might. Without having to be careful of the restrictions that it places on the rest of my body, I went all the way and then some. It was like being under a dozen weighted blankets, gagged, blindfolded, and getting your brain wrung simultaneously. Not a pleasant experience. I shake my head away from those stressful thoughts. We did it. I look around for the potential artifact the progenitor turned into when the spirit dissipated into light. Surely that tough bastard would leave behind enough desires to create an artifact. As I look around, though, I notice how quiet the town is. All that remains is the almost inaudible whispers from Vernon to his unconscious brother and the crackling fire that burns down the building I was on earlier. The blaze is radiant and burning, using the whole building to stave off the cold of the deep night. I take a moment to just feel the warmth on my skin and the peaceful air. I push off finding the artifact and rest to just enjoy the moment. Euphoria fills me alongside the relaxing come-down of adrenaline. I did it. I avenged Lonnie. It feels great. The relief, the satisfaction, the weight lifted from my shoulders. The kid is no longer being tormented as a ghostly Bakwa. Instead, he is taken by death to be judged. I do know that the Red Judge will be fair. No kid ever deserves his sentencing, and it's said that the only time he is ever lenient is with children. Hopefully, he is sent to the White Fields of Comfort, the only semi-peaceful place in the underworld, where only the best are sent. A slight chance exists he might be pulled a bit deeper into the gray salts of loneliness, but at least that place isn't torture. It's more so just a limbo to slowly pass until the soul fades into nothingness. But at least there's no way the Red Judge would sentence him to the black dungeons of penitence or Crimson Court of Suffering. No child ever deserves to go to those two places. I freed him from his current suffering. That's all that really matters. I'm sure that even the salts would be nicer than whatever he was experiencing as the progenitor Bakwas pawn. Avenging him and freeing his spirit feels terrific. The catharsis allows me to calm down remarkably after the battle, my breathing slowing to a more regular gait. One down, one to go. The next will likely be 10 times more complicated, though. Alexos, despite how he looked the last time I saw him, will not be an easy foe to face. The phantom pain has made it all the way to the 6th sigil. And if there's one thing I've learned in the short month or two since I gained a sigil, every step forward costs more of your soul and leaves a trail of bodies behind you. The only thing you can do is try to stop the fallen from being those you care about. My moment of calm ends after a few minutes of peace as my eyes scan the surroundings and find something in the direction of where the Bakwas light dissipated to. A small cerulean glass-like orb lays in the sand, almost impossible to notice. I stumble over to it and pick it up after covering my hand in cloth. I'm unwilling to pick up an artifact with my bare hands without knowing what it does first, but I am willing to inspect it closely with my eyes. The orb is not made of glass despite its shiny reflecting texture. It's an eyeball, one from the Bakwa, and within the blue eyes where even the pupil is blue, just a darker shade than the rest, I see shifting figures. Figures that resemble the smaller Bakwas, not the larger ones made of adults or the progenitor, but instead ghost-like bodies that look like deformed children. My heart sinks as the possibility of me freeing the little guy rises. Did I not actually free Lonnie? Was he just put into this damned artifact from the leftover emotions of the ghost? I put my eye closer to the glassy orb, peering into the blue-tinted world of ghosts that lie within. I try to decipher and see what truly lies within, and relief washes over me after a few moments of observation. The ghosts within are not the Bakwas I've seen lately and come to know. They are even smaller and deformed things that move with disturbing and eerie jaunts within the small orb. Spirits that the progenitor must not have wanted to use or risk. I do not know how the progenitor controlled, stored, or actually transformed people, but it seems as though some didn't go quite as planned. And it's those malformed Bakwas that remain after its death. Some of the malformed Bakwa are those with hands that are twice as long as the others but legs with backward knees. Some others have tiny heads and large bodies. Others have massive skulls, but no eyes of any sort on their faces. It is all disconcerting and weird. It's one thing to see deformed ghosts that come from humans, but when those ghosts are deformed, it is pretty dismal to look at. I can understand why the Bakwa didn't use these few dozen broken souls. Its transformation process must not have been perfect, or something caused it to mess up, so it didn't want to use its flawed creations. I just wonder if these spirits still have any sense of self, if any intelligence remains. It's something to think about later. Because now that I've found the eyeball of an artifact, I want to rest. I can put the infrequent form of an artifact off for later in favor of sleep. I still have a mission to do. After all, this was just for me. Sitting down next to Vernon and the stabilized Virgil, I hand the man the eyeball wrapped in cloth. Then as I listen to his exhausted excitement, I lay down and close my eyes. His tired and concerned voice enters my ears even as I drift to sleep. This is great. An eyeball is one of the hardest forms of artifacts to get. This thing will surely make up for cutting words in the boa bugle. It might even give Law's Light a run for its. I wake up as the sun shines light onto Harmony Town, the first of its rays hitting my closed eyelids and prompting my brain to turn on. As I sit up, still with a headache, although it's lessened, and a wounded body, I see Virgil sitting on a post of the recently burned down building, his body no longer flickering and see-through. Weariness immediately fades, and I move toward him, sore and full of pain but endlessly curious. You're alive. How is your body fine? Wasn't the curse still present? Virgil speaks to me with a smile as he looks at the rising sun, the rays not yet hitting him as he's behind a pole. Some crazy shit happened. I don't know how, but I did an act of absolution in the process of surviving. Apparently, my sigil shifted towards a future form, the Wraith. Now I can phase in and out of the world, becoming incorporeal, but there's some huge downsides. I stare at the man I thought was dead as I stand up and notice that Dakota slept beside me the whole time. Grunting to pick up the fox, as I am still weak, I walk over to the older man. I also notice that Vernon is asleep in a bedroll beside Virgil. How can there be a downside? You can literally dodge like any attack now? Bullets will barely affect you, let alone blades, and if it's as strong as the progenitors, they will probably just pass right through you without an effect at all. He sighs as he shows me his hand, and for a brief moment, it flickers, barely visible and mostly see-through like a ghost, to the point that every internal part of the hand can be seen, then turns corporeal once more. When he does it, I see him flinch and shiver like he just saw someone he loves die. It might seem like that, but it's not all sunshine and rainbows. The curse still has me, but it's just that my sigil has shifted to hold it at bay passively. The sigil skill from the Absolution doesn't make me fade. It makes me corporeal. From the second I woke up, I've been constantly using ether. And whenever I flicker, the sights and sounds within the other realms are far too much, and it feels like I'm being eaten. Not just that, but whenever I go back and forth quickly, the cost ramps up direly like the fabric dislikes being repeatedly torn through. His condition not being wholly solved surprises and worries me. I sympathize with the stuff he's forced to see. I imagine it's similar to the bloody palm's dark invasive murmurs. I sit down next to him beside the charred pole of the burned building and try to talk to him about it. You okay? I have quite some experience with otherworldly whispers. Virgie's eyes quickly flit to my left hand, and then back to his brother. Yeah, I know. Vernon told me about you being artificed while you were out. I was going to ask you for some help. That, and I wanted to say thanks. I know it wasn't easy to save me. Hell, I didn't think I could be saved until you appeared. Virgil's wording confuses me. What does he mean until I appeared? What do you mean appeared? He motions with his hands toward me, trying to explain. I was near death. I could feel myself turning into whatever those things are from the progenitor's curse, and I felt you reach out to help me. The issue in my actual survival was that the mother below didn't like my survival for some reason and fought against it. The only reason I'm even here right now is that somehow you reached even further and grabbed me, allowing me to break her bet and absolve myself. His words sink in for a moment before a litany of questions arises. The mother below? I've never heard of her before. And by my extra reach, did he mean the bloody palm's unusual aid? What does he mean by breaking her bet and absolving himself? I try to ask him individually, but they all come out simultaneously because I'm too curious. Who's the mother below? Is it a god? What did it look like when I reached out to you? Bloody? And what do you mean by bet or absolvance? Virgil raises his hands in an attempt to slow my roll of inquiries, but he does answer them all slowly and deliberately as if telling a long story. I listen attentively to his lengthy explanation. Whoa, slow down. I just woke up from near death about an hour ago. Give me some time to think. Your first question, though, is easy, although quite long. We've got plenty of time, though, as Vernon will be out for a while. The Mother Below's story is long but incredibly vital for those who seek the higher tiers of strength with sigils, and I think you do, so I'll tell you the whole thing. The lower level of the library in the Hunter headquarters has all this stuff. I only learned it because my younger sisters wanted bedtime stories, and I was too lazy to make them up. The Mother Below is the one who created our world and all the things that live in it, although she seems to hate humans the most. First, she made plants, fish, and birds. Then, she wished for intelligent life and created humans. Along with humans, though, the Mother Below made a large variety of beasts, reptiles, and even the first few Goliaths. Many years are said to have passed after that until humanity became too powerful, spread out amongst the entire world and all its 3 continents, innumerable islands, and 5 oceans. But gradually, it's said that the Mother Below became dissatisfied with humans and our ways of life. That we were not enough. Our skills with ether, resonance with sigils, and ingenuity were insufficient for the Mother. Virgil pauses to breathe, the man moving on the makeshift slightly to be more comfortable. This whole time, sigils existed but were rare and only found by the strongest or the cruelest. Maybe 1 in 10,000 were said to possess even a first sigil. Nowadays, it's probably closer to 1 in 100. And that back then, beyond 4th sigil didn't exist. So, she created demons. Creatures that are everything humans are and more. The strength of beasts. The intelligence of humans. The resonance of the Nihilo. She even created a place for them. Hell, the deepest region of the earth, even beneath the underworld, where the dead lie. This is where they all emerged from, deep below. Another pause ensues with a look of envy on his face. Of course, anyone would be jealous when some are born with all the gifts possible. At this point, the old gods still lived as well, uncorrupted, and while not kind, they were not antagonistic. The only god not among them was the arbiter of chaos, the devil. He arose later. But the demons were sent on a crusade against the humans by the Mother Below to reset her world in their likeness. There was only one solace for man. Demons are low in number and have issues coupling. In addition, for some reason, after the initial rush of demons from hell, none more have ever come. So, we were able to live past this dark era. The continents were split off from each other, and we lost contact. We could never communicate much before, yet many of the old books in the library spoke of ships and trade here or there. But after the demonic wars past the collapse, all was lost. Virgil's eyes grow dark, shadows swimming in them as a visceral emotion exits his pupils, each syllable angry yet proud. Humanity was pushed from all of Mari, the continent our feet lay above, to just the eastern coast. We only survived because of one man, the first. It's said he was the first man to ever reach the angelic realm, joining the many demons and few pygmies and Nihilo to have also done so, earning his title. He created the Order of Hunters over 1,000 years ago. He kept us alive until his fall and a Pyrrhic victory to Leviathan, the eventual and now current binary lord. He bought us some years to survive, but it is unknown if any other segments of the world are still full of human life. Most think that we only live because of him, and that all other regions fell without such a monster of man to guide them. Virgil smacks his lips as he begins to wrap up his story, explaining it all. Anyway, this is all to answer some of your questions simultaneously. I know it's long, but it should make a little sense. It's during our survival with the first that something terrible occurs. At this time, many people are stuck at the 6H sigil and cannot rise, while demons, beasts, ghosts, and other creatures can. The other planers have always been powerful, and more of them are beginning to appear, each unpredictable and lethal. The mother below then decides she will act personally and kill us. She descends a part of her will to press upon the first while he is in a battle against Mammon, a mighty demon at the time. The first was winning, and the mother wished it was not so. No one knows if she did this because she was waking up again, or if she truly hated the man so much that she could strike from her slumber. She bet against him and tried to crush him in conjunction with Mammon, but the first survived, wounded, mentally damaged, and partially crippled, but he survived. And because he did, he performed the first ever absolution. His skill, which came from his absolution, was said to be the most unique thing in the world, a once-in-eternity thing. But it was not to be. Eventually, he fell, Leviathan slaying him before he could grow more potent at the young age of 30. The man finishes mentioning the legend from long ago as his head falls backward onto the charred post, his voice ringing with forlorn sadness. It's always been thought that the mother below is where sigils come from first, starting with placing them in plants, which were then slowly devoured and moved throughout the biosphere of life. I'm not sure if that's true, though. Just based on the short glimpses I've seen through the cracks in the fabric from Flickr, I'm led to believe the mother below might just be a being above a god, capable of creating, or at the very least, affecting a mass amount sigils at a large scale. Kind of like resonant attraction, but much more powerful. So, anyway, this is all to say that when the mother below bets against you, it's because there's a reason she wants you dead. You will either cause many demons to die, her chosen children, or you will save many people, her hated children. There is another thing that also happens. If you ever win a bet against her, it's said it becomes 10 times harder for you to do it again, for she'll coalesce 10 times the pressure to make sure you stay down. And in breaking her hold over you, the sigil within you shifts, changes, and grows to match you and the actions you've taken. Absolutions are sporadic acts that allow one to grow and reach unseen heights. Heights that only the ones with unbreakable wills, complex skills, unfathomable minds, or otherworldly luck can achieve. A short pause, a final one, starts as Virgil turns thankful. I think that my case is several of those. When I was on the verge of giving up, you who were reaching out to me had tendrils of red-black sludge hone in and stab into me before bringing me closer and saving me. So, again, thank you for not only saving me but allowing a peasant-born orphan, such as me, to do what only legends are said to have done. For close to a full minute after his story, we sit in silence, me understanding all that he had said, and him, watching the growing rays of the sun from behind the charred pole. I take a quick glance at the bloody palm and say a quiet thank you to the murderous and insatiable hand. I have no clue why it helped, but it does look back to normal. Maybe it just did so because it had access. That's what happens whenever it devours to heal me, after all. After my thanks to the palm, my attention turns to the revelations Virgil gave me, creation stories I've never even heard a little about, and the being that did it all. The mother below, this god above gods, bet against me, and I defied her. I don't know how I did, though. All I did was funnel ether into myself nonstop at the maximum speed I could as the executioner's blade from the big man fell toward me. I have no idea how that was able to do it. I turned back to Virgil to discuss absolutions with him, both his and mine, as I see him reach a hand out from behind the shade from the pole into the daylight, possibly sensing that something is off. The second he does so, a scream of pain and surprise erupts from him. Everywhere the warm daylight touches, his hand is set ablaze. 59. Intricacies of Ether. Virgil jumps back into the shadows of the charred pole, surprised and yelling in pain, completely understandable for being set ablaze out of nowhere. I react just as quickly and grab the bedroll beside me and wrap his entire hand and forearm in the fabric, attempting to smother the flame of oxygen. After a few seconds of painful struggle and agony from Virgil rolling in the bedroll, the fire extinguishes. Heaves of air exit Virgil's lungs as we both sit there with confused looks on our faces. He looks behind me at the rays of light, and his face scrunches up in hate and realization. Curious, I ask him what the hell just happened to him. Virgil, what the fuck is going on? Why did you just spontaneously combust? Virgil glances at his arm and pulls it out of the singed cloth bedroll. The arm only has a small number of burns from the flame that covered it. I think a side effect of my new flickering body is that the sun now burns me. But like most lower-rank ghosts, the sun doesn't burn me if I flicker into another realm. The only problem is that I can't do it too long, like weak ghosts. Two revelations come from what he tells me. The first is that absolutions can have side effects, and the second is that ghosts can live under the sun. I always had the impression they couldn't. The issue is that the weaker ones cannot exist under the sun's rays, yet the more powerful ones can. I do wonder how powerful they have to be. Was the progenitor strong enough? Maybe. It doesn't seem like Virgil is, probably because he's only half ghost and incomplete. His body may be ghostly in nature, but his mind and soul are wholly human. After this spontaneous combustion event, we speak some more, and questions arise about whether we can still move amidst the sun. Can he be burned through clothes? Does being underwater stop the light? Can mirrors burn him? I give Virgil my coat so that we can test the first one. Before we do, though, I find the nearby town well and fill a bucket of water so that he doesn't have to flicker to keep himself from burning to death. Once I'm ready to douse him, with a hand wrapped in my coat, he slowly puts his arm into the sunlight from behind the pole. The rays of light slowly cover his whole coat-laced hand. And nothing happens. We both take a sigh of relief. We'd be done if it still burned him through the coat. Only being able to move at night is a huge detriment. Not to even mention, where would he hide in the middle of the dunes? Sure, a town is no problem with all the buildings, and even a forest wouldn't be too bad either, but bone dunes? He'd be dead in a week. We continue with our tests while we wait for Vernon to wake. I search the town for clothes to cover Virgil up, and by the end of our tests, he is wrapped tightly up on every single part of his body. Not a single patch of skin shows. He wears a long trench coat and shirt that covers his arms and torso with a hood and cap that cover his head. Virgil's legs are fully covered by a new pair of pants that go down over his ankles and sock that reach up to match. He is still wearing his steel-toed boots from before I met him. I even found the man a pair of dark-tinted goggles from the town blacksmith's shop. Customarily used to block out the heat and light from a smelter, now they block out the sun's damaging rays for the ghostly man. He doesn't seem to like it at first, though. Damn it. I feel like a child during his first winter, all wrapped up in needless bundles. But we also make one more discovery at the end once Virgil is completely covered from head to toe, blocking out the sun, which changes his perspective. His nightly strength returns, no longer with a single ray of light that reaches his skin, his passive bonus from his second nightly sigil. The reduced ether cost, increased ether control, and heightened physical prowess. I watch him giddy and excited about this new discovery about his ether and sigil. He throws punches in mock tests, and I see him flicker here and there. Whenever he uses his new phantasmal skill, even his clothes become see-through. His beating heart, thinking brain, and breathing lungs are all visible for any to see. But just as we both thought, the skill is incredible. Virgil shows me how he can walk through walls and stick his head, hand, or leg through them. We do a small spar as we both want to see how useful it is in combat, and he kicks my ass. Though I'd wager all my money, he could do it without the skill. My right fist just goes straight through the man, regardless of where I strike him, and the bloody palm, on the other hand, which I've had to raise my daydream back up against now that it's recovered, does land like a regular punch. Though, if he fills the skill with more ether than normal, deepening his connection to the other realm he enters, even the bloody palm passes through him. However, that does seem to leave a lasting impact as he pants and needs a moment to recover after it. I even shoot him with my ordinary revolver. Just as predicted, the bullet goes right through him. Nothing seems to leave a mark except for an attack fueled with ether. Virgil teaches me a new skill as well to test this further, one I've never heard of. It's called wedding, a skill he picked up from another veteran who learned it. Only about 10 or so skills are hunter skills, which are skills taught to most hunters during training, and this is not one of them. It's a skill that only a handful know, and now I'm one of them. It's both complicated and straightforward. Like using a whetstone, you run your hand over a blade, bullet, or even your own hands and coat them in ether, focusing on making the substance sharp or piercing. Learning it is challenging, and I fail dozens of times before I even understand it. Additionally, Virgil teaches me more about how ether is used in its applications until Vernon wakes up. In doing so, he is trying to strengthen his team and test his abilities further against wedding. The veteran knows what he's doing and has plenty of time to teach it. Every new sigil grants one the basic level of a particular ether technique, and the instant one gains the corresponding sigil, most also achieve the most fundamental stage of each type of ether manipulation. However, this is only rudimentary, and most cannot put it to any use at all, the technique breaking apart before its usefulness shows. Increasing it to a level where it is valid still requires practice or, at the very least, extreme luck. Furthermore, there is a type of ether manipulation set to each sigil, with intricacies within each. First sigil is using individual streams of ether. Single strand is the common name for it. This entails using a single skill or multiple at once. It is both the most elementary manipulation of ether and the most important. It can be trained so that people can activate up to a dozen skills without being distracted. Vernon is very good at this, me not so much. Second sigil is many streams at once for the same skill. Many strand is the common name. This differs from using multiple skills. It is about quickly activating abilities and making those chosen more potent than usual. It is also sometimes just thought of increasing the size of the streams of ether. It is when one creates a massive stream or many at once to fuel a single skill or activate an artifact. Also incredibly important. A bit more complex than single strand, but not significantly. Third sigil is braiding the streams of ether to empower a skill or yourself. Braided strand is the common name. This is what's required for wedding. You have to create many strands and funnel them all into the same skill at once while at the same time crisscrossing and braiding them. This increases the durability of the skill, speed of activation, and time that the ether will remain in the skill without input. Fourth is raising the quality of ether. Steel strand is the common name. I have not yet mastered or even been able to accomplish this a single time. Very few can before they become fourth sigils. The most straightforward comparison to understand is putting the essence of your sigil into the ether, changing its effects drastically. The change is vital for the powerful as it increases the amount of ether they can functionally use. For this higher quality is more easily expelled by the body as it is more personal to each person. It also can provide significant changes to already existing skills. Steel is also where the difficulty starts to pick up. As for most, it takes months before they can use it, even after advancing. Fifth is raising the density of the ether from liquid to gaseous. Steam strand is the common name. Ether is the opposite of most substances. It grows in both density and speed when turning to gas. This increases the rate of ether because gas moves faster than liquid while at the same time increasing the power of any skill using steam ether extensively. Additionally, it vastly reduces the ether saturation pace of the user, much more so than anything else I know of. Sixth details imbuing ether with your will and personal essence. Willful strand is the common name. I don't know what it all entails, but it exponentially increases the range of a sigil's ether. If I could do it, I could use my whips up to over 50 feet from just 4 or 5. Beyond that, I don't know anything besides how those above that use ether are unimaginable, and I know that the techniques of a 7th sigil are 10 times the difference from 3rd to 4th with steel strand. I can imagine, though, that the difficulty is just as high. But secrets of the angelic realm are kept tight by the higher-ups. Hell, even 5th and 6th are only talked about in whispers, but I've gathered enough information to make educated guesses. Now, this is all just a framework for how one is supposed to learn these types of ether usage. You can know them earlier than they're generally granted from talent, pressure, or sheer force of will. You can use single and many strands at a pretty high level despite saying you've had no teacher. I'm impressed, as most without a teacher will remain with just the basics. I think you can learn braided strands. That, and I really want to see if a skill like wedding will hit me or not. His bit about sheer force of will reminds me of how I gained my first absolution, just forcing ever-growing streams of ether into my body without stopping, creating a ball of power within me from just force of will. This leads to a short conversation about absolutions, and Virgil is speechless to find out I also had one. And how I got it surprises him so much that he stops teaching me to look at me for a minute. I always thought you were fearless, Wyatt. You look young, far too young for this line of work, but that's not my business. But now I know you're not a brave kid. You're a batshit insane one. What kind of madman creates a literal bomb of ether inside themselves? I don't even understand how you got your absolution from that. Virgil shakes his head, unbelieving, before he continues. They're all about survival and beating the odds. You creating an internal bomb is the exact opposite. It would kill any man 100% of the time, dissolving and breaking them down from the inside out into a pile of meat and blood. I smile at him, calling me crazy. I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't even know that ether could kill you like that at the time. I knew it was dangerous, but not dynamite dangerous. My only answer is something that I've been told by many people, from my mother to Edmund and even Alexos. They say I'm hard to put in the grave. Maybe it wouldn't have killed me? Virgil laughs and nods. Yeah, I've seen that too. I guess the chance of survival always remains. But it'd be inhuman to survive that. I can barely imagine anyone who could, even someone above the sixth sigil that is angelic. Maybe the Undying could, but that is the only possibility. Graves are known for being hard to kill, more similar to artifacts in their ability to take any beating and stay standing, let alone their most famous member, Killian. He is said to be missing, though. Don't want to meet whatever put that man down for the count, that's for sure. A knowing smile is stretched onto my lips at his words, but I stay quiet as we return to me trying to learn braided ether. The man runs me through many drills during his explanations, trying to increase my skill with ether, yet even after a couple of hours of effort and attempts in trying to braid my ether, I cannot succeed in doing so. I had thought that I was a prodigy in ether manipulation after how I learned adrenaline surge and sneak so quickly, which, now that I think about it, the latter is a use of many-strand ether, and so is the upgraded form of sneak I made. I raise my frustration to Virgil, who is kindly teaching me, and he gives me some advice back. Those two skills are probably things you have an affinity to. An example is I'm terrible at physical enhancement skills. It took me over 2 months to learn physical enhancement, a required hunter skill, and I never succeeded in learning adrenaline surge. Vernon is similar to me. However, I am great at skills that affect objects and things that I hold, like wedding, while Vernon is really good at general skills that involve emitting things. Recently, he's been practicing learning radar, a skill we heard of during a large expedition into the Coriolis marshes in Sinskreek. It allows you to sense everything within 100 feet through little pulses of ether you emit. He's made good progress but hasn't quite learned it entirely yet. He's only gotten it to the point of emitting one pulse every 20 seconds that reach 20 feet out. You just seem as though you're highly skilled in ether, which enhances your physical self. But with enough practice and effort, I believe anyone can learn any general skill, so long as it doesn't involve an element. I nod at his wisdom and continue practicing trying to braid my ether into wetting my hand like a blade. While I do so, Vernon wakes up, and at a single glance at his brother, who walks around in his whole getup, he raises a sun-filled hand of radiance. Who the hell are you? Where's Virgil, Wyatt? Snickering, I point at the heavily cloaked, goggled, and dressed man. He's right there, you dumbass. No, he's not. I've never seen this man before. Virgil jumps in and yells with a deeper voice than usual. No, you have. Vernon takes another look at Virgil as the older brother raises a middle finger through a jack-box-like opening gesture, then laughs his ass off through his many clothes that muffle his voice a bit. I'll fuck you too. Chuckles erupt from Virgil and me while we pack our stuff, preparing to leave this not-so-harmonious Harmony town. Vernon gets frustrated with the both of us and refuses to help, but his brother just starts chucking shit at him to carry, from scavenged bottles of alcohol to spare bullets that we found while searching throughout the day. Virgil is a much better scavenger than me and my old group. Quickly, we restart our journey west toward the break that we must be nearing. More and more animals have been seen during our approach. This is odd as winter is near, just a week or two away. I ask Virgil and Vernon about why the break is coming despite winter being so close. Isn't winter an awful time to fight? Vernon, the one who had the extensive hunter training with all expenses paid for by his brother, answers as Virgil knows less theoretical knowledge on enemies that he hasn't faced compared to Vernon. The cold is mostly only bad for humans to fight in. Our bodies get cold and slow, which weakens us significantly, but most powerful beasts are giant and have fur or, at the very least, are large enough to not be affected by a bit of cold. The ones that don't will be heated by the other beasts near them under the control of the demons. The man pauses in thought as if he's trying to remember the name of something. And demons are said to have something called, a demonic furnace instead of a heart. It creates energy from the atmospheric ether instead of digested food and distributes heat and blood to their bodies, a better version of a heart. Keeps them from getting cold or tired quickly. Only temperatures far below zero or days without rest affect them. So, actually, breaks more commonly occur during the winter, when humans are at their weakest. We're safest during autumn when most demons prepare their crusades against us at the Mother Below's will. I nod after the explanation, and we discuss some more bits and pieces of demons, just curious about their abilities and habits. Even how they look. Virgil answers this one. I've talked to a few people who have fought during breaks, and typically, there are a few demons between 2 and 3 that lead it. They can naturally command beasts, so we might have to be careful with little Dakota in your backpack. Still, if a beast is domesticated, they are typically fine. Its will is usually powerful enough to resist the demon's call for war from domestication. Virgil pauses again, his hate for demons leaking outward. Demons are very arrogant and commonly embody only one of the 7 sins compared to humans, who have all 7. Their skills and abilities vary as there are many kinds of demons. From Skinwalkers and Jumbies to Bakwas, there are plenty. The most dangerous ones, though, are humanoid demons, for they can blend in. This is why Skinwalkers are so feared. I cut in with a question, curious if Wendigos are demons. I remember my title on the bounty poster mentioning them. What about Wendigos? Are they powerful demons? The two brothers both look at me as we walk, Vernon with raised eyebrows and Virgil with noticeable discomfort through the many sets of clothes. Virgil coughs and answers with a low voice.
No.
Well, yes. Wendigos are powerful, one of the most dangerous creatures to ever live. But no, they are not demons. Wendigos are born from humans who have merged with at least one artifact and supplanted themselves into them. The desires and hunger from the artifacts overpower the person's mind, turning them into an amalgamation of disaster. A predator at the absolute apex. The combination of 2 or more beings of sigil in one is beyond imagination. Virgil pauses for a short moment before finishing with words of awe. They are only creatures that humans and demons have and would ever ally together against. Oh, that sounds foreboding for my future. Names have power, after all. Ma always told me that. That being called something can signal that you will be more like that in the future. Or that simply saying a creature's name allows them to sense you. I push these foreboding thoughts away as Virgil's eye catches something in the distance. Something red. 60 pyres for the unknown. We move forward carefully after red is spotted in the distance, staying low to the ground and quiet. Virgil uses several hand signs that they both had taught me recently. The loss of cutting words allows him to once again understand hand signals. He puts his hand close to the ground, a motion that means stay down, and follows it up with a side-facing palm that's up, a signal that means to be in a single file. Vernon and I follow the signs, and he ends it with a common symbol for silence, the finger in front of the lips. Quietly and carefully, we approach whatever crimson thing lies in the dune. Once we get relatively close, Virgil gives us the signal to spread out, and we do. In a fan, we approach the thing in question and quickly realize it is a small hill made chiefly of blood and gore. I hear Vernon beside me gag in sight of what lies before us. Several dead men and women are mashed together. Limbs turn to mush and bones to splinters. Blood is everywhere, guts are strewn left and right, and several are chewed through. The faces, well, the faces that still exist and aren't smashed beyond recognition, are twisted in agony. It's a bit much of a sight even for me, who had his own spine severed by shrapnel, and oh, the smell. It is beyond terrible. I turn away from the sight, unwilling to subject myself to it. But Virgil doesn't. The veteran of the supernatural for over a decade is used to these grisly sights. He does a verbal walkthrough for Vernon and me, who step away from the scene, expecting neither of us to be able to view it. Looks like a group of maybe 6 to 7. No, wait. 8. There is another underneath the first few. Their wounds are rough, some of the worst I've ever seen. Kind of reminds me of how the Urayuli smashed through legions of people and monsters, just on a smaller scale. These corpses also contain several pieces of dirt, sand, and quicksand. Only the Amakuk are known in these regions for manipulating ground and quicksand, but they are typically restricted to moving within. A powerful enough one could theoretically kill through earth manipulation, though. Maybe even use it to crush a human to this extent. I'm thinking we either have a young Urayuli or an abnormally powerful Amakuk. Vernon cuts in at this point, unable to keep listening. Come on, Virgil. Do you have to be like that? Can we just move on? It's sick to investigate these poor fellows like this. I rise to Virgil's defense, phrases from Edmund coming to mind. Virgil's smart in doing this, Vernon. Life gets messy, but we need information. If we don't know what's out here, we'll get ambushed like those short-horned serpents. An affirmative grunt and explanation come from Virgil after my defense. Yup. Not just that, but this will help tell us how far away the break is. Demons commonly like to raise 1 or 2 Urayuli to do their dirty work. The simple-minded hairy fellows are weak to their call. A sign of a young one, probably a 4th or 5th sigil, as they grow naturally to be 6 sigils, as long as they have plenty to kill and gain each sigil for means that the break is nearby. Close enough that the Urayuli is let loose to have fun. On the other hand, if it's an Amakuk, it's still a bad sign, but not as bad. It just means that where we are is under the domain of said Amakuk, and that it's likely to attack us or eventually join the break with its pack. So, we should do a bit more investigation. If it's an Amakuk, we should find and kill it quickly to stop the break from gaining another powerful beast amongst its horde. If it is an Urayuli, though, we run for our lives. As fast as possible. Vernon finally comes around after the full description of why Virgil is shifting the dead bodies and searching through them.
Fine.
I guess that makes sense, but I still can't look at it. I'm not squeamish, you know that, but oh my, that is just too much. His older brother is fine with Vernon's response and asks me to help him in his investigation. That's fine. You do the artifact inspections. We all got our strengths. It's why we move together. Everyone has their own job. Wyatt, you think you can check to see if these people have any sigils with your chain eyes? From the heat of the dead, it's only been 5 or 6 hours since the deaths. If they were 2nd or 3rd sigil, their ether might still hold together. I take a moment and glance back at the bundle of gory gruesomeness. It affects me briefly, making my stomach queasy, but I break out after a few seconds after forcing myself to move. It doesn't feel good to look at, but I think I can bear it. After all, if I think about it, I've probably bled more than these people did. Yeah, just give me a sec to get used to it. Typically, it's my own blood, guts, and flesh that is everywhere. The older man laughs but nods and continues digging through the bodies, looking for any sign to aid one of his 2 conclusions. Before he finds one, though, I steel my stomach enough to look at the disgusting sight. Then, I activate Chain Eyes, the most familiar stream of ether I possess. I use this augmented vision to peer at the bodies and only see hints of ether at first, but deep within, where Virgil pointed out in 8th person, I see a hint of yellow. A 3rd sigil. I let the man know while he continues to check bloody pockets, ripped shirts, and torn pants for clues. I see a single sigiled, a 3rd sigil at the very bottom, the one underneath the rest. I'm sure what the fact a 3rd sigil being killed could represent, but Virgil apparently does as he tries to move the bodies. but several bodies stacked on top of each other with limbs intercrossed are too heavy. You don't see any more?
No.
Okay, that's good. Well, mostly. If it was a Urayuli, even an adolescent one, it could have killed at least a dozen third sigils without much struggle. But an Amakuk, which is normally a first sigilled, sometimes a second, wouldn't be capable of killing even a single third sigil. An abnormal one could potentially, though, with its pack. I just wonder what its third sigil would be. Help me turn over these bodies. If the bottom one has any visible wounds, I can figure this out a bit more. I take a step closer to him and kneel down, putting my nose underneath my shirt and trying to make an idle chat to distract myself from the smell and squish of dead bodies. What sigils do Amakuk have? Both normally and rarely. Virgil responds to my attempt at distraction as we move bodies together. The experienced man speaks through all our movements to help keep my mind off the minced dead below our hands. The first sigilled will be shamans, capable of using roots, small segments of dirt, and bombs to fight, recover, and escape. They aren't too dangerous as shamans aren't known for combat, but even a rat bites when pushed to a corner. I've killed a decent number of these before. Virgil stops momentarily in his speech as we are hit with a waft of exceedingly awful smell from the bodies. He recovers much faster than I. The rare second sigilled sometimes have another shaman or a swimmer sigil. The former further increases their ability with roots, dirt, and medicine, making them partially intelligent, like a 2- or 3-year-old. The latter allows them to swim through the dirt as one would water. The sigil mutation is quite powerful for creatures that can hold their breath for a long period. I've killed one of these. Again he pauses, this time in the effort of flipping over a body for investigation. I'm unsure what an anomaly would be as a 3D sigil. Maybe another shaman? That would partially explain the crushed and minced meat, but I feel there would be more dirt inside them. Another swimmer is also a possibility, as there is quicksand between some of the corpses. A type of Amakuk that can trap others with quicksand would be deadly. But there's always a chance it has something we haven't seen before. Another possibility is soldier or freak as its third because of the strength they both give. Oh, look, I see something here. Hold this one up for me. Virgil stops in the middle of his distraction for me to search the man's torn apart and ripped open upper right chest at the bottom of the pile of dead bodies. He pulls out a bloody scale that, underneath the carnage, looks tan, like one from a desert lizard. Then he puts it up and shows it to me, following it with an explanation. This is a scale of an Amakuk. They look closer to large, scaled, sandy lizards than anything else. The third sigil here must have been fighting like hell to injure one so bad it stabbed him with a scale. They normally do everything they can to protect their scales. It's seen as beauty or something in their species. Look, there's also some flaked scale on this man's fingernails. Definitely an Amakuk. A Urayuli wouldn't have been injured in the slightest, killing this group. Wow. The man went out fighting and even landed a good hit to make himself get killed like that. Respect. Sad that it seems his efforts were for nothing as the rest of his group were killed anyway. But this discovery is promising. It means the break isn't as close as we thought, not within just a mile or two, but instead a bit further. It also means we don't have to be wary of one of the massive hairy Urayuli. The impending doom seems to be pushed just a bit further back. After Virgil shows me what he found within the man's corpse, we drop him back to the group and step back, viscera and gore all over the two of us from searching the bodies. At least he's completely covered with his outfit. I got human bits and pieces all over me. The man speaks up and motions to the bodies. You want to bury them or burn them? Burning is probably better, but burying is more caring. I take a look at them and imagine the work that would have to go into not only burying all 8, but carrying each corpse to the hole that's dug for them. I don't think I'm heartless, but I don't know these people. The effort would likely be wasted when we can burn them instead. I'd rather burn them, as burying will take too long. We got a job to do. Virgil agrees. Fair. Vernon. But Vernon doesn't. No, let's bury them. No one deserves to not be buried. Lessens the chance you'll go to the underworld if we don't. The older brother refutes his junior. We both know that's not true. Death takes our souls as long as nothing else did first. You just feel guilty. It's fine, I get it, but we don't have time. Just use kindling. Only you know the skill. I cut in before Vernon answers. As usual, I'm curious and missing vital knowledge. What's kindling? Vernon responds as he huffs and walks to the mound of dead bodies. It's a way of emitting ether that becomes a highly flammable liquid like oil. Anyone can learn it as it's not an affinity-based skill like ignition, which creates flames. That's the one I use to attack things. Really easy to learn when you have the scholar sigil and its elemental affinities or priest and its heat. I braid the ether to make it larger and pair it with radiance to make it even more powerful. Vernon raises a hand and shoots out a transparent liquid with hints of red and yellow bits in the center of it. Virgil compliments his brother as he does something he doesn't want to. See? As I said, Vernon is a master at single-thread ether. Being able to combine multiple skills like that while braiding? Extremely difficult. I can't do it at all. After Vernon covers all the flesh, blood, viscera, and guts with kindling, he steps back and motions at Virgil.
Small.
Light it up. No point in wasting ether to light it up when we have matches. Virgil agrees and pulls out a few matches before handing each of us one. Then, we stand in a triangle around the soon-to-be ash pile of corpses. The veteran of many years offers a few words before we torch them after we light the matches. I know not who these men and women are, but they did not deserve this kind of death. I hope that you all accomplished that which you wanted to, that you said goodbye to your family, that you faced death with determination, not fear. Anyone willing to brave the wilds, regardless of affiliation, deserves respect, which I will give. There were signs you fellows were hunters, but I'll at least follow your customs despite my dislike of your institution. He ends his words with a phrase, one all three of us repeat at once and throw the lit matches into the kindling. The phrase that hunters deserve when they die. The token of respect that Edmund got. May the devil weigh in your favor. This sign of respect for Virgil makes Vernon a bit happier. The guilt about not being able to bury them or something else mostly gone. We watch the fire instantly grow into an enormous pyre capable of burning these bodies to ash. We watch the fire crackle for several minutes and lick at the dead men and women below it. The terrible smell mostly disappears. Now it just smells like burnt meat. Virgil is the first to break the silence as he turns away from the fire, the reflection of the flame in his goggles fading. You braid that kindling, Vernon? Seems to burn a lot faster than usual. Thought you didn't want to waste ether. Vernon only replies with a few short words. Let's just go kill this lizard. Virgil agrees with his angry brother and picks up the pack that he dropped to search the bodies. Agreed. Let's get a move. Wyatt, you ready? Shuffling my feet away from the pyre as it crackles behind me, I nod and call Dakota over, who is eating some food I left for him. Yeah, just gotta get the kit. The older brother laughs behind his mask, hood, and dark clothes that protect his now ghostly self from the sun. That ain't no baby fox no more, Wyatt. The little guy looks just about grown now. Another few days, and he'll be adult-sized. I look at Dakota as I realize the truth of his words. The orange fox has grown considerably and almost unbelievably within just a little while. I don't know how to teach him, though. The little guy is quite cunning. The help during the fight with the Bakwa is a good example, but I don't know how to grow from that. Yeah, you're right. You got any ideas on how to train him? Neither of the brothers has much of an answer, but a few pieces of advice come as we walk. And while we do so, Vernon uses radar to look for any signs of Amakuk below the ground alongside Virgil's sharp eyes scanning the dunes around us. If you want to keep him with you for a long time, I recommend you raise his sigil as fast as possible. Best if he's always the same sigil as you. Small animals like him are weaker than humans until about the second or third sigil when they overcome the size difference with beastly traits. That one came from Virgil, the expert in beasts. Try to help him attain some sigils that lean toward intelligence like scholar, shaman, augur, mentalist, or occultist. This will help him grow to understand human words. It's not fun to have a companion who doesn't listen to what you have to say very often. This nudge at Virgil comes from his younger brother. But together, they do have a single piece of advice that meets. Treat him like a person, with kindness and respect, and he'll be more likely to stay with you. If he ever gains sentience, which some beasts do, especially those who spend a long time with humans, he will resent you for treating him like a pet. It's not a big deal now because he's still a baby, but soon it will be. These pieces of advice help me shape how I will treat the little guy in the future, and I start it now. I let Dakota out from sitting in the open part of my backpack and have him walk alongside us. His larger body is now more capable of keeping up with us. As we walk, I remember something else. The artifact from the progenitor Bakwa. The glassy eye. I bring it up to the two brothers as I hand it to Virgil. Oh yeah, I forgot about this because of the thrill of learning more about Ether. As we agreed upon, here's the Bakwas artifact. You guys get all the loot from what we slay. Virgil nods and takes it before tossing it to Vernon. Hold on to it for now, Vernon. We'll look at it after we take care of the Amakuk. We're running out of time. I can feel it. I can feel an inner resonance with Virgil's words as I look westward where we are heading. A massive storm looms in the distance, slowly approaching. I shake it off and hurry in my steps as we push to find the Amakuk's burrow, or prove that it was a Urayuli that killed those people. We travel this way for several more hours until night begins to fall again. And when the rays of light from the sun disappear, Virgil doesn't take off his getup like I thought he would. He gives a simple reason for it. If, for some reason, I'm separated from my gear during the night, I'm a dead man by dawn. So, no, I won't be taking this off. Neither of you knows what having the warm sun literally burn you feels like. After that, both Vernon and I stop asking him about it, despite how weird it is for him to be so covered. And shortly after that, we crest a large dune and see something below it. We see a large inlet in the ground with scattered rocks and the occasional falling sand. Looks more like a cave than anything else, but it's in the middle of the bone dunes. I look at Virgil, and he nods. The Amakuk's den. Quite lucky, aren't we? 61. Beneath the sands. The four of us surround the hole seemingly built by the Amakuk that leads underneath the bone dunes. It's unlike most caves made of rock or granite, but instead of hardened sand and bits of roots entwined with mud, the signs of an Amakuk, as Virgil described. I'm thrilled we don't have to fight that young Urayuli, as Virgil thought might be nearby. Something able to kill a dozen third sigilled as an adolescent is not something I want to meet. Once in front of the cave, we discuss our plans a bit before we enter the beast's den. Virgil opens up the planning with some knowledge and then asks for any ideas. Normally, dens have between 5 to 6 Amakuk, with the largest or eldest being the highest sigilled. Seeing as we likely have an abnormal Amakuk, we can expect a bit more, but as they normally hunt during the day, all of them should be in here. Based on that, I can speculate we'll have about 3 or 4 first sigilled, maybe 1 or 2 second sigilled, and a third sigilled within here. Any ideas on how to do this? We all ponder any possible strategies. We will be outnumbered when we go in and likely outgunned as well. Knowing this, I look around for anything that might give me an idea of how we go in and kill these things to prevent a future threat. Nothing comes to me at first, and neither does an idea come to Virgil or Vernon. But as we stand there, Dakota, the orange, still-growing fox, sniffs the hole's edge into the earth dug by Amakuk, and his bright, fiery fur gives me an idea. Are the Amakuk flammable? Virgil turns to me and gives me an affirmative nod. Yeah, most things are. Fire is a powerful tool. My plan comes a bit more together in his words. And a weapon. Vernon, can you use kindling and coat the inside of the cave? Then, we can go in and lure them out, and when they follow us out, you can light the fire and burn them. Vernon nods at this idea, and so does Virgil, but the older man has something else to add to the picture. That's a good idea. I hadn't thought of fire. I thought we just go in and fight them, but that's not ideal because it's their home turf. But how about instead of luring them out, we light the fire first? Vernon, you can create a bubble and keep the smoke in, right? If we do that, the smoke would suffocate them, and they'll rush out at us. The addition from Virgil is genius. Even if they don't rush out to escape the smoke and dig out, they will likely still be weak from suffocation. These lizards breathe air, not smoke, after all. And using the skill bubble, something Vernon learned when he was a first sigil that can seal off air, smell, or sound to keep the smoke inside the cave, should work perfectly. Virgil told me about nearly every skill he and Vernon know while I was practicing braided strand ether. Virgil only knows 6 skills: Dark Sphere, Night Whip, Wedding, Physical Enhancement, Farsight, Flicker, and vigilance. Or at least the ones he's willing to share. Some he refuses to talk about, but I don't press the issue. All but wedding farsight and physical enhancement are sigil skills. Virgil wasn't lying when he said he was terrible at learning new sigil skills. Most of the skills are self-explanatory as well, and I want to learn farsight, but wedding is more pressing. Another advantage in combat would be huge. He also has many passive bonuses from his sigil, like night vision, speed, dexterity, short naps, and many other amazing things. Vernon knows nearly a dozen skills from his training with the hunters and 2 that Virgil taught him. Light ray, kindling, physical enhancement, farsight, bubble, alarm, ignition, radiance, mirror, spark, puddle, purity, sync, and bear trap. His skills are much more expansive and with less direct combat applications. Vernon also has fewer passive bonuses than Virgil, but his primarily include good memory, pattern recognition, navigation, and the ability to pick up skills easily, both ether and not. While I think about the bubble skill being used among the other types, Vernon, however, has a warning about the skill. It's a decent idea, but doing both will drain me heavily. To do both at such a scale to be useful is taxing. Bubble is meant to close off the gaps in doors, not entire caves, and again, kindling is for a small fire. I would also have to stand very close to use bubble. Making skills happen from far away is a 6th sigiled thing, not a me thing. Vernon, while admitting his limits, does have another idea. However, instead of using bubble and draining myself, how about we cover the entrance with our sleeping bags and blankets? If we go deep enough, the fire shouldn't reach the clothes, only the smoke. I can make a few bear traps on the inside with ether, or some other kind of trap to catch them on their way out. Virgil agrees, and so do I. This sounds solid. That'll work. I'll start setting up the wall of cloth. Wyatt, go in with Vernon to ensure he's safe while using kindling. No problem. The plan begins to develop. Fighting living, breathing, and corporeal things is much easier than ghosts, for they are incredibly hard to prepare for. Too many unknowns and resistances, especially the Bakwas. Usually, you can try and keep the spirits out during sunrise and weaken them, but Bakwas disappear back into their realm before that. With input from each person, we start our plan. Virgil starts nailing sleeping bags, blankets, and other large pieces of cloth to connect them and cover the front of the cave, sealing it off. At the same time that he does his job, Vernon and I work our way into the den of Amacuks. We're both dead silent, well as quiet as you can be when the sound of dripping liquid constantly rings and echoes against the walls of the burrow. Hopefully, the Amacuk just interpret what we're doing as rain. Virgil said they're relatively bright, but intelligent lizards are still really dumb. Shallow and light steps are taken through the dark cave. We both have to crouch down as well because of the low ceiling of the cave made for the Amacuk. The lightest feet that touch the ground are Dakota's fox paws. I brought the little guy in to be a threat detector. It's far too dark for either Vernon or me to see anything, but Dakota's nose doesn't have that issue. And the little guy has proven to be quite valuable in sensing danger. He was the first to notice the Bakwa when they appeared. I'm sure he would have also perceived the short-horned serpents had they not been sealed underground. So, slowly we make our way deeper as Vernon releases highly flammable liquid into the cave. I'm the defender in case of us running into an Amacuk, Dakota is the spotter, and Vernon is our charge. The dribbles of kindling continue for a minute or so until Dakota begins to growl lowly at the bend of a corner. At the sign of danger, Vernon stops using his noise-making skill of ether. I quickly reach to Dakota and pat his head, trying to get him to understand to be quiet. Dakota does understand, thankfully, and stops growly, but I can feel all the hair on his head where I patted him stand up. The boy senses danger. A lot of it, too. Vernon and I are so close that even in the almost pitch-black darkness, we can see each other. I mouth to him, utterly silent. Let's go back. The man, only a few years older than me, shakes his head. Then, he mouths back to me using only his lips. Not enough. We need to go deeper. The smoke won't be enough. Fuck. Fuck. Whatever Dakota growl that is nearby. Probably just in front of us around this corner. Damn it. Okay. I got this. Nodding to Vernon so that he can see, I slowly move past him, careful not to make any noise. Once in front of him, I begin moving forward around the corner and peek around, looking for a sign of anything in this darkness. But I can't see anything within my small range. Where is it? Slowly, I continue onward, looking at every nook and cranny of the cave with paranoia. Several steps later, though, I see and hear nothing. Dakota, however, moves up close to me and starts sniffing around in search of whatever he sensed earlier. Quietly, I whisper to him, "Where, boy? Is it up ahead?" I stay close to him as he smells around the cave and its sides. Eventually, he stops at a patch of mud about waist high. Then he backs up behind me and growls. "Is the Amakuk in the mud? They can move through mud and earth, right?" That was a second sigil, too, I believe. Hopefully, the growl doesn't wake it up like last time. Unfortunately, though, the growl is much closer to the monster in question this time. Just as I go to draw my daggers, the perfect weapons for these close quarters, I hear a deep scratching followed by gurgling. Right when my hands touch the hilts of my serpentine knives, the hidden Amakuk bursts out of the mud in a shower of dirt and sand. The lizard slams me against the other side of the cave, kicking all the air out of me with a horn to the chest. I feel warm tangs of pain flow throughout me. I worry more for the fox, though, but thankfully, Dakota, the sensitive and reactive fox he is, dodges out of the way before I slam into him with the lizard. Breathlessly, I push the Amakuk off of me with one hand and try to draw a dagger with the other. However, the Amakuk, a sizable sandy lizard, disapproves of my actions as it bites the forearm I was trying to push it off with. As I wrestle with the giant lizard, more blood drips from me onto the dry sand. But its powerful jaw is not all I have to deal with. The beast possesses sigils. Thorny tendrils of roots that should not exist in the middle of the bone dunes wrap around my limbs and fight against my strength just as I draw my knife. Not just that either, but the damned lizard begins excreting slippery mud from its scales that make it hard for me to hold on to it or push it off. Frantically, I push a large amount of ether into adrenaline surge to block out the bouts of pain and give me strength, using what I now know as mini-thread ether to activate it quickly and beyond what it usually would do. With this enhanced strength and no more distractions, I begin to truly fight back against the ambusher. Finally finding hard ground beneath me just from the effort, I push the lizard up and slam it against the opposite wall, near where it bursts out. A cough comes from the Amakuk as I do so, and a ball of mud phlegm flies out of the lizard and into my eyes. Screaming with fire in my pupils, I loosen my hold for just a moment, and it takes advantage. The Amakuk bites my right hand with the serpentine knife and severs the spot between my thumb and index finger, making me drop the weapon. Then, it assaults me once more as I am blinded and wounded already. But I am not alone. The fight might have only been a second or two so far, and Vernon has been given long enough to react at this point. The only bad part is that he can't use fire or his light-based ether skills because it might light the kindling, which would obviously kill us as we're inside the den of monsters with an enormous amount of ignition. Instead, he does the most un-Vernon-like thing I've ever seen, or more so heard and felt because I'm blind now from mud. He tackles the Amakuk off me and slams into it with his fists. After a single second of him fighting the Amakuk, Dakota joins in with the occasional grunts and bites that are audible. I wipe my eyes to help, but the mud is sticky and won't come off quickly. So instead of wasting time trying to get it off, I also join the mosh pit in the cave. Going purely by touch and sound, I find the lizard and wrap my arms around the slimy and muddy thing. Yelling to Vernon, I hold onto the creature as tightly as possible in a bear hug. Get my knife and stab the fucker. I can hear Vernon's scrambling feet, and a brief blast of light pierces through the mud, letting me know he's using his light to search. The whole time, though, the lizard is going to town on me, scratching with its claws, biting with its jaw, cutting with sandstone shards, and choking me with thorny roots. Blinded but still full of fight, I struggle against the lizard for several moments until I hear it yowl in pain and turn away from me. I take this moment of peace to draw my dagger on my left. It's hard to do with my fucked up forearm, but with both hands together, I can hold it steady. Then, purely off of sound and the vibration of the lizard, I jump onto it once more and stab it blindly. From there, Vernon and I skirmish with this Amakuk in the dark for a few more minutes, slowly draining it of blood and making it fall still. Dakota helps here and there by distracting the lizard with a bite or scratch here or there, but the fox is still too small to help much. I hope he either grows oversized like these lizards, or keeps his small size, but grows incredibly deadly like a bullet. Either way, it doesn't matter for right now. A minute or two after the initial growl from Dakota, we all three kneel, or lay in Dakota's case, in the cave and pant for air. I release adrenaline surge once it sounds like we're safe, and that no more Amakuks are coming. The air is stale but welcoming, especially after the suffocation the Amakuk tried to perform on me. It will be sweet to return the favor to its monstrous kind. Damn thing attacked me out of nowhere from within the wall. Despite killing the first one, Vernon and I elect to keep quiet and continue to whisper. There is always a chance that the Amakuks just assumed their brethren won their bout. Phew, that was close. You good? It got you out of nowhere. Yeah, just a bit banged up. Hurry and finish your shit so we can get out. Okay, I'll get on it. Vernon follows my annoyed whisper as I attempt to wipe this mud off my face. It doesn't work. So instead, I take one of my knives and wait a few minutes for my hand to heal enough to hold the dagger and begin scraping away at the mud. It's risky and definitely something I wouldn't do if I didn't have an artifact that can heal from just about anything. If it can heal a broken spine, it can heal a stabbed eyeball. I get my right eye clear with some effort, but my left eye is much more challenging, like the side was more sticky or something. I'm not sure though. While I'm scraping away pieces of hardened mud that are more similar to clay, Vernon returns from his short trip around me to place more kindling and knocks into me because of the dark. I barely save my eye from being gored with the knife, precisely what I was being careful of. Thankfully, instead of losing the eye, it is only scratched and bleeding. I don't forget to go off on him about it, though I keep it to a whisper. Fuck. Watch where you're going.
Saw thee.
We're ready to go. I placed all that I think is needed. Okay, good. Give me a second to wipe the blood from my eyes. What were you doing? Breaking the clay away from my eyes that it blinded me with. You almost made me lose an eye when you bumped into me.
Shit, sorry, man.
It's fine. Let's just get out of here before another one appears.
Smon, Dakota.
Quietly, trying to not shift as much dirt or make as few vibrations as possible to not alert the Amakuk, we make our way out of the upper part of the den full of kindling. Eventually, we return to the entrance, where light peeks out from an opening left in the block Virgil made while we were down there. I open the flap first and see Virgil standing, looking around the bone dunes as if he's searching for something. What's up, Virgil? What are you looking for? He turns back, and he recoils upon seeing me. Holy shit, Wyatt. You're covered in blood, and your eyes. Are you guys all right? Virgil's freakout makes me look down, and I see my torn-up clothes covered in already dry blood. The Amakuk did a number on me, but the bloody palm has yet to meet its match, both dead or alive. A dozen long gashes sew up before my eyes, tendrils of flesh knitting them together. The bite on my forearm is no longer see-through and is mostly recovered. The lashes on my neck and hands are mostly gone as well. I pull out some meat to eat to aid my left hand in recovering me as I push more ether into Daydream, careful of the whispers that occur when I'm most hurt. I'm fine, just need a few moments to heal and eat real quick. Vernon, you ready to light the kindling? Vernon nods as he hikes up the flap before breathing in sharply at seeing me. Damn, yeah, I'm really sorry about walking into you. It was just really dark. Give me one SEC to light it up. The light eye holds up one hand as radiance begins to form within it. Then he throws a ball of fiery light deep into the cave's darkness beyond the flap of cloth. A single second passes without fanfare before a bright light emerges within the depths and briefly blinds our eyes that are used to the dark. Alongside the spark of fire, piercing shrieks and hisses of reptiles from within the bottom of the cave. Rumbling begins to approach our position from inside the now lit-up cave. Hearing these sounds, Vernon runs his hands over the edges of the cloth, using bubble to seal the gaps. Once he does, no more sound passes through the air and into our ears from inside the cave. Without the shrieks and hisses, the only thing we now feel is the approaching rumble. 62. Fire in the hole. The The vibrations burst our whole group into movement, all frantically preparing for the rapidly approaching battle. We all face the mouth of the cave in sync as we kneel to get low from the smoke that will soon emerge. Virgil, on my right, pulls out his lever-action rifle from his back while kneeling and starts loading it. Running his hand over each of the 7 bullets, he puts it in. I recognize the action as wetting, which allows each shot to be enhanced by ether for a short period, something he didn't have to do previously with Vernon's Colt that did it for him. In front of me, Vernon takes a few slow steps backward, gauging how far he can hold the many-threaded bubble. Then, the expert of single-threaded ether puts out another arm and begins coalescing small white orbs on the ground in front of the blocked entrance. I do my own form of preparation, although I don't know as many skills as them that are useful before combat. I do have one, however, adrenaline surge. I spend a few moments funneling a huge amount of ether throughout my whole body, enhancing it in every way. I consider using Daydream, but I push the thought away. Only in emergencies will I let the bloody palm touch my mind. Quickly, we all finish our preparations, Virgil closing the chamber and tube, then setting it on his shoulder, Vernon placing over a dozen traps, and my skill reaching its apex for how much ether I'm willing to waste per second. Shortly after we do, the rumbling from within the cave grows even louder, and we can feel it throughout our whole bodies. I yell to Vernon to back up from the entrance with Virgil, Dakota, who's behind me, and me. Get back here, Vernon. Okay. He spins rapidly and jumps over the traps he placed before conjuring another bulb of radiance in his hand that only continues to expand as he reaches us. Then, together we all face the entrance, and now that Vernon is far enough away that his bubble broke, smoke billows out from the cave alongside inhuman shrieks. The rumbling grows even louder until I see a flash of darkness behind the billowing flap pushed by the exiting smoke. Here they come. We all tense together and ready ourselves as the first Amakuk breaches, a massive sandy lizard that is badly burned. The creature is at least 15 feet long and 3 feet tall. It must be the 3rd sigiled one. Virgil's first action is to unleash the payload from his lever-action rifle. Bullets fly rapidly toward the lumbering lizard. I flow a bit of ether into the center of my pupils to confirm the Amakuk sigil. But surprise reaches me from my chain eyes when orange manacles are reflected in them. It's not the 3rd sigil. Before I can tell either of them that, Virgil uses up all 7 of his bullets, and Vernon lets out his charged ball of radiance. It slams into the giant lizard and creates an even bigger cloud of dust and smoke than what billowed out of the cave. We're all pushed back a few feet as we stumble from the blast. Dakota is sent several feet back, even further behind me, due to his low weight. I look at Vernon in surprise at the power he unleashed and go to commend him, but he's on his knees, gasping for air with smoke coming from his hands. Makes sense. I'm sure the ether he's used in the past 10 minutes outdoes both Virgil and me twice over. I turn my attention back to the fog of war, the smoke from both the blast and the inner fire. Rumblings return after a second or two as the humongous lizard emerges from the smoke. I raise my daggers as Virgil reloads frantically. But before either of us do something to it, the lizard covered in fist-sized holes and bone-deep burns falls over, wheezing for air. We all take sighs of relief. The 2 brothers' assault was enough to drop the monster. The rumblings don't disappear. They only grow more frequently, if not even louder. I warn my team of what I see. That wasn't the 3rd sigil. It was only a 2nd. Probably a soldier mix. Virgil nods and yells at his brother. Vernon, you got enough steam left to activate those traps on my call? The younger brother, while gasping for air, heaves out an answer.
Yeah.
Good. Wyatt, take my rifle. I'll be the bait for the traps and keep them there long enough for the effects to hurt them. Virgil tosses his rifle, and I catch it with my daggers still in my hands. Checking the tube, I see that Virgil only loaded 5 of the 7 shots in. He really likes to give me guns that aren't fully loaded. I get into the same kneeling position that Virgil did as he rushes through the smoke. His ability to see in the dark and flicker will keep him safe even amongst the troop of lizards that are about to emerge. And emerge they do, with such force that the smoke is knocked to the sides, momentarily clearing the sight of Virgil with flying mud, sand, and roots. For Amakuks come out, the largest one with orange chains once more restraining it, and 3 smaller ones with red manacles. Still no third sigil in sight. The big one creates a lash of a rooty tendril and sends it flying at Virgil with a whip-like crack throughout the air. I aim at it and pull the trigger toward its face, trying to prevent it from hitting the man. However, my effort is unneeded as Virgil steps into the vine whip and flickers right through it, the man briefly entering the realm beyond. Then, he sidesteps around it and gets the creature to turn around and face him alongside the other Amokuks behind it. Seeing this, I clutch a few shots with the lever action in my hand at the smaller ones, aiming at their faces. By the time I run out of bullets, the red-wrapped lizard on the far right falls still with massive holes in its face. In the process of me slaying the lizard, though, Virgil has to frequently flicker and phase through attacks from the other lizards. I glance at his younger brother when I see a faint line of light slowly form, connecting him to the bulbs of radiance under the lizards. That must be how he activates his traps. The plan was to save the traps for more lizards than just the large one, and while we couldn't get the third sigil with Virgil's ball of radiance, we will get the smaller ones with the traps. Vernon yells for his brother to clear the area so he can detonate the traps he placed. "Get out of there, Virgil. I'm ready." A grunt comes from Virgil in understanding as he breaks away from the lizard with a clean dive and flickers through a root that sought to entangle him. The second he clears the area of the traps, Vernon tugs on the glimmering line of light he holds in his hands. Instantly my sight is filled with blinding light except for the shadow of Virgil, who stands between the traps and me, as over a dozen traps go off all at once. The sound, however, is quiet, for light alone doesn't provide an explosion. Instead, I just hear the cooking of flesh. The light is so powerful from the traps that it cooks the beings inside of it, but it also cooks Vernon's brain as he lies passed out on the dirt to my side. The guy is always running out of ether to spare, but I'm sure he'll be back up in a few. Virgil comes back to me, breathless and red-eyed. One from the physical effort of survival, and another from the mental effort of using flicker. I hand him his lever-action rifle back, and he immediately starts reloading it before using wetting with a curse. More rumblings come from the depths of the cave. Not all the lizards are out of the burning hole that exudes smoke. The man gives me permission to take his brother Colt and use it for now. Take Vernon's Colt. Better you use it while he's out like a light. We send a volley when they emerge, then go in together. Sound good? I nod to the man, eager to fight and let off some steam. Just shooting at them isn't enough, and I need some payback for the fucker that ambushed me. I'll grab it. Just cover me in case they breach early. I hastily run, full of power from adrenaline surge, and slide over Vernon's unconscious body. My hand goes straight for his holster, and I grab his Colt from within, mercy. Then, I feel movement behind me and see Dakota standing beside me at attention. Pointing to the unconscious Vernon, I try to convey something to the little guy. Stay with him until he wakes up. Okay. The fox just turns his head at me before moving and standing on the passed-out man. That'll do. Just don't want either to be caught in the crossfire. Good. Stay. The intelligent fox with the Comanche sigil within him listens and stays with Vernon as I hustle back to Virgil. Then, I ready my aim at the cave with the vibration that seems to be incredibly close. My chain eyes are still active, and my ether flow is still diverted into 3 streams. The one much larger than the rest is adrenaline surge, the father of physical enhancement. And this ocular skill being active makes me even more worried as the rest of the Amokuks emerge from the burning cave with the frantic rumbling from inside coming to an end. The final 3 Amokuks that exit are all first sigils and appear to be young and small compared to the rest of the lizards, only 5 or so feet long each. Not only that, but they are all severely burned and struggle to move, which makes our job of shooting them dead incredibly easy. Our ether-enhanced firearms punch through the skin of the Amokuks. Mercy, the Colt I'm firing, leaves behind trails of scorched scales wherever it goes. Quickly the 3 young lizards fall and leave Virgil and me confused. His guess about Amokuks being nearby was correct, but the thought about the third sigil being the culprit was wrong. Is there really a Urayuli nearby? Virgil looks around, confused for a few moments before shrugging his shoulders, leading to a short conversation and break. Dunno. Maybe I was wrong. Damn. I was so sure. All the Amakuk should have been inside based on their hunting habits. There is a chance. No, that doesn't make sense. Never mind. We can check the inside after the fire burns out. The lizards might have brought gear from the dead people. We'll know for sure if they did it or not when we search their inner chamber. I nod and start to move toward Vernon. Makes sense. I'll go wake up Vernon. But Virgil shakes his head at me and stops me from doing so. Let him sleep a few. Otherwise, he'll wake up useless and unable to use ether. You'll need his light to search the inside. Only I have night vision from my sigil. Fair. I'll just eat a bit more. I think that might have been the easiest fight I've ever had. Most end with me almost dying. Virgil laughs at this while he sits and reloads his lever action. Haha. Not all should be like that. A lot, but not all. You've just been punching above your weight class, Wyatt, and it never ceases to amaze. Not just that, but a tightly organized team is always better than solo. I knock into him jokingly about the fight with the Bakwas, which was near death despite not being above his weight class. Yeah, well, what about that fight in Harmony Town? Sure, I was outclassed, but what about you and Vernon? Another laugh comes from the man as he shrugs his shoulders. The relaxed tone makes me drop my ether flows and release the pressure on my mind from keeping them running. Not all enemies are the same. Undead and ghosts are some of the trickiest bastards to kill, especially ones like Bakwas that can spread. If we had found it, I don't know, 2 months ago or so, it would have been a piece of cake. But once it had the whole town turned, it became a different beast. Yeah, that makes sense. Each of the Amakuks was far more dangerous than an individual slow Bakwa, but hundreds of them were compared to the 10 or so. It's just the difference between quantity and quality. Humans outnumber demons at least 1,000 or 10,000 to 1, but look at us, so careful and nervous of running into just a single one. Our conversations continue for a few more minutes until Virgil walks over and taps his brother's head with his boot to wake him up. I guess he's had enough rest, according to the man. Pust, wake up.
Smon, Dimbas, wake up.
I need your radiant personality to brighten up a cave. Huh. What? Vernon slowly wakes up to both of us standing around him and Dakota sitting on his chest, staring straight at him. Did we win? Virgil and I laugh at the barely lucid man. Yeah, we did. The third sigil never appeared like Virgil thought, though. He sits up and feels the absence of weight in his belt. Then he looks up at us. Where's my Colt? I pull it out and hand it to him. It is his, after all, despite him using it the least amount. Here you go. Just needed a gun while you were out. I still haven't learned wedding yet, and your Colt packs one hell of a punch. Of course it does. It's mine. I sense a little bit of insecurity about other people using his weapons so often, but I let it slide and reach down a hand to help him up. Vernon accepts the offer, and I pull him to his feet. Then, we all look to the cave, primarily out of flames, only releasing a small amount of smoke here or there. I inquire as to whether or not it's good to go into it now or not. You guys think it's good to go in yet? An immediate answer comes from both simultaneously, as even the exhausted Vernon gives me a negative response.
No. Hell no.
Smoke still coming out. Okay, then. We wait for a few more minutes, besides Virgil, who uses this time to search the dead Amakuks for artifacts to no avail until the smoke reaches a trim enough level that it doesn't cloud our sight anymore when we walk in. Then, Vernon creates a small ball of light as he looks to Virgil and me. No more ether is coming from me besides this right here. Just a warning. If we need to fight, it's all you guys and my Colt. I wave him off. We already killed everything in here. No problem. Every lizard in here was already lured out and killed. He nods, and then we delve deeper into the cave from the entrance. It takes us a few moments until we reach the spot where Vernon and I killed the first of the giant lizards. The whole area is unrecognizable, though. Not only was it already hard to see and remember in the dark, but the fire hardened all the mud on the walls and made the sandy hole a genuine cave. Slowly, we make our way deeper from there, searching for signs that there may or may not be another Amakuk around. I'm crossing my fingers that there is indeed a third sigil capable of killing those people like that, because if not, that means there is a Urayuli near. In this case, Virgil and Vernon will likely leave me to escape because I have to see where the break is, or Johnny will kill me. The two up front said that they would do so when they agreed to come with me, so there won't be any hard feelings. But I'd instead head back with them after completing the mission than without. Eventually, after many twists and turns, we make it to the center of the Amakuk Den deep underground. A vast cavern made of sandstone and hardened mud with a ceiling about 7 feet tall above lay before us. The single radiant light from Vernon's hands is all we have to search through this immense room covered in soot from the fiery smog. Because of this limitation, I stick with Vernon as we scour through the core of the cave. Virgil goes off on his own to look around, and so does Dakota. Both can see in the dark. I worry about Dakota going off on his own for a few minutes until I realize he's just sniffing wherever I walk and staying behind Vernon and me, not going far. Gradually, Vernon and I go through the den. Most of what we find is just bones, burnt meat, and scorched roots, but we do see some signs of human remains. A single human skull with an empty derringer, a single-shot pistol, sits underneath a large piece of hardened mud. I pick it up and turn it to look it over. The gun is absolutely wrecked, completely unusable from both age and wear, but it's still a sign that we will find something in here. Searching around the same area as I found the derringer, I find a pristine stiletto knife lodged into a piece of rock. The dagger resembles a black cross, but is ornate in its construction. I pull out the knife and peer into it with my mind, sure that it's either an artifact or a man-made claymore based on its condition. And my guess is proven right. Within is a sigil that speaks to my mind the word Isatai. No dark murmurs or whispers come at me, though, so thankfully, it's not an artifact. But not fully understanding what I found, I call over Vernon and Virgil. Guys, I found something. The two rush over and look at the slender cross-like dagger. I tell them of the sigil with Isatai. Virgil congratulates me on the find and tells me what it does. That's the evolved Comanche sigil. I believe it grants incredible reflexes, senses, and even moderately boosted healing. It even gives a slight sixth sense, like being able to sense whenever something is even just looking at you. I don't know what its sigil skills are, though. I've only ever read its abilities in gear. Curious to know how what he said is put into a dagger, I hold it up and push a bit of ether into it. Instantly, I feel my senses grow exponentially more sensitive. I can see a decent bit in the dark now, not perfectly, but much better than before. I can smell the blood of the dead Amakuks from here. The pungent odor makes me crinkle my nose in displeasure. I can feel the ruffle of my clothes grating against me annoyingly and hear the brothers breathing. But that's not all I hear. I also hear another rumbling, one louder than even when the considerable lizard escaped from the cave toward us. A rumbling of many feet. The torrential sound from my heightened senses originates from above our heads. It comes from the ceiling. 63, Nightmarish Reptile. The rumbling of massive feet makes my heart quicken. The third sigil Amakuk, the mighty lizard, must have arrived. But why now? Why was it not in its lair? Don't they hunt during the day and sleep at night? Something must be wrong. I quickly whisper to Vernon and Virgil what I heard, trying not to just immediately give our location away to whatever is coming. The stiletto dagger gives me better hearing, and I hear something above us. Something big. I think it may be the Amakuk that we were worried about. Virgil hears this, and I can see him shake his head in the near dark, the only light being Vernon's ether burning to create luminance. The experienced fighter gives us a detailed plan of what to do. Fuck. Okay. It will probably come down here because I bet it can smell the blood of its family. So, I can see fine in the dark, and there is only one exit or entry. Obvious because that's the way they came out, but I figured I should point it out. Virgil glances around, taking in the surroundings. I'm going to assume that the Amakuk is an earth, dust, dirt, or mud-using lizard, so we must be ready to dodge whatever it can throw at us. The focus is on mobility and range, using these to wear it down and kill it. Do everything you can to keep your mobility as well. If he isn't any of those, we need to change the plan on the fly, but try to stick with the current plan and its general idea. He then looks to Vernon, giving him his role. Vernon, I'm going to give you my lever action full of wetted rounds, and you use your Colt as well. Keep far away, but try not to waste time reloading. I don't think this bastard will give us any. That, and focus on giving Wyatt some light. He can't see very well in here. Next, he turns to me. Wyatt, I'm gonna need you to be my backup. Stay near the entrance and wait until it passes you. I'll try to distract it the second I see the damn thing. Then, use your daggers to attack it from behind. Stay on the move constantly. Don't let it catch your feet or ankles. Get your fox to stay away. This will be a serious fight, and I think he will only be a liability. Finally, he speaks on his own part in the coming battle. I'll be in the front and try to distract it. Flicker is amazing at dodging attacks. I only need to move just enough so that only a part of me needs to phase through dimensions instead of all of me. I mostly learned this in our last fight and when I sparred with you, Wyatt. So, don't worry about me too much while you are fighting. Does this sound good? Any suggestions? After Virgil finishes his plan, he asks for suggestions, and I have one. I let him know that the stiletto dagger gives me a bit of night vision and allows me to see in the dark. This has him amend the plan slightly. He tells Vernon to just put a dim light on the Amakuk when it appears and focus on shooting it. If the light is ever blocked, that means we are in the way and do not fire. It sounds like a decent plan, so I follow it, and so does Vernon. I draw my dual dagger and put the stiletto in my boot, unworried about the sword, which is meant for stabbing, cutting me. I worry about losing my night vision while not holding it, so with great effort, I focus a stream of ether into the stiletto dagger from my ankle. This stream keeps its effects going and my slight night vision running. An effort is also made, though, to ignore the feeling and scratchiness of my clothes that come with the enhanced senses. It truly is quite distracting. The itchiness irritates me constantly as I move and prepare for the fight, but I solve this with a dose of adrenaline surge. The ether that flows through me helps me ignore not only pain but all forms of discomfort. After I draw my weapons and stabilize my ether, I move toward the side of the entrance to hide and ambush the coming Amakuk. And it will be here soon. I can hear the rumbling growing increasingly louder. Whatever is coming is huge, far larger than the 15 or so foot long one that first emerged from the den toward us. I see Virgil prepare bullets in his lever action before giving it to Vernon. Then he goes and stands in the open in front of the entrance to the chamber. Vernon gets behind one of the medium-sized rocks and uses it to lay the front of the lever action to help his aim and stability. Then, the man creates a small orb of light that he directs in front of Virgil, like the opposite of a lighthouse, something that calls forth danger from the dark instead of pushing it away. While the two brothers prepare, I tell Dakota, the little fox who follows me almost everywhere, even in this corner I am hiding in, to hide. He doesn't listen, though, or maybe he just doesn't understand. He is still young and growing, after all. The growing fox's intelligence is supposed to rise significantly, but I doubt he will reach human levels of wisdom anytime soon. So instead of speaking to him, I pick up the little guy and move him over to a corner as the rumbling grows louder. Dakota gives zero resistance and just lets me grab him as he looks at me. I genuinely think it has been imprinted on me like I am his father or mother, or both. I'm not sure how it all works. I tell him to stay put and move away. He tries to follow, but then I push him back and give him a small treat to distract him. It works, and he stays still eating the piece of bread I gave him. After getting him situated and away from the coming danger, I move back to my corner and lie in wait. The rumbling grows incredibly loud. It gets to the point that dust and small pieces of rock scatter on the ground and fly into the air slightly. Whatever is coming is huge, and it's angry, very angry. I only have to wait a few more moments until I see it. A massive head, one the size of an entire in-width table, emerges from the entrance. Through my night vision, I cannot see color, but it appears to be much darker than the surroundings, as if its scales are tinted black like nightmares. A tongue flicks out from the creature as its head enters, and I see it immediately lock onto Virgil, covered in light and in the middle of the room in front of its path. The lizard roars with such a deafening noise that it dazes me and sends my vision into a tremble. With shaky vision, though, I see the massive Amakuk charge forward toward Virgil. As it does so, the light covering Virgil moves as well to meet the lizard and show what it looks like entirely as it is both bathed in light and fully enters the room. The lizard is even broader in its torso, but all along, the creature is still short. It reaches to about my ribs. If it was as tall as me, I would have zero confidence in killing the reptile, even with the help of the two Boon brothers. I now understand why the cavern is so broad, yet relatively low in every part. If it wasn't, the Amakuk wouldn't be able to enter its own home. Trying to force myself to recover from the rattling roar that left me dazed, I take a few shambling steps in an attempt to reach the lizard as it goes after Virgil. While I do so, gunshots ring out, and I hear small grunts of pain from the lizard, the work of Vernon and his firearms. The Amakuk just ignores this offense, however, and focuses on the man in the light. Pieces of stones shift from the ground and are sent flying at Virgil from multiple directions. The man just ducks and goes straight to the floor as he moves to the side to dodge the giant lizard's charge. He barely moves far enough to evade the attack as the Amakuk goes flying past him, but what none of us expected was the shadows that emerged from the side of the lizard and grabbed Virgil's boot as he jumped out of the way. A yell of panic comes from the man that finally breaks me out of my shamble, the haze leaving my mind in favor of adrenaline and focus. My body still moves slowly, though, as I realize that a dark fog is within my body, similar to mud. Foreign ether is slowing down my muscles and preventing me from moving. I think this effect came from the roar. It doesn't look like Virgil or Vernon is that badly affected, though, so it must be proximity. I was the closest to it, after all, with me hiding next to the entrance. To combat the ether within me and move toward Virgil to help him as he is fighting the tendrils of shadow that stick to him like mud, which are a bit reminiscent of his own. I flow ether through my body massively with a vast deluge that gives me a tremendous headache. But it only helps a little bit. I move just a tad bit faster, my faltering shamble to a slow shuffle. Fuck. I need more ether to clear out my system and combat the dark mud within me, and there is only one good way to get it. I take a deep inhale. The air around me and the ether within the cavern siphons toward me quickly. Bit of the shadow tendrils that are grabbing Virgil fly off like they are being pulled away from it, the vacuum that is made of ether being powerful enough to affect the tangible ether. Along with that is an unbelievable amount of ether that never ceases to amaze me every time I see it that flows through me and into the chains. The struggler's gasp fills me full of ether as usual, and I feel the chains that restrain me loosen. The ether that streamed through my body toward my restraints cleared most of the muddy darkness within me and restored my whole movement and so much more. I dash toward the lizard to help Virgil as he is finally grabbed by the Amakuk fully. His efforts are not enough to escape its clutches. He is then swung through the air with the shadows from the Amakuk and then slammed into the ground. Cringing with the pain that is sure to reach Virgil and expecting a crack of Virgil's spine to resound throughout the air, I move as fast as I possibly can. Vernon also does what he can to shoot the enormous lizard that is at least 20 feet long and 5 feet wide, but the creature shrugs off his blows. The sheer mass of the beast makes most pointless. Neither of us is able to help Virgil before he is slammed into the ground, but the man flickers just before impact, and he appears to be just fine as he immediately retaliates with his own shadows that emerge from him. Most of the force from his brutal slam into the hard rock beneath our feet must have been negated because of his weight disappearing from the use of his ethereal form. Seeing Virgil fight for his life as the Amakuk grapples him with shadows and goes to bite him, I realize the plan, while mostly fucked, can still work. I've seen the man fight for nearly 10 minutes without being hit against a much faster opponent. I've got faith he can get out of this grapple. It is shadow versus shadow, after all, and Virgil is part ghost now. I flit with incredible speed onto the back of the Amakuk and take advantage of Virgil's distraction. My boots land stably on the lizard's back, and I drop onto my knees for more. Then, I begin to stab the oversized desert reptile with my bloodletting daggers. The serpentine daggers have issues entering the thick scales of the Amakuk at first, so I have to peel off scales before digging deep into it. Each scale I pull off is the size of my full size, and the blood I make falls from it with a dozen short shanks, similar to a small river of blood. After doing this to several scales, the lizard takes notice of me and turns away from Virgil despite it almost getting him. The man barely escapes its jaws, claws, and shadows and backs away for a quick breath. Gunshots continue to resound, and I can feel the impact hit the face of the lizard. The bullets aren't in vain because of the ether channeled into them, but the mass of the reptile beneath me makes it hard to even notice the force of all of them together. The Amakuk takes a quick pause in the assault of Virgil as it stands still briefly. Then, mud and sand fly through the air toward me alongside a shadow that grabs onto me from beneath me. Virgil sees this and runs back to meet the Amakuk, shadows lashing at his feet as his own shadows shift to defend him. In response, the Amakuk rushes to him, but the lizard's ether is already being channeled toward me. Blasts of sticky mud, blunt stone, and cutting sand hit me from the lizard's machinations of ether. I attempt to dodge them, but the shadows that emerge from each shower of debris prevent me from doing so. Not only that, but each dark physical cloud that touches me sends a pulse of tainted ether into my body, trying to both slow me down and hurt me from the inside out. Luckily, I am so full of ether from struggler's gasp and adrenaline surge that the sheer quantity of ether within me holds the line. The taint is at first unable to affect me as I continue to stab the lizard, but the ether within my veins quickly dwindles through its usage as each pulse of tainted ether consumes 3 or 4 times as much ether of mine. This must be braided ether. All third sigils can learn how to do it. Apparently, even lizards can with their tiny brains. I guess it truly is easy once you reach the required stage. While stabbing the lizard, I attempt to try to braid my ether once more to fight against its ether, and while I make a bit of progress, reducing the 1:3 or 4 ratio to a 1:2, I do not succeed fully. I do this by compressing the ether using the mass amount that is flowing within me rapidly, and using the twisting of my arms with knives to twist the ether to gain further momentum. This is a realization that I only make from the unique way I am stabbing the lizard. It is so big that each puncture with the dagger is almost useless, but the bloodletting that my serpentine blades inflict over time will add up. So, to further accentuate this, I twist the edges as I stab them, which makes me think of how to perform the braided strands of ether. It works similarly to when you want to rotate your fist just a bit to increase its stopping power. All I need to do is learn how to do it exactly. The perfect amount of torque and inner pressure. Quickly, though, I stop this experiment of ether and keep it how it was going as it slowed my rate of peeling off scales and attacking the Amakuk heavily. So, I just keep the 1:2 ratio as is and focus on bringing this big bastard down. I can practice this discovery later. The stone and sand hitting me ramp up rapidly the more damage I do to the Amakuk. Rocks hit me with so much force that I can feel bones crack and organs shift within me. Amidst the mighty rocks are streams of sand that cut through my clothes and deep into my body, making my blood fall and join the lizard's fallen crimson liquid on the cavern's floor. All the while this occurs, I continue to attack it as the bloody palm struggles to keep us both alive. Virgil is stuck in the act of dodging the Amakuk, while only getting a thrust in here or there with his bowie knife. The man is being prudent not to get hit, as one swipe of the claw or a clamped jaw would end him, so he only gets a few good hits in. On the other hand, Vernon is going to town just firing bullets nonstop, only reloading here or there so that he can continue. His light sits up above the lizard, giving him the perfect profile to shoot at. The younger brother is forced to move from his spot, though, as the Amakuk starts showering him with masses of stone and mud from far away. So, now he runs around dodging rocks while firing lead. At this point, a large amount of blood from the Amakuk has been spilled, so much so that the flow is covered in red blood that can only be seen near the light. This loss of blood makes the lizard roar once more in pain, and with such proximity, both Virgil and I are fully affected by the roar. The dark wave of ether that comes from the lizard infiltrates my body once more and consumes much of the ether within me already, making my strugglers gasp both weaker but also easier to hold on to. I slow significantly in my attacks as the damage of the stones and sand multiply in number. I am staggered multiple times and even almost knocked off the massive lizard's back. But I am not the one who is worst affected. Virgil is. The man didn't have my sheer quantity of ether running through him, which no one else seems to be able to do, to defend against the infiltration of the Amakuk's tainted ether. Virgil is instantly frozen right where he was before he was hit with the roar. Unable to move his body, I can see his eyes flicker to and fro in panic, eventually meeting mine. Not only that, but I see the Amakuk rear back a massive claw to swipe at the frozen Virgil. A claw that is the size of the man's entire torso, and that appears to be full of power. This situation runs through my brain in a split second, and I make a quick plan. One that, as usual, ends with injury and the hope that the bloody palm wants a living body more than a dead one. 64. Dream the demons away. The giant nightmarish-colored lizard's claw swings toward Virgil with so much force I can hear the air whistle through its movement. Virgil is helpless and immobile from the Amakuk's roar, the ether being too insidious and infectious to hold off without preparation. Upon seeing the incoming strike, I immediately redirect my daydream that guards my mind and instead turn it to amplify the bloody palm from which the dream defends me. I'm going to need its healing badly for what is to come. I take 2 significant steps with as much power as possible. Squelches and lizard blood go everywhere from the force of my movement, and I jump toward Virgil, placing myself between him and the claw as I push him out of the way. Then, I turn quickly as the deadly claw of incredible size comes flying toward me and breathe out my struggler gasp. The air that comes out of my lungs full of ether is powerful and pushes against the claw with tremendous might. The might of a miniature sandstorm or tornado. But it's not enough. Not nearly enough. The Amakuk's claw moves through the air toward me, beset by a deafening zephyr. It only slows a little bit before it impacts my body, the palm of the claw slamming into my torso. The air from my lungs mostly just moved me to meet the palm's momentum, partly diffusing the damage to my body by moving with it. But again, the effect was not enough. A heavy crack comes from my body at the moment of impact, and I feel my vision go dark. Wind sweeps over my body until my back bashes into hard stone, and I roll over the rocks limply. Surprisingly, no pain is felt from the attack. Gunshots and yells grow louder in my ears after I am hit, but I can barely recognize them. The shock from the claw that struck me is all-encompassing. My legs are numb. My arms are numb. My chest and torso are numb. My brain must have been rattled by the hit. A few moments pass until my vision returns, and when it does, I see a worrying sight. One that does not reflect the lack of pain I feel. My torso is bent and misshapen, and a considerable dent sits in the center of my chest, barely missing my heart. A spike of stone that the Amakuk must have created or shifted with its ether pierces through my stomach, pinning me to the ground. My legs are fine, just roughed up, but my right arm is ruined. It looks more like a zigzagging lightning bolt than a limb. Blood rapidly pools around me, fountains of it emerging from my wounds. The telltale sign of the bloody palm keeping its host alive. I can see my body shift and heal toward the ideal state in real time. The ether of the bloody palm intertwines with mine and regenerates my body at an unseen rate. It seems as though the longer I'm bonded to it, the more effective it becomes in every way, healing my body and infiltrating my mind. The inner demon I've come to know quite intimately constantly nips and bites at my mind as it heals me. I accept the bloody palm's help but refuse every attempt it makes on my soul. And to further condense my focus, I need to move. Staying still and numb is terrible for focus, at least for me. I'm most concentrated on something in the heat of combat. I've learned that quite quickly these past few months. Or weeks. I'm not sure. I've never been good at keeping track of time. It is almost winter, though, so that is at least a decent tracker. It doesn't matter, though. Not now. I command my numb arms to move and lift me off of the spike that impales me. I need to return to the battle and help however I can. Slowly, my arms move amidst the cracks and shifts occurring throughout my body to recover. I'm on my back, so I move my arms to my left to work together in unison. Eventually, my roughed-up palms touch the stone beneath me to my left. I take one short and limited gasp of air, my pain still numbed from the lungs that are particularly crushed, and I push. Only when I push is the numbness overwritten, and it is overwritten with blinding pain that sends flashes of black and white across my eyes, the pain so great it physically affects me. The demon within also lashes out at me harsher than usual. I'm unsure if it is trying to stop me from killing us or merely taking advantage of the distraction. But the reason doesn't matter, as this tantrum of whispers and dark murmurs finally breaks through. At my weakest and most desperate for the poison well that is the bloody palm, it truly enters my mind. I can feel invisible fingers touch my very mind and move me. Fingers that scream with harsh sounds of survival, desire, and unending hunger for blood. For a few moments, I lose control of my own body, and the hand that is not mine takes control of the reins. Watching like a passenger in my own body, I see myself push off the spike of stone and stand steadily despite the injuries. It almost looks like the bloody palm is so used to near-death injuries that nothing will phase its balance or coordination. The second I realize that I am no longer the master of my own fate, I fight against what locks me within my own body. I rage against the dark rhetorical chains that it has placed on my soul that try to not only keep me from my own body but also devour me wholly. Like being trapped in a small box in the dark with only a small light to see out, I go berserk and attack the jail. The bloody palm takes a few more steps toward where Virgil, Vernon, and the Amakuk are fighting to the death, and while it does so, my body heals at an unbelievable rate. I watch its powers with amazement. After one step, the hole that was punctuated entirely through my torso with the spike closes. The wound closes like the shutter of a camera. After 2 steps, the dent in my chest fixes itself, almost bouncing back. It heals so fast and returns to normal. After 3 steps, the internal injuries fade, and I feel myself breathing normally once again. Better than expected, actually, almost as if each and every breath imbibes ether into my body. After 4 steps, all the wounds over my whole body disappear, even the ones from previous fights that have not yet wholly faded. All the scars I've ever had sink away and are replaced by fresh skin. After the 5th step, I realize that something awful is happening to my body. I look just like I did in the forest way back then. So malnourished it's almost as if I'm a starving zombie. It's devouring me to recover so that it can fight and consume more. Like a banker, it's thinking, lose some flesh now, make it back later. The thought of it makes me sick. And on the 5th step, it only gets worse, as the bloody palm creates a spear of blood from the tip of its fingers on my left palm. At this point, my entire left arm is just bones with skin over them. No muscles, fat, or even tendons really exist. All the things that can be quickly devoured have been for more power. The being that only seeks to feed aims at the most vulnerable target, Vernon, who has his back to me and who doesn't expect to be stabbed in the back. Virgil has recovered at this point and is still fighting the Amakuk, both of them being heavily wounded. Every single step in action it took only made me fight harsher, more frenzied against its control, but the sights weren't enough for me to truly fight back until I saw this. I will not betray someone. I will never stab a friend in the back. I refuse to be a traitor. Traitors deserve the red court of suffering, the deepest part of the underworld, the one where the red judge punishes the dead himself. I not only wish to never meet the devil, but I also don't want to ever hurt a companion. So, I fight with the greatest impetus yet against the bloody palm, one more important than even my life. I'm not against dying. I'm only against breaking before I've done what I wanted to. There is much for me to do, and if I kill a friend along the way, what's the point? As I, puppeted by the bloody palm, raise the bloody spear in my left hand, I push back into my mind with all I got. The whispers create an almost impenetrable cell to hold me in. I take a split second to recognize what is holding the mental me. I'm being chained up. It might only be mental, but I know a way to loosen chains. Not only that, but I realize that my daydream is still faintly active, the bloody palm unwilling to turn it off because it enhances the artifact. Using my mind and connection to my own stream of ether, I force it to reach me. A daydream of an indomitable mind, one that cannot be touched in any way, one that cannot be overtaken or chained. My inner demon might be very real compared to others, but that doesn't mean I can't dream it away, too, with enough willpower. If even the cabin says the world will shift to my dreams, then, even so, will this damned artifact. I can feel the daydream that is releasing me from the prison I am placed within, slightly resonating with my sigil. A slight vibration comes from the back of my mind like a pulse of approval. I take this as a sign that what I'm doing is right, and using this stream of ether, I rage against my mental prison just before the bloody palm releases the spear made up of my own congealed blood. A shamble occurs in my moving body as the fight for dominance over it reaches a pivotal point, both inside and out. Right as I break out of the mental prison and meet the bloody palm once more in a contest of fortitude, the spear is released from my hand. But thankfully, the stumble and shift of positioning from my attempt to regain control over my body make the deadly spear of crimson essence change its destination. Instead of hitting Vernon, who was diagonal from me, it is sent soaring through the air as fast as an arrow into the side of the Amakuk. The spear of my own life sinks deeply into the giant lizard before disappearing entirely within its body, and the creature immediately pauses in its assault on Virgil to look at me. After seeing that not only did it not kill its prey, but that the victim of its strike attacked it once more, it becomes outraged. The dark lizard that is the length of over 5 adult men charges at me with fury and another roar full of murky ether that eats into my body. Giant thunderous steps resound throughout the inner core of the Amakuk den as it charges at me with primal might. Each slam onto the ground shifts the rock and sand beneath my feet and urges me to win the contest of wills against the damned artifact. I command my limbs to move, and the bloody palm does the opposite, doing everything possible to stay in control, but I don't allow any of it. A low growl comes from my core as I try to move before the Amakuk reaches me and either crushes or eats me. I don't know what the spear of blood is meant to do, but it doesn't appear as though it is doing anything right now. I'm unsure what's more worrying, to be honest, an attack that would have straight up killed Vernon, or one that would have insidiously entered his body. Either way, it's good that I was able to stop it, but I won't settle for just that. This is my damn body and not the fucking artifact's body. The sheer force of my mental resistance against the bloody palm makes my body finally move, teeth gritting and hands clenching. Minor effects but noticeable signs of progress. Yells from Vernon and Virgil reach my ears, telling me to move, but I cannot act on them, my own left hand keeping me still despite the danger that approaches. Only when the nauseating breath of the lizard bears down on us and the imminent threat of death touches our senses does the bloody palm relent. The main thing it seeks is survival, after all, and if I don't move now, we both die. From what I've sensed from the palm, it seems as though if the artifact loses a host, it will die too. So, the palm subsides its attempt on my mind temporarily, allowing me to jump to the side just before the lizard bites off my entire torso. Instead, a lack of feeling in my right foot emerges alongside waves of pain in my brain. I look down to my right foot, which is now missing several toes and half of my boot, as I see the lizard slam into the spikes it had created for me to slam into earlier. Most tips merely cushion it, but some break off scales and draw blood. The stupid lizard must have assumed me unable to dodge because of its roar and didn't even try to restrain me with its tendrils, mud, or roots, instead focusing them on Virgil and Vernon. After the close encounter with death, the bloody palm reemerges and attacks my mind. But now that I have control over my body, I also have control over all my ether. And while I may be exhausted after using Struggler's Gasp, it seems as though the bloody palm made an effort to clear some of the ether from my body when it was healing my body with its own. I guess veins, muscles, bones, and organs fully saturated by ether slowed down the effects of its own abilities. It appears as though the connection can be symbiotic, each of us clearing the other's system partially with our own ether. Too bad the palm doesn't want symbiosis. That might be something good to know for later. A sufficiently saturated system can repel foreign ether. I guess that actually makes perfect sense because of how I pushed away the Amakuk's roar. That foreign ether can partially remove ether saturation. I suppose that what causes the breakdown of the body is too much ether of the same type? Do different kinds of ether get expelled at different rates? Who knows? I'm sure I'll figure it all out eventually. I use this advantage of having some ether cleared from my body and being pushed away from the ether saturation limit to force everything I possibly can to daydream against the bloody palm. I change it from using probably around 10% of the maximum ether I can reasonably handle at a single time to 50, which also makes it almost impossible to keep up adrenaline surge as well without just killing myself from ether saturation at the moment. To solve this, I would need to get better at braiding, condensing, or infusing ether with my will to become more efficient, none of which I can do at the moment. So instead of being able to do anything at all without fighting for my very own body, I release the flow of adrenaline surge, feeling the wave of even more lethargy and weight from the restriction of daydream flow through me. This act does save my mind, although it weakens my body significantly. The whispers and constant assault on my mind recede as the chains around my whole body tighten into a vice, except for those on my mind. Those I feel loosen, more than ever before. Gritting my teeth and cursing while looking at the Amakuk that is now turning back to look at me, I crawl toward the approaching Virgil, who is dripping blood and sweat in equal amounts. The Amakuk sends over a dozen tendrils of shadow to grab me and prevent me from escaping. Unable to resist, I am restrained once more, only this time. It's a physical restraint that will lead to my body's death and not the end of my mind. I thrash and fight futilely against the shadows that bind me as they slowly force their sickly ether into my system and make me slow and fall even further into the depths of lethargy. After a few seconds, I lay limp in its grasp as it lifts me toward its mouth. A cascade of bullets impacts the lizard's face near where I am heading. Vernon does his best to help, but the lizard shakes them off. 6 fist-sized holes are just not enough to make the lizard flinch or retreat in what it is doing. Virgil also tries to help me as he reaches the lizard, takes 2 quick steps, flickers entirely through a claw, and climbs onto its head. I see him stumble and hold his head with one hand after the flicker. The jump into the Bakwas' incomprehensible realm damaging his mind. But Virgil is not a man to be stopped by mere pain, even if it's to the soul. He flips his Bowie knife into a reverse grip and stabs it into the right eye of the Amakuk. Both of their efforts are not enough to make the Amakuk drop me, for it seemingly just wants to devour me like a nighttime snack. The moment that the shadow tendrils place me into its open jaw, something incredible happens. A rush of flesh, gore, viscera, and blood exit its throat and goes flying straight toward me alongside a cry of pain from the Amakuk. I open my eyes as wide as possible with the lethargy affecting me, unwilling to face my death like a coward. If I am to be claimed by death, I will do it as my teacher did, unfaltering in my resolve. But my resolution against death fades slightly as I feel something familiar within the flying massacre. I feel the ether of the bloody palm. 65 unknowns. The mass of flesh before me exiting from the Amakuk mouth like vomit has the same feel of degeneration and desire as the bloody palm. It makes your fingers clench and toes curl just at the sensation. Still paralyzed, I try to move my head away from the flood of blood, viscera, flesh, and many other organic substances that leave the Amakuk's mouth and stream toward mine. The paralysis doesn't allow me to dodge the disgusting compound, and I hear the Amakuk roar once more, but this time in pure pain and suffering as its body begins to shake and convulse. While trembling, the innards and entrails that exit the Amakuk flow straight into my face, covering my whole head. Unwilling to let it seep into me, I close my eyes and mouth and hold my breath, but it's not enough. The blood seeps into my ears, the flesh slithers in my nose, and the entrails force open my mouth. I can feel slimy, iron-tinged pieces of dissolved organs enter my mouth and then sink into my body through the flesh inside my mouth. With the blood that goes into my ears, I can feel a weird tingling and itching sensation until the inside of my skull feels wet, my brain likely being covered in the blood. And the flesh that enters my nose goes down into my lung and makes me unable to breathe without sputtering and coughing, allowing even more of this gore to enter me. The world around me is muffled in sound from the blood in my ears, so I only just barely hear the dying throes of the Amakuk as I am let down from the shadow tendrils and dropped to the floor. Whatever the bloody palm did, it took some time, but damn, was it effective and disgusting. Now I just have to hope it isn't similar to taking me over. The streams of the innards continue for a dozen seconds or so until I feel full and like I'm about to burst, not from being pulled apart by the things that entered me, but more like eating way too much food. Ultimately, it seems as though all the bloody palm craved was to satiate its hunger, even if it does so in the most disgusting and traumatizing ways. Slowly, the innards that seep into me fade and drop onto my body instead. It is an incredibly odd feeling in every way, from the blood that entered my ears to even just the viscera that remains covering my frame. I just want to immediately get up and clean my body off. The feeling makes me feel sick. When the viscera ends its conquest over my paralyzed body, I open my eyes and see Virgil and Vernon standing over me. Virgil sweating profusely and covered in many wounds that seep blood. Vernon has much fewer wounds on him, only a few cuts here or there, but he is also sweating just as severely as Virgil, showing that the younger brother put his work in too. I look down at my body, curious as to what the effects of the bloody palm had with its bloody spear made of my own life essence, and what I see is just as surprising to me as it is to the two brothers looking at me. My once thin and wiry body built solely for speed that frequently loses weight, mass, and nutrition from the bloody palm has changed entirely. Muscle, more prominent than I have ever had before, which, to be honest, is not saying all that much, now covers my body. It is easy to see through the torn and ripped clothes and the massive hole in my shirt from being impaled. Eyes go wide all around at the effects of the bloody palm. Virgil and Vernon immediately ask what the hell happened. Sadly, even I don't know fully. Damn, what happened? Wyatt? I thought you were dead after you saved me. Was that your artifact? How did you control it like that? Can you do that again? Your artifact must be incredible to hold power such as that. I wave them off for a second as I sit up and push the viscera off me. Once Vernon notices all the blood, organs, and other parts of the lizard that covers me, he turns away and walks around the Amakuk, searching for any items or lost gear that we might have missed earlier. A small chuckle comes from both Virgil and me at the sight of Vernon being squeamish. Once I get most of the disgusting stuff off of me, I realize I feel better than ever physically. My frame isn't sore or hurting. Instead, it feels full of power even though it is still restrained by my daydream more than usual. The only thing that isn't good is my mind and state of ether. I feel as though I am constantly on the brink of insanity and loss of my own body to a hungering artifact full of incomprehensible desire. I push past this and answer Virgil, focusing on the human-to-human interaction. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I took the hit because I figured I could heal fast enough with the artifact attached to me, and while I was right, the bloody palm decided it was an excellent time to assault my mind again. I had to use one of my skills to enhance the artifact enough to heal me fast enough so that I wouldn't die, and it took advantage of that. I paused for a second before simply admitting it and cursing the lizard. For a few moments, for just a few steps toward you guys, the bloody palm was in control of my body. It rapidly healed me and then created a spear of my own blood, siphoning flesh and blood from me so that it tried to throw it at Vernon, but I could regain control fast enough that it instead went into the Amakuk. Then, I guess the spear took some time within the Amakuk to deal enough damage to bring it down. That fucking lizard was insane. What were all those shadowy tendrils and infectious roars about? Virgil takes in my rant with a few nods until, in the end, he puts his hands on my shoulders and speaks to me while looking me in the eyes. You must be supremely careful, Wyatt. I know not a single person who has ever returned from the edge. You are the first. Once an artifact takes control and puppets the person it is artificed to, it is said that the body now belongs to that artifact and the sigils within. Rest. Do whatever you can to regain your resolve. You've been pushing yourself too far. Rest. Vernon and I will take care of what's left here. Sleep. You need to recover as much ether, mental, and physical strength as possible. Virgil stops as he steps back from me, finishing his warning with a question. And when you feel in tip-top shape, you need to take Law's light and advance. That is the only way you survive this. How long have you had the bloody palm for at this point? I answer the man who ignored all the parts about the fight that almost killed him and just focused on my well-being as truthfully as possible. I think for close to a week. Is that bad? He nods to my own question in response to his. Yes, terribly. Only one man I've ever heard of lasted a week while artificed. His name was Jaspershield, the Silent. He was known for his strong will for a very long time, able to shake off and continue even after those near him died and left him alone. He was a powerful fifth sigil, but eventually he was captured by demons and experimented on. Virgil's eyes sink to the floor as he retells the story of such an anguished man. I can't help but bite my lip at the imagined visuals. Jasper was a quiet man known for being able to endure any hardship without being fazed. So instead of torturing him needlessly, the demon that caught him sought to make him join the demon. The demon attached a finger to him from a sixth sigil, just one sigil higher than him. Jasper held on for one single week, and by the end of the week, the artifact had grown from its simple place as a single finger into a whole hand, slowly converting the man's body. The only way anyone knows what happened to him is because the demon who did it to him kept a log of everything. The man's hand waved sadly, as if opening a phantom book's pages to read the contents. The log was left free for anyone to grab after the artifact drew Jasper mad because, after a week, both had grown so in tune with each other that their ether complemented each other perfectly and was much more effective than just two people together. The silence increased capability allowed him to kill the demon, a sixth sigil, and break his way out of the lair. Then, in artificed madness or frenzied agony, no one sure which, the artificed man went on a hell path through the wilds, killing anything he came across. His voice could paralyze someone, and the snap of his fingers could explode their heads. The man was feared for an entire year until a pillar, Naomi, the steel talon, the former pillar of Kyun, put him down. I heard from someone that she cut off the entire arm, and it was still helping Jasper, or what was left of the man, fight. He stops again, looking into my eyes. However, I've seen you in action, and I believe you can overcome this. This is the first time I've ever seen you struggle against its control. For others, it's the opposite, a constant, unending battle of wills until the man or woman loses to the artifact. Your skill set and sigil are uniquely suited to fending off artifacts, whether on purpose or not. It is excellent at keeping your mind unfettered. If you are ready now, take the sigil from the shadowy Amakuk. I planned on taking it the second I saw its abilities because it likely has a Nidal sigil or something similar. But knowing how close you just came to the edge, you should take it if you are ready. My friend also adds a final piece of knowledge, a scrap that gives me some confidence. Now, while I know of no one who has resisted artifiction, that does not mean it is impossible. It is said the Hollows, an old extinguished tribe from the wilds, used to do it all the time. Some are even rumored to still be alive. Perhaps you can find one, and they can help show you the way. Virgil offers me to take the sigil he had planned to take, and I am forced to refuse. I have not yet found the answer to my metaphor. I attempt to recall what it was for the first time, and the image of the words lodged into the book burns itself once more into my mind's eye. If dreams and hopes are not real, then what is to be done with them? I'm no philosopher, and these words only make me incredibly lost. Hopes and dreams are why we fight for a better life. No? So how are they not real? Don't I effectively make my dreams real with daydream? Just so confused. I answer and try to tell the metaphor to Virgil with a shake of the head while I ponder this. No, I have not yet answered my metaphor. The man cuts me off, unwilling to let me finish. Don't tell me what it is. I don't want to affect your answer to it. In my experience, it's better to come up with it through trials and tribulations. It's much better that way, and more likely to keep the sigil from going haywire. Rarely do they ever come through just thought or discussion. The only exceptions are the large families who all use the same sigils and have found good enough answers that work for all. Nodding to his response because it makes some sense to me, I ask another question to try and clarify as I see Vernon walk around the Amakuk, searching for anything interesting in the rest of the room that we had not finished exploring yet. What do you mean about the sigil going haywire? Virgil glances back at his brother real quick before turning back to me. Do you not know? Confused by what he means, I shake my head. No, what are you talking about? Virgil gives me a worried look, but continues talking. Every sigil you take has a small chance of turning on you while in the cabin. No one knows why, how, or even exactly when, but we know that the sigil sometimes fractures or changes during the evolution or mutation, allowing for other forces to bleed into the mind. This fracture can cause many psychological issues that lead to insanity, but it can cause instant death. The common train of thought and accepted idea is that those with good or amazing answers to their metaphors who perform perfect proofs are less likely to meet this instant death. Not just that, but it keeps them from becoming monsters worse than demons. He finishes his piece of knowledge that no one has ever told me before. I guess it was something so obvious that none have ever even spoken about it. There is only one thing I say in response to the fact I've potentially committed suicide twice. Oh. Virgil nods sagely as he turns and walks toward the Amakuk with me. Every single step upwards is upon a rickety bridge with no bottom in sight. Every new sigil comes with a host of new problems and unending agony in some cases. If one doesn't attune to their sigil for long enough and increase their saturation limit, then the new sigil's influx of ether will simply melt them alive. If one doesn't dare to face what lies within themselves, the metaphors and their subsequent proofs will lead to an early demise internally. If one doesn't act carefully around just about anything else with a sigil, they will likely get murdered for another to advance. And even if someone dodges all of these, there is still a chance that once they enter the cabin, the person who comes out is no longer them. Damn, that's insane. Even if you do everything right, sometimes the world will just end you. Why didn't Edmund tell me about this? Indeed, that's a warning that I should know before taking a sigil. Or does it not happen on the first sigil? I ask this question along with another one I've always been curious about but likely know deep down. So, can even people who gain their first sigil get this instant death or madness phenomenon? And if there are so many risks, why do people still go for sigils? Why do people reach for their power? Virgil laughs a bit at my question, which makes me feel silly for asking it, as he kneels down to the Amakuk and searches through its scales for something he spotted. It's exceedingly rare for a new first sigil to meet the unknown horror, what it's called when something unknown happens within the transfer to the cabin. It's also rare for them to become mother-bound, taken by the mother below for advancing without preparation. I'm of the thought that whatever does it isn't interested in newly advanced humans. Their threat, interest, or level of life is simply too dull or low. Virgil pauses, rolling scales across his palms and foraging. The part about power, however, you should know. We all have our reasons for grasping strength. It is what gives you the will to go on, to fight against unstoppable odds. Mine is to protect my family. I'm sure you have one, even if you don't know it yet. We all do. The former hunter rips out some bullets, moving them out of the way as he digs deeper, searching for the sigil and the massive creature. The man even finds a nugget of gold he shows me before slipping it into his pocket. Animals die for food, people for money, and the powerful die for even more power. It's just the way the world works. The rest of us do whatever we can to scrounge up enough to defend us and ours. Then, shaking his head, he prepares me for the future to come. Enough of all this, though. I really need to spend some time to figure out what you know and what you don't, because for a second sigil, to be honest, jack shit. And it's gonna get you killed. Now let me find this sigil and advance. I've been waiting for years and prepared for a long time. He also reflects on the battle before taking his sigil, helping me grow for what's next. Also, I didn't tell you to use Law's Light because I figured that the Amakuk could create walls or some kind of watery or crystalline structure based on how most Amakuk progress. But once you noticed that it couldn't make anything to stop the light or redirect it, you should have pulled out Law's Light. Hindsight's 20/20ths, though, and I didn't think of it at the time either, only before the fight. So, just remember it the next time you are fighting something. The artifact is quite powerful after all. I nod at what he says and agree. Many have told me that my ignorance will be the end of me. I then watch the experienced hunter, fighter, and explorer scavenge the corpse of the Amakuk for the sigil. Eventually, he finds it lodged in the Amakuk's back right leg. The locations of sigils are always really odd. Like, why is mine in the back of my skull? So far, I think that is the only one I've seen or heard of that's in the head. Quite odd, to be honest. Even Vernon, who was a scholar at first, a mentally oriented sigil, had his core within his spine. Right before Virgil takes the sigil, he looks at Vernon and me, then he closes his eyes and takes it, assumably being whisked away to the cabin. 66. Darkstalker. I've never seen anyone ever advance their sigil in front of me before. I mean, Earl technically did, but I was literally dying and couldn't see it at all. I expected something grand, something interesting to happen, but no. It's nothing of the sort. What occurs is so dull and mundane it overrides much of my excitement about Virgil's advancement. Virgil simply closes their eyes and reaches for where the sigil is located. Then less than a second later, Without any fanfare, he opens his eyes and turns to us. Only after the advancement does anything cool happen. I notice that his back stands a bit straighter and that shadows lick at his heels like flickering flames. The man covered in clothes and wearing goggles now has completely black eyes that show only through the thin lenses of the goggles, making it almost impossible to even tell if it is a human beneath the thick wardrobe. He looks at us momentarily before lunging straight for Vernon, wrapping him in a hug while laughing. We did it. One of us is now wondrous. This calls for a party, but not now. We'll have to get back to town first. Vernon pushes his excited older brother off of him annoyingly. One of the rare times I've ever been able to notice Virgil be truly joyful, but it makes sense. He just advanced to the 4th sigil, after all. He's not the only one excited, though. Both Vernon and I are curious about his new sigil. What did you get? What's the new name and powers? Virgil turns and answers my question with a smile I can hear through his tone. I'm a flickering Darkstalker. It increases my speed and all other parts of me in the dark even further, which I can currently feel is quite the boost. My sleep per day has also been reduced, possibly down to just an hour or so a day. The main one, though, is that I can easily blend into shadows and mask my presence, effectively becoming invisible. I'm gonna call it mask. The tome also said something about stalking prey and being hard to track. Virgil finishes his explanation of his new powers by crouching next to a shadow rock, and before our very eyes, darkness wraps around him. Then, after being completely covered in shadows, he seems to disappear from our view. Not like he's invisible, but more like I'm inclined to ignore him. The effect is more mental than physical, but it's very effective. Even Vernon and I, who saw him use mask, have incredible difficulty realizing where he is. I can immediately see how practical the skill would be for an assassin or solo hunter. I see Virgil do some more testing with his new 4th sigil, but instead of staying to watch, I decide to rest as he recommended. Calling over Dakota, who hid in the corner as I asked the whole time earlier, I lay down and fall asleep, keeping the daydream on the bloody palm active. Several hours later, I wake up feeling largely rested but with a headache of ether lingering over me, the aftereffects of sleeping with daydream active. However, what I wake up to only makes the headache much worse. Vernon shakes me until I wake up and immediately starts rushing me to move. Still waking up, I ask why we are in such a hurry. Virgil let you sleep for almost a full 12 hours. Since then, he has gone out to test his new sigil and use the new skills to see how far away the break is. And he just got back. It's close. Way too close. We need to go now. At this very moment. So get up and let's fucking go. The news of the break already upon us shakes and sobers my drowsy mind. Adrenaline flows straight into my mind and gets the cogs inside, turning. We need to go, yes, but I haven't seen the break myself. Something tells me Johnny will know if I don't see it. But would he even care if I don't see its main body? As long as I return the information to him on the break, it's okay, right? That's all that really matters. He just needs information and time to prepare. Again, I still cannot understand why he sent me, a man he thought would die soon, on such a mission. It just feels like something idiotic or bound to fail. Or is my family's reputation so resounding that he actually believes I can pull this off? I'm unsure which I prefer. If he just sent me to die, then that means my returning successfully would impress him. On the other hand, if he sent me with confidence if I returned, it would all just be according to plan. Both things I hate. Being sent to die and being a puppet. Maybe that's why I resonate so heavily with the Philosopher Sigil. I spent my whole life cooped up in a small ranch, just wishing to leave, wanting to adventure. Ending that prematurely or being forced to do something against my will makes me furious. A kind of rage and burning will that would blaze until I turn to ashes comes whenever I am backed against the wall. Doesn't matter the kind of wall I'm put against, either. Whether it's my death or another's. Being left with no freedom to choose, do what I want, or go where I please is against my nature. The philosopher is one who merely acknowledges this lack of freedom, this suffering, and can spot it easily. The daydreamer dreams of a better world, one where this freedom exists, but there is no action yet to make it happen. I assume that the struggler is next. I think I truly understand now why I resonated with it when I completed my Absolution. I'm all about action. Thinking and dreaming are not things I'm particularly good at, but struggling? Fighting with all I got? I think I'm pretty good at that. And if Johnny thinks he can keep me chained on a leash forever, he's got another thing coming. For by the time I reach him, I just may be a struggler, willing to rage against the chains. This post-sleep inner reflection took quite some time, and by the end, I exit the Amakuk burrow with Vernon. Outside the cave where we just recently fought, I see Virgil standing, looking westward at the clouds that have grown increasingly dark and closer to our eyes. The man looks at me and his brother before addressing us. Good, you're up. We need to leave now. I did a bit of reconnaissance with my new sigil. Flickering Darkstalker is quite the fitting name. It allows me to easily follow traces while at the same time covering mine. Using this ability without getting caught, I found a massive group of monsters sleeping in a clearing about 5 miles north of US. Unsure how this indicates the break, I question the newly advanced Darkstalker. How do you know it's the break? Could it not just be a group of wild monsters like the Amakuk or the short-horned serpents? Virgil nods at my question and answers it promptly as he shoulders his backpack and starts walking eastward. The monsters were of many different species altogether. I saw dozens of nightmares, monstrous horses that were twice the size of even the largest horse, a few dozen genu, a smaller cannibalistic creature similar to Urayuli, and a single Uctina guarding the group. Uctina are like the short-horned serpents we fought previously. Still, they are normally 4th sigil, much larger, and have small wings, possibly hinting at a future evolution into a Zyakol, a catastrophic type of monster that only pillars can deal with. Virgil continues a moment later after mentioning such a disastrous creature, pausing to gather his thoughts. Because of this, I'm fairly certain it's the break that is keeping them tame. The demon or demons in the lead must be taking their time to arrive, allowing the monsters time to rest. Many demons are known for their pride and looking down on humans. Nodding to this, I follow him and ask a few more questions. So, how far do you think this demon is? And do you think we can get a glance at it? Virgil looks at me like I'm insane and shakes his head with a chuckle. You're crazy, lad. No, we do not want to see it at all, even from miles away. I highly doubt my new mask and hiding in darkness would prevent it from seeing me, and you too would be surely dead. To answer your first question, though, I think it's at least a day or two westward, for we have only seen the first group of tamed monsters. I keep up the conversation as I keep up with his pace, skipping a bit to increase my pace. Okay, that makes sense. Then how do we get back without dying if this demon is so dangerous? Do we just run? Virgil shakes his head in negation as he tries to explain things to me. The situation isn't that bad. At most, we will have to fight some monsters here or there. We are unlikely to come across the demon if we are actively moving in the opposite direction. Still, for you to actually deliver useful intel to the gunfighter, we will need to move fast as possible. As Virgil says this, he breaks off into a sprint, leaving both Vernon and me to catch up to him. We both do so, but it is obviously much easier for the now wondrous Virgil to move at incredible speeds, even without actively using ether to augment himself. The powers of a 4th sigiled are quite a leap from a 2nd or 3rd, and I haven't even seen him do all that much yet. Once I catch up to him, I ask him a few questions. We can't run the whole way back, after all. It took us days to reach this far. None of us can keep going for that long. So, what are we going to do to move so fast? We have days' worth of ground to cover. Running doesn't sound like a good idea, no matter how faster we are. If we get caught, we'll be exhausted and weak. Virgil, while running, nods to my suggestions and informs me of the plans he came up with. He has 2 possible ways for us to get out of this. I've thought up 2 different courses of action. Both are pretty risky, one much more so than the other, but it is much faster. The other is less risky but slower and more likely for us to either get caught up to by monsters or to not arrive in Rustbank fast enough to give any helpful reconnaissance. He stalls to gain our opinions from our faces, eyes darting back and forth before continuing. The first is the not-so-risky one. We make it back to Harmony Town as fast as we can on our feet. I remember seeing a wagon left in one of the stables. We can take turns pulling it at our max speeds with ether-infused bodies. This should get us to Rustbank in 2 or 3 days tops. The second is far riskier, but also involves the wagon. We go to where I saw the group of monsters and steal a few nightmares. The horses are powerful and unruly, but if we use the artifact from the Bakwa, I think we can control them, forcing them to carry the wagon back to Rustbank at full speed in a day. I stop Virgil in his explanation and ask him about the artifact. I never learned what it does. All I did was give it to them before falling asleep. Wait. What does the artifact do? Oh right, comes from the younger brother, Vernon, as he excitedly explains what the artifact does. I named it. We named it. Right, we named it, Ghost Eye. I was fiddling with it and learned that the spirits within can be released and controlled. Then, the spirits that are sent out from the glassy, I can enter other things and control them. At first, I used one of them to make a rock jump up and down, but then I used more and more, eventually making the rock move at bullet-like speeds. Vernon's voice raises in speed as he starts to inform me about the artifact. After a few hours of testing, Virgil returned and stepped in the way of me, sending many spirits into the wall just to see what it'd do, and they all entered him. Then, I could control him just like a puppet for about 10 minutes until he broke out of it. It was probably the most fun I've had in months. In hindsight, though, this might have been how the Bakwa controlled and transformed people. Putting a small spirit or piece of themselves into another allows them to manipulate and change them. I take a few moments to let this new information sink in and settle. This means the spirits inside of it are likely just part of the progenitor Baka, not the souls of those it transformed. Relief flows through me with this discovery. I was so worried that I had only freed Lonnie to put his soul into another container. After I spend a minute or so thinking about this, Virgil chimes in again, wanting input on which plan to perform. So, which do you two think is the best move here? Vernon goes quiet, thinking at this prompt while I ask another question again. How far do you think that the break is from the town? If we make it there in 3 days, how far behind would the break be? And how much time do you think would be sufficient to help Rustbank survive? I don't want the people in there to die. Virgil answers quickly, his experience letting him estimate things like this fairly easily. I'd say the break is 4 to 5 days away. It could be 3 if the demon decides to hurry up out of nowhere, but at the same time, it could be more if they don't. Monsters are likely to be much faster than us on foot, so they'll probably catch up to us if we don't have some mode of transportation. His answer to my questions decides mine to his. I need to give Earl and them as much time as possible to prepare for the break. So, we need to go and control those nightmares to use as horses for the wagon. Then that settles it. We need to get those nightmares. Otherwise, we won't get to the town in time for our arrival to be of any help. Virgil nods at my choice and looks to Vernon. We only made a deal to go with you to the break. Vernon, do you want to go with him to Rustbank and help the town survive, or just go south and escape the break? Vernon takes only a single second to think before refusing to cut and run. What would our sisters think if they knew we left a friend to die, Virgil? Virgil nods at his brother's decision. Good. I'm happy to see my baby brother's got some balls on him in the end. We're with you, Wyatt. Just follow me, and I'll lead us to Monster's encampment. Having the two decide to stick with me despite not having to warms my heart. Most people so far on my journey have been murderous, rude, or flaky, but these two? I can already tell they're the type to die for their friends as well. We turn left from where we are currently heading and go north, toward where Virgil saw the group of nightmares. He gives us a short plan while we follow him. Wyatt, you know sneak, right? I nod, giving him even more than he's looking for. Yeah, and I learned how to do my whole body when I first met you guys in the dunes trying to hide. Surprise comes from him as he congratulates me. Wonderful. You know stealth, this will make this much easier. You're on nightmare converting duty. You're going to stealth up close, just close enough to control 2 nightmares, the amount we need to move the wagon at full speed. Then, you will slowly control them and have them walk away from the group. Virgil grabs my attention as he works out his role in the heist. I will hide in wait nearby with mask, and if the Uctina attacks you or the nightmares, I will jump in and attack it from the dark. My new sigil, combined with flicker, should let me end it incredibly quickly. Now, The shadows elongate simply as I walk. While I was testing my new sigil, I came up with a new application for ether. It's a combination of wetting and increasing the quality of my shadowy ether with steel strand. It creates a blade of darkness running over whatever I put it on that leaves behind corrosion and cuts through stone efficiently. Vernon calls it necrosis, which is probably the most perfect name he ever created, so it stuck. But that's enough about me. Vernon will be waiting away in case either of us needs backup. He doesn't know any stealth-related skills, so he will just have to be our backup. After we get the nightmares, we will hop on them and head to Harmony Town, taking turns controlling them with our ether. The plan sounds solid, and we all agree on it. Virgil is good at commanding. I wonder if he's ever been a commander before. I'll have to ask him later. He gives me the ghost eye while we run, and after 10 more minutes, Virgil makes us all crouch and slowly fades into shadows in the middle of the day. Use your stealth since we are very close. Vernon, stay here with Dakota unless we holler for you. Hearing this, I create a meandering but focused stream of ether throughout my whole body, pushing more ether than usual for sneak throughout it, manifesting stealth. The ether within feels cloudy and nullifies all the sounds I make. Then, together with the almost imperceptible Darkstalker beside me, I approach the resting spot of the monsters to steal ourselves a ride to town. 67. Heist beneath serpents. Slowly, I move forward while staying close to the ground, careful not to be heard, seen, or sensed by the monsters ahead. After just a dozen steps or so, Virgil completely fades from my vision and becomes impossible to notice. As I move forward, the man's new ability to disappear is both concerning and reassuring. On the one hand, it's nice to have someone watching over every step I take and who can help at any moment, but on another, it reminds me just how bizarre monsters, demons, and even people can be. Like his skill mask isn't invisibility, it's so much more. Even if you saw him before he used it, unless you stay incredibly close and constantly keep your eyes on him, he will fade from both your mind and eyes eventually. So, with this Darkstalker nearby watching my back, I approach the region where the monsters were last seen, the nightmares, Genu, and the single Uctina slowly coming into view. I stay as quiet as possible as my eyes take in the massive creatures. The nightmares are, as Virgil said, giant horses, much larger than average, probably twice the size. Their hair is pitch black and absorbs the light from the sun without fail. The nightmarish creatures chew on small critters that they catch, like mice and birds. It's pretty disturbing to see a meat-eating horse. Nightmare is quite a fitting name. I cannot lie. Near the nightmares are their companions, the hare-humanoid monsters, the Genu. They are around 8 to 9 feet tall on average and absolutely covered in shaggy fur. But through that fur, one can still see the bulging muscles beneath. Each one also carries a giant club made of wood to put those muscles to work. As Virgil put it, these simple creatures just loaf around and smack things here or there with a chortle. The final species of monster within the area that I can see is the Uctina, a serpentine beast of enormous might and proportions that makes the short horned serpents look like children. Tiny wings that are incapable of granting flight, but instead point to something more significant in the future rest on the sides of this snake that must be at least 50 feet long and 6 or so tall. But its gargantuan stature is not what truly makes it dangerous. Unlike the short-horned serpent, Virgil told me that they have the mentalist sigil, increasing their intelligence while at the same time giving them another terrifying trait. Upon their head rests a gem, called the Ulan Sudi by the first to discover it many years ago, that draws in any whom the serpent lays its eyes upon with hypnotic power. That is why Virgil is here beside me, for he can disappear at a moment's notice and keep the Uctina's gaze away from his body. A large number of monsters, roughly 50 or so, are guarded by this massive serpent in a clearing of the dunes. Sadly, the clearing is missing any hills or drops like usual, making it riskier than it should be to approach. At a distance of about 1,000 feet away, I activate Chain Eyes, curious as to what I'm dealing with. And within my gaze, I see dozens of creatures with red chains, a dozen or so with orange ones, half a dozen with yellow, and a single serpent with a gem on its head with green manacles. A deep inhale enters my body in preparation to amp myself up. I don't need to fight this army of monsters. I just get close enough to control one or two nightmares with Ghost Eye. Slowly, I get close enough to use the artifact from the Bakwa that was slain by Virgil, Vernon, and me. While I do so, I very carefully shift myself forwards, doing everything I can to stay low to the ground. All the monsters are in an open clearing of the dunes that lacks any hills for me to use as cover, so I just do my best to keep myself out of any sight lines from the monsters. Here or there, I see a rock or stone hit a Jinyu or nightmare that turns to look in my direction, which distracts them and keeps them from spotting me. Instantly, I recognize it as Virgil watching out for me. Sand shifts beneath me as I drop to my stomach from a low crouch and pull out the Ghost Eye, a glassy and crystalline eye that holds controlling spirits within. With the artifact out, I crawl forward about another 100 feet or so, constantly being saved in this game of stealth. Should Virgil have just done this himself? Would it not have been much easier? It feels dumb to have me be the one doing this, but the man hasn't done me wrong yet. So, I give him the benefit of the doubt and continue onward. Eventually, I reach within 100 feet of a nightmare. Near it are many Jinyu, and the Uctina is not far, but I take the risk. For Earl, Elizabeth, Leonard, Esther, and all the others in Rustbank who deserve to live. I hold the Ghost Eye out toward the nearest nightmare covered in red restraints and flow ether into it. Gradually, I feel a connection grow with the inner sanctum of the eye, where the spirits dwell. It gives me a rudimentary grasp of controlling the spirits within, and I follow these instincts. Pulling out a large number of spirits causes a spike of pain in my mind. With the surge of ether drawn out from me, I send the spirits toward the dark horse that towers over me. Remarkably briefly, I hear whispers from the spirits assault me as they exit from the eye and fly toward the nightmare, but my daydream, more vital than ever, shakes them away without a moment of hesitance. The negative must be similar to the bloody palms. Mental fatigue, takeover, or something similar. Luckily for me, my mind is currently heavily guarded within a fortress of psychological might. And while that fortress will eventually run out of the ether that pays for its upkeep, that won't happen for quite a while. Based on prior experience, I can probably keep this daydream up against the bloody palm for another day or so. Just enough time to make it to Rustbank. With this empowered mind, I force the spirits into the nightmare, and the second that the spirits enter the dark horse, I see it flinch and shift its feet. The horse then turns and immediately looks at me with visible air that exits its unnaturally sized nostrils. My heart sinks instantly, but after a short moment, a heartbeat filled with adrenaline picks me back up, and I stare back at the horse, desperately pushing more spirits into the beast. I must not have used enough at first. This second surge causes an even more enormous headache, further decreasing the time I have left on the defense in my mind. But the wave shows a result because just as the horse lifts a hoof toward me, it sets it back down, full of confusion as if dazed. A sigh of relief comes out of me but is quickly suppressed. Making sound is not an option. For another 20 seconds or so, I continue pushing these ghostly apparitions from the Ghost Eye into the nightmare just before me. Eventually, I feel a measure of control over it enter my mind, along with very dull and quiet whispers of the spirits within it. Ignoring these whispers, I carefully turn myself and the glassy eye that is the Ghost Eye to point at another nightmare and convert it as well. This one goes much smoother as I push a much larger number of spirits out of the Ghost Eye at the start, and I quickly gain control over this one as well. Having control over both of the monsters with first Sigils gives me a constant spike of pain within my brain. Not the worst I've ever had, but still really bad. Gritting my teeth, I command the two nightmares to slowly approach me without alerting the Uctina. The nightmares obey my commands through the spirits as the whispers grow a bit louder from them, but still within manageable levels. I feel as though my time with the bloody palm has made me quite resilient to the touch of another on my psyche. The two dark horses, at least 10 feet tall, clomp toward me as I lay down with the Ghost Eye pointed at them, still using it just in case. After just a minute or so, they reach me, and I immediately follow the part of Virgil's plan for after I acquire the horses. The second the horses exit the Uctina's domain, or where it deems the other creatures can go, the Uctina will come after them. Full force. So, our best bet is to haul us out as fast as you can when you get them. Hop on one of the nightmares and head toward Vernon. I'll have your back, don't worry. I'm quite wondrous now. I can handle whatever comes at you. In one smooth motion, I stand from laying on the sand, reach up to the nightmare's side, and grab on while ordering both of them to break into a run. With one firm hand on a nightmare, I am pulled from standing still to instantly moving dozens of miles an hour. Using this momentum, I swing myself onto the back of the giant horse, careful not to fall or mess up my movement, but the precision from my short time as a philosopher keeps my hands steady. When I sit on the horse, I notice that we are moving incredibly fast, probably just as fast as my speed under Struggler's gasp. The second one that I didn't hop onto is just ahead of me in my ride. These nightmares are incredible. Their speed alone is insane. I bet their power isn't far off, either. I wonder what it would have been like had I taken a second Sigil nightmare. After a few moments of moving at this incredible speed toward where Vernon was, drunk with exhilaration because I always love cruising fast and the cool winds that flow over me, I hear a loud rumbling behind me. Turning around toward the sound, what I see makes me sober up and awaken from my joyful moment. The massive Uctina is moving toward me, much faster than the nightmares with the size of the supernatural serpent of the fourth sigil. Adrenaline instantly flows throughout my whole body as I rush the nightmares to move even faster, using the spirits to push them to their limits. They obey unwillingly, but nevertheless, they do heed my orders. The nightmares speed up toward Vernon, but after a few seconds, I realize it's not enough. The Uctina with the gem encrusted into its head is gaining on me. Gradually the serpent nears me, and I feel a repeat of the time with the short-horned serpents, but this time it doesn't appear like anyone is here to help. Virgil is nowhere to be seen, possibly unable to catch up to the nightmares or Uctina, and Vernon is waiting for me. I see the Uctina open its jaw, and a tremendous amount of sand enters it, but the massive serpent ignores the distraction and slithers toward me. At the same time, I feel its gaze lay upon me, and instantly, I feel an attraction toward the gem on its forehead. The feeling is entirely different from the bloody palm or ghost eye's abrupt and apparent attempts at mind control, but is more subtle. It feels like a gradual inclination of greed toward the gem on its forehead that grows every second the serpent lays its eye upon me. It makes me want to stop running and instead rush into its waiting maw. I'm also sure that if I wasn't daydreaming to strengthen my mind, it would be both much worse and grows much faster. A grim smile of knowing determination breaks across my face despite the pounding headache and grisly fate that lies for me, no matter what may occur within the next day or so. Only at this moment, staring, does it truly hit me. Whether I even make it out of the jaws of this monster or not, I am just as likely to die within the next day. And if not within the next day, then the following week. From Johnny to the bloody palm to the upcoming break and the demon that leads it. I feel like any one of them is just as likely to kill me as this Uctina. It almost seems as though I'm fated to die. Like everything is doing everything possible to push me up against a wall and see how far I can climb to escape the inevitable doom. That death herself puppets all that surrounds me in some cruel twist of fate. But I don't care. Death can't be that bad. After all, it's easy to die but hard to live. If I'm honest with myself, I don't much prefer the easy way out of anything. I know that sometimes I even make things harder for myself simply because I'd be bored if I did it any other way. All these thoughts fly through my mind in a single flash, a single split second, as the Uctina rapidly nears me with its massive maw that opens. The reflection of my internal self happens like a flash just before death as the teeth of the serpent grow increasingly more prominent before my very eyes. I can also feel the nightmare's struggle against the grasp of the ghost eye, its hold on this starting to crack and fizzle because of the life-threatening risk to the tall, dark horses. Desperately, I resist this crumbling and command them with another surge of ether that sends spirits to puppet their bodies further with even greater speed. It's still not enough, though. The Uctina gets within 10 feet of me, and the nightmares before lunging at us with an open jaw, aiming straight for the nightmare I am riding. I can see the inside of the giant serpent as it jumps at us with a rumble upon the dunes beneath. Understanding that there is no option in which both the nightmares and I survive, I flex my legs and prepare to jump off of the nightmare in an effort to use them as bait to distract the Octina. But just before I jump off the horse, the impossible happens. Virgil, the Darkstalker, appears out of nowhere, from completely hidden in everyone's sight to flying at the Octina from the side with a bowie knife wrapped in visible dark purple ether. In an instant, he goes from the ground to the giant serpent's head, the speed at which he moves unlike any I've ever seen. His newest additions to his arsenal of ether must have made a massive difference in his combat ability. Virgil did say he's been waiting years to advance, so he must have stagnated for quite a while, but now he's soaring. The man crashes into the Octina from the unknown and unseen shadows of his mind. Right before the Octina bites the nightmare or me, Virgil stabs his bowie knife covered in his newest skill, necrosis, into the serpent's eye. The moment the dagger slides into the eye and the dark purple ether enters, the eye and all surrounding the area begin to decompose and corrode. Within 5 seconds, a region of 10 feet or more on the serpent turns necrotic and unworking. It even almost reaches the other eye of the snake. Thankfully for me, because of this deadly strike from Virgil, the Octina turns away from me and instead focuses on the more significant threat, the Flicker Darkstalker, which quickly proves the title of his sigil. The snake immediately flails and moves its body to crush the man, but in response, the man turns illusory and ethereal, flickering into another realm to phase through the snake. Then, he jumps off the snake with a burst of dark, shadowy ether that emerges from his feet like a propellant, sending him far enough and fast enough to land near me. Instantly understanding his intentions, I reach out for the flying man and see him reach out on his own, but instead of using his hands, he uses tendrils of shadows to pull himself to my nightmare. While doing so, he draws his lever action and fires multiple rounds that seem to be covered in the same dark purple ether at the Octina that continues to bear down on us. Each round makes the serpent flinch and become a little bit more wounded. Virgil lands himself onto my nightmare and continues firing his lever action after a short pause. And then, after a full, well-placed volley and a bullet that blinds its other eye, the Octina stops its chase of us and slows, allowing us to make a narrow escape. We ride the nightmares toward Vernon, barely saying a word, but we do share a look, one of complete trust. I never should have even felt worried about him showing up for a second. When we reach Vernon's hiding spot, the younger brother comes out to see if we need help, but for the first time ever, I escape a battle without any injuries, and so does Virgil. So, without taking even a second to rest, in case the rest of the army that the Octina was watching decides to chase us down in revenge, or if something else more dangerous were to appear, we hop onto the nightmares and ride toward Harmony Town. I share a horse with Vernon, who has no clue how to ride one, and Virgil gets his own. As we ride away, I keep the control over the nightmares and look over the dunes that quickly fade and fly past our eyes with the speed of the horses. We don't have any saddles, but hopefully, Harmony Town has a few we can quickly find. It had a stable, after all. But keeping hold of the nightmares stresses my already exhausted mind, the headache of ether growing increasingly worrying. I'm nearing my limit once more, and soon, I'll need to rest. I hope I can hold on until we reach Harmony Town. Only a few hours at this pace. 68 in reverse. We ride the nightmares, the monstrous, oversized horses covered in pitch-black hair that reflects zero light, for around 3 to 4 hours before we reach Harmony Town. The deserted town that was overrun and destroyed by ghosts remains precisely how we left it. One burnt-down building, bullet holes in just about every structure, and debris thrown haphazardly from the struggle against the horde of Bakwas. Once we enter the town, I slide off the nightmare to reach the ground, but my exhaustion makes me miss a step and fall hard. The nightmare's back is close to 8 feet off the ground, so the height and subsequent long fall make a crack come from the ankle I fall on. Numb pain touches upon my mind as I force myself to get back up from falling. The headache of overusing ether prevents me from truly feeling much, however. One kind of pain can numb another. With a curse, I walk around Harmony Town to find the wagon, but Vernon quickly stops me and takes from me the ghost eye, the artifact that keeps the nightmares in line. The loss of my ether being sent into it to command the spirits that dwell within makes the nightmares shake and begin to break out of their control. Vernon looks at them momentarily with the ghost eye pointing toward them before they quickly calm down and stop moving. The man must have used it in my place to keep the nightmares tame. Shortly after, he looks at me from head to toe and hands me a piece of hard candy. Relax, Wyatt. I'll hold on to the nightmares for a little bit. We don't need to be in such a hurry anymore. We got the horses after all. We'll make it to Rustbank with time to spare. Virgil is searching for the wagon right now. Let's just chill. Everything will be fine. My irritability and pounding headache that sends waves through my vision and the newly damaged ankle makes me lash out at the man who's only trying to help. I instantly regret speaking the second the words leave my mouth. I hate the vulnerability and tone of my voice, but I can't stop talking until I finish my rant. You two have plenty of time. I'm on a countdown, a final one. The next time I drop this daydream is the last. I can feel it, and it's nearing. I can't keep it up much longer. I'm running out of steam. And there won't be another chance. The bloody palm will win. I don't have my metaphor answered, so I'm just as likely to die if I advance, which would be the only way to save me. So, don't talk to me like that. Not everything will be fine. I have friends who think I'm a monster, and likely, I'll never see them again to change their minds. Everything is a shit show. Just one tragedy after another without stopping. Vernon simply looks at me for a moment before his face turns downcast. It seems he has no answer or reply to what I had to say, so we just stand for several minutes in awkward silence. The man, who is only a few years older than me, merely fiddles with the glassy eye that is the ghost eye which is currently focused on the nightmares. I spend the moments of silence concentrating on my ankle, feeling the bloody palm heal the body that is soon to be its. I just wish I had more time. But from what I've heard, I have already held out against the bloody palm for an impossible amount of time despite the massive gap of power between the two of us. If only. My thoughts are interrupted by Vernon abruptly turning to me and asking me a question. You said that the issue is you releasing your daydream skill, right? Frustrated but still feeling bad for how I went off at him just a few minutes prior, I reply. Yeah. The man looks at the glassy eye in his hands before proposing a solution. One just as impossible as flying. What if you never released the skill? Would that fix it? I think about it for just a few moments. It is plausible. The bloody palm only reaches the inner parts of my mind when my daydream is not fighting against it, building that fortress within my mind. Only small indecipherable murmurs surpass me when the skill is active, and these I can completely ignore. But there is a massive, glaring problem, which I know best because this has been my exact strategy so far. Keeping the skill up forever is not a solution because it is impossible. Slowly I will run out of ether, and while daydream costs very little at a time, after many hours or days of it being active, I begin to feel like I'm about to die from exhaustion, and the saturation of ether in my body nears its limits. Still a bit annoyed but thankful for him wanting to help, I point out the issues to him. Wouldn't work. It's what I've been doing this whole time, but eventually, I run out of steam. Ether builds up slowly, and I die when it reaches its crescendo. Nothing can change that besides advancing, which should give me more resistance to ether. Vernon takes a moment to take in my words before opening his mouth and saying something just as insane as his first suggestion. That's not true. Remember when you took the concoction? That cleared out all of the ether in your body, domestic and foreign. Taking another would reset your timer, no? I look at the man as if he is mad, utterly mad. He has never been through that torture. I hate very few things in this world, but the concoction is definitely one of them. The pain of having magma flowing through your veins and boiling all the ether within you is unimaginable. Taking a concoction to live would always be my final choice. Only after every other avenue is crossed out would I do that again. I take a sigh as I realize this is the exact scenario. There are no other choices besides taking a concoction. I can't advance. I'm not ready yet. If I don't answer the metaphor, I will likely go insane and die anyway during my advance. At the very least, it's nice I don't have to worry about waiting for my resilience to ether to rise over time to meet the requirements for advancement. The Philosopher's Sigil just does that immediately for me. But still, too many factors keep me locked up on the execution block. Even this option with the concoction won't work, for we have none left. I already used the last one. That would theoretically work, Vernon. But the problem is that we don't have another concoction with us. So, there isn't another for me to take. Vernon nods at this, finally seeing my point that it's all fucked. The only thing I have left to do is struggle until I fall. There is always a chance that upon death's door, I will prove them all wrong and absolve myself again. But Virgil said that it will only ever get more challenging after every single absolution, and I don't think I'm currently capable of defying Mother Below. As I wallow and pray against a God's will, Vernon speaks up again. But we can get another in Rustbake. You just need to hold on until then. I shake my head at his newest suggestion. Even if I could hang on long enough for us to not only find one that someone is willing to sell but also buy it, how will we pay for it? Are they not incredibly expensive? Vernon nods, but tries to dissuade my worry about the cost. It doesn't matter how much it costs, Wyatt. Do you know how rare people who have absolved themselves are? 1 in 10,000, if not 100,000. Do you know how rare people who have absolved themselves and who did it before the third sigil are? As I know, none. Not a single one. And to make it even more special, you're a good man. I've seen it. I don't know why your friends think you're evil, but I'm sure you can change their minds. Even if not with words, your actions certainly will. The man pauses for a second, his eyes flickering toward his brother. Virgil told me this while you were resting within the Amakuk Den, Wyatt. You are the most talented fighter he's ever seen. You have the grit to ignore any injury, trauma, or slight against you in favor of victory. You have unheard of fighting instincts despite never genuinely being trained. You fight like a wild animal set loose, but in such a way you don't lose your intelligence either. And your will, God, don't even get me started. Anyone else would have fallen into your situation days, if not a week ago when you first acquired that damned artifact. Vernon points at me, his finger tapping upon my chest to prove his words. These types of things are traits that only the most powerful have. Qualities that people like the unyielding wall have. He doesn't know why you have such fierce instincts, such immense talent in fighting, or such firm will to hold against artifiction for so long, but he did know one thing. That if you live long enough, you will most certainly become a legend. Vernon kicks some sand as he continues, his words leaving behind an impact. The vast majority of the most talented and ingenious humans die long before they can truly shine, Wyatt. If Virgil and I can prevent one such person from being snuffed out before they blaze, then we will do everything we can to make sure they live. It's our duty as humans. Too much inner strife and turmoil affect us, preventing us from genuinely standing together despite the threats that bear down upon us. The legendary men and women who bear the weight are the only things that keep humanity alive. The pillars bear the weight of millions together. The prime who carries the weight of us all, alone. We believe that one day, you may be able to match them. And even if you can't, you can certainly reach the renown of someone like Johnny. Vernon's eyes fall to his own hands, the calloused skin twisting under his movement. The man's voice is self-deprecative yet hopeful. I'm nowhere near as experienced as Virgil, where he's carried me basically my whole life up until now, but still, I can see how different you are, man. You're keeping up and outdoing people who are an entire sigil above you. Killing monsters that should require full hunting parties like the Bakwa that was here in Harmony Town. So, don't worry about how much it costs, Wyatt. We got your back because as long as you survive, I'm sure we'll make the money back and so much more. You'd be a much better guardian than either Virgil or me. My brother is tough, but he's a stalker, hunter, and killer through and through. I know he hates watching over me instead of being alone in the wild, but he does it anyway. And me? I'm a supporter, not so much a fighter. But you? You'd make a perfect guardian for anyone. I know it. His words sink into me for a few minutes and lift my heart. His heartfelt and genuine words make me look at him in a new light. These two brothers, why are they so kind? Is it because they still have a family to fight for? I look at Vernon and nod my head. Thank you, Vernon. That means a lot. I hope I can live up to your and your brother's expectations of me. I don't think I'm all that special, to be honest. He looks at me and scoffs. I know you will. What second sigiled would be sent to investigate a break on their own and be expected to return? Johnny, The man who sent you must have also seen your potential, even if you say he treated you incredibly harshly because of the artifact that is now upon you. When we get to Rustbank, Virgil and I will immediately do what we can to acquire you a concoction, or multiple if we can. Might have to sell the ghost eye or my mercy, but it'd be worth it. Allies who you can trust with your life are hard to find. Allies whom you can trust with your family's lives, even more so. After this, we spend a few minutes in silence once more, but this time it isn't awkward. I merely spend the time digesting the situation ahead of me as I feel the ever-growing pulsing headache enlarge and spike ever so often. The event that breaks the silence is Virgil walking toward us with a wagon behind him that he is pulling, sand and dirt shifting beneath his feet as he hauls the wagon behind him, obviously using ether to boost his strength. Virgil sets it down in front of the nightmares in the middle of the town's main road, then he hollers at us to put our stuff in the wagon and tie the horses up to pull it. Vernon and I share a look before taking our packs, weapons, and other variety of things and throwing them onto the wagon. Then, Virgil starts swiftly clearing the road using his shadow whips, the skill granted to him from his years as a night whip. While he does so, Vernon and I quickly go through the nearby houses for a final sweep for supplies, bullets, medicine, and even oil or highly flammable objects. Anything that can be helpful against a horde of monsters. After just 30 minutes or so, all three of us and Dakota, who spent the time sleeping on the wagon, set off. The nightmares pull the wagon forward with a jolt before rapidly accelerating to an impressive speed that they are able to hold for several hours without tiring. We travel this way for a few hours before reaching the boneyard full of giant invertebrates and other crawlies. Vernon continues to push the nightmares forward as Virgil defends the wagon while we move. His corrosive necrosis swiftly felling any creature under the 4th sigil and making other 4th sigils run. Thankfully, during our mad dash through the boneyard where the Goliaths last lived, we do not encounter any 5th sigiled monsters and only engage 1/4 that Virgil forces away with my help. From there, we continue this bolt across the bone dunes with incredible haste. The cold winds of coming winter slap at our faces and make us shiver as we speed past the dunes. It rarely rains in the bone dunes, so the only sign of winter is the piercing cold and slicing winds that carry it. No snow or ice ever forms unless the temperature descends low enough to freeze the water in the air solid, which, from what I heard from Virgil, can happen. Rarely, but it can. As we trek, we pass by the area where we previously fought the short horn snakes and killed the largest one. At this point, the tiredness within me grows to be too much for me to handle. The headache of the approaching limit of ether saturation is too obvious and painful to ignore. So, I lay down to sleep. I retain the daydream as I do so, knowing that I will still feel tired when I wake, but at least I won't be a prisoner in my own body. I may only recover slightly, but that's better than nothing. I rest my head beside Dakota's tail in the wagon and use my backpack as a pillow. The bumpy wagon moving far too fast for its own construction that is sure to break makes it hard to sleep. And what makes it even harder is the exhausted pants of the nightmares, the monsters being forced to carry us east to Rustbank. They reach my ears and make me feel bad. I know they are monsters, but we are forcing them against their will to do things they would never do. I can feel the hypocrisy, and I hate it, but I have no other choice at the moment. I just hope that they can hold on like me. Maybe I'll figure out something to do for them. Can nightmares be tamed? Maybe. I'll have to find out. My mind drifts to sleep with these thoughts of freeing and giving the horses a life without chains and, at the very least, being companions to people. What I awake to, however, is very different. I open my eyes to the sound of constant gunfire, explosions, and pained screams. Curses from Vernon and Virgil erupt from beside me as the wagon shifts quickly, and I push myself up to see what's happening despite the headache that still gnaws at me like a furious wolf out for blood. Before my eyes is Rustbank, the town that we wanted to make it to. Apparently, I slept long enough to make it to our destination, but it's currently under attack. For a second, I worry that we are too late as bullets ring out constantly. I worry that the breakout paced us and the demon is leading its horde of monsters into the town and slaying the inhabitants, but my worries are dismissed quickly. It is the most common enemy of people, each other. 69. Hunters and rebels. Gunshots ring out constantly as we enter the town, dozens every second as muzzle flashes appear non-stop in my eyes. The center road of the city is littered with over a dozen bodies as most people rush into open buildings to hide from something. I think I recognize one of the bodies for a second, but the groups of people block my vision. I'm forced to try and look around them, and I do, but even then, I cannot find the body I was looking for. I turn my attention back to the bystanders as they do the same. My group is the only one that is entering the town at the current moment, so attention seems to fall on us. Virgil calls out to a bystander, asking what's happening. "Hey, you there. What's happening? Is the break here already?" The man looks up at Virgil on the wagon and yells back after a moment of hesitation from the nightmares that are pulling the wagon. "Hunters have come for Johnny's head. They sent a whole squad led by a colonel. Get the hell out while you can." Virgil curses in response to this and whispers to himself. I am close enough to hear him. Fuck. Are they that stupid? In fighting now? Fucking damn it. After cursing to himself, and I assume at the hunters, he turns to Vernon and me. "Okay, so, what we're going to do is..." Virgil is interrupted by a flying object moving at almost unseen speeds that slams into the left nightmare, goes through it like an arrow, and impacts the wagon, breaking the front of it and sending all aboard to the ground with a catastrophic tumble. I'm thrown forward, over where the object crashed into, and land amidst the nightmare, who has a human-sized hole in the side of their body. I roll out of the now-dead creature, confused and bewildered by what's happening. Then, still a bit disoriented, I turn back and see a bloodied man full of muscle with an obviously broken arm bent unnaturally in over 4 places slumped against the wagon caved in around him. I see his chest move rhythmically. He's still alive. What the hell? How? He just got sent into the wagon like a fucking bullet. The man shakes his head. I assume trying to shake out the deadly impact he just underwent, and looks at me. Surprise breaches his face before he wipes it away, and he cleans his mug of blood with his unbroken hand. Ah, isn't that convenient? The crazy kid is back.
See me what?
It's Levi. You heard of me, right? I look at him, confused for a second, until I remember a name that Johnny mentioned, one I had to listen to because they would have a controller for the detonator. I believe it was Levi. While nodding slowly at him, unsure of what to do, I stand from being tossed off of the wagon, trying not to be inside the guts of the dead nightmare. As I do so, he speaks to me while, at the same time, the other nightmare that he didn't kill runs away with the broken pieces of the wagon still attached to it. The dark horse must have escaped because Vernon lost his focus from the impact. Good. Eat this, and then follow me. Levi, a burly man, pulls out a small pellet from his pocket and hands it to me as he stands using one hand and his knee, blood dripping from him the whole time. I don't accept the object, though. First, I ask him what the hell he's trying to feed me. No, what the hell is that? Levi shakes his head, sighing. Then after he stands up fully, he bursts with incredible speed over to me and grabs me before I can even react, shoving the pellet in my mouth. Eat it. It's to dissolve the ether killer. If you're here now, you did your mission. You'll feel a bit of ether suffuse you over the next hour or so. You might want to be a bit careful using ether in just a second. Frustrated and angry at him for not telling me what the damn thing was, I yell at him, but I still swallow the pellet. After I do so, he adds the other part about the suffusing ether, and I choke partially, unwanting even more ether in my system. Why didn't you just tell me what it was? I would have just taken it. And what do you mean I'll have to be careful with ether in just a second? Levi laughs as he pulls his disfigured right arm into a straight one with his left, the feat of strength and pain tolerance surprising me. No time. He's coming. I look around, confused at what he's saying. Then I hear pounding footsteps that shake even my footing. Turning to where Levi was sent from, I see a mountain of a man, someone at least 7 feet tall, barreling down the street toward us both. Levi says one last thing before charging to meet the man in open street combat. Johnny needs help. Go. Town square, in the center. Do what you can. You will be massively outclassed, but graves are graves. After his words, I quickly start the flow for chain eyes as the 2 men make contact. I hope to glean an idea as to who has the upper hand. Levi is a large man, that is no doubt. He's over 6 foot and covered in muscle, but his opponent is over a foot taller than that and just as muscled. I see the colors of their manacles just a moment before impact and instantly predict what will happen. Levi is covered in green chains all over that wrap tightly around his muscles, while the mountain opposite him is covered in turquoise wrappings. Both of their manacles seem to converge on large muscle groups, which hints toward their strength even further. Levi is outclassed. Matching someone of a higher sigil in a contest of pure power is never a good idea, but I guess that is what Levi is good at, judging from his frame. Either way, he will lose this one-on-one. The other man is just as specialized for strength and endurance as Levi, and both of them probably primarily have soldier sigils. My prediction comes true as Johnny's left-hand man is sent flying again from a collision with the unknown giant, this time going through a building on the side, leaving a hole in the front of it spattered with his blood. The massive man turns to me after sending Levi into a building. As he does so, Virgil steps out of etherealness just behind him with a warning in his ear. Best leave the kid alone. He's not part of your quarrel with Johnny. I also hear the cocking of a revolver behind me as I turn just a bit and see Vernon behind a post with his Colt, Mercy. A short period of hesitation passes from the man as he looks at the three of us. Then he acts after some consideration. With a growl, he returns the warning. You wish to go against the hunters? I am Clyde Oxhide, a part of the Vengeance Squad. Colonel Frederick is here along with the full squad. Step away from the Wendigo and Levi the Scarred, or face the consequences. A flash of uncertainty passes in Virgil's eyes, and I notice it, but the man quickly dismisses it as he wipes his hands in dark, necrotic ether. Necrosis falls upon Virgil's hands and weapons. The man chooses to fight. I chose the opposite, Clyde. I've heard of your squad before. Even seen you in action a few times. You leave no survivors. I've always wanted to fight a man of such a powerful squad. How about that? Irritation instantly builds on Clyde's face before he turns back and swings a meaty fist backward at Virgil. He growls a response that is said to be more similar to an execution sentencing than a rebuttal. Die then. Virgil, the fighter he is and an expert in evading damage, steps back and flickers, Clyde's fist barely brushing against him. Unlike most times he flickers, though, Virgil does take damage. He steps back once more, wiping specks of blood from his nose. Virgil glances at Vernon and me before speaking to the giant man again. That's one hell of a punch. You hurt me just a tad. I understand the glance after a moment of consideration with what Virgil says. He wants Vernon and me to take advantage of the man's distraction and anger. I follow his lead, draw my serpentine daggers, and start a small flow of adrenaline surge, being extremely careful not to breach the final barrier. Don't want my ether to melt me from within. Clyde grows even angrier after being mocked for his weak punches, which in all honesty, would probably kill any one of us if we were actually hit with them. Well, except for Levi, he's already taken a few. Thinking about Levi getting hit with the punch makes me turn to look where the man went, and I see debris moving around within the building as a figure within stands. Virgil makes my attention snap back to him as he swiftly steps into Clyde's reach and baits out a punch as Vernon fires a bullet at the man from his Colt that he can only raise an arm and take as it sinks into his flesh. Then Virgil flickers through the punch, taking a bit of the damage before sliding his Bowie knife, covered in necrosis, into Clyde's arm. A hellish scream erupts from Clyde as he bursts with strength and throws Virgil away, slamming the flickering man into a nearby wall. I worry for a moment until I see both the building only shake a bit and Virgil phase through the wall like it's made of mud. I can see the necrosis build up over Clyde's arm, which still has the Bowie knife stabbed into it, so I sprint at him, eager to take advantage and get rid of this threat since he obviously seeks my life as well. He called me out, after all. Virgil also recovers fast enough to return to the fight. He charges at the man alongside me, and together we meet the mountain of a man simultaneously. With an arm covered in dark necrosis, he steps forward toward me with a deep, painful growl and swipes at me to grab my torso, his hand large enough to do so. On the balls of my feet, I push myself backward just before getting grabbed and twist to the side, feeling the strain on my ankles from the abrupt movement. The man seems to expect this, though, as he does a kind of leap toward me with his shoulder. I can feel the wind itself bend as he pushes through it toward me with unexpected strength. Before he can reach me through the short few in between us, though, three things happen in quick succession. I see a bullet land on his head, which surprisingly not only doesn't kill him but also doesn't pierce his skull. The ether-enhanced bullet from Vernon only breaks the skin, cracks the skull, and sends the man's head to the side with a burst of blood. It seems it gives Clyde whiplash, sending his eyes to the back of his skull. The second thing that happens is that Virgil deftly moves beside Clyde, pulling out the Bowie knife mid-movement, flipping his hands past Clyde, and stabbing the Bowie knife into the man's calf to slow him down. The blade is still covered in bits of necrosis that are now being spread into his legs, dealing even more damage over time. The third is Levi returning to the fight, and he does so with a bang. The man returns the favor to Clyde out of nowhere with a shoulder bash of his own that sends the massive man straight to the ground, tumbling for a few feet before stopping. I blink in surprise at how close I just came to getting turned to paste, but I quickly recover. It's not the first time, after all. The three of us, Virgil, Levi, and I, are all breathing heavily and already covered with sweat despite the short battle. Well, at least short for Virgil and me. Levi takes a single glance at Virgil and Vernon before addressing me. Seems like you got some new friends. But seriously, get to Johnny. I can take care of this man now that he's wounded. It'll be close, but I got it. He's not the first I've killed of these hunters today. And if you don't go help, I still got the trigger. I look at Virgil for help, and the man just shrugs his shoulders. As he does so, Levi rushes down Clyde, trying to take advantage of his wounds from Virgil. I don't know, Wyatt. Your call. You need a concoction as soon as possible, but it appears that if you don't help the gunfighter, you will die, either by the hunters if they win or Johnny if he does. I ponder on the situation for only a moment before making a decision. I don't want Virgil or Vernon to get caught up in this fight between Johnny and the hunters any more than they already are. So, I'll need to get them away from the fight somehow. Get them away from the town square. Taking a deep breath, I speak my plan. Okay, you and Vernon should go get me a concoction and then bring it to me. I'll go and help Johnny. Virgil looks at me intensely for several moments as I tell him this, as if he senses that something is off. Then, he sighs and looks over to Vernon before slowly nodding. Okay, that's what we'll do. Most alchemists live on the edge of town so that they can gather materials, so it will be a bit until we see you, Wyatt. Oh, and we'll take care of Dakota. I saw him doing something to a nearby corpse. The little guy might just be growing from the townsmen in Sigils, who were killed. Just don't die. After agreeing to my shallowly thought-out plan, Virgil runs over to Vernon, then takes him off to the edge of town, searching for a place that may sell a concoction. As he leaves, though, we share one more bout of eye contact, and in that second of connection, I can feel that he disagrees with my idea but is following it anyway. Once the two brothers leave, I take a moment for a deep breath as I hear gunfire in my ears from the center of the town and see Levi beat the shit out of Clyde. The breath calms my mind and prepares me for what is to come. I don't see Primrose anyway, who is Johnny's other right hand, the lady either fighting the hunters with Johnny or already dead. So, while looking at all the bystanders who either are not sigilled or are unwilling to join the fight that are getting as far from the action as possible, I run toward the center of town, where the sounds of gunshots only grow louder. I'm forced to make multiple twists and turns to make it to the center. I run past many people who appear to be running from the fighting or preparing for it. After wasting almost a full minute trying to run through people, I curse and jump toward a building, using the structure as a way to get above the people below. It only takes me a few moments to climb to the top of the building, and from here, I can see the town square. The circumstances of the man within look incredibly perilous. A lone gunman stands against 8 hunters, 7 of which are constantly pressing onto him, one of which has another person placed beneath their boot. From this distance, I can't recognize who it is or even if it's a man or woman, but I can see through chain eyes that it's a first sigil. And amongst the group, there are 2 more people wrapped in turquoise and 5 in green. I also spot one man dressed in blue chains similar to Johnny, but instead of Johnny's manacles being focused on his hands, this man's are gathered around his legs. He must be Frederick. 5 fourth sigils, 2 fifth sigils, and a 6th sigil. That is quite the killing squad. The lone gunslinger, Johnny, constantly moves against the squad that attacks him relentlessly, firing bullets without stopping while dodging blades, shells, and dozens of insane ether skills. From streaks of lightning to actual shots of blood, he never ceases to reload for a moment. My suspicion when I first met him bears fruit. His gun has unlimited ammo, here or there. I can even see him block one of the hunter's claymores with the butt of his pistol before twisting and kicking the man away from him alongside a quick bullet to the gut. But after this happens, one of the hunters in the back cuts his palm and draws a circle in the dirt, rapidly becoming bloody mud. Then, the ring glows as the bullet hole closes in on the wounded man. I watch for a few moments, just observing the squad's teamwork. While I do so, I catch a flash of movement in the corner of my eye underneath my building on the opposite side of where I climbed up. A cloud of green smoke emerges in an alley as a familiar woman stumbles out and slashes her pink scarf backward. The pink scarf catches the man around the neck, who emerges from the cloud that appears to be melting off his face, forcibly regenerating against the acidic cloud. Then, Primrose yanks the scarf to the side as drops of acid drip off the part of the scarf that is wrapped around the man's neck. The man is covered in turquoise, as is she. Somehow she increased her CGI since I was gone. The man yells in pain as he grabs the flesh-melting scarf and pulls Primrose toward him. He makes it so that either she loses her weapon or her life. Primrose obviously chooses the scarf as she lets go and backsteps just before getting close enough for the man to grab her. She somehow seems to be immune to the acid of the scar, but she is definitely not resistant to the axe that the man holds or the saw-off shotgun on his hip. After seeing her lose her weapon and back up from the man, I feel a sense of urgency and desire to help her. I glance at Johnny and see that he is still fighting with all he's got. No sign of him losing his life anytime soon. So, I run over to the edge of the building, draw my daggers, and jump off with a burst of ether for stealth that once more threatens my life. I can feel the ether within me teeter, barely able to exhale enough to not collapse. Primrose notices me just before I land on the man's back. Once I land, I place both serpentine daggers into his neck to break my fall, the silent movement through the air making him unable to react in time. We both fall forward into the dirt below us, and I quickly roll off of him, looking at Primrose with a smile. Saw you needed some help. The fifth sigilled lady of poison and acid just sighs and walks over to the man I stabbed from above. He's not dead yet. Freaks and their evolutions are hard as shit to put down. You hear him breathing, right? Oh, see right there. He's trying to get back up? No, you don't. Primrose picks up her scarf as she schools me and wraps it around the man's neck. Then, as the man tries to stand, she tightens the scarf, causing even more acid to spill into the wounds on the man's neck. Additionally, she puts her heels into the man's back, pulling his neck up to meet him. The acid enters his body and quickly kills him alongside the crack that resounds from him because of her actions. Most of the time, you either get their brain or heart. Acid in the heart always works for me. Glad to see you're still alive, kid. And thanks for the help, but I gotta get to Johnny. He needs me. Levi, some others, and I only got about half of the vengeance squad. You coming? The fair lady, that acts utterly opposite to her looks, wipes off the bloody acidic flesh on her scarf before wearing it and holding her hand out to me. Already planning to help the man without much choice, I take her hand expecting just a confirmation or deal, but I get a vision of green as a cloud covers me. The vision of green quickly fades and turns into a view of the town square from the top of a nearby building. Somehow Primrose can use the cloud of green to transport us, but I don't speak up about it. Instead, something else catches my attention. Now that I am much closer to the town square, only a few hundred feet away, I recognize the person on the floor in the court. It's Earl, 70, bleeding out, from atop a building near the town square and the battle within the yard. I see Earl forced to the ground underneath the boot of some hunter. Instantly, I go to move toward him and jump off the building, but Primrose, the woman who transported me to the top of the building, stops me with her arm. Relax, Wyatt. We have priorities, and so do the hunters. They won't kill your friend, at least not yet. He's too valuable. Gamblers are rare, very rare. Even more so for those who get it as a first sigil, It's thought that only demons can have the sigil after all. They're likely to keep him alive until someone in their squad, or someone who can pay enough, is ready to advance. Rebels can be used in any way, and having them be a sigil storage is allowed. Primrose then points at Johnny, struggling to survive against the onslaught. Johnny, on the other hand, needs us right now. Despite how it might look to you, he's struggling. The man might be the greatest fighter I've ever met, but he's not invincible. No one is. To help him, we must kill the squad's occultist and mentalist. Those two are the most dangerous. The man with the serrated dagger below us is the occultist, or at least a variant, and the mentalist is the woman across the way with the wool hat. You get the occultist, I'll get the mentalist. Primrose points out the two targets as my mind continues to dwell on the bit about rare sigils. Hunters would keep humans like cattle until someone was ready to harvest them. It makes me sick. Not just that, why the hell is Earl here? I need some more answers right now. Why is Earl here? Do all hunters do that to people? The woman with the pink scarf and heavy makeup looks at me, annoyed, but quickly answers so that we can move on. Your friend caught the eye of Johnny as well. His sigil is exceedingly rare and valuable even for how weak it currently is. The coming break is also likely to present him opportunity to rise higher. No one would ever turn down someone who can affect chance. And no, only the highest or most insane people, and this squad is relatively high up there, or at least has many estate members within. The Vengeance Squad is like the hunter's rabid dogs that they control. Now focus. Are you ready? Johnny is running out of time. Runt? Hearing that Earl is so helpful makes me a bit happy, but my worry for him only grows. However, I push down that worry for now, for it will only make me fight worse. And when I'm this outgunned, I can't take another subtraction to my chances of survival. When it comes to the hunters, her knowledge makes my heart feel a little bit better that the people I looked up to my whole life aren't all monsters. But I need a little more knowledge of the plan. I don't want to jump into this without a way out. What happens after we kill our targets? I see Primrose snarl and bark an answer amidst gunshots from the gunfighter's Colt. We move on to the nearest and try not to die. There are only 2/5 sigils, and one of them is the occultist below, which should be very vulnerable in close quarters. Not all who possess the sigil can fight with the bloodhound's kind of expertise. And I doubt we will have to fight a 6th sigil today either, so it should be fine. Because if enough die, Frederick, the present colonel, will likely just escape. The man is known for his speed, after all. Nodding to her answer, I prepare for combat, twirling my dagger into a comfortable grip as I approach the edge of the building and look down at the occultist. A man in a bloodied robe and hood with a serrated dagger who is about 15 feet or so away from the building. As I do so, I hear Primrose whirl with acidic clouds and disappear from my peripheral, leaving simple words. Don't die, kid. We're gonna need everyone we got for what's coming. I don't get the chance to ask her what's coming as I see her cloud swiftly travel over to the other side of the square and coalesce into her female form in the air, falling to the mentalist. Not wanting to fall behind or miss my chance, I jump off the building with a combined burst of stealth and adrenaline surge, bringing me terribly close to the edge. At this point, it's all but guaranteed. I'm going to need that concoction pronto, but I have been across the edge 2 times now. I can kind of feel it now, the small line between total system failure and survival. The edge. There truly is no way to explain it. Only those who have stepped over it, I feel, could understand me. And so, with tiptoes teetering over the abyss, I silently vault down into another one. With my increased strength, I leap off the top of the building, out about 15 feet toward the occultist, as he draws blood once more with a circle to heal his allies. Just before I land on him with my daggers, though, a yell comes from beside me from the man who has the boot on top of Earl. I have no clue how he noticed me, though. Andrew. Above. The occultist, who I assume is named Andrew, immediately stops his circle drawing and turns around while dodging to the side. He escapes most of my ambush with this timely warning and evasion, but not all of it. I tag him on the side with the serpentine dagger in my right hand and partially break my fall with him in the bloody dirt below. Because of how I fall onto him, the blade rips entirely through his torso, leaving heaps of blood falling to the ground. blood that rapidly streams back to him over the land. The fall also hurts me quite a bit as I feel several bones in my feet, legs, and knees crack, but I ignore it as I immediately press onto the occultist, unwilling to lose my advantage. I know these people can use blood to fuel their ether or even as a medium to fight with it, like Edmund. So the more wounded they are, the more dangerous they are. As I charge at him, though, two more hunters come and join to protect him. One is the man who had a boot on top of Earl, who is now watching me with wide eyes, and the other is a woman with glowing fingers, both of whom are fourth Sigils. Outgunned as usual, the woman with the glowing fingers tries to intercept me from Andrew, the occultist, but I go around her and still hit him with a flick of my boot, bringing the stiletto dagger I found up to my hand. Then, as the woman scratches at me with her fingers fueled with ether, I continue attacking my target with another flick, this time from my hand. The stiletto dagger flies straight at the heavily bleeding and slow-moving occultist, hitting him square in the back. The wound makes even more blood fall from the man, but I cannot finish him off as the woman scratches at me, and the ether from her nails expands for her hands and leaves massive gashes along my torso, enough to see my organs inside. I flinch in pain, but ever so slightly increase the flow of adrenaline surge to compensate, shifting the feet just a bit more over the edge. Unable to press forward, I retreat. But this is also a bad call as where I backstep toward is the other hunter.
I'm surrounded.
Looking back and forth rapidly as the two approach, the woman with deadly claws and the man whose abilities I have no idea of, I hesitate, unsure of what to do. Should I advance? Or should I run over to Primrose? I begin to consider going to the poisonous woman. Still, my decision is made for me, the distraction of both Primrose and me allowing Johnny to kill some hunters. In the corner of my eye, I see a man speeding around so fast that only his afterimage is seen. He can even dodge the bullets from Johnny's Colt by predicting the shots. This man, however, gets distracted by seeing his team getting attacked, the mentalist even getting killed by Primrose. And this time of distraction, just before I am flanked and attacked from the front and back, 6 rounds fire out from Johnny's revolver. 4 of them hit one of the men pressing Johnny the most with Frederick, the 6th sigil, and the other 2 hit the occultist in the head, killing him instantly. Cries ring out from the woman in front of me as she turns to check on Andrew's condition, and I take advantage, the instincts within me taking over despite my wound. Trusting that the bloody palm will keep me alive, I dash toward her. I reach right in front of her before she even reacts. The man who died must have been someone she cared for to be so surprised. I feel a bit of sorrow for her loss before hardening my resolve. They chose to come here, and I don't have much choice other than fight them. Even if I did, from what I've learned, I think I would fight them anyway. The woman sidesteps the first dagger that I send at her, pushing me to the side, but I counter with the other by simply throwing it directly at her mid-deflection. Unable to catch a flying dagger and too close to dodge, it lands square in her chest, near her heart. Blood sputters from her wound as she retaliates with a claw that runs from the back of my right shoulder to my ass, opening me up to my spine. The pain spikes even further, piercing through the haze of adrenaline surge. With a pained grunt, I fall to the ground expecting the bloody palm to heal me, but it doesn't. I feel tiny tendrils of ether reach out from it before reaching my body that teeters on the edge before retreating. It appears I'm too close to acute ether saturation for the bloody palm to heal me without pushing me over. Fuck. It won't heal me unless there is enough room for its ether, or if I already go over the edge, then it will do what it can to keep me together like usual. Fuck. I know that I was hoping to get the fight over with before Virgil or Vernon returned, but oh my, do I wish they were here with the concoction right now. With a curse and a pained grunt, I push myself to my feet as I hear 2 pairs of footsteps surround me. I take a quick glance at both people that press toward me. The woman's hands, which act more like razor-sharp claws, glow even more with dangerous ether, while the man's entire body glows with vibrant red ether. Careful of both, I step so that I am at least partially facing them. Easily visible ether is always dangerous, signs of either powerful braided strand ether or steel strand ether, both of which are beyond my knowledge. And seeing as both individuals possess 4th sigils, I bet they are using steel strand. At this point, I just have to hope that I can hold on until either the duo of brothers arrives to save me or that Johnny and Primrose can clear out the rest of them in time. Luckily for me, though, the dagger I planted into the woman's chest still leaks a large amount of blood, making her just as careful as me. The man, however, is the opposite, and he immediately rushes me once he gets close enough, ignoring the woman's warning with a grunt of an answer. He's tricky. Watch out, Oliver. I know. Only when he gets up close to me and rears back his fist for a deadly punch do I notice that the man has two brass knuckles on his fists, the left that says P-H-O-R-E in big letters, and the right that says S-I-G-H-T. The knuckles give me a small indication of his abilities, but not much truly gleams from them as they barrel toward me at a blistering pace. I retreat once more, even closer to the building that I jumped off of, nearing the structure's wall, before drawing my revolver and firing it at him. He strikes at me. As I raise the gun, however, the man sidesteps, reveals his strike to be a feint, and retaliates with a debilitating sweeping kick that allows him to entirely dodge the bullet from my gun. As I feel the bones in my calf shatter and I slam sideways into the ground from the mighty kick, I realize how the man, Oliver, noticed me. He must have a sigil related to foresight or extrasensory capabilities, like augur, or maybe even Comanche. The man predicted me pulling out my revolver and responded accordingly. However, I have to quickly break out of my thoughts because the man does not give up after just one strike. He bursts down and joins me on the ground with a downward punch that I barely roll past. The force of the strike, however, sends sand, dirt, and mud flying everywhere. Not enough to cloud vision, but enough to disorient. Rolling away from the man some more, just trying to escape his deadly strikes, I fire the other 5 shots in my revolver at him. I don't honestly expect the bullets to kill him or even wound him seriously, but how he responds to the bullets demoralizes me. A quick shrug, body turn, arm contortion, and bent neck allow him to dodge all 5 bullets as if he knows exactly where they would land. Damn, predictors. I think I already found my new most hated sigil type. Previously it was illusionists, for obvious reasons, but this is so fucking frustrating. I kick backward even more with my good leg, but I quickly reach the wall of the building I jumped off of half a minute ago. The door is just a few feet to my right, and I stretch for it, pushing the unlocked door open. Inside what I thought was a house is what instead appears to be a brothel, only exempt of all the workers. The lack of people, however, is only helpful as I see a shotgun placed behind the counter on the wall, obviously to threaten unruly or unwanted visitors. As fast as I can, I crawl toward the gun, but before I even reach the counter, I feel a hand wrap around my ankle like an iron vice. Instantly, I'm pulled straight out of the house and back into the square as I meet a boot to the chest that sends me rolling several feet away. Blood sputters out of my mouth as I cough for air, and I hear the man who just dragged me out laugh. See, Rebecca? Isn't it nice to take your anger out on these rebels? I mean, look at just how insane this one is. It's just like beating a dog with rabies. You shouldn't feel bad, not at all. In fact, you should be happy doing it. I mean, did you see what he did to Andrew? The man hadn't even hurt anyone, and he was brutally murdered. Don't you want revenge? I turn to the voice and see the man, Oliver, smiling with open arms toward Rebecca, the woman with the dangerous claws who, I only now notice, has tears streaming down her face. Feeling a bit bad and trying to buy myself some time in conjunction, I try to speak, but all that comes out from my torn-up, crushed chest is spouts of bloody phlegm. The man notices my attempt, though, and walks over amidst the gunfire that streams out from Johnny and kneels down to look at me. I think he's trying to say something. What do you think, Becca? I see the woman standing behind the man, still bleeding, grimacing in disgust at his actions. Just kill the kid, Oliver. Don't torture him. We need to help the colonel. The gunfighter is no slouch. Oliver scoffs as he moves closer to me, close enough for me to attack. I choose not to even inhale to empower this attack. An unoxygenated me will have to do. Yeah, and neither is Frederick. Hey, kid. What? In the middle of his sentence, I strike out with the serpentine dagger like a viper, quick, clean, and emotionless. But the man predicts that I would slice across his chest with the blade, and he dodges. So, I immediately attempt to retreat, but the man responds by grabbing me by the throat and lifting me into the air, his strength much higher than it should be, presumably enhanced by ether. "Ah, I recognize you now. You're that Wendigo kid that killed the bloodhound. The old man must have loved you quite a lot to die to you. I heard he always was a sucker for his students. It was probably easy to stab him in the back. Whatever. I'll go help Frederick now, I guess. You're too wounded to be any fun. Either finish him off, Rebecca, or tie him up. I don't care." After he discards me verbally, the man throws me to the woman, and I land roughly at her feet. She looks down with grief, anger, sadness, and 100 other emotions I can't decipher. But before I can manage to move my heavily wounded body, one whose healing I've taken for granted by the bloody palm, she breaks out of her hesitation and, with a burst of rage, slices open my throat using her hand's clod of ether. Then she walks away toward the other fight with Johnny to help her commander. This wound is the one that seals the deal. The 2 open gashes on my chest and back were only significant injuries, but they weren't life-threatening. And neither was the kick to the chest. The hits were all just stunning and drew out more strength from me than I had to give. But the throat slash? This one is a mortal wound. I can rapidly feel the focus in my mind fading, the air unable to reach my brain from my heart. But there is one thing that could reach my brain: ether. The woman tried to put me down with quick mercy, but she made one mistake. She didn't sever my windpipe. And so, sputtering blood from my mouth and carotid, I take one large gasp of ether and air. Ether all around within 100 feet or so swirls directly into me, filling my body that teetered on the edge of ether saturation and pushing it far, far beyond it. Hopefully, the brothers get here soon. 71. Invincible Summer. A deep gasp of ether fills my entire body with power, momentarily offsetting my throat, which is slit wide open, spitting blood into the air. I can immediately feel the ether within my body boil and revolt against me, the amount of ether in my body instantly going beyond my control limit. My entire frame shakes with both power and the inability to control said power as I shakily stand and walk toward the woman. I'm too stubborn to just give up here and die, and I'm way beyond any other time I've ever crossed the edge, but I need to last long enough against the acute ether saturation for the brothers to arrive with the concoction. The substance should save me. I vibrate with inner ether that rages against my control, and I do everything to keep the ether within me and not melt me down to a puddle of flesh. The chains that bind me loosen so much that the loss of my carotid artery doesn't matter as much, my vision stabilizing and the haze in my mind transforming to razor-sharp focus. The pure amount of ether momentarily offset the effects of lethal injuries. There is one good thing about my current situation, though, and that is that because my body is beyond the limit, the razor of death approaching, the bloody palm no longer has to be careful in healing me. The artifact no longer has to worry about pushing me over the edge because I'm already past it. So, my wounds immediately start mending together, slashes grafting into thin scars, broken bones building themselves back together, and ruptured organs reconstructing themselves all within just a dozen seconds or so. With this healing and empowered body, I turn the shambling walk toward the woman into a decisive run step by step as I push more and more ether into my body. I'm already past the brink. What's a bit more? As I do so, though, the headache peaks, the pain literally being the main obstacle in moving my body in ether. It prevents me from reaching my death-bound peak. The woman isn't the first to notice my movement, but instead, the man, Oliver, with the foresight ability that does. He turns on his heels the second the ether enters my lungs and sprints back at me, barking a warning to the woman. Watch out. Kid's not done yet. Oliver intercepts me and stops me from reaching the woman. He swings at me, and I sidestep the punch with such speed that even though he expected me to dodge it, he can't avoid my counter. I strike him right in the chest with my dagger, the blade sinking only a single inch into his torso. After the single inch, it feels as though I am stabbing into a block of steel. I can visibly see the ether around where I stabbed congealing, causing his chest muscles to tense greatly. He looks at me with surprise with the dagger in his chest before reaching behind his back and pulling out a new weapon. A sawed-off shotgun that glitters with pink specks around the barrel like muzzle smoke. Oliver brings the weapon to bear right in front of me, and I only get a split second to dodge to the side before he pulls the trigger of the obviously enhanced weapon. I feel a burst of pain erupts alongside a deafening boom from the shotgun that completely destroys the bottom left of my torso, taking a section of my hip with a flurry of smoke from the gun that clouds my eyesight. I stumble to the side from the blast that eviscerated me, and the man follows through the smoke from the gun using his foresight and strikes me in the head, instantly sending me back to the ground. The impact causes my brain to shake and my vision to blur. I cannot even spend a second to understand how my dagger didn't hurt him at all. Oliver laughs again through the blinding smoke released by his shotgun. Damn kid, the bounty was right. You're hard as shit to kill. Look at him, Rebecca. He's squirming. Who laughs at this kind of situation? How is this man a hunter? Some of these Vengeance Squad members are entirely insane. I now understand what Johnny was talking about. The gunfighter might be cruel and a hard ass, but he cares for others. That is obvious. Why else would he be fighting against the hunters if he didn't? I cough out pieces of my organs, but prevent ether from leaving me with a painful cramp amidst his laughs, and anger rises within me at his insanity. Anger that the bloody palm matches. I can feel the ether within me nearing the point of bursting, not from my lungs as usual from holding strugglers gasp for too long, but instead from everywhere. My own ether is rebelling because the cells of my body have become too suffused with ether, and the only thing I can do is increase the pressure, momentarily forcing the unruly ether under my control. And the bloody palm joins me in this endeavor, no longer tentatively helping me, but instead sending massive pulses of rejuvenating dark and slimy ether. With another painful cough, I roll onto all fours, blood dripping from my body in giant spurts, each of which is similar to a full hand's cup of liquid. Then, I shakily stand again and raise my unarmed fists toward him. Laughs continue from the man despite me getting back up. Look at this, Rebecca. It's incredible. I think he heals even faster than Andrew could heal us. I hear the woman to my side scoff with disgust at the man as she turns away from me. Stop torturing the kid, Oliver. It's not right. Who cares if it's right? He's wanted for the murder of a veteran hunter. He deserves so much more than what he's getting. Just kill him, please. I am going to Frederick. The poison bitch is helping Johnny now. Yeah. Go suck up to the colonel now that your boyfriend is dead. Shut up, you dick. Their toxic argument gives me time to recover, the bloody palm frantically doing all it can to reconstruct the 10 or so pound chunk of me blown off by the sawed-off surprise. Despite how much I need the healing, though, I never once for a single moment consider boosting the palm with Daydream. Never again. So, I raise my arms at the man who seems to see a half-second or so into the future. Then, just before I recuperate all the way, he rushes back at me with a smile. I return him a face of grim determination as I flow all the ether I can possibly control to boost my legs. Speed has always been my closest ally. Maybe if I move fast enough, I can keep him away long enough to immobilize him or his ally. Oliver takes the first attack with another sweeping attack toward my legs, and I respond with a leap backward, and I pull out the artifact I have left in my backpack ever since Dakota has grown too big for it. Law's light. The female head that emits light like a lantern from its mouth that can bind targets within its radiance. I use the gap between us to rush ether into the artifact and make the light bear down onto Oliver, slowing him down considerably as I backpedal and flee from him. Then from there, I use the advantage of speed to keep him just far enough away from me for the light from the head lantern to affect him. After just 10 seconds or so of this, I hear him holler out to the group of people fighting near us, specifically at the woman Rebecca who just joined the fight against Primrose and Johnny. He is unlike Vernon and Virgil when they were first beset by the light. I assume the higher sigilled or resistance to ether makes him more resistant to the light of the artifact. Rebecca, help. The kid's got another artifact. Rebecca dodges back from a swipe of Primrose's deadly scarf as she turns around to look at the two of us. What? Another one? I stare at her while also keeping a focus on Oliver, just hoping that she will ignore the bastard. After all, she seems to hate him too, at least just a little. But unfortunately for me, they are still a team. and she turns away from Primrose to go and help him. I guess getting another ally to help fight Johnny and Primrose is a priority. Then, she gets low to the ground and uses her claws of ether to accelerate rapidly toward me, much faster than I ever could with Bloodhound's step, although it is pretty reminiscent of it. Either more people than I thought looked up to the old man, or that the stance is an efficient method of movement for a good number of sigils. With the distance she's at, and how she's rapidly closing in on me, I turn the light from Law's light toward her, instantly making her slow down, and the chains that wrap around her from Law's light only continue to grow as she nears, slowing her down the whole time. But there are two enemies, and with their current directions, I can only get one of them within the light at a time. So, realizing that I would be forced to fight one of them soon, I choose one. I choose the man I'd much rather kill, even if he will be much harder to put down. So, I swiftly set down Law's light with a burst of ether to keep the artifact running while it faces Rebecca, the woman with deadly claws. Rapidly, she grows stiff and slows in her approach. Then, I turn to Oliver, the man who derives enjoyment from torturing would-be criminals. The man appears to be a bit slower than before as he moves toward me. I take this time to try something new because his combination of foresight and steel skin will be tough to break. I make a flat hand, similar to when one is going for a high five, and try to emulate a knife with my fingers as I move at him. Then, I use the pressurized and highly volatile ether that barely listens to me to rush into my hand, forcing it to twist, turn, and combine the whole way down. Remarkable resistance meets my attempt at braided strand ether, but to supplement my lacking skills in ether manipulation, I move my whole body in concert with my mind's eye. I twist my entire body forward in a striking motion toward Oliver, using my hand like a knife, seeking to pierce through his chest. I feel a measure of success when I see radiant, multicolored ether emerge from my forearm that runs down to the tip of my fingers, the manifestation of color being one sign of braided strand ether. The multicolor surprises only me as I strike out at him, for the man expects the strike, and he uses his forearm to deflect my right arm covered in ether to the right. Then, he brings his sawed-off up once more from his hip. His face lights up with satisfaction at deflecting my would-be final strike as I take another step from the deflection and twist my entire body in the other direction. Then I force my ether to enter my left arm similarly, but because of how it moves from my other arm, it is filled with much more tension. The tension forces my ether to braid itself and increase its strength as it leaves the inside of my body out onto my left hand's knife shape. I take the bet that the man's foresight is a strenuous ability, one that cannot be constantly used. The blade of my hand knife rapidly nears the man's left side as his eyes go wide in shock at my follow-up attack. He was too slow to attack me before I could follow up because of the residual effects of Law's light. He didn't use his foresight to notice the attack ahead of time. My bet was right because if he had noticed my follow-up attack, he would have backed up instead of drawing his sawed-off, effectively making my effort moot and my attack miss. But instead, his arrogance got him. Or maybe his want to save energy could be either that or his underestimating a dying enemy. I guess no one ever told him that even a drowning man deep in the ocean would struggle. So, this time, my face lights up with satisfaction as I feel my empowered hand covered with wetting and pushed with the power of struggler's gasp sink deep into the man's side. I hear him yell out in pain as I follow up the left hand's knife, strike with another twisting strike empowered by braided strand ether once more. But this one is an open palm that lands straight onto the dagger that still lays just barely embedded into his chest, the light armor that the man is wearing keeping it in place. Unfortunately for me, Oliver reacts in time to not be skewered through with the dagger. The man dodges back, which partially offsets the force of my fist, and instead of the blade going through him, the edge only goes in about a full finger's length. My left arm, however, does rip out of his side, causing heaps of blood to drop onto the ground below. He stumbles back to catch his breath and recover as I do the same. The ether that I used making the whole world shake around me in pain, disorientation, and the onsetting effects of acute ether saturation. I'm on a timer, and I'd rather be on a timer with no threats around me. He's wounded, but with the variety of ether I've seen today, I bet even missing half his body isn't necessarily lethal. So, I charge back at the man, this time ready to use the new skill I've learned more effectively and put him down once and for all. But as I do so, the man yells with a loud grunt, and the film of vibrant red ether that surrounds him spikes in density and looks more similar to a haze instead of a thin lens. At the same time, I see the muscles around the wound in his side twist and close the hand-sized hole, preventing most of the blood from exiting. I recognize what he's doing as a sigil skill, maybe even more than one, but one that I have no idea of the purpose of at first. After all, I have no clue what his sigils are besides a possible augur. My experience and knowledge aren't enough, but an idea does come to mind as he rushes me down with incredible speed, the ground shaking underneath each step. He could be an abbot-augur combination. Nothing else that I know of makes sense, but abbots are known for being able to use something called vigor. I don't know if that's a skill or a particular type of ether, but the man crashing down toward me seems to be quite vigorous. My thoughts fly at 1,000 miles a minute as the man moves seemingly just as quickly straight in front of me. The dirt beneath breaks like old mud as his fist slams into my chest. The fist that meets my chest makes all the bones within, and my lungs instantly shatter, and all the air within me exits with a small whirlwind that sends me flying alongside the force of the punch. My information was insufficient to matter, another sign of inexperience. I tumble for dozens of feet before rolling to a stop, hitting several objects along the way, one of them even being Law's light, my entire body screaming with intense pain and suffering. Every piece of me warns of imminent collapse. As blood begins to stream from every orifice from me, the pressure of strugglers' gasp no longer keeping me together, I hear Oliver curse. Fucking hollow. I thought we got rid of all him. I saved up a month's meditation for that single punch. I wanted to use it on Johnny, not on some random kid who just won't die. Fuck. I wanted the reward for him. I guess yours will do. His voice makes anger rise within me even more, but the voice in the background quickly fades as every part of me does the same. The collapse of myself rapidly approaches. Virgil's warning of flesh melting and people turning to puddles of meat comes to my feeble mind. Whispers begin to eat at me now that I'm at my weakest, with all the ether in my lungs expelled and unable to hold me together, leaving only my body that is so severely suffused of ether that every piece of flesh is starting to slush and melt. These whispers are odd, though, because they are not only the whispers of the bloody palm. I hear other familiar tales, the kind that I would listen to every night before bed as a child. I focus on these whispers, curious about what they are as I die. While I do so, they grow even louder, slowly gaining substance as the rest of my senses fade into nothingness, leaving me in a dark emptiness. An emptiness not unlike that of when the bloody palm attacked my mind. But the void quickly fades into a memory that I vaguely remember, and that at first seems to follow what I recall. It's a memory of Ma reading a book with me, having me read most of it, her only helping with difficult words. At first, it seems like a completely normal thing for a parent to do for a child until the terms of the story hit me. Their oddness and grimness seem unfitting for an 8 or 9-year-old child. The cold is all-devouring. The winter is unending. I wished only to return to my family with the food I had acquired, but the blizzard arrived, and it was so much worse than any other I have ever experienced. The chill was piercing. The wind's cutting. The snow is insidious. It felt like the world was trying to kill me, a dark pressure weighing heavily on my shoulders. But I continued forward. My family needed me. No one else besides me would give them what they needed to survive through the winter. But oh God, was the cold so terrible? After just a few hours, I lost my toes, the chill clipping them off as I walked. The loss of my toes makes walking hard, even in boots. After several hours, I lost my fingers, the winds making them unresponsive and brittle. This made me unable to carry anything as I walked besides what was on my back. After half a day of my journey, I lost the ability to walk, the frozen air taking my legs, and within a few hours, I lost feeling in my arms. Like this, unfeeling except for the chill that slowly crept into my core and brain, I lay unmoving for almost a full day. Eventually, the cold reached my heart, my core, seeking to extinguish the flame within. But amid unending winter, a cold so wanting that my body could only last a mere day, I found there was, deep within me, an invincible summer. Deep within me lay a heat that could never be extinguished, for I was needed. My family required me, so I could not disappoint them. I could feel the warmth surge from deep within, my mind raging against the cold, a heat flowing from my denial. And so, I survived the cold until the next day and then the next. But eventually, my invincible summer died down in heat and was slowly turned into a small blaze once more. But that was not all that was dampened. So were my dreams. My dreams of seeing my children and wife once more time. It was all siphoned from me by the cold. No, that's not right. The cold only made me doubt myself. That the summer was not enough. That I couldn't survive this winter. This lack of confidence quickly made my dreams freeze, turning into sculptures of ice deep within my mind. Only when all my dreams and motivations became inert did the summer within fade fully. The summer may have been inextinguishable, but my will was not. The loss of my internal strength caused me to quickly enter the embrace of death. As I was taken down by the grim hand of death, though, a man came across my body covered in snow. He rolled me over and sighed because I had just recently passed. If only I had lasted just a single moment longer. If only I believed in myself just a little bit more. The mind is a powerful thing, our most powerful tool, in fact. Why couldn't I just use it? 72. The struggle of life. The old memory of reading the grim books with Ma fades quickly, along with a still image of what young me imagined when reading through the story. A man sticking out from the snow in the middle of a never-ending winter, one whose chill is so piercing that none can escape it unless deep within a warm home and surrounded by fire. A man who slowly gave up on life simply because he did not believe. At the time, I thought the story was weird and odd, much like many of the other books Ma had me read, but only now do I realize something else deep within it. It was a lesson. Somehow, everything I've ever remembered from Ma has turned into a lesson that can be applied to life. This one is both obvious and redundant at the same time. Sometimes the difference between survival is merely a single moment. That it's always worth it to last just a moment longer before letting the cold grasp of death herself take you to the underworld. But after this memory fades with the still image, I return to the present. I return to the sure death situation I am in. I can feel the cold fingers of the old lady wrapped around my throat, but something is lacking. An absent presence that gives me the utmost confidence. The mother below is not here. Her will and presence are not bearing down on me to ensure my death. And maybe that just means that my death is guaranteed, but I'd beg to differ. I think it means that she's unwilling to leverage her power when she is unconfident. She's more careful than before, after my first denial, and the most potent god's doubt bestows me with the exact thing she's missing. I open my bloody eyes with eyelids I can vaguely see turning to sludge and melting off my face, blocking out a large portion of my vision. Without the profound presence of ether in my body, everything is collapsing. I am turning to a pile of flesh and putty made of the deadly substance. But through my blood-laced eyes, I can see something just before me. Law's light. The woman's head that is no longer chaining down Rebecca because I slammed into it while I was sent flying is less than a foot from my face. That's not all that is near me, though. Oliver, the man with foresight, seemingly unbreakable skin, and the power of vigor, is standing just before me. While he looks down at me, he speaks, but I cannot hear anything he says. The ears that could do so have already fallen like skin-colored mud. So instead of responding to whatever he has to say, I give him a gaze filled with hate as I move my arm toward Law's light, attempting to use the artifact to advance like Virgil advised me to. The memory of reading the book with Ma helped me answer my metaphor, allowing me to do so without certain death. Maybe I didn't answer it in the best way, I accept that, but I did so in a way that fits me. My right arm flails weakly toward Law's light, but it moves far more sluggish than it should because of my weakness. That is because the entire arm is being melted apart by itself, skin falling off, then muscles, tendons, nerves, then bones. At this point, even the bloody palm can't do anything to help. All I hear from the palm is tormented screams that make me think of the cries of the damned. But just as my arm is turned into the limb of a skeleton, the tip of my bony middle finger on my right hand touches Law's light. right on the nose of the woman's head that encompasses the artifact. Through incredibly blurred and red-tinted eyes, I see Oliver's face curl up in surprise before I force my mind straight into the artifact, abandoning all focus within my body and hauling everything I have toward the artifact. As fast as possible with my dying mind and body, I reach deep within the head and find the sigil that lies resonant within. I quickly find it for one simple reason. The sigil is in my exact location, the back of the skull. With the extreme swiftness one can only manage on the brink of death, the doors to the underworld opening for your soul, I push my mind straight into the sigil, ignoring all of its whispers, resistance, and feelings. Then, I rip the sigil straight out of the head, taking the whole triple-edged sigil with me, unknowing how to separate them, let alone quickly. The second I do, I open my eyes to meet the bottom of a boot to my skull. But just as I return to darkness, I see a figure appear behind Oliver, a man wrapped in many layers of dark clothes, standing like a reaper coming to claim a soul for their deity. I cannot do any more than just see the man's appearance as I quickly enter the deep darkness of my mind from the breakdown of my mind and body. I simply float in the dark for several moments, unable to think or move. But eventually, I regain my mental faculties and look around the dark. This time the void is different. The night isn't all-devouring and lonely. Deep within behind me, I hear sounds. Sounds that make me uncomfortable, but sounds nonetheless. They resemble someone getting beat with a cane, and I force myself to ignore them for now in favor of what's beyond me. Far in front of me, though, is silent with a shimmering object far, far away in the dark. It must be my sigil. For a moment, I hesitate with what to do. Not because I do not know what I should do, that's obvious. But I hesitate instead because of the period of peace I am given, and where it is given. Virgil mentioned this place a while ago after the fight with the progenitor Bakwa. He called it the center of self, or something like that. It's supposed to represent who you are in your core, and it's where sigils go when you take them into your body but before they attach to your current sigil. A place made for reflection and choices, I believe, is what he said. He didn't tell me what it looked like, but I could get a sense that he was embarrassed about it for some reason. There is one thing that I know, though, that having a dark, cold void without any semblance of reality anywhere in sight is not a good center of self. While I stand here pondering why this is my center of self, the sounds of someone getting beat grow louder. So, I turn around to the sound and see a scenario of hazy colors, like an illusion created by emotions. Instantly I recognize both the scenario and the people inside of it. This is the memories and emotions of Law's light. The woman in the scenario looking identical to the disembodied head I've been lugging around for a while. I take a moment to look at the scene despite my disgust. Every man, woman, and child deserves someone to remember them, especially those who suffered as severely as the girl in the memories. Over time, my brief respect grows into genuine interest. Hazy flashes of scenes go by rapidly before my eyes of a terrible life. One of a woman who grew up within a slave colony, one that was owned by demons. And for the first time ever, I see an actual demon, not a lesser one, few in sigils, but instead, a full demon born hundreds of years ago. Only one demon is ever shown in the lady's memories, but the demon within it looks strikingly similar to a human, with only two noticeable differences. The first was that the back of its head had another face, one that moved, saw, and even spoke as well. The second was that its limbs were incredibly lanky and unnatural for the creature's height of about 6 feet. For what seems like the girl's entire life, which plays out before me from her early childhood all the way to her young adult life, I see her get tortured, maimed, and toyed with like all the other humans around her by the inhuman and monstrous things that followed the demon along with the lesser demons. Their lives were not worth living, and they could not die on their own terms. They were forced to fight as fodder or entertain the other creatures, but were never given a choice in their short lives. They were chained to walls almost constantly, and her whole life she spent in the darkness of a cave until a single moment changed it all. The two-faced demon found her fascinating. It took the malnourished young woman out of the cave and threw her into an arena. An arena with a man on the other side and many inhuman creatures that watched from the sides. She was forced to fight this man but wasn't unwilling to, for the demon offered a reward, a chance to be elevated from the other cattle and stand beside him as a sigilled. Her only trial was to take the sigil from the starved hunter before her, who came into the demon's lands. Unknowing what hunters even are, she attacked the man with feral madness, and after a lengthy, feeble, and drawn-out battle that looked more similar to two children fighting each other, the lady won. The hunter had probably the only sigil that grants 0 combat prowess at the first step, the philosopher, and so from there, the woman followed the demon, killing any whom it asked her to. Over many years of relative survival and doing everything the demon ever asked of her, she gained her 3rd sigil. It was at this time, though, that something occurred that made the demon that lorded over her incredibly temperamental. The man who kept him from invading the human lands was found to be gone and not just retired or taking a break from battle. This was discovered from a lesser demon being told of his wife dying without the man's presence on their ranch. Additionally, for some reason, the demon with 2 faces believed that his rival, the human that kept him from invading, had a child to continue his legacy. And the demon wants to kill the child, his hate for the man overflowing to the next of kin now that he cannot deliver it unto the man himself. I start putting the pieces together. This woman and the demon who controlled her are not some faraway things, but something very close. After this conclusion, I watch the following scenes with even greater interest. The woman does what she can to help the demon, even as it removes the face on the back of its head, selling it to another demon so that it can divine the child's location. And upon the failure of the augur, she goes out with the beasts, monsters, and lesser demons that don't truly have intelligence and spends time raising villages, killing all resistance, and looking for the demon's target. A target that may or may not even exist. A target that if she does not deliver, she will pay the price. She stalks the edges of the wilds without sleep for weeks until she comes across a town under attack with an old man defending it. One that she can just tell with her bestial intuition holds the key to finding her prey. The lady joins the attack against the town, a town with a sign over a tavern that says Elderfield's finest brew, while she goes about murdering dozens, if not hundreds, of people with her ether and finesse in combat. She comes across the man and engages him in battle. And now that the vision reaches an up-close image of the old man, I recognize him. He's a man I'd never forget so long as I live. Edmund Dudley meets the feral woman in combat, alone, bruised, and battered. The old man stands his ground against an entire army of monsters, led by a woman puppeted by a demon with hundreds of innocents behind him. Only now do I see just how powerful the old man is. All the other fights I had seen him in were when he was exhausted from many battles, constant threats, and days without sleep. But this Edmund? The bloodhound unfettered by exhaustion? He's a true monster, more so than any I've ever met. And I mean that as a compliment. I understand how he was seen as a legend despite only being a 3rd sigil hunter. The old man tore through legions of monsters, most of which were at or just below his sigil, all the while dealing with the demonic woman trained by an actual demon and her ruthless life. I watch Edmund fight through the demonic woman's eye. I can feel her anxiety, doubt, and want to escape the bloody death that approaches her, but she cannot. The old man grayed by age and battle will only likely kill her, but the demon back home will certainly kill her, painfully. So, she fights. The woman lands several would-be fatal blows on Edmund throughout the long and drawn-out battle, using the monsters as distractions to create openings. Edmund, however, is a hard man to kill, using his control over blood to keep all his wounds sealed and pick up any blood he may lose and put it back within him. The old man fights against her and the horde for hours until he's the only human standing except for the woman, all the townsmen, and standby hunters dead in mangled heaps of flesh. Tired, bloody, and covered in wounds, the bloodhound looks around him, the horde that surrounds him but is unwilling to come close. For every man, woman, or child slain by the monsters and the woman, the inexhaustible legend killed 10 or more of the beasts or lesser demons, even those of comparable sigils. His actions blow my mind, showing me the prowess I thought impossible. The difference is so astronomical that even the woman is unwilling to attack, resorting to just watching the old man from amidst the horde. A legion of monsters that, if they all were to strike, would surely kill the old man. But they do not. For some reason unknown to me, the legion of monsters, at least 1,000 or so deep, does not attack. Edmund looks around at the beasts baring their teeth, lesser demons wielding their odd weapons, and the other countless types of monsters that are incomprehensible in their ways, and the old man simply spits out a mouthful of blood and walks. He calmly walks toward the horde, heading south, and the wall of death parts like a mundane patch of brush. The bloodhound makes an army, one that outnumbers him at least 1,000 to 1, cower. I see what makes Edmund the bloodhound as he bears his pearly whites covered in sanguine fluid at the horde and walks through them without hesitation toward his cabin south. His feat makes me further consolidate my answer to my metaphor. After he leaves, walking into a nearby forest, the woman freaks out with a colossal temper tantrum. It takes many minutes, but after breaking from her fear, she realizes the opportunity she lost and follows the man through the woods, hunting him down the whole while. Once a full day of tracking him passes, she comes across Edmund's tiny cabin and attempts to tear it apart, looking for him and her target, which I assume is me. But she cannot find anything. The house is too resilient to her endeavors, taking a beating and reconstructing itself after minutes. Even the vault is nowhere to be seen, as the trapdoor that leads downward, not being present. The absence of the vault throws me for a loop, but I suppose it makes sense. If it was quickly found, it would be easily broken into. She grows increasingly desperate and follows the tracks of 2 pairs of feet through the forest for multiple days, finding many dead monsters and men across her path. But eventually, she comes across a grave of a fallen man that within she can sense is the old man she was hunting for using her sigil skills. The woman becomes filled with rage and defile the grave, pulling out the corpse of the man that was peacefully buried and destroying the grave. I'm filled with just as much rage as she is while I watch this disrespect happening to the man I admire most, whose greatness grows every time I witness it. Tightening my hands to the point of drawing blood, I watch the scenes play out. After defiling the grave, the woman searches Edmund's corpse for any sign of where I might have gone. She finds nothing of the sort, but she does find something else. She finds an artifact, one made from the bloodhound himself. It was not made from his flesh, but instead from one of his vials of blood, the sigil flowing into and possessing the tempered glass of the container. The red blood within appears so bright red that it burns my eyes just through the vision. Full of anger and unwillingness to fail her demonic lord, but at the same time with no other option now that her only lead is gone, she pops open the vial and imbibes the contents, hoping that it will aid her in finding me. The idea is a solid one. I cannot lie. After all, the bloodhound was an expert in tracking, so it would make sense if his artifact aided in that field of expertise. But one should never dabble with artifacts so lightly. This I've learned. After she drinks the blood within and empties the vial, the woman falls to her knees and howls to the sky, blood streaming down her eyes. Then, with the vial still lodged in her clenched fists, she bursts through the forest on all fours toward the nearest presence of blood. Unfortunately for her, the nearest creature was the very demon she sought to please. Through the blood-tinted vision and haze of madness, I see the demon notice her insanity and create a bolt of lightning in his hands from a slight cloud of storm. Then with that bolt of electricity, he cuts off her head, instantly cauterizing the wound and preventing the woman's blood from touching the nicely dressed demon. From here on out, the vision continues from the ground using the decapitated head's point of view, slowly fading into darkness. The demon quickly orders a new human to come and take the woman's place. The new human who comes is a captured townsman in a suit, the man who was carrying her head. Then, just as the man, full of disgust but unable to express it, picks up the woman's decapitated head, my point of view changes. It changes as the head is lifted up, which lets me see the demon pick up Edmund's vial of blood. And then immediately afterward, the vision goes black and disappears along with the sounds. I take a deep breath after the vision ends, seeking to stabilize my emotions. That bitch defiled Edmund's grave. I need to get his artifact. Then, I will bury him, someplace that is safe and cannot be desecrated. This needs to happen as soon as possible, but to do so, I will likely have to kill the two-faced demon or help someone kill it. I guess Johnny is probably my best bet in killing a creature so powerful. With this motivation, I turn toward the sigil floating in the air. The object that has been waiting patiently this whole time. Walking over to the floating trio of sigils, I ruminate over the answer to my metaphor. If dreams and hopes are not real, then what is to be done with them? My answer is both evident and idiotic, but I know it's what I would do when confronted with the reality of my dream being impossible and fictional. After all, it has happened multiple times. And what did I do? What did Edmund do when an entire army of monsters bore down on him? He fought despite knowing he couldn't save a single person. That's just who we are. He may not have been my father, but I feel as though we are kin. When we are shown that our hopes and dreams are not real, we fight anyway, regardless of the result. Because just as that old story showed, there is always a chance for the situation to turn if you simply live long enough. And perhaps the bloody palm's hunger isn't all that bad. Sometimes survival is all that matters. 73. Greatest Weapon. With an answer to the question plaguing me for days, I reach forward to the floating object in the darkness before me. The floating three-sided sigil. Two sides that possess patterns similar to my sigil, pupils bound in chains, which means they are both philosophers. On the other hand, the third sigil looks like a balance that has been evenly set. What is odd, though, is that the sigil is constantly shifting, the balance moving back and forth but always meeting back in the middle for a brief moment. It distracts me for a while and stops me from touching the floating sigil, but eventually, I gather my focus and brush my fingers against the mysterious structure within myself. In a single second, I go from being within the void that is my center of self to standing within the cabin once more, its weirdness and darkness even more uncomfortable than the void. I look around to see if anything has changed within the cabin, but everything appears to be the same. The same table stands before me, and so does the same book. The tome is closed, and I once more see the illegible words on the cover of it in a language I've never seen anywhere but here. I came here to advance, though, so after just a few moments of pondering and observing, I step up to the table. Then, I reach toward the tome that sits on the wooden table that appears to be made of purple wood. The instant my finger touches the book, it flips open to a new page, filled with 3 questions that are inputted to my mind through the tome's weird language. I assume that each of these sigils corresponds to a question, but oddly all the questions are different. Not even the 2 identical sigils have the same question. Why do people live? Why are rules so good at keeping people in line? What is man's most powerful weapon? All 3 of the questions on the page of the book throw me for a loop as I understand that it is a choice, but I am unsure of which to actually answer. I figure the one in the middle is for the lawman sigil, and I would instead continue my path as a philosopher for many reasons, like it's the most likely to keep me alive and that I resonate the most with it. But does it matter which of the other 2 I answer? Will it somehow change my sigil? Or is it merely another thing for me to choose? I have no idea, but I know I must choose one. The excellent thing part about being in the cabin is that I have all the time in the world. Every time I've ever entered this place, somewhere beyond reality, time had never moved by the time I returned to my body. So, I take my time to decide which of the 2 questions to answer between the first and third. The first seems to be incredibly vague, like how wide can someone's reasons to live be? I feel like that is a question much too hard to answer with confidence. The other question is also bizarre. How do I decide the most powerful weapon of man? It feels easier to answer, though, so I continue with this train of thought and explore some possibilities. Is it our intelligence? No, any creature can gain it with enough mentally focused sigils, and all demons are born with wisdom equal to or higher than most humans. Is it our Colts and claymores? No, it's not that either, because the natural artifacts born of the dead or dying are more powerful than all but the most masterful artifacts of the same sigil. It's definitely not our unity either. I've seen wild animals from different species work together better than a group of people. Humans only work together when either their backs are against the wall, or if they have widespread interests and backgrounds. Our wills are too stubborn to accept more than that in most cases. Wait, maybe that's it. The human will. Even that story mentioned it. The dying man said it was the most critical tool of man. Are tools and weapons the same? I think they are. Few tools exist that do not somehow aid in our direct survival. Our will seems like a good fit. I have done some pretty crazy things just by forcing it with my mind. I held off the bloody palm from taking me over merely using some ether and my mind several times. The most prominent examples are the first time in the forest alone and the most recent takeover attempt. Virgil has also done incredible things by merely using his mind and unwillingness to fail. He fought against the Bakwas curse despite not having a single ounce of usable ether for long enough to kill the damn thing. Then, he held on long enough with my help to stabilize and force the curse to meld with his sigil. I'm sure in the coming days, I'll see many more examples of our will keeping us alive. The human will is a mighty weapon and might be our most potent. I think that's my answer. The indomitable spirit of humankind. I cement that as my answer with a firm look at the book, and the moment I decide it is my final answer, the words shift in an incomprehensible pattern until the information is thrown into my mind from the page. The reader of this page now plants their feet firmly onto their third step of the stair. You have answered oddly, but in such a way that resonates with you powerfully, and for that, I congratulate you. Your third sigil toward release, toward freedom, and toward limitlessness. One final leap remains until your release. You have completed a single act of absolution. As such, your sigil will be slightly shifted to fit and mold with your previous. The Mori-bound struggler. The struggler against the world that holds all down. Able to not only perceive what is but also act upon what could be. Able to bend yourself with your very will as the world contorts you in turn. Your mind now moves with the weight of ether behind it. Your limit of channeled ether has increased far beyond what it should be. Your near-death experiences bolstering your capability with ether well beyond what is expected as you struggle toward release. You have met the sigil that you absolved with, and as such, the boon that was granted initially shall be evolved along with you. You can now handle the force of a struggler's defiance. No longer must the ether come from without your very will able to supplement the air that would strengthen you. If you wish, however, you may still breathe a gasp of defiance against whatever may send you Mori-bound. Caution would be advised, however, for a Mori-bound struggler's defiance is by no means weak. May your journey, while certainly filled with death, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. My focus returns after all the information enters my mind, and I process it, but I am overwhelmed even then. The amount of data this time was far beyond any other, but I was right. This third sigil was the struggler, but the prefix is a bit worrying. Mori-bound? That means dying, right? So I'm a dying struggler? I guess that sounds about right. Quickly my focus is turned away from my new title and instead to the unique abilities granted by the sigil. It seems as though this new sigil has three main traits, one of which being the usual, one being an enhancement, and the last being a new, unknown skill. The first is the standard ether saturation limit being enhanced. Whether this will save me now is unknown. I believe it did the last time I advanced, but back then, I only slightly went past the edge. This time I dove way past the treacherous edge into the abyss below. I doubt it will be enough to pull me back up, but it does say that my near-death experiences have increased it even further. I assume that means all my trips beyond the edge and back lately have increased my limit of ether, just like the first time I did, although, again, that time was me barely going over it. The second boon from the sigil is an enhancement to Struggler's Gasp. It seems as though the old statement about me not being ready for it so long ago in the cabin's book was right, and that now that I am capable of creating enough ether to loosen my chains, I can do it without breathing in ether to aid me. But it also seems as though I can still do the gasp of ether, only that it is more dangerous now. It's never seemed all that safe before, to be honest, though, so I don't know how to take that. For now, just to aid my thinking, I'll name the version without breathing Struggler's Defiance. The last and final boon that is entirely new and unknown to me is being able to bend yourself with your very will as the world contorts you in turn. I have no clue how that will work, but I suppose having ether behind the weight of my mind will aid, and that somehow is the next thing to be mentioned by the cabin. I'll have to test that new skill when I return to my body. Returning to my body is something I should do quickly, but first, I need to read my following metaphor. To do so, I turn my head to perceive the right side of the open tome and the runic unknowable words that lie within. The second I do so, the knowledge upon the page bursts into my mind along with the image of my new sigil. The sigil has only slightly changed. From a bizarre eye of defiance wrapped in many chains, it is turned into the same thing, but now the eye has two pupils. The discovery and change are pretty confusing, but before I can linger on it, the tome's information forces its way into my attention. A struggler is able to struggle against the grim world before them, searching for a better one. But for a struggler to grow further and achieve their dreams, they must release themselves. And to be released, the struggler must prove themselves. A proof of a previous metaphor. You must prove your answer to one of the questions. If chains are the medium that restrains us, then how do they act upon the real world? If dreams and hopes are not real, then what is to be done with them? To continue, my moribund struggler, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. I don't have a metaphor to answer. Instead, it's a proof. That is quite a surprise, but I think I remember seeing or hearing about that somewhere. And the fact that most find proving a metaphor 10 times harder than answering it. But I feel like it will be the opposite. Proving requires action, and I am much more confident in my actions than in my thoughts. So, after just a few moments of reflection, I shrug my shoulders and reach toward the sigil within the page with twin pupils. As I do so, I clench my jaw, fingers, and mind in preparation for what is to be on the other side. Now that I've had time to think, I think I may know who the man that I saw before grabbing the sigil is. The man who appeared behind Oliver may have been my friendly Darkstalker, Virgil Boone. When I left Wyatt, I knew he would do something stupid. Just the look in his eyes told me. He wants to keep me and my brother safe, but we only want the same for him. And teams do not abandon each other. So, I went over to Vernon when we were supposed to get the concoction, and I sent the man to find it alone. Risky, I know, but much less dangerous than letting Wyatt go alone to fight a group of people at least twice his sigil. The young man is powerful. I'll give him that, but he's not strong enough to do that. No one is. Not to mention that he's on the verge of acute ether saturation every time he moves his ether. While Vernon went to find and buy a concoction for the young man with his fox that devoured a man's brain matter on the side of the road to advance once more, I followed him silently and masked. My new sigil skill makes me almost undetectable, and I love it. I stalked him until he found the gunfighter's right-hand man, or I should say, right-hand woman. I waited in the dark in case he needed me, but Wyatt ambushed the wounded fifth sigil perfectly, allowing Primrose to finish the job. As long as the difference in sigils isn't more than 3, I believe that there is always at least a chance for the weaker to win. The only exception is if within that 3 sigil difference is a metamorphosis into the angelic realm. Because the power each sigil gives increases almost exponentially upward, and by the time one earns their 7th sigil, they truly go beyond humanity and most of its physical weakness. Most pillars can shrug off lethal wounds. A few missing organs, or even a punctured heart isn't a big deal. They are simply no longer human. The unyielding wall is known for losing half his skull, heart, and right arm in a battle once. It took him a while to recover and the aid of many medics, including a long-deceased 7th sigil doctor, but he did. So, I could see even a 1st sigil killing me, a 4th sigil, if they were clever and prepared enough, but I could never see myself slaying a 7th sigil legend. Only 2 men in history are said to have accomplished that feat, the first, in the current prime, men beyond anything I could ever hope to be. And so, I merely watched the conversation between Wyatt and Primrose, the lady with the deadly pink scarf. She's quite a well-known woman. I was going to follow them both as they moved, but the woman who had advanced to the 5th sigil used some sigil skill and transported them rapidly with a cloud of disappearing smoke. Panicking and fearful for Wyatt's life, I immediately got out of my hiding place and searched for him. I went straight toward the center of town using roofs, alleys, and still carriages to rush forward, and by the time I arrived, I saw Wyatt on the verge of death. Rage instantly filled my soul as I saw my companion touch the door of the grim lady herself, but I kept it in check. Anger helps no one, especially not a Darkstalker. I must act as the cabin advised while explaining my newest advancement. Stalk the dark and those that within the light without emotion. The light is your weakness, while the dark gives you strength. Emotions are no different. Within the dark, the future is undecided. So, I push these dark emotions deep within me as I push mask to the limit of what I can reliably control, and I start the flow on necrosis, the dark ether from my sigil braiding around my bowie knife. Then, I rapidly flit toward the man threatening Wyatt's life, but I am too slow. Just as I remove my mask and strike the man from the dark, he kicks the dying Wyatt in the face, who is reaching for Law's light. It is not all failure, though. The man I noticed on my way here who had foresight abilities was vulnerable to the mask of the Darkstalker. I stabbed the necrosis-covered blade straight into his heart, instantly ending his life. Then, I kneel down to Wyatt, who just got kicked in the head, his entire body melting from ether oversaturation and the kick that sealed the deal by knocking the struggling kid unconscious. I can literally see his body destroying itself. Damn, kid. He's too tough for his own good. If only he were like Vernon, who passed out from the ether headaches and could not push through them. But I suppose if that was the case, Wyatt would have died a long time before we even met him. I can do nothing for the kid as I hold him in my arms. It appears he will be another to fall within my arms. Not the first, and certainly not the last. I ignore the gunfire nearby and the screams of both the hunters and the rebels who fight amongst each other. I merely focus on the young man who always seems just knocking on the grim lady's door. A young man whose candle is being extinguished long before it turns into a glorious pyre that gives the rest of us warmth and security. I cradle his head in my hands, taking in the loss of life. Looking at the young man whose eyelids have turned to liquid flesh, I share one last piece of eye contact before I look up at the group of people that forced him into this situation. Then, I set him down, careful not to make the situation any worse or any more painful for the lad as I mask myself once more, fading into obscurity. I may not have been able to save the kid, but by the devil himself, will I avenge him. Because it was not just the man I had already killed who pushed him to this point. It was everyone in this square, and as such, they shall all become my prey. Even the gunfighter will be my prey, for without his orders, the young man would never have fought here. The flickering Darkstalker has yet to fail in killing its prey. I don't seek to have it start now. Before my orders fell from tyrants, ordering me to slay any they sought. Now, I have my own targets, people I wish to see dead. And there are few more significant motivations than cold, heartless revenge. As I stalk away from Wyatt, I see another young man, similar in age to Wyatt, crawl over to him while dodging the odd stray bullet or burst of ether. Shaking my head in acceptance, I focus on the prey before me. I hope this battle will be difficult, for I have anger to expunge and darkness to deal with. 74. Greatest weakness.
Wyatt Graves.
I awake to someone slapping my face, the pain a stinging reminder I am still kicking. However, I don't have to open my eyelids like most people, as they have already melted away from the ether rampaging uncontrolled within my body. But the rampage isn't as destructive as just a few minutes ago. I can immediately feel a difference now compared to before I evolved my sigil. Before, I couldn't even feel the pain of my body dissolving. That is just how far gone I was from the edge. But now, I can actually sense the fiery pain that encompasses my whole body, the evolution into a struggler pulling me a bit closer to the edge from the abyss. However, it feels less like me getting pulled and more like the goalpost moving closer to me. The second thing I notice is a face that stares down at me with tears in his eyes. It is Earl. The man is screaming at me, but my ears no longer work, so I cannot hear him. I try to speak to him, but I cannot tell if anything even comes from my voice. The pain is so overwhelming I cannot focus on much. I think I prefer the numbness. While I lay here for a few moments, I feel several harsh vibrations beneath me, originating from the center of the square. This makes me look in the direction the vibrations come from, and what I see amazes me. No longer are there two merely sides fighting. Now there are three. A team of 6 versus a team of 2 versus a lone man. The group of 6 is led by a sixth sigil who is speeding around with incredible swiftness, shifting the sands with every step, unable to be locked down or hurt as he deals gradual damage and wears out his enemy. The duo consists of Primrose and Johnny, fighting almost back-to-back against the whole team of 6 and the solo. The two are heavily wounded yet fight as if they have never been hurt once. They move back and forth, covering each other as if they have combated hundreds of times together. It is a level of coordination I could only dream of. The lone man is a familiar face, or I should say a familiar silhouette, as, at this point, Virgil never shows his face during the day. The Darkstalker uses his unique abilities to flicker in and out of combat, disappearing and reappearing from the gaze of every to land a deadly strike here or there. I notice him go after Johnny a few times, but he is quickly repelled, the gunfighter's instincts too strong even for the Darkstalker's stealth. In just the single minute I spend watching, mesmerized by the battle before me, I see him trade blows with Primrose before landing a necrosis-covered strike on two of the hunters, who I don't know, and Rebecca. His stealth makes him uniquely suited for killing other people, something I don't think I've ever noticed. So far, he's even better at dropping the hunters than Johnny, but I guess he has been dealing with Frederick, the hunter's sixth sigilled, the whole time. I just don't understand why he's also attacking Primrose and Johnny. Did they do something to him? I don't know, but I would be so torn if they did. I push these thoughts to the side as I zone out and watch the battle with Earl yelling beside me, ears full of cotton and constantly ringing as if a gunshot went off beside me. After some time of watching the fight, I look back at my body as a sense of urgency fills me. I watch as Johnny, Primrose, and Virgil slow their attacks, the numerical advantage simply overpowering. I can see my body breaking down and melting into a pile of flesh, but it's much slower than before. I don't know what I can do to fix it, though. I figured advancing my sigil would fix the problem, but it only reduced the severity. I guess I indeed went far, far beyond the limit of a second sigil. I can't use ether to fix the problem because that started it. Virgil's here fighting, but Vernon is nowhere to be seen. So I assume the younger brother is still looking for a concoction to buy or steal. Earl is beside me, and he obviously has no idea what to do either, as he's just frantic and unintelligible. I can't imagine he'll be much help, especially considering he is also wounded, just not as bad as me. He has a bullet wound in his shoulder and a massive bruise on his collarbone. I imagine those came from the hunters. There is only one thing I can think of if I cannot use ether. Virgil has told me many times that the human spirit is capable of incredible things, and I agree. After all, I used it as an answer to a question from the cabin. But the cabin, in turn, gave my very will the weight of ether behind every action. Now, what that means exactly, I'm unsure, but I figure it means that my will is capable of affecting the world. That was another part of the explanation of my new sigil as well, but I figure that would require ether to do it, but maybe not. If my will is made of ether or powered by ether, why must I consume the substance to bend the world with my will? Without any other possible avenue of survival, I focus my mind on my body. The withered, melting, flesh-rotting thing that is still me. The only part that remains unchanged is the bloody palm, the hand outwardly unfazed by my condition despite the odd noises that come from it. There is another thing I also notice after my advancement. The murmurs from the bloody palm are hushed despite me not using daydream. The whispers aren't entirely gone, but their shallowness is a promising sign. I use this great sign as further motivation while I push my will weighted by ether onto my body, trying to force it to stay in one piece. I'm unsure how to get the new ability to work, or is it a skill? I don't know. Something as passive as this must exist in some other sigils. I'll have to figure it out somehow if I survive. No, when I survive. My dubious intent with the skill is quickly brushed away as I feel fast improvement in my falling apart body, pieces of skin and flesh holding onto my body instead of just rapidly falling off. After about a minute of intense focus, I feel better. Not good, but my body is no longer collapsing before my very eyes, the rate decreasing to a speed more similar to my first time going beyond the edge. The pain also reduces significantly, from a debilitating paralysis to a whole body throb. While doing this, I feel the bloody palm's ether again. The artifact's core beats like a faux heart and sends dark, rejuvenating ether into my body, reconnecting the broken tissues and missing tendons. Then, the pieces of myself, like skin, flesh, and muscle that were just barely hanging on, begin to reconnect as I push even more of my will into keeping me whole. While my will compels my body together, the bloody palm reconnects the lost parts. As I do, so though, I feel the world's contortion. It is similar to when Mother below puts her bed against you, but without the knee-buckling pressure. I can just feel every part of me being twisted, pulled, and crushed just a little bit. It feels like the acts that I perform with my will are rebounded to my body. Like every action I take has a reaction. In order to reinforce my body, I am putting permanent strain on it. Any damage is worth living, however. The final piece of me that moves with the aid of the bloody palm is my heart, the organ beating rapidly, sending blood and energy all throughout my body. After another minute of this, I feel confident enough to move, and so I do. Glancing at Earl, who is looking at me filled with confusion, I roll over onto my stomach. Then, I push my arms beneath me. One arm is missing all the skin and most of the flesh, while the other is only bones and tendons. Even I can comprehend just how unnatural this all is. I almost gag at the sight of what I am, but I cannot. The internal parts of me that can gag are not yet repaired. No man should still be alive if they were in my place, but I'm no ordinary man, and neither is the thing attached to me. We both strive for survival with our whole beings, and as such, the world bends to our will. I stand slowly, shakily, and dripping bits of flesh that weren't appropriately reconnected via the bloody palm. Then I look at the battle occurring nearby. By this time, multiple people have already dropped. 3 of the hunters have either been killed or knocked down for the count, 2 by Johnny and 1 by Virgil. It is hard to tell who has died and who hasn't. I'm not one to assume, but I see that Rebecca is unmoving on the dirt, surrounded by a pool of blood. Primrose is speared onto a bulletin board nearby, the news on it stained by her blood. Frederick put her onto it, the man pulling out a javelin and skewering her in a trade for 2 of his companions, as his distraction cost their lives. From here, I cannot tell if the poisonous woman is alive. Not sure which I prefer, to be honest, but I do notice that her skirt is torn, and the things within are scattered all over the floor. I do not see the detonator that she should have. A short burst of worry goes through me, but I don't have time to focus on a detonator that might be under her or in the dirt. Threats yet remain. Only 5 people in the entire town square remain standing, 6 if you count me. Frederick and 2 of his hunters take a short pause from fighting to look at me as I shamble, all their faces contorting and eyebrows rising at the sight of me. The 3 of them range from moderately to severely wounded. Johnny moves with a cane of broken wood in one hand and a gun in the other. He stands opposite Frederick and his squad, only glancing at me briefly with a snort. The veteran is covered in wounds from head to toe and bleeding non-stop, but as they always say, never underestimate an old man in a game of bravery. I only catch a short glimpse of Virgil, the man disappearing and reappearing at random intervals, but when I see him this time, I see a badly injured man. Bloody holes are all over his outfit that protects him from the sun, and because of that, burns are etched all over his skin where they meet the open air. Virgil spends the lengthiest amount of time looking at me despite the short period in which I spot him. We lock eyes and I nod at him. After this short glimpse of Virgil, I start walking toward the group of 3 hunters, and I see one of them step back as I shamble toward them. Frederick, the man with inhuman speed, shakes his head and points at me before returning to Johnny. I hear the man with auburn hair and streaks of white that oddly matches his insane swiftness and speed at the gunslinger. His words inspire anger in me. So, this is how it's gonna be? You're teaming up with hollows? I mean, look at him, Johnny. The poor kid looks like a zombie. Is that really a way to fix the world? Where did you even find one? Never mind. I'm sure they will take you back if you surrender, even now. From his words, I start moving in his direction faster, shuffling my feet more quickly and quicker as the muscles on me heal. But before I can even get close, Johnny speaks up with a cough that ends with a wipe across his mouth and a palm covered in blood. He's not a hollow, just a tough kid. He'll make it through this. I'm confident of that. More confident than I am in even my own survival today. But yes, even if I had to ally with hollows, I would. The prime and the rot that festers is a dozen times worse than any hollow. How about you join me, Frederick? I know you don't want to lead this team half psychos and half estate children. The conversation between the 2 takes a turn as the whole area stops fighting for the first time to listen. Even Virgil doesn't strike and instead lets the two speak as he steps back with great heaves of air. I take the time to heal a little bit and learn how my new ability works from my sigil. I'm unsure what to name it yet, or if it even needs one, as it's just my will. But without knowing what it truly does, I use it to increase my heart rate. The ether infused will seems to grant me delicate control over my body. This delicate and precise control that it gives me over my body makes me think that maybe that's where my sigil is evolving toward. It started with a slight increase in physical precision and the ability to see my target, the target being my chains. The second sigil allowed me to sacrifice parts of myself in favor of others, allowing me to be precise in what part of me is acting at its peak and what is not. The third gave me a will that can affect me significantly, allowing me to bolster, manipulate, or control parts of my body that are typically impossible. It's different from Daydream as that skill has a negative as well. This one doesn't seem to at all. I can only assume that they work in conjunction as well. I'm unsure where the Absolution fits in with it all, however, but my thought process that seeks to figure it out is interrupted by frustrated words from Frederick that attempt to convince Johnny to join him once more. You know I can't join you, Johnny. Too many things tie me down. Family, friends, and laws. I leave, and everything I care for shatters. Not everyone is like you, willing to lose it all. Johnny, stop this farce. Please. We need everyone right now. The borderlands are simmering. War is coming, not just this single break, but more. The Chixica saw what was to come in the future. Your little rebellion will only hurt humanity more. I can plead for you to only be minorly punished. A year or so at the front lines. I have a supporter who will guarantee it. The gunfighter shakes his head as he slowly loads platinum-looking rounds into his revolver. His long and detailed response visibly shakes me and Frederick, who literally takes a step back from the silver-haired gunslinger by the end. You just do not have the guts required to do what needs to be done. None of you do. Only one other man I've ever met does, but he's long gone, and no one knows where he is. A few others have the potential, and I have seen fit to surround myself with them, preening them to aid me for what is to come. Johnny's eyes harden, his gaze rooting the others down as he tries to explain himself and end the fight without any more deaths. This world is rotten to the very core. The gods that live above and below in their divine kingdoms care either not at all or actively hate us, their own selves rotten and long forgetful of their gracious days. The demons beyond seek only our destruction, our presence an act of defiance to them and their creator. The monsters, ghosts, and other creatures that exist also seek our demise, either to sate their hunger or their pleasure. The gunfighter shakes his head in disgust as he continues, gaining a moment to breathe, at least if nothing else. Even our so-called keepers, protectors, the hunters exploit and take advantage of the common man. Gone are the days when any Tom, Dick, or Harry-born had a chance for greatness. The laws the first put into place before his fall are gone and forgotten. Johnny points at Frederick with an outstretched and bloody finger, directing his words directly to him. Humanity is divided to the very core. We fight each other constantly, Frederick. Even now, with a break and a powerful demon breathing down our necks, we are fighting. And I don't care if you came of your own volition or were forced. It matters not. What matters is that there is only one way to solve the problem. There is only one situation in which humans will be wholly united. A short pause hangs before Johnny finishes his own hypothetical. When our very species is on the brink of extinction. But, Frederick, that is not what I seek despite that being the solution. I do not attempt to reach for that scenario to make it happen. No, I merely prepare for it as it is destined. I can see it. I may not have the psychic foresight of Chixica, but I do have a mind. A mind that has seen much and weathered more. Johnny's eye glances at me for a second before converting its attention back to his threats. A storm is coming, Frederick, and there are no graves to bear the weight as we usually force them to. No noble estates remaining to fight for the weak, and not nearly enough pillars to keep the building upright. None of which usually maintains our land's stable exist. Even now, monsters, ghosts, and other beings creep around the fringes of humanity, eating towns just a bit too far away. Johnny coughs, spitting up a chunk of congealed blood as he begins his warning. This storm will overshadow any other. And I'm not talking about the break nearby. No, I can handle that just fine. The demon within will fall like all the others I've met. It might be the strongest I'll ever face, but I will prevail. But what I speak of is the inevitable realization the monsters, demons, and all the other creatures that exist within and without the wild have when they notice that not only is humanity not united, but instead we have never been more divided. They can crush and devour us at any time, leaving few of us alive. The Prime may still be alive, but it is obvious to any who reaches our heights that the man no longer cares about us. His old age has made him uncaring, apathetic, and narcissistic. His shadow no longer guards us. No, his shadow merely restrains us with a false sense of security. Sectioned off into hundreds of towns ruled by one or two strong sigilled, the only thing giving them the authority to rule is the title of Hunter. So easily can one or two denizens of darkness take over a town with us none the wiser despite everyone thinking the Prime holds off the significant threats. At this point, I don't think he'd even raise a finger against either of the binary lords. The gunslinger's eyes fall in sadness as he emits the harsh truths of the world, each word sinking heavily into my mind. We might have the most sigilled compared to any other time in known history, but we certainly have the smallest number willing to die for one another. These years of relative happiness and peace have corrupted us, broken us into sharp but fragile pieces of glass scattered too far apart to be put back together without losing most of us. What is required for us to no longer stab each other in the back is for our backs to be against the wall. And when that happens, I and mine will be ready. Not because we caused it, but because we knew it was coming. Johnny pauses one last time, sucking in a deep gasp of air before asking his question while extending his hand for peace. So, I, the unalloyed Deadeye, ask you one final time, Frederick Alphonse, do you wish to join me and my survivors, or would you prefer to die when the hunter becomes the hunted? 75. Hunter and the Hunted. A moment of deathly silence passes after Johnny finishes his long-winded proposition to Frederick, the opposing sixth sigilled hunter. Frederick takes a step back at the grandiosity of what Johnny had to say. I take this silence to think and recover a bit more, both the bloody palm and me doing everything we can to keep my corpse-like body intact. The silver-haired man's proposition and reasoning for rebelling against the hunters were far beyond what I expected. That and the final part of his speech. I'm unsure if he let it slip on purpose as a threat or on accident, but Johnny said the title of his sigil. A title that included a prefix. That means Johnny has also achieved an absolution. That means he could potentially reach the seventh sigil in the angelic realm. I thought that absolutions were supposed to be incredibly rare, so how come I've already met two people who have achieved them? Maybe they are still infrequent. I mean, Johnny is an old grizzled veteran, and Virgil has been in the game for a while, plus his situation was quite unique. I don't know everything Virgil has been through, but it made him incredible at fighting. His affinity for stealth is something that blows my mind every single time I witness it, especially now with his newest sigil. The combination of being able to flicker through walls and being able to mask your presence at the same time is uncomfortably effective. When it comes to Johnny's rebellion, though, I'm unsure how much I agree with his philosophy. People don't have to be pushed against the wall to work together, right? I teamed up with Edmund with only me being against a wall. And with Earl, Elizabeth, Leonard, and the others? Oh no, that one fits his reasoning. And so does when I met up with Vernon and Virgil, the three of us threatened by the man in the suit with the artifact version of the woman's head who fought with Edmund. Maybe he's not too far off. The part about backstabbing, I'm not too sure, but I've definitely noticed it is common for people to fight each other even if it's in everyone's best interest not to. Right now is a great example. The hunters could have at least waited until after the break to attack us. Instead, they are weakening everyone before a catastrophe. I stay deathly still as Frederick finally starts to move, several long moments passing between Johnny speaking and the man of speed replying. He takes slow, deliberate steps toward Johnny that contrast his usual dexterity. As he expresses his mind, he oddly looks at the back of his hand. You're delusional, Johnny. Those above will never let go of the strangleholds they have on us. Any who do not bend the knee are proclaimed outlaws and are sentenced to death. This will not change even if we are about to die. They will only become more ruthless and cruel as their reigns fall. I wish I could join you, Johnny. One of the hunters besides Frederick interrupts him, but the colonel quickly shuts him up with a backhand to the face. You traitor, they? Shut up. Let me finish, Ezekiel. I wish I could join you, Johnny, but too many I care about will die if I do. Too tight is my leash. Too tight is too many's leashes. The strings that bind our collars are too complicated and hidden to sever. After all, Johnny, why would I lead a squad such as this if I were not so badly controlled? My eyebrows raise at Frederick, admitting that he is being controlled by something, which also reminds me of Alexos being manipulated. What is happening? Where are the puppet masters? Who even are they? The estates? The demons? I notice that Johnny sighs after what Frederick says. Still, the silver-haired gunslinger tries to reconcile and solve the problem without further bloodshed now that the fighting has momentarily ceased. How do they got you? Which estate is it? I'll tear them down myself if it means we don't have to do this. Was it the Harveys? Or the Shaws? The Grimes? I don't want to kill you, Frederick. Frederick merely shakes his head and utters a reply that offers no more conversation as he brandishes his short spear, sparkling with blue lightning, that appears to get charged with static electricity alongside his movements. It doesn't matter. None are strong enough to tear them down. Not you. Not you and this group of ragtag survivors you have. Even if the unyielding Wall himself, the only non-estate or estate-controlled pillar, joined your feudal rebellion, you would still be crushed. Every estate has a pillar or an artifact capable of fighting a pillar. Some have both. Cock your gun, Johnny. We fight until you die, or I am ordered to retreat. After Fredericks explains his grim situation and the reality of the estates, I see the two men beside him contort their faces into smiles. The two hunters enjoy what they are about to do, the reality of killing people who only want to better the world, not affecting them in the slightest. But just before the combat begins again, the bloodshed fated to return, Johnny says one final thing to Frederick amidst the calm ahead of the storm. That may be true as it is now, Frederick, but people grow. They might change, but they do grow. And that kid beside you? If you wish to bend the knee to your overlords forever, I recommend you prevent him from aging even a single minute longer. They're known to grow quite fast, after all. Johnny saying this immediately makes me feel hurt as I assume the man is just ratting out who I am, but he doesn't actually say my name. Instead, he uses the warning as a clever distraction for Frederick, who turns and looks at me curiously. As Frederick does so, Johnny deftly raises his Colt and fires his weapon at one of the hunters on Frederick's side of the square. A gunshot resounds in the air for the first time in over a minute. Blood blossoms and spurts out from the hole between the now-dead hunter's eyes. Silence returns as the body falls and hits the ground, dirt and sand flying into the air. The split second the body hits the sand, though, all hell breaks loose. Frederick bursts toward Johnny with a scream, raising his spear of lightning. Dust surges into the air from the man's extreme speed as deadly bullets fly past him nonstop. Only now do I notice that Johnny never misses, even against Frederick's insane speed. The bullets that seem to miss still scrape off some flesh, causing small blood streams to seep out from the other sixth sigilled. That, or Frederick blocks some of them with his speed that nears that of a bullet. After all, you don't need to be faster than an arrow to stop it. Only fast enough to move something in between. The precision fits a sigil with the title of unalloyed Deadeye matches up poorly against one such as Frederick. The two sixth sigilled resume their battle as the last remaining hunter beside Frederick turns his gaze to me. This man is the last fifth sigilled, which explains why he's the last standing despite all those that had fallen around him. After just a moment of looking at me, the hunter starts to run at me while his eyes dart around. It appears as though he is searching for something or someone. Virgil still lurks around us, the man's stealth nigh unbreakable as far as I've seen. Maybe Frederick or Johnny could find him if they tried, but this man and me? Nah, we've got no fucking clue where the Darkstalker is. As he runs at me, this man strikes his hands together, creating a spark of lightning from whatever sigil skill he used ignited by ether. The sight causes some surprise and caution to emerge in me, which is quickly wiped away. Do I need to be cautious of anything when I am so close to death?
No.
That is foolish. Now is the time to be brave. That is the opposite of what he'd expect. So, just like him, I run forward, but unlike him, I do not use ether. I merely use the will of ether that was granted to me. I strengthen my body and push the dying thing that is me forward. I save my ether, which is almost guaranteed to kill me the next time I use it later when I have no other choice. There is only one saving grace. The man must also be tired. He must also be nearing his limit of ether saturation. After all, he's been fighting for a while. Who knows how long I was out of the fight, but it was long enough to drop the majority of the combatants. I only need to make him run out of ether. Then I win. Then I only need to find Vernon and hope that the lovable bastard got the concoction. The man lunges toward me as he gets near, seeming like he wants to hit me with his arms of lightning. Not wanting to get electrocuted, I go to dodge to the side to get away from his shocking ether, but just before I do, the lightning from his fingers arcs from him all the way to me. I feel pain erupts throughout my body as I spasm for a moment and almost fall over. I barely stabilize my spasming body with my feet as the man takes advantage of the damage he caused to my nervous system. He rushes to me and puts a single index finger against my chest, right in front of where my heart is. Unable to honestly react with strength as I am still recovering from the first shock, I try to swing an arm to push him off, but I am too slow. I see arcs of lightning flicker behind his eyes as a small but dense bolt of lightning jumps from his finger into my chest. Instantly, I feel my heart, which is beating incredibly fast and nearing its biological limit from the enhancement of my will, stop. The lightning makes the muscles within my heart contract and lose the ability to relax. I feel a painful but straightforward cramp in my chest as I fall to my knees in the dirt, grasping at my chest with feeble hands that quickly lose strength. While I struggle against my motionless heart, I see a small rock slam into the ground behind the man of lightning. Confusion rises in both of us as the man in front of me laughs and turns around. But there is nothing behind him, only the rock. Instead, a figure appears beside me, one cloaked in darkness but covered in burns. He places a hand on my shoulder and bursts forward with deadly alacrity. With a silent movement, Virgil swipes his dagger hidden in necrosis at the back of the man of lightning's neck. But just before it lands, I notice the man's ears twitch. And then, out of nowhere, lightning arcs in every direction as once from the man, sending Virgil and me rolling across the sands of Rustbank. Guess it's not that easy to kill a fifth sigil, huh, Virgil? I don't think this is a battle we can win alone. We need help. Despite my thoughts about what must happen in this situation, Virgil scrambles to stand back up as the man wielding electricity rushes him. Bits of lightning arc off of the man's muscles while he moves. I instantly recognize it as a unique form of adrenaline surge that uses his particular ether type, similar to Virgil's necrosis, being an enhanced version of wetting. A brief thought emerges as I wonder what unique effects my ether would have on general skills. What boons would be granted if I twisted how I used them to fit myself? However, this daydream is quickly wiped away in favor of what is happening both to me and in front of me. My friend stands with a quick flip and faces the man of lightning without hesitation. Virgil rapidly meets the man in open combat as the Darkstalker no longer has anyone to hide behind and stalk from. The lightning has burnt many parts of his protective outfit, causing flames to flicker upon his skin. No longer does he possess the mantle of darkness to strengthen him. Virgil holds him on for a bit, trading blows here and there, but the situation rapidly worsens as I see him run low on ether and flicker less and less. It also doesn't help that the man's lighting seems to ignore the effects of flicker, hitting Virgil anyway. Luckily, the other man's lightning becomes less and less frequent as well, though. So, we are indeed making progress. All the while they fight, I scramble to put myself together. I can feel myself rapidly slow in thoughts and actions as the effects of a dead heart catch up with me. After just 10 seconds of watching the fight between the older Boon brother and the hunter before him, my vision oscillates in and out, from blackness to whiteness before small glimpses of the world. During these small glimpses, I try to marshal my will in an attempt to restart my heart. If it can keep my body from collapsing, surely it can resume my limp heart? Only at this time do I remember a warning from Primrose. The scene of her giving me the dead man's switch comes to mind. Good now, this thing here is a dead man's switch. If your heart stops beating for 30 seconds, it explodes. Imagine, like 100 pounds of dynamite at once. That's about roughly the same. I can feel a vibration from the dead man's switch like it is preparing to explode. A literal tick-tock reverberates through my skin. I am unsure how long my heart has been inert, but the vibration from the switch focuses my mind even further despite the lack of oxygen. As my mind fades in and out of consciousness from the lack of blood going to my mind and the dark whispers of the bloody palm reappear, I bear the whole might of my recently evolved will. I focus intensely on my heart and the surrounding arteries, doing everything I can to force it to beat again. All the while, I both ignore and keep the ticks constant in my mind. This time using my will, I feel a sensation. The last time, my whole body was numb and couldn't feel anything, but this time I do feel something different. Everywhere my will touches, I feel it shake like a hammer slammed into it alongside a brief, static shock. But after 2 attempts at restarting my heart, each attempt getting shorter and shorter bursts of time to attempt to force my heart into action, and just as the ticks become an almost constant sound in my mind, I succeed. With a shake and a shock that resounds throughout my whole body, I feel my heart restart. The organ hits me with a single beat that jolts me from my nigh unconsciousness and back into the world of the living. Rolling onto my stomach, I cough several times as my eyes water, and then I gasp in breaths of delicious air. I wait a single stressful moment as I hear the rapidly vibrating dead man switch calm and slow down before the vibrations eventually end. A sigh of relief escapes from my lungs. All the while, I keep my mind still focused on keeping my body in one piece and my heart contracting. And just as the cabin said, I do feel the world contort me in turn as I make it bend to my will. I feel great twisting pressure on every single one of my joints, muscles, and even my heart, a tension that threatens to break me. It's almost as if my will has been given a physical power, and what it does is push pressure on the joints, muscles, and heart to keep them working. The contortion of the world works against my stabilizing force, but I keep its effects at bay for now. This ability could have quite a wide array of uses, just like Daydream. It feels as though I started with a simple chain eyes, unable to be used for much, that eventually evolved into abilities with almost unlimited avenues of usefulness. But now that my will is holding my body together as it fails, I feel as though I now understand the purpose of the 3 skills given to me by my sigil. Chain eyes is for me to see what truly surrounds me, see what threats, deceptions, and falsities lie around me, so that I can prepare for what is to come. Daydream is to enhance myself using ether, making me best suited for specific situations. Need to run fast? Daydream that you are faster. Need a powerful punch? Solve. Need a defended mind? Solve. It's a multi-purpose tool that can help hone any edge. Like the evolution of simple thought to complex reasoning, the philosopher's single-use mind has become the struggler's armory. This new one, I believe, is similar to Daydream, but instead of making me more capable, it aids me in staying alive. To keep the struggler struggling, it allows me to shore up any hole or weakness I could have simply through the might of my will. And the precision that I have is extreme in the spot that I choose to plug. I still cannot find a name for this new trait, as no good idea come to mind. But what does come to mind is that I need to concentrate, stop allowing my newly awakened heart from dawdling any further, and help Virgil. So, with a grunt, as I glance down at the black scar of jagged lightning that remains on my chest from the recent heart stopping, I get up and move toward Virgil. I may be weak and almost powerless at this point, barely holding on to life, but all the Darkstalker needs is a distraction. A moment of time where the man next to him is entirely distracted, unable to defend himself. And from personal experience, that usually is when one is in the middle of an attack. I shamble toward the 2 men fighting with inhuman speeds, precision, and skills with this purpose in mind. My shamble slowly grows into a fast walk, and then into a slow run as my body gets more used to my movements from its recent awakenings from near death. After a few steps, everything moves in tune with my will. I quickly reach the man opposite Virgil from the side of the two, and I go in for a tackle, planning to use my body as a distraction for the experienced Darkstalker. Just before I slam into the man who wields lightning, he turns to me and, with a grunt, lashes out at me with arcs of blue lightning from his hands as he turns to me. However, I am prepared for this as I expected him to defend himself with lightning, so I bolster myself with my own will against the paralyzing shock. It works but not wholly, for I am spread too thin. My will targets too many parts of myself to indeed be able to contend with the power of another who seeks to kill or paralyze me. But the defense of my will works enough so that I do not fall over altogether. Instead, I get out a single extra step as I get closer to the man of lighting. He sends even more lightning at me to stop me, keeping a potent stream of lighting between us for a full second before the electricity pauses. The man momentarily runs out of steam or focus. The pain of nearing ether saturation is always debilitating and precisely what I was waiting for. I take this opportunity to regain my bearings and ram into the man of lightning. We both fall into the sand together as I hear him grit his teeth in frustration. I do the same, but in an effort to prepare for the shock from him that is to come. On death's door, anyone who is capable will go beyond the edge in pursuit of a way to live. And he doesn't disappoint my preparation either as I see him spread his fingers with a web of electricity arcing them. Then, because we are so close together, he presses the web directly against my neck. 76. Reconciliation. The claw of lightning wraps its web of electricity around my throat, but just as the shock begins to course through my body, seeking to stop my heart, the tip of a bloody Bowie knife emerges from the man's mouth. Blood, saliva, and necrotic ether drip onto my forehead from the Bowie knife. Surprise, both electrical and genuine, courses through me as Virgil pulls the man of lighting from me and into the air. The man, whose name I don't even know, is lifted up as he gurgles on his own blood and then is stabbed repeatedly until he stops bubbling. Virgil shows no mercy to the hunter and throws the limp body on the ground. He has often told me to make sure prey is dead before you move on to the next. Then, the older Boon brother falls to the ground, landing on one knee as I hear him take incredibly deep gasps of air. His exhaustion and wounds bring him down. The blood that drips from him makes me want to check on him. Even the burns that lace his body from the sun would be a reason to worry enough. Still a bit paralytic, I move over to him and check on him amidst the gunfire that still rings out from Johnny and Frederick's frantic battle. "You all right, Virgil?" The older man laughs deeply until it gradually becomes a cough that he beats out of himself by hitting his chest. Worry rises within me for him, but he quickly waves it off. "Am I all right? What about you, you madman? What were you thinking? Fighting an entire group of people who have gone through a metamorphosis? Maybe one-on-one or in ambush with a naive 4th or 5th Sigilled, you'd have a chance, but attacking a full group of these veteran hunters? That and I would swear that I saw you die. What was that all about?" He shakes his head as he takes a breath to calm himself.
Infine, Wyatt.
"Just tired. You keep bringing exhausting situations to my feet. I used the last of my ether-killing Milton there. That damn man you sought out to fight for no good reason is famous for his ether that can transform into lightning. Even his colonel, Frederick, relies on him to charge his claymore. Well, I guess not anymore." Virgil stops talking momentarily to look over at Frederick, who is fighting Johnny. The two men trading blows so quickly that we can barely even see what's happening. Bullets fly everywhere without pause as dust scatters, just as often from Frederick's movement. I briefly answer his questions despite my embarrassment for jumping into a death pit, but in my defense, I didn't have much choice. Primrose has the detonator to the dead man's switch that's on my arm. I used the sigil within Law's light to advance. It was trippy, but it gave me enough of a boost to ether so that I stopped turning into a puddle of flesh. The ability that it gave me is handy too. And sorry about that. I had no choice but to fight. They have the detonator to my switch, after all. Virgil sighs at my response before he comments on the battle with a warning to me. "See that? That right there is what we seek, Wyatt. Those two are near the pinnacle of humans. Their skills, experience, and power are unobtainable for all but the most persevering. Do not join the battle between the two. Just watch. If you try and join, I will stop you myself. A fight between average 6 sigils, maybe we'd be able, but not these two, especially not in our conditions. Frederick might be much younger than Johnny, but each has their own strengths. Frederick is just as fast as he is rash, while Johnny is just as planned as he is calm. A sea of calculated bullets versus a furious flooding river. That is what we watch, not a battle between men, but between two who stand near the top for mortals. He finishes his speech with a statement that makes me think. I thought there were sigils above 6th, so how are these two near the top for mortals? I don't understand. Unwilling to defy Virgil, I sit beside him in the sand near Milton's dead body. What do you mean they are near the pinnacle of humans? That they are near the top? Are there not people above them in the angelic stage like the pillars? Virgil takes a moment to rip off some dark cloth from Milton's body that he then uses to wrap his burns and cover them from future sun damage. Only after he's done does he answer. There are, but I no longer see those people as mere men or women. Everything changes when you take the great leap into the 7th sigil and go through a second metamorphosis. The body becomes inhuman, dyed by the very ether that you use. People who reach that far are fundamentally changed to their core. But people like Johnny and Frederick, who are just before that great leap, are at the peak of what humans can be. People like the Prime are the peak of what we aspire to be. There is a fundamental difference. With enough effort, luck, perseverance, and strength of mind, anyone can reach the level of the two before us. It just requires time and hardship. But a man like the Prime? A man like any of the past Primes?
No.
Only an extraordinary kind of person can reach that far. All others would fall to what lies beyond, far, far before they even touch upon the door to the Prime's abode. After Virgil's explanation, we stay silent for a minute or so as we watch the battle between Johnny and Frederick evolve, the two 6th sigilled fighting with everything they have. But after a minute of not really being able to understand what I'm seeing, I grow bored. I grow bored of just holding myself together and ask some more questions. How far away is Vernon? It's growing increasingly more difficult to hold myself together. My new skill from my sigil imbued my will with ether, and it allowed me to bolster my internals to keep me together, keep me struggling. And what's a metamorphosis do? I know it's the jump between 3rd and 4th and 6th and 7th sigils, but I don't know what it does. Virgil glances at me, then looks me up and down. He laughs again with a shake of his head as he turns his attention back to the great battle in front of us. Often we have to slightly move in case of bullets that come nearby. At this point, Johnny has had to have fired at least 1,000 rounds throughout the whole battle, which has at most lasted 10 minutes. Haha, even as injured and fucked up as you are, you still ask simple questions. Well, I guess the Vernon one isn't, but anyway, my brother should be here soon. I actually don't know why he's not here already. In fact, he must have gotten distracted. He'll be here soon. A metamorphosis, though, that's hard to describe. It occurs when you're inside the cabin. The 3 sigils you have gained will condense into a new one, no longer being a 3-sided sigil, but a single sigil with all 3 attributes. They do so under the pressure of the 4th, the newest sigil. And during this process of condensation or metamorphosis, all the previous sigil skills are enhanced, at least a little bit, and so is your person. During mine, my skill that enhances me in the dark, similar to adrenaline surge, but more restrictive in its usage, was empowered, taking both less ether to activate and putting less of a burden on me. The other skills weren't too affected except for flicker, which let me fade into another realm faster and further than before. The central part of the first metamorphosis, though, is becoming wondrous. Oh, get down. In the middle of his explanation, Virgil tackles me to the ground as a shower of bullets passes by us, and the boots of Frederick stomp near us. Sand, debris, and ricochet wash over us. I consider using adrenaline surge for a second, but I quickly wipe it away and follow Virgil's lead. And what I follow in doing is staying absolutely still, being as unthreatening as possible. Luckily, Frederick doesn't care for us and returns to Johnny's side with a spurt of sand that flies into the air. I look Virgil in the eyes, and I ask him a simple question that, in hindsight, I should have asked earlier. Do we leave the square? Virgil shakes his head no. We can't. This is where we said we'd meet up with Vernon, so we need to be here waiting for him. We can back up a bit to escape the fight, though. Together, both of us incredibly wounded, we scoot backward until our backs hit the wall of a building. A building covered in bullet holes, but a building nonetheless. The damage to it, however, does the opposite of reassuring me of our positioning. Virgil doesn't seem to care much, however, as he continues his explanation from earlier. So, as I was saying, the central part of the first metamorphosis, though, is becoming wondrous. This means imbuing a part of your body with ether, whether it's your eyes, hands, or legs. It always depends on the sigil someone possesses. Mine was my feet. The ether within them made every step of mine silent. Virgil points at Johnny as he continues his examples. Johnny's was likely his hands, given his sigil being unalloyed deadeye, and Frederick's is likely his legs, his speed pointing out the obvious. What surprises me is that your third sigil gave you this effect. It makes me wonder if it's because it's an unconfirmed sigil, because of your early absolution, or simply an odd boon. After all, it's not affecting a material thing but instead a metaphysical one. Because typically, it's said that each step through the wondrous stage just enhances the metamorphosed organ, limb, or part until you reach the seventh sigil in some way. So, maybe after you metamorphose eyes, you'll have two things imbued with ether, or you'll just have one. Either way, it's abnormal. But being abnormal is usually a good thing. Virgil ends his explanation as a figure approaches us, moving slowly and unsteadily. We both turn to look at who it is with alarm, but I quickly put down Virgil's caution with my arm as the man sits beside us. A disheveled young man with glasses, covered in blood, dirt, mud, and grime, plops beside me against the wall. He exhales a deep breath while Virgil and I just look at him. Several awkward moments of silence pass as all three of us just sit watching the battle before near its conclusion, both fighters slowing down in both speed and ferocity. I don't know what to say, nor does the young man, so instead, we just stay quiet, waiting for someone to break the ice. Neither of us does. However, both of us not being the best in social situations and unsure of what to do. But the other man with us does, Virgil getting annoyed at the awkwardness and speaking up to both of us. Say something, you nimwits. Don't just sit there awkwardly. We all know we'll be safe over here. Johnny is too good to fire strays. Hey there, kid. I'm Virgil. Seems like you know this guy here, but in case you don't, this is Wyatt. Another period of silence ensues as I peek at Earl, the young man beside me. I see that he has dried tears in his eyes, and he looks tired. Far too tired for a guy just a year or so older than me. But Earl surprises me by speaking up despite his tired looks and his typical unwillingness to speak. Not just that, but he says quite a lot, more than I think he ever has. Hey,
I'm Earl.
one of Wyatt's old companions. Helped him make it here. Where have you been, Wyatt? How have you been? I look at Earl after he asks me the question, and I can't help but feel anger rise. He's the one that left me. How dare he ask where I've been? Couldn't he say sorry, or something? And why is he even here? I open my mouth to retort, but as I do, I catch a glance from Virgil. A side-eye glimpse that makes me pause my anger. I take a deep breath. Only then do I reply to Earl. As I respond to him, I focus on the battle, not wanting to meet his gaze. At this point, blood seeps from both combatants, and neither really seems to have an advantage. I've been places, fought a bunch of monsters, ghosts, and other crazy shit. Almost died multiple times, as usual. Even now, I'm on the verge, just waiting for a concoction to be delivered before my will runs out that's keeping me together. Oh, and I freed Lonnie. Virgil, his brother Vernon, and I killed all the Bakwas within Harmony Town. What about you? Earl coughs to clear his throat as he answers me. I was planning on leaving Rustbank as soon as possible, but my plans were forced to change. Elizabeth took too long to wake up, so we missed the last caravan out. The next won't be until after the break if we even survive. So, I went and found Johnny, hoping to gain favor with the man who runs the town. Earl's eyes lower as he speaks, his gaze unwilling to meet mine. And I did. He found my sigil interesting. He said that a gambler can be helpful in any situation. That luck is always beneficial. So, He wanted me to stay beside him, and that he'll not only pay me, but he'll also try and find me my second sigil during the break. So, I decided to stay. Another moment of silence passes as we all see Frederick get kicked to the ground by Johnny. The two are now fighting hand to hand, no longer using any kind of weapons. They also speak while fighting, but we are too far to hear what they say. A question comes to mind as I think about Earl, multiple in fact, but I only ask the one I find most pressing. How are Elizabeth, Leonard, and Esther? Are they fine? What happened to you? Why are you so bloody? I hear Earl gulp and straighten his back. His voice wavers as he speaks, which worries me greatly. Elizabeth is fine. So is Esther, but Leonard? He was killed by one of the hunters when they came into town. They entered and asked where the gunfighter was, full of bravado and confidence. Over 20 hunters entered Harmony Town, and Leonard was helping me buy food for Esther and Elizabeth, who just woke up yesterday. Earl doesn't look up, focusing on the sand below us as his tone trembles. When no one answered where Johnny was, the leading 3 hunters opened fire into the crowd, stating that all rebels must die. I used my skill to bend luck as they fired into the crowd that was unwilling to give up their leader. The young man sucks in a feeble gasp of air, his words rattling me. My skill saved me, but not Leonard, who was beside me. That's why I'm so covered in blood. I did all I could to save him, but he was just a normal man. Leonard died a pointless death, and that is the reason why I stuck by Johnny as he fought the hunters. In the short time I've spent with the man, he's opened my eyes to the cruelty of the hunters. Earl now looks up, his eyes meeting mine and his words gaining some form of stability. After the hunters showed that they meant business, what survived of the crowd split into random directions, panicking. Most of the sigiled were killed in the initial spray of gunfire, and whatever was left was unwilling to fight against the vengeance squad for Johnny. The gambler doesn't speak much more, just ending with a quick recap of what happened to him as he falls silent. Only Levi, Primrose, and I stayed to help the gunfighter. Actually, there were a few others, but they were either quickly killed or left my sight fighting hunters. Levi and Primrose ambushed the squad as they approached Johnny in his office. Each of them took out 2 or 3 hunters before the vice leaders met them in a fight, distracting them. Then, the rest of the team made their way to Johnny. Uninteresting and weak, I was left alone as I ran to Johnny to help him. And eventually, you arrived with Primrose, which led us here. A melancholy calm falls over me, while Earl tells the story of Leonard's death. The story is just as short and abrupt as the man's death was. Most of what Earl said focused on him and not Leonard, but I shouldn't hold that against him. He almost died too. I'm sure he's still under a monumental amount of stress and adrenaline and forced aside grief, keeping him from feeling the loss of his longtime friend. After all, they have known each other for years. Leonard used to help Earl scavenge herbs to practice being an alchemist. Memories that I had with Leonard passed through my brain in a rapid flash, something that seems to happen whenever someone I know dies. It happened with Ma, it happened with Butter, and it happened with Edmund. I see pieces where we laughed, cried, and even bled together. Although the one time we both bled, it was because he accidentally shot me with the shotgun. I see memories of us riding the carriage through plains, playing card games in Harmony Town before the ghosts arrived, and walking in the dunes to Rust Bank. Weeks pass in a flash, and the last memory that flits past is how we met. Him pointing his shotgun at me while I lay catatonic and dying from the effects of the bloody palm merely being in my presence. Elizabeth saw I was a person, but Leonard was careful anyway. The young man wanted to protect his friends and himself. A kind and protective man. That's who he was. That's who he should still be. Internally I curse as I remember the familiar body that I only saw for a glimpse when I entered Rustbank. It was undoubtedly Leonard. Angry at these monsters sent here to ruin this town just before a break, I ask Earl who killed Leonard. So, who did it? Which one of the hunters killed Leonard? Earl wipes a tear from his eyes as I notice he's been crying ever since he started recollecting Leonard's death. A pang of guilt for not being observant enough to see it runs through me. See, that's the thing. You guys already killed him. It was the man with foresight and the shotgun. He blew out Leonard's right side along with 4 other people. I just so happened to be behind the correct number of people to not die. Lucky, huh? Rage instantly reaches a crescendo within me at being unable to sate my vengeance for Leonard, but I guess we already did. The man's corpse sits not too far away, dead by Virgil's Bowie knife. Pensive melancholy fills me as I ask Earl one last question. Why are you talking to me? I thought you hated me? I thought I was a monster? Earl has a small but sad laugh as he flicks the sand beneath us, still watching the battle beyond us that is nearing its conclusion.
I overreacted.
You think?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
After I spent a few days with Johnny, bits and pieces slowly leak to me about who you are. That you might be a tough son of a bitch, but you wouldn't kill your teacher like that. That he believed the only way you do so is if you were taken over by the bloody palm, which was never attached to you until long after you met me. Earl keeps his eyes on me, even as he stammers in his apology. At first, I still didn't fully believe it, though. In the back of my mind, the authority of the hunters remained. Only after a slap from Elizabeth after she woke up and this attack from the hunters am I sure. Sure that you're not who they say you are. You're not the Wendigo. So, again, I'm sorry. Sorry for leaving you stranded. Sorry for taking your money. Sorry for betraying your trust. Earl's apology tugs on my heartstrings and makes me feel sorry for him. He was just trying to do what was right, but he spent his whole life surrounded by a retired hunter. Of course, he would be more willing to believe their bounty posters over some guy he met just a few weeks prior. I go to offer him an apology in turn, but just as I do so, an abrupt ending occurs in the fight between Frederick and Johnny. Frederick kicks up his spear from his ground, no longer charged by electricity because of his team member's death, and tries to trip Johnny with it. Johnny leans into the trip attack and fakes being knocked over, but he catches himself with his mighty left hand. Then, as he flips over on the one hand, Johnny flicks a bullet he had picked up into Frederick's kneecap from this odd and unexpected angle, the shot moving at speeds capable of shattering a kneecap from the boost of Johnny's ether. This disables the man's principal asset as the lead enters the man's knee with a loud crunch. His speed is now gone with only one good leg. Once he loses his mobility, Frederick seems to give up, crying out in pain. Johnny then appears to give him a glare that momentarily paralyzes him. Johnny takes advantage of this paralysis to get his gun back. He reaches over and grabs his Colt, which was knocked out of his hand earlier. The Colt was left in the dirt from a previous exchange. Then he saunters over to Frederick, limping the whole way, and positions the Colt against his forehead. 77. From the darkness. Everyone in the town square goes dead silent. Of which there are not many, only 5 total are still conscious, but all conversation stops. Even breathing becomes hard to detect as we watch Johnny put the gun against Frederick's skull. Johnny says a few words, his mouth moving at Frederick, but I cannot decipher what he says from all the way over here. But I do get the gist of what he's saying as I notice him pull back the hammer on his Colt, the barrel pressing against Frederick's forehead. The metal of the gun will definitely leave a mark. But just before Johnny squeezes the trigger to put an ounce of lead into the man's head, a bloodied Levi enters the square. Levi is stumbling, coughing, and struggling to speak, which is the opposite of when I last saw the tough man. I only see a split second of his entrance before tiredness falls over me, my eyelids drooping almost instantly. Johnny Caldwell. I pull back the hammer of downpour and look Frederick in the eyes, the man who is significantly younger than me despite possessing the same level of sigil. He is impressive, I cannot lie. His speed is a good counter for my marksmanship. Hard to hit something that can move faster than your trigger finger. Not that I ever thought that was possible. Not to toot my own horn, but I have always thought that my right eye and trigger finger were the 2 fastest things west of HHQ, Hunter Headquarters. As far as I know, only a few monstrous humans, and those who have gone beyond, are faster than my gun, all of whom are far from this spot near the border. Guess there is another to add to that short list. Frederick is a man to admire, that's for sure. My attention never leaves Frederick. However, I know the man is deadly, so I give him the respect a monster of his caliber deserves. Unwavering focus and zero mercy. I do, however, give him the consideration of a human as well, for I know he does not wish to fight. The powers above control him like a puppet, forcing him to dance to their whims. Throughout this entire tango with Frederick, I have barely even glanced away from him. He's always been the true threat, not the other hunters he brought with him. They were only distractions, tools to get him closer to me. And they worked. A litany of wounds run across my body, showing each injury in grim detail like an old prayer. From my cheek to my calf, holes exist all over me. Even old wounds begin to act up, and the scar left from a battle with a demon that stretches over my lungs makes it hard to breathe. Only my extreme control over ether in its many forms keeps my body running at tip-top shape, but that won't last forever. Even I, an old vet with a more remarkable adaptation to ether than most, eventually run out of steam. Despite all this, I never let up on my skills, keeping my own form of adrenaline surge the whole time, which I aptly named rapid fire. It focuses on my hands as opposed to the rest of my body. I also constantly flow an obscene amount of ether into downpour, forcing the Colt to never stop creating bullets for me to fire, just in case. At the same time, I imbue my will into each and every shot of mine with my ether. Only when the bullet and I are one can I never miss or be distracted when firing. I've learned never to drop my vigil against an enemy over the years. Too many friends, allies, and even enemies have fallen to foolishness. This experience is why I am so angry at what I let happen. I already asked Frederick what his last words were, and the man deigned to not reply. So I prepare to fire. Yet, just before I pull the trigger, Levi stumbles into the square before my eyes across the area from me. The man is bloodied.
So bloody.
And struggling to the point it looks like he's about to fall unconscious. For a man known for his scars, I've never even seen him this injured. The fifth sigil he was fighting must have done a number on him. Frankly, I didn't expect him to survive when Primrose told me he engaged with a Vengeance Squad Major. But he both impresses me and makes me feel pride for the man. I've led him for over 5 years through just about every horror one can think of, and I'm happy to see that he's made it through another one. This happiness, however, is a mistake as my attention turns to him just slightly. And as it does, Levi tries to sputter something out from his mouth covered in his own blood. Yo idol teaote. Timor. His attempt to say something to me despite his injuries sparks my vigilance as my eyes dart around, expecting another hunter somewhere lurking. But my caution is misplaced as a wrinkled hand emerges from the darkness behind Levi, covering his mouth. Then another hand appears, which uses its nails to slit Levi's throat. The second I see the hand, my heart drops. They didn't just send a single colonel. They sent her. The only woman who I've never been able to beat in faux combat. Darkstep, one of the most formidable forerunners alive. Among mortals, second only to diabolic Linen Hull. The dark hand of the estates. They sent her to do their dirty work, or those she enslaves. My fear and distraction allow Frederick to escape. The speedy man uses his hands to slap away the barrel of my gun from his forehead before I can even react as he jumps back. Then, he holds something up into the air. It looks like a handheld detonator. This revelation on top of the Darkstep's arrival makes me pause. I worry for myself and Wyatt, but I do not let my eyes fail me or reveal what the detonator belongs to. I keep my eyes strictly focused on the two hunters before me. Darkstep's booted feet stomp onto the ground as she walks into the center of the square. The whole while, her face is shrouded by darkness, disallowing any to see her countenance other than her dark-skinned and wrinkled body. She steps up to Frederick and pats him on the back as the man holds the detonator up, using the item as a ransom for his life. You've done good, little Freddy. Your only mistake was not taking care of your team. You know what that means, right? Frederick shudders under her words and touch. The way she speaks is the first time I've ever seen her be serious. Whenever I met her before, she was always playful and joking. I guess that was all a ruse. After terrifying Frederick, she turns to me. And you, Johnny? TSK. I had so much hope for you. And you've thrown it all away. You know how pointless this all is, don't you? The old hag's disregard for what I'm trying to accomplish builds rage within me so quickly that I almost let some of it out, but I'm not some rash teen. I take a moment before I retort to the woman who's been in this game of death even longer than I have. What can I do to get out of this situation? I don't want to reveal my ace. It's too early. Way too early. But they already have Wyatt's detonator, so should I give him up? Surely they'd be willing to trade a young, malleable Graves for me and this town. And at this point, I'm unsure if the dead man's switch will even kill the lad. I know they're said to be nigh unkillable, but by the devil below is he impossible to put down. Like an undying Wendigo, he stands no matter the injury or setback. He truly fits the title. I see why it was given to him. I'd prefer not to give up the kid, however. I have plans for him. He is the only person I've met ever since I left the hunters whom I am confident can make it to the angelic stage. Primrose is iffy, the woman talented, but I just don't think she has the raw grit needed. Levi never had a chance, at least I don't think so, but he was still one of mine. Bonfire also has potential, the fire within his jokester's heart unending. But he's not serious enough. For humanity to survive the times to come, the winters, the summers, and the wars in between, we will need influential leaders. They will need me. And they will need someone like Wyatt, unafraid and willing to stare down any threat regardless of what it is. So after a moment of thinking, I come up with the only thing I can think of to get Darkstep to leave. The only thing that will ever make one as old as her retreat. Invoke in her the fear of death. I stand tall and bluff my leftover strength. I feel weak, tired, and nearing empty on ether I can spare before I turn into a fading thing like the graves over there. I have a way to fix oversaturation, but every time one does it, their lifespans drop. I'd instead not lower my life any more than I already have. Despite all that plagues me, I spin my Colt cylinder and speak with the utmost confidence. And just in case things go awry, I flow ether into my eyes, my vision turning a tint of gold. None of this is pointless, hag. I've been waiting for you to show up. Kept some exorcism rounds just for your darkness. Once I kill you, they will finally take me seriously. Then these little attempts on my life will stop. Darkstep laughs from behind the veil of darkness, which shrouds her appearance. She takes a few steps closer to me as she pushes Frederick back. Freddy, put down the detonator. You don't need that to kill some kid already about to die over there. It's best to leave. Your bum leg won't help anyone. Frederick responds with a shaky voice as he retreats from the square. Unable to do anything to stop him without just immediately revealing my facade, I watch him leave and focus on the old woman in front of me. My mind sparks with a fearful thought. How does she know that the detonator goes to Wyatt? Yes, ma'am. After Frederick turns away, Darkstep takes a few more, light in sound but heavy in pressure, and steps toward me. So, you say you were waiting for me, Johnny, right? I stride toward her, meeting her movements, trying to ignore the thoughts brewing in my mind. I need to focus on how to get her away from here. That's right. The old woman taps her fingers on her arms while she watches me. If that's the case, why haven't you already attacked? Surely you wouldn't want to waste this opportunity? She moves closer, within just a few feet of me. Fuck. She's calling my bluff. I activate Deadeye's gaze as my eyes rapidly move around the area, searching for anything that may help. I don't want to reveal it. Not yet. Not right now. I see Earl, Wyatt, and another man who helped Wyatt fight against a wall. Earl is unconscious, and so is the other man. Darkstep's ether proves too powerful for either of them. The young Graves seems to be fighting to stay awake, his unbreakable will proving enough to counter Darkstep's ether that induces sleep. My eyes flit over to Primrose. It seems the woman is still unconscious, barely breathing, but still alive. The javelin that impaled her has not yet taken her life, but she is running out of time, that's for sure. My heart aches to know that she joined the battle while recovering from the recent hunt that let her leap to the 5th sigil. She did it for me. Inspiring such loyalty gives me the drive to accomplish my goals, but when that loyalty is severed by a blade, oh, does it sting. Levi's dead in the dirt, and none of my other men are anywhere to be seen. Primrose mentioned that most of those who were in town either died when the hunters arrived or were killed as they made their way to me. The only ones still alive are the people I sent out to do essential missions before the break arrived, which, unluckily for the current situation, were some of my strongest. Or they were like Bonfire and fucked off to play some game outside of town. If only Otto, Marion, and Frank were here, I'd be significantly more confident. I'd have no problem dealing with this attack if Abraham were here. The bastard's nightmares make the perfect distraction for my bullets. But they're not. I sent the first 3 on the run to procure firearms and whatever Colt or claymores they could buy from nearby towns, and I sent Abraham to steal food. The hallucinations he can cause are perfect for stealing large amounts of goods. They should be back soon, but alas, they are not yet here. My only backup is a half-dead, half-asleep, half-insane third sigil. Time for a gamble. And gambles are things I loathe to lean on unless favor is tilted toward me. Too bad my good luck charm is unconscious. With one hand, I reach into the pack on my waist and pull out a syringe. A concoction. Something I always carry with me in case one of my subordinates pushes themselves too far. They only marginally help those at my level, however. Darkstep tilts her head as I do so. What's that for, Johnny? Are you gonna recharge? I thought you were prepared for me? I laugh just at the insanity of what I'm about to do. I pull out a second concoction to meet the first. The young man needs more than one. I see just how far he's gone. My dead-eye's gaze can see ether and its density. The kid has more in his skin than someone his rank should have in their whole body. I have a serum as well that could help, the counterpart for higher sigils when they go too far, but I don't think Wyatt can handle that. Then as I speak to Darkstep, trying to get her to be afraid, I flush ether into my hands and activate bullet sling to help me deliver the concoctions. The skill is odd, rarely used, but perfect for the situation. The skill drastically increases my fingers' flexibility, strength, and speed, allowing me to usually send bullets flying just under supersonic speeds. I cannot use it too often, however, as it puts a tremendous strain on my tendons, but this time I use it twice in rapid succession on the syringes of concoction. This sends the needle straight into Wyatt's neck after barreling through the air, nearing a sonic boom. Using a long series of concoctions or a single serum might work against Darkstep if I can land one, but I'm worried she's too used to ether from her long years. The items are likely to not work against her very well. If only I had a solution, the substance used to clear out the ether of pillars and the prime alike. That would surely kill her. Sadly, that is not an option. Instead, I just try to distract her and fulfill my risky plan. No, it's not for me. It's for the graves behind you. Darkstep turns to look behind her, surprised at a member of the cursed family being here, maybe even unbelieving, and I take advantage of putting the liquid within the syringes within the boy's neck. I pick up 2 rocks and accurately throw them at the kid, who is panicking because of the needles in his neck. The rocks slam into the back of the syringe and instantly inject all of the fluid into the boy. I feel a bit of sympathy for the boy as I lift my revolver at Darkstep, but I am relatively confident that he will live. I never had to take a concoction until I was over 30 and a 4th sigil, but a Graves can handle it. Their curse, after all, is how hard they are to kill. While friends, loved ones, and allies fall, they stand even if they are bloodied, battered, or sometimes truly broken, even of mind. How else would a family of only one a generation live in this brutal world? It is both their most tremendous boon and their direst curse. I need an ally to help me fight. I work best with someone to divert attention from me. And while he might only be a 3rd sigil, I know he's so much more when he needs to be. Otherwise, he never would have returned from the wilds. That and I've seen him cross the edge. How one reacts when they pass beyond the edge tells me everything I need to know about their character and body. The young Graves has an unyielding temperament and an unnaturally gifted frame. The rate at which he collapses from ether, wounds, and exhaustion is far slower than any other I have ever met. So, he will rise from the concoctions. Even I don't know what's in those things, and truthfully, I don't want to know. The hallucinations they give almost aren't worth the second life they provide. But one thing is for sure, he will be more potent than ever with the liquid magma that will flow through him. The sheer interference the concoction gives to all ether will help protect him from Darkstep. He's just gonna hurt. Real bad.
Wyatt Graves.
I struggle to keep my eyes open as a woman walks into the square and speaks with Johnny. It's challenging to stay awake even with the enhanced will that reinforces my body. This sleepiness must be caused by the woman's ether, but I haven't seen her really do anything besides appearing from the dark like Virgil and killing Levi. Glancing to my left and right, I notice that both Virgil and Earl are unconscious. This discovery makes me immediately try to move. I don't want any of us to get stuck here because it seems like Johnny is about to get his ass kicked. The new woman is a 6th sigil as well. Not just that, but there is an oddness about her through my chain eyes. Nowhere on her body are the chains focused, all spread out incredibly evenly. Not just that, but they seem to be physical because I can't see through them while chain eyes is active. So, I attempt to get up, and as I reach for Earl and Virgil with tired eyes, something sharp enters my neck. No, two things do. I look down at this strange sensation, and I see a duo of syringes that lack any color within them. The only liquid that seems to absorb all light remains within the needles, the color reminding me of the darkness between the walls of the cabin. Despite never seeing them before, only experiencing their hell, I understand what they are, bits of my brain tingling in preparation. 2 concoctions were just stabbed into my neck, but they haven't been injected yet. I reach to grab one, as this is precisely what I'm seeking. Just that one is plenty, but 2 will likely kill me. I don't know what happens when you are given 2, but I assume it's not pretty. Just as I wrap a sleepy hand around one syringe, 2 speeding rocks come in and break upon the injecting part of the syringe. This instantly injects all of the concoction from each needle into my system. My breath catches, and sleep immediately becomes fictional as I process this. I look up to see what or who did it as time slows, not because I'm nearing death at this moment, but instead, my whole body does everything it can to push the pain away, even if it's only by a few internal seconds. My brain sees Johnny with an arm outstretched toward me and another with a gun pointed at the shrouded woman in front of him. As the slowed time gradually meets up with the liquid that is entering me, there is nothing I can do but wait. Wait for the pain, wait for the agony and the eventual freedom that is delivered. I only have to last long enough to reach it. My perception of time is so slow that I can see the gunpowder explosion within Johnny's gun. Blasts of air and fiery momentum force a small projectile from the barrel of his weapon that is sent toward the shrouded figure at supersonic speeds. Half of me prays for Johnny to die because of what he just did to me, and another half begs the opposite so that I can kick his ass myself. He must have never experienced what these things are like. I get one final glance at the battle as the man's bullet crashes into the shrouded woman and simply disappears. After that little piece of joyful sorrow, I see time reaches me, as it does with all. The feeling of the concoctions touches me like the first time, disregarding all other pain I've ever felt, even the first one. The black liquid burns a trail throughout my body, opening all my pores and forcefully expelling all the ether in my body by turning it into gaseous ether. The heat required to do this leaves me a screaming wreck as all sensory organs shut down. Vision is the first to disappear, turning black in an instant, as black as the concoction. Hearing is the second to go, fading into deafness, more silent than the void. Touch is the third to leave me, placing me in a void without actually being in one. Taste and smell disappear together, the tang of blood exiting my mind without me even noticing. The only thing that remains with me is the concoction that burns a warpath throughout my body. 78. Into the light. The burning concoction sears its presence once more into the depths of my mind, leaving its mark forever. I can feel the twice dosage of concoction scorching its way through my innards. From my neck, it splits, half going into my head and my brain, while the other half goes into my body. And then, from there, I notice half of what goes to my body siphoning toward the blood palm. Just the agony of the concoction entering my brain is enough to send me ballistic. Despite being unable to feel my body, I know I am having a seizure or something of the sort. The trail that the concoction leaves throughout the rest of my body as it performs its duty in clearing my ether, boiling it to reset my body, makes me dissociate. I calmly watch the fluid move throughout my body with my mind's eye. It appears like a black flood that washes out all the sparkles within my body. The ether boils upon contact with the liquid and burns its way out of me through my pores. I have no idea what is in the hell that is called a concoction, but I would swear that no god could create a nightmare worse than it. Even the inner sight of it clearing my body resembles the torture one might suffer within the Red Court deep in the underworld. But the worst part of the concoction hasn't even come yet, that I know. Something feels different this time, like the dosage's quantity has changed its quality and how it affects me. While I observe the flood of cleansing darkness, voices emerge in my mind. Voices that I would never expect, as not a single one of them includes the murmurs from the bloody palm. Maybe the artifact knows who owns the body now? No, who am I kidding? The damn thing just focused on keeping its container alive. The voices slowly grow in number from quiet whispers that I can barely recognize to a choir of people that I know who are yelling at me. Yelling at me to give up, to roll over and die, to kill everything nearby to rid this pain. 1,000 different offers and bargains hit my mind from these voices in such a rhythm that I struggle to ignore even one. Earl tells me that he isn't sorry, that he was lying so that he didn't have to die alone. Even if I'm a monster, it's better to die with someone you know than alone in the middle of a massacre. This is the most effortless voice to shake off. Earl doesn't lie. The man just isn't capable of it. The voice of Elizabeth, whom I've not heard in a long time, tells me that she hates me, that she never wants to see me again. This one stings, but I know it's not true. After all, Earl said she slapped him for abandoning me. The gruff and old voice of Edmund reaches my mind. He tells me that he's disappointed in me, that it was a waste to die for me, that I'll never live up to his expectation, that he should have just killed me when I met him. This voice hurts the most and makes me almost give up, letting go of the only thing holding me together, my will infused with ether. But I grit my teeth, unwilling to give up. The man I knew would never think that, right? Several other people I've met whisper and eventually join the choir of screaming despair that torments me more than any physical pain ever. Another voice, or I guess a series of voices, that is hard to ignore is the screams of the people I have killed. They scratch at my insides, telling me I should be tossed in a ditch, forgotten on the dunes to die, or left in the middle of a road with holes in my neck. I'm unable to block these out. I've never been entirely comfortable with killing, but I've never had much of a choice. It's either me or them, and it won't be me. My care for others I do not know does not trump my respect for myself and those I care for. But even still, I can't ignore these voices. A small part of me loathes what I've done. I enter a tumbling psychological spiral that is only ended by another voice. It is a voice that recently has brought me grief and salvation whenever I hear it. The voice of my mother returns. A scratchy, and Ilma tells me to go and dig her up from her grave. That she's okay. That she's a Graves, even if married, and indeed she wouldn't die from a measly illness. That is the hardest one to block out. The slim chance that my mother is still alive. And the hallucinations grasp onto that hope that I have. The cries of hate, derision, and belittlement from the depths of my mind transform into a scene. The scene is so lifelike that I regain all my senses as I stand before my mother's grave. A grave that I had to put back together after I killed the monster that invaded the ranch and attacked me. Our tussle ended with the original head post fallen and cracked because I knocked into it, which stunned the rat beak. I still don't know who sent that creature, but from the visions from Law's Light, I can assume that the demon did. I feel the autumn air pass over me as I lament the near winter. Putting a hand to the sky and catching a falling leaf, I realize all I have lost. The calm. The peace of growing up alone with Ma. Only weeks, no, I think it's been months at this point, as winter is just on the horizon. Do I truly understand what she gave me? She gave me warmth, happiness, hope, and love in a land of death, suffering, madness, and neglect. No matter the visions or oddness that I have felt about her since she left, I will always be thankful for that which she gave me. It has left me with a solid anchor, something to return to and hide within when the world becomes too much for me to bear. My attention falls to the sky as the autumn sun rapidly begins to fall. It looks like the day-night cycle speed up 1,000 times as the sun quickly sets and is replaced by a dark, moonless night. Along with that darkness, my mother's voice returns, lapping at my ears. Dig me up, dig me up, dig me up. You must. You miss me, don't you? The sound is so loud that I fall to my knees, holding my ears as the temperature drops unnaturally, biting chill scraping my skin. The sound is so painful that I stare at the floor, just holding on with a shiver. The air goes from cool fall air to the freezing depths of winter in less than a minute while the voice of Ma reverberates through me. After a while of her voice being gone, I recover enough to look back at her grave. and what I don't see makes me stand as blood falls from my ears. The grave is gone. No, the headstone is along with all the dirt. It looks like something dug its way out of the ground while I was being attacked by the sound. I spin and look around, curious about what may be lurking in the dark night. It's far too dark to see anything. The moonless night disallows any human vision except for what's just in front. And the worst part is that I can't even listen for movement as the screams make my ears ring constantly. It's almost impossible to tell the difference between the wind and my own footsteps. Without any other option, simply by instinct at this point, I channel chain eyes, but nothing happens. No ether moves, no nothing. At this point, I truly get confused. What is happening to me? Where am I? I continue to turn frantically, looking for anything that might be stalking me in the shadows, just beyond my vision, but I cannot find anything. Whatever, or whoever left that grave, is nowhere to be seen. What I do find, though, as I search is my home. The ranch that I lived in my whole life until I was 16. From a babe to a naive young man ready to face the bleak world. I'm sure it's naive to even call a version of myself from less than a year ago naive, but that's how I feel. As I step onto the steps of the ranch where I killed my first monster, I recollect. The past 2 years were spent simply caring for Ma, the ranch, and Butter. They taught me how to take care of myself and others, how to cook, clean, and, most importantly, hunt. Not often, but I did go out and hunt small game with a bow and arrow now and then. Never got much, but what I did get saved us money. Meat is expensive, especially when where you live has almost zero monsters who can be killed and butchered for food, among many other supplies. That's all thanks to my father, I guess, who kept just about anything above first sigil clear of the entirety of the Tornridge territory, men and beasts alike. Only Edmund, one of my father's old friends, was allowed to stay despite being beyond the first sigil. That rule that was in place, I suspect, was the main reason so many died in Elderfield. Only first sigiled hunters were there. And I know from experience that first sigils aren't that hard to kill. A single well-placed dagger or bullet ends the whole encounter. I missed the days before I left the ranch. Before Ma died, I was naive for wanting to go out, for being enchanted by the stories Ma told me of my father as a child. I was naive about many things. The biggest was thinking I could help Edmund in his battle against Alexos. All I did was lose the blooming spider lily and get the old man killed. I should have just run. But sadly, that's just not who I am. I face things head-on. As Alexos said while I was fighting the trio, I walk forward no matter the horror or the beast that might bare its teeth. Whether that's good or bad is only for me and life to decide. And so, I walk forward once more, possibly into the waiting jaws of another, as my feet make the floorboards of my once-home creak. All the candles, lanterns, and gaslights are off, so with the absent moon, it is pitch black in the home. Fortunately, this is my childhood home. I need no sight, sound, or even touch to roam through it. I take 2 steps forward and 3 to the left as I enter the kitchen, grabbing a cooking knife from one of the stands in the dark. No sight is needed. While doing so, though, I can see the sink. It's full of dishes, just like when I left. Then after shaking away the odd feeling that the sight brings, I return to the opening hallway. I take a left back into it and head deeper into the home. After 7 steps, I walk in front of the washroom on the right. I pause just before it, waiting in case something seeks to appear. Despite the deafening ring in my ear, I also listen but don't hear anything within the washroom. Not a subtle breath or a slight bodily shake. Nothing. So, I move onward. After another step, on the left is my room. Once again, I repeat the process of sensing for anything, but nothing is in my room either. No point in entering it either. No weapons exist in that room that may help me. I continue onward, as usual, when I don't sense a threat. A few more steps lead me to the spare bedroom on my right. The place Ma said would have been for a sibling of mine had I ever had one. At this point, I believe that was a lie. From what I have heard from my travels so far, graves are meant to not only be single children, but to also not have any family with them by the time they mature. Having a sibling would break that dynamic? No? I just wish I knew why the dynamic even exists in the first place. Is it a biological thing? Maybe we're simply unable to have more than one child. Or is it a rule thing? I know some families have weird rules that are passed down. It might even just be that we are too busy. Both Graves, who were born into the family I've heard of, were mighty people, always on the move and doing a job or killing a monster for the hunters. I don't know the answer, though. Maybe if I find my father one day, he'll tell me. That is, if he's alive. I shake away these thoughts as I peek into the spare room, checking if there is anything inside. And while I don't hear or see any movement or anything that might suggest life, I notice the color on the walls. Amidst the pitch-black darkness, I see red. A crimson, blood-like red is on the wall nearest to the door. Quietly, careful to move only on the balls of my feet, not to alert what may be lurking, I look at what is on the walls. It's an old poem that was once sung to me, written tightly and close together in blood. Oh, the graves! What unholy soul! What unholy goal! What unholy blood! Forever stuck in mud, forced to wade through horrors. The last explorers, unable to take their last breath. For none can meet death. I only read part of it before I skip the words written on the wall in blood and look at what lies underneath the poem. I see another duo of phrases in big red letters, as opposed to the small and tight writing of the poetry. We are the true monster with the sharpest claws, forged from sin and born of decay and loss. The phrase sends a jolt through my body when I read it and step back. A step that is too harsh and makes a loud sound resounds throughout the dead silent house. I hold my breath, waiting for something to appear, but nothing does. The silence merely returns after a moment of echoing noise. However, during this silence, I feel a gaze touch my back. The tiny hairs on my back stand up, alerting me to another's presence nearby. Without giving the other creature time to react, I quickly turn and face the door. But what lies before my eyes is an empty doorway. As I look around, I only notice a tiny black speck left on the side of the door that was not there before. Slowly, I creep my head out of the room and look down both sides of the hallway. First, I look down the way that leads out, but it's too dark, and I don't see anything past 4 or 5 feet. After that, I turn right, looking down the hallway leading to Ma's room. As I do so, a crackle of thunder echoes throughout the house, along with a brief wave of light that overlaps with my gaze into the house. The thunder makes me jump slightly, glancing around for a foe, but my recent shock from the words on the wall keeps me steady. What I see, however, makes me go wide-eyed. The brief light wave lets me see a figure sitting on my mother's bed. Even with the light, it's hard to tell who or what it is. The only thing I can decipher is that the creature is facing away from me. This appearance of another living thing in my house brought forth by brutal hallucination makes me move, not away like most might in this situation, but instead forward. I need to know what is in here. This is my home, after all. If I can't keep it as a sanctuary, then what is the point? So, I move deeper into the house, as deep as I can go, because Ma's room is the final one in the house down the hallway. Slowly, I step into her room, all her things still in place nearby the door that I can see. And as my feet enter the room, another strike of thunder hits, bringing light with it at the same time, which lets me see the creature before me clearly. Just as the light touches the creature, it turns its head in a complete 180 unnaturally like an owl and meets my gaze. It is my mother, only a long-dead and decomposed version of her. Her hair is falling off and dry, with several patches of necrotic skin showing on her scalp. Her lips appear bulged and unnatural, with specks of dirt over them. Her fingers are nasty, covered in grime, bile, and mud. She must have been the one to leave the mark on the door. She was the one watching me. I freeze as I look at her, unable to speak from pure confusion and shock. The undead version Ma, however, shares none of my condition. Her voice reaches me as thunderous as the lightning that lets me see her. At this point, I can only see her silhouette as the undead head she wears on her shoulders twists and turns after every sentence. I don't feel safe in these halls, Wyatt. Have you hurt anyone? There are bruises in the walls, Wyatt. Did you leave them? There are bodies in the floors, and they breathe so loudly. You killed them, didn't you, Wyatt? Why didn't you come and get me, Wyatt? Ma's always here to help you. You know that, right? I'm always here with you. You know that, right? As she finishes, my decomposed mother stands from her bed, twisting her head to fit her right ways before contorting her body to stand on all fours except with her stomach to the sky. Then she moves toward me unnaturally, limbs abrupt and bizarre. Why don't you come to Ma? She'll show you how to care for the bodies so they don't talk anymore. As she steps toward me, I back up, taking a step out of the room, realizing what I'm looking at is not at all my mother. After a moment of indecisiveness, I turn and I run. I sprint straight out of the house, using everything I've ever learned as a sigil except for my ether, which eludes me to move faster. I tighten the muscles in my legs perfectly to increase my speed and use the terrain to my advantage as I exit the shadowy house into the slightly less dark night. After about 10 seconds of mad dashing it away and not hearing anything behind me, I turn to see if the creature that uses my mother as a facade is behind me, and she is, moving with complete silence like an owl. She chases me down like a bloodhound, limbs shifting and twisting in ways that make me not want to see what she'll do when she reaches me. I turn back to face forward, and I run. I run, and I run, and I run. I run over roots, fences, shrubs, and even a ditch. I run until I see something in the distance. A speck of light far away exists just beyond the horizon, and I haul ass as fast as I can to it, not even turning around to see if it's still behind me. Just before I can reach the light, however, I trip on a branch invisible from the darkness, and as my head hits the ground, my vision goes white. 79. Promise of Death. A few minutes of blankness exist before I return to the world in an unbelievable way, the encompassing white from my fall transforming into the town square. Immediately I realize that I am not in control as I attempt to move. Internally, I still sense the concoction flowing through me, but all the ether within my body has been expelled despite about a quarter of a syringe's worth of concoction that remains within me. I realize how the bloody palm took control as I see the fluid of the concoction streaming toward my left hand as I hear it moan uncomfortably in its abnormal murmurs. The concoction must be empowering it somehow. So, struggling against the artifact bonded to me, I watch through a hazy and blurred vision as my body darts from a sitting position into a direction on all fours. I can't tell the destination of the bloody palm because of the filter over my perspective, but I do notice a figure that appears next to me in a flash. The blood palm twists my body in such a way that I would never have thought possible out of nowhere, and I feel the pain of the unnatural movement. But I am glad for the artifacts and human techniques as a crescent line of darkness crosses where we were and goes over us. Instead of splitting me in half, the sharp gloaming passes us by, goes deep within a nearby building, and makes the front of it collapse. The bloody palm recovers my body's movement quickly and continues its mad dash for wherever it is heading. The figure, however, interrupts my body's movement once more and attacks with more gloomy darkness. This time, the figure I now recognize as the lady talking to Johnny before he shot at her is much closer. So, the bloody palm is given minimal time to dodge, but the palm still manages it, twisting so erratically and unnaturally that amidst cracks and broken bones from the movement, I am somehow not miraculously cut in twain. I can hear the figure grunt through muffled ears as I rush further toward the bloody palm's destination, which I still have no idea of. However, the figure does not want me to reach wherever the artifact takes me and attacks again. But this seems to be a killing strike, as she moves incredibly close and swipes at me in melee with a hand cloaked in unseeable dusk. As it does so, I see a glimpse of strings and a phantasmal figure above Darkstep, but it quickly fades before I can truly grasp it. Frantically, much more so than ever before, the bloody palm attempts to dodge, but like the being it is of survival, it is willing to lose some things to live longer. So, similar to when it sacrificed my blood to gain more later against the Amakuk, the bloody palm twists and uses my right arm to deflect the hand of dusk. This reaction barely works and only slightly moves the deadly attack in exchange for losing my right arm from the elbow. However, the slight movement in the strike allows the bloody palm to twist my body even further, almost entirely turning my spine backward and dodging the rest of the swipe. I don't even truly feel the loss of my arm as I am wholly dissociated from my frame. It just looks like another person who lost their limb, but I try to force myself to think logically. I may have lost a limb, but surely the palm can regenerate it, right? If it can fix a broken spine, it can undoubtedly return a lost limb. After the arm is removed from my body, the bloody palm darts toward a corpse on the ground, stabbing my left arm covered in red ether, congealed like blood, deep into its chest. Then with a pop and a flash of pain originating from my arm, I am once more in control of my body. The first thing I genuinely see without a thick film blocking out my sight is my right palm, deep within the heart of the occultist that drenches me in the crimson blood of the deceased. And the second thing I notice is that the sigils within the man's corpse are missing despite him only dying a short while ago. This discovery makes me turn my attention to the bloody palm, worried that it somehow devoured the sigil within, and my speculation is proven correct. My chain eyes are still active despite me not being in control, and I see only upon the pale left hand of mine turquoise chains, a color further down the rainbow than previously. The bloody palm is now somehow a fifth sigiled artifact. Fuck. Now it will be even harder to resist. Just when I thought I was making progress in removing the artifact as a threat to my life. At least it's evolving its sigil right now, giving me control once more. A yell from Johnny wakes me out of my introspection. Move, boy. The tone and volume of his voice make me immediately move backward, turn to face where the danger last was, and throw up both of my arms, or my one whole arm and the other that ends at the elbow. When I spin around, I see another crescent of darkness flying at me sideways, seeking to decapitate me. The crescent of night is moving so fast that all I can do is bend backward as it comes into contact with my left arm, splitting the forearm off of me. The time it took to cut through the arm empowered by the bloody palm gave me just enough leeway to limbo backward. I bend far back enough that the deadly darkness only cuts off a portion of my scraggly hair and blows off my hat from Edmund. And I tilt rearward so quickly that I fall flat onto my ass, the woman staring down at me through a mask of gloom. Both relief and sadness fill me as I see the bloody palm leave my body and fly into the air from the momentum of being cut off. On the one hand, pun not intended, I don't have to worry about the artifact taking over my mind and body. But on the other, I am now without any hands and no way to regain them. Maybe I can reattach the arm that was just cut off, but something tells me by the way my skin is turning slightly necrotic where I was cut, that won't work. So bittersweet melancholy fills me as the bloody palm falls toward the ground beside me, but just before the artifact hits the ground, tendrils of gray flesh exit from the base of the hand. These tendrils shoot straight for my left arm, attaching to the newly amputated portion of my arm. As it does so with a piercing pain that spreads all along within me up to my brain like tendrils, the woman flits toward me to finish the job. But before she gets the chance, bullets land in her way, forcing her to step back and momentarily cease her attempted murder. The woman with a hood shrouded in darkness turns to look at Johnny, who fired the bullets. The gunfighter speaks up for me. See, old hag? Should have believed me when I told you the first time. That's a real Graves right there. Takes a double dose like it's nothing, and recovers from artifiction in the same way. If you truly wish to kill either or even both of us, I advise doing it another day. My men are nearby, and when they arrive, it will be all of them, a nearly unkillable young man, and me, the sharpshooter who will relentlessly pursue you with lead as you chase them down. Johnny puffs his chin as he stares down the old lady. So what's it gonna be? We gonna fight to the death today? Or will you be wise? Continuing to fight just hurts both of us. I'm sure you got other jobs to do. Is this truly the hill you wish to die on? While Johnny bullshits the hag about having men nearby to back him up, I resist the return of the bloody palm. Or, more accurately, its conquering return. I use my ether-infused will to create a wall at my elbow, a point that I feel will be easier to defend than any part of my forearm. Then, I daydream of a blockade in my body that keeps out all mental powers at that same point. To further increase my defense against the newly advanced bloody palm, I braid the ether for daydream, twisting the streams of ether into tight ropes that enhance each other. Now that I have a third sigil, I understand what Virgil meant about each sigil innately being able to use a new form of ether. The braided strand way of using ether is 100 times easier now that I have advanced. It also helps that I now have greater control of ether, and the amount of ether I can manipulate has risen tremendously. It no longer requires an immense amount of pressure of ether that can only be achieved during a struggler's gasp. It now only requires my will to press down onto it, twist it, and pull the pieces tightly together. Fortifying my sigil skills will significantly increase my fighting strength and lower my chances of losing to the bloody palm. These skills all happen so quickly that the blockade is made at my elbow before the bloody palm fully reattaches. And the elbow is so tightly bound of ether that an effervescent and multicolored band of ether is tied around the joint like a tourniquet. When the bloody palm fully reattaches to me, I see tendrils of gray flesh burrow through my arm, seeking the rest of my body. Each inch of my arm they spread through makes me grunt in pain as they slowly approach the tourniquet of ether. I am distracted from the pain and the sight of my entire forearm being infiltrated by a foreign force by the woman whose face is shrouded in darkness speaking. I honestly was not expecting to meet Killian's son in the middle of the boonies, that's for sure. It is also surprising to see him artificed. I suppose if anyone would be resistant to becoming a true Wendigo, it would be one of them. That or one of the Giles. Some people are just born with advantages, aren't they, Johnny? I would much instead end the threat of both of you today, but sadly it seems the chance will not arrive. I have other things to do, and killing you both would take far too long for me to do them. That is what it means to be a forerunner, after all, always on the move. We are simply too important to not be. Her head twists as she counters Johnny with an offer. How about this, Johnny? I will come back with some other people to end your little rebellion. That is if Hura doesn't slay you all upon his arrival with his horde. I would much rather kill you myself, however, so I will give you a bit of a warning. Darkstep takes a step forward, her words eliciting her warning. There is a reason why he saw Killian as a rival long ago. Demons only respect power, authority, and their goddess. However, some do find specific humans as rivals and seek to kill them and them only. For a demon to see a man such as the Undying as a rival, he must not be too far off from the man's capabilities. Or at least his capabilities from his last time, fighting the demon before the Prime sent him on his final mission before his disappearance. Hura is much more powerful than you, Johnny. I might not have fought him before, but I have spoken to Killian many times. He spoke quite highly of the demon's innate talents. After a brief pause in her sentence, the woman looks around at the town in scorn. I gasp while she does so out of pain from the bloody palm meeting my tourniquet. This place is not enough to drive him off, let alone kill him. He will come in a thunderous tornado, leveling all that resides. After all, the demon is named after the god of weather, Hurakan. I hope you choose to run instead of fighting Hura, Johnny. I love nothing more than putting down foolish rebels. All you seek is hubris, and it will only lead to even more suffering. May you two have a merry struggle against death as you wait for me to deliver you unto her. A short pause ensues before I see the woman's feet become covered in shadows that slowly grow up to her head, covering her entirely. Once fully covered in tenebrous darkness, she disappears simply with a burst of wind that sends sand flying everywhere. My attention is forced back onto my arm as the pain only continues to grow from the bloody palm's attempt to reach its dark tendrils into me. Several abnormal gray veins reach up to my left elbow, making my arm look disgusting. There is only one thing I can do besides just putting more ether in to fix the problem. I look down at my clothes that have been completely torn apart and pull off a strand of cloth. Then, with one veiny and bizarre hand and my teeth, I tighten a physical tourniquet to aid my tourniquet of ether. With an additional point of focus, I place my newly empowered will onto the cloth tourniquet, further reinforcing the bastion against the encroaching madness. Only at this point does the pain lessen, but the bloody palm's attempts do not. The veins on my left forearm begin to squirm and move around like grayish worms beneath my skin as my forearm is slowly turned gray as well. The pigment of my skin gradually fades from my tan to a stone gray. Before my arm entirely turns gray, however, I hear a man hit the sand. I look over and see Johnny kneeling beside a limp Promos beneath where she was impaled. Curious and wanting to do anything to distract me from the pain in my elbow, I walk to them. As I stand, I feel the bloody palm send a wave of rejuvenation through me. I don't know, But the palm doesn't want me to die. Instantly, I feel myself heal much faster than usual as the flesh and muscle that had fallen off of me from going too far with ether begin to return to me. The bone grows from other bones, nerves from the bones, muscles from the nerves, and skin from the muscles. Halfway to the two of them, I find one of my serpentine daggers in the sand-covered ground. I bend over and pick it up, looping it on one of the few remaining pieces of my belt before continuing my stride to Johnny. By the time I reach Johnny and the unconscious and possibly dead Primrose, all my injuries have recovered except for my missing arm. That one is taking longer to recover. Only about half of my forearm has returned so far. I guess it's harder to fully recreate a limb than to reconstruct a limb that mainly exists already. I kneel to get a view of what Johnny is doing, and I see him furiously bandaging the woman's wounds while cursing. I notice he deigned to leave the javelin within her, so she doesn't bleed to death. And just as I go to ask him if he needs help, I hear a massive explosion behind me that has a blast of sand too fast to react to that follow it. It knocks Johnny and me over, and the man looks at me after we recover from the blast. "She cut off your right arm, huh?" Realizing the meaning of his words from the explosion and the lack of cool metal on my arm because of the lack of the arm in the first place. The dead man's switch went off. That's one less thing that I have to worry about. I could just leave now. I no longer have anything holding a blade or bomb against my throat. I'm pretty happy that things turned out how they did, because if that bomb had gone off while attached to me, I'd turn to bloody mist. I see through the smoky square that the explosion woke up both Virgil and Earl. Whatever knocked them out and almost put me out, disappearing with the absence of the lady in black. While I could leave, I don't think I will. I like the idea of aiding Johnny in his rebellion. Plus, I got friends here. Earl also seems to want to stay here, or at least that's what I got from our short conversation. So, I think I'll stay, at least for the break, and to kill that damn demon, who I learned is named Hura. I want that vial that came from Edmund. No demon should have that man's legacy. To make my time here both less miserable, and to save one of the few people here who were kind to me, I ask what I can do to help. Yeah, that freak got my arm. The bloody palm is working on healing it for now, though. Is there anything I can do to help? She looks like she's about to die. Johnny looks at me for just a brief moment, and I notice just how tired he looks. The veteran is nowhere near as old as Edmund, but his eyes tell a different story. He looks exhausted, carried only by pure will and perseverance. He grits his teeth before answering. She is likely going to die. The hole in her stomach is fatal, and the battle lasted for far too long for immediate medical aid. The only thing we can really do at this point is try to keep her alive until Heath arrives. Do you know your blood type? I shake my head. I don't even know what a blood type is. Damn it. I can't donate to her. My blood isn't compatible. Wait, Earl, get over here. Earl comes springing over at the call for him. The unathletic man traversing the recent battlefield littered with bullets, bodies, and even bombs. Yeah, Johnny? Take this. Johnny hands Earl another concoction as my eyes go wide. This man has so many. We were struggling to even procure one, and he had 3. Speaking of, where the hell is Vernon? Virgil has the same thought as we meet Gazes and the Darkstalker masks, disappearing to look for his brother. You want me to take a concoction? Johnny nods at Earl's question. There is only one way that Primrose lives through this. If Wyatt's blood is compatible. If it isn't, she dies from blood loss. If it is, then he can keep providing her blood to sustain her until she heals because of his artifact. There is about a 50% chance that Wyatt's blood will work. This comes purely from experience in the field. So, Earl, do your work. Bend the chances. Do so until you're out of steam. Then if you're not confident in the chances, take the concoction to rest your ether and go again. Your sigil is made for times like these. Earl licks his lips at what Johnny says and agrees after a moment of hesitation. The man squats down next to us and places an arm on Primrose and me. I can feel ether touch upon me for a scarce second as he closes his eyes to focus. Then small sensations of waviness pass through me here and there. After a few stressful minutes that I am forced to wait with grim anxiety, Earl opens his eyes, drenched in sweat and panting. Johnny asks whether or not he needs to go again. Do you need to take the concoction? I still have one left if you need it. Or are we good to proceed? Primrose is running out of time. Her heart is barely beating. Earl wipes away his sweat as he nods at the two of us. We're good to go. I can feel it. Thankfully you didn't know your blood type, Wyatt. I can only bend the uncertain and undecided. Johnny and I take this as an affirmation as I hold out my right arm, growing back. It is now up to the wrist after about 5 total minutes of healing. Johnny shakes his head and points at my leg. Bigger artery. We're cutting your leg for blood. She's gonna need a bunch. I nod, confused, but I believe him as I roll up my pant leg. Then, Johnny takes out a few empty bottles and makes the dizzy Earl find the 2 syringes he used on me. After Earl goes off to find the syringes so that we can put the blood into Primrose, I take one of my daggers and sink it into the flesh of my leg. Blood seeps out into my hand and down to the bottles below me. What comes next? Several hours after the many near-death experiences in the town square, I sit in a room with a doctor named Heath, Johnny, and the unconscious Primrose. She was able to hold on long enough for the doctor that Johnny employs to come and save her. He connected a tube that directly constantly delivers blood from me to her, preventing any chance of her dying from blood loss. But that doesn't mean she's out of the woods yet. The doc is still lecturing to Johnny. I told you not to let her fight Johnny. She got hurt getting her 5th sigil, and I warned you not to aggravate her injuries. She has multiple ruptured organs, is missing half of her intestines, and her previously collapsed lung has only worsened. The extra blood may keep her heart beating, but eventually, her body will give out. Blood only goes so far when you are missing organs. At this rate, I'd give her a week to live with my constant attention. Maybe less. Not to mention, we need to bury Levi. Johnny's head hangs low, a level of emotion from him that surprises me. The almost certain loss of such a close subordinate and the loss of another was too much, even for one such as him. He looks up at the doc and questions him. Is there anything we can do? Anyway, to save her? Surely there is something we can do. I'll go personally if it requires something to be retrieved, and I'll dig the grave for him, as I always do. Dr. Heath only grows angrier at Johnny's proposition to personally go help her, though he does seem to cool slightly at the mention of Levi. You're no hardy buck either, Johnny. Remember when I put your lungs back together after Tamkin slit you side to side with its nails? You may be more powerful than ever, Johnny, because of your age and experience, but with that age comes frailty. Not everyone is Marshall Travis. Heath shakes his head, focusing his sight on Primrose. Now, all that being said, there is a way to help her. And no, it's not a concoction as you so love to use. I can make a bomb to help her body recover and seal all her wounds, but I require an ingredient as what I have currently is insufficient to treat all of this. About a day or two west of here grows a plant, called the mandamin. Looks like stalks of corn that emerge from the sand. The core has medicinal properties that I can enhance with other things. With just a few of these plants, I should be able to shove away the pale lady. Johnny immediately retorts Dr. Heath because of how close the break is, but I take a moment to use chain eyes, curious to see if the doctor has a sigil or not. And to my surprise, the spectacled man of medicine possesses one. One just as powerful as mine, in fact. As Johnny speaks, I look at the doctor in surprise. Thin yellow manacles rotate upon the man's skull. West of here? Cura is likely almost here. There's no way we can do it. There has to be another way. The doctor shakes his head and looks at me. The sensation of his eyes turning to me makes my surprise fade and my focus return. That's not necessarily true. I heard you went off to scout the break. Tell me, young man, how far away are they? A day? 2? Maybe even 3? I rearrange the way I am sitting before I answer him. Probably about 3 to 4 at the current time. The doctor turns to Johnny again as he detaches the tube, giving Primrose my blood. It's not impossible, Johnny. Just difficult, as all things are that truly matter. If you wish to save this lady, you must risk another you trust. Now, I have many other people to attend to. Dear Primrose was not the only one almost killed today. Yell for me if you require my aid. Your blood is no longer required, young man. Her wounds have all been properly sutured, so now you're free to go. The man in white clothes, speckled with blood, pushes his glasses and grabs his large duffel bag of medical equipment before walking out into the hallway. After he leaves, Johnny sits on one of the chairs beside the bed that Primrose is sleeping in and sighs while watching her labored breaths. The single lung makes it strenuous for her, a fifth sigilled, to keep herself alive. Silence lingers for several moments as I sit and watch her with him. I don't know why I do, but it just feels right. These two may have threatened my life and forced me to not only work but also risk my life for them. However, I just cannot grow to hate them. After over a week of being attached to this artifact, which even now is struggling against the barrier I have placed at my elbow, I've learned that people like me are hazardous. The sight of the bloody palm taking over my body and killing that Amakuk with a single attack, even if it took a while to actually bring it down, makes me understand just how powerful people taken over by artifacts are. The strength of a being with 2 sets of sigils is insane. I mean, for a brief moment, I could escape from the dark step, whom Johnny informed me of after the fight. The lady is a legend. She's almost 100 years old and a 6th sigilled forerunner. Both things that I was told I had to ask him to learn about. How was someone that age still fighting, and what is a forerunner? They were answered simply. Sigils give slight increases to lifespans. Not much for most sigils, only a few years per, on average from 3 to 5 years. Abbot being the only exception, each sigil of Abbot gives over 10 years of additional life. This means a 6th sigilled like Darkstep, whose actual name or face is said to be unknown, even to the pillars, would be more like a 40-60-ish year old woman depending on how much life was given to her. I also learned that this age increase changes with the species that takes it, with humans getting the most minuscule amount compared to any other creature. Most monsters gain a decade or more on average from each sigil, while creatures like demons can get up to 50 years from just a single advancement. Demons already live hundreds of years, though, so that's not too surprising, to be honest. Humans always seem to get the short end of every fucking stick, from lifespan to innate strength. We rank last in just about everything. Somehow, though, there are still more of us than demons. The other question makes me understand just how far I must climb before I am considered powerful by any accurate measure. Forerunners are the 6th sigils that are said to either have the most potential in taking the great leap forward or have incredible combat prowess. Commonly, a forerunner has both. Despite the ability to fight off a group of over 10 highly experienced hunters at once, Johnny is not a forerunner. Not even close. He said it would take at least 3 of him to kill a woman like Darkstep, with all 3 of him dying in the end as well. The distance to the angelic realm from the wondrous is so great that there are entire ranks within the 6th sigil to divide those within. And people like that woman, or the other insane hunters, those are the kind of people I hate. The ones who enjoy killing and who don't care that those they kill are not evil. Even someone like Frederick, who didn't want to fight but was forced to by the higher-ups, I struggle to not loathe. Where are his guts? Why couldn't he just say fuck it and betray them like Johnny? If the man truly believed in what the gunfighter was saying, he would have put down his arms. I may not love Johnny, Primrose, or any of his other goons, but I certainly have grown to hate the hunters. From what I've heard recently, the organization is rapidly deteriorating into a shell of its former self, rotting from within, and from what I just saw, I'd have to agree. The only hunter among that whole group that showed any genuine human kindness or empathy was the woman Rebecca. I'm unsure who killed her between Johnny, Primrose, and Virgil, but I hope it was quick. I know that the squad that arrived is a kill squad, so they're more likely to be a bit off the walls, but I find it hard to imagine that few are like them. Even the first group of hunters I saw had a rotten egg. The archer who ran away while his team was getting beat. I can't even remember his name. I found him so contemptible. Johnny speaks up to me while I'm pondering why I'm even sitting here. Are you here because you've decided to join my cause of your own volition? Or are you here just to help keep your friends safe because there is no safe way out of Rustbank until after the break? Or are you here because you still think I'll kill you if you try to leave? Well, you don't have to worry about that one. You've proven your mettle. I never thought I'd see a man hold off an artificitant of such a higher rank than him for so long, but I've learned for myself to not underestimate your damn family's inability to die. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a refuge from the hollows with how you hold off that damned thing. The gunfighter meets my eyes as he raises a hand. So, I'd like to apologize. I treated you harshly, and while I thought it was necessary at the time, I now see it was not. If you choose to join me, you will have my full support, as well as that man who helped me earlier if he joins, although, at times, it did seem like he was coming for my neck along with Frederick's. I'll disregard all that, though. I need all I can get. If you trust them, I trust them. That is what I extend unto you. I smile at the mention of Virgil's haunting ability to stalk people from the dark, but I do take a moment to think a bit longer before replying to him. The apology is both appreciated and unexpected, although the barman, Roy, did say that Johnny is stubborn, not evil. I like the image of being supported by an entire town, especially with the coming demon. I need the artifact that it possesses, after all. The only way to do so is with both backup and resources. The choice is pretty obvious to me. I should stay with Johnny for the break to help kill Hura and possibly whatever might come after. I answer the man as I run my newly regenerated right arm over my left, which has been half taken over by the bloody palm. The skin beneath my elbow has all turned ashy gray, and the veins have all popped out with black tints. Everything underneath the thin and dehydrated skin of the part of my arm that the bloody palm now controls constantly squirms and moves like it's alive. I need to look into it later. Maybe the name of its newest sigil will give some indicator of how to best combat it. Yeah, I think I've decided to join you, but the answer is none of what you gave, to be honest. If I really wanted to, I think I could outrun the break with the nightmare I and the Boon brothers have under our control. I'm staying to kill Hura, the demon. It has something I need. Johnny looks at me, stunned, before raising an eyebrow and seeking more information from me. Why do you need to kill the demon of storms? It's foolish for you to even attempt to be honest. What could it possibly have that you need? I take off the hat I have carried with me since Edmund's death, careful not to get it damaged. The demon has the artifact left behind by Edmund Dudley, my teacher. He left behind a crimson vial of blood. Johnny now only looks confused by my words, inquiring for more from me. What do you mean? How do you know? If you do know, why don't you already have it? I take a deep breath before answering him, the sights and sounds of the vision returning. I advanced during that fight by entering an artifact and stealing the sigils within it. During my trip to the cabin, I saw the memories of the one that the artifact once was. A woman who followed the Hura. To make a very long story short, the memories ended up with her digging up Edmund from his grave and finding his artifact. Then, she used it, eventually leading to her death at the hands of the demon. Imagining the frame of her stealing the vial from Edmund's corpse, I finish my story. She used the artifact in hopes of finding and hunting me down, but it only made her incredibly bestial and lose all her mental faculties. She gained incredible speed and senses, but that doesn't matter against a bolt of lightning. Johnny nods interest in what I'm saying and follows up with his words. Be careful when you do things like that. It's one thing to take the sigil from a recently deceased creature, but it's another to take it from an artifact. One is just the fleeting consciousness of the recent dead, while the other has the power of months, sometimes years, of built-up emotions. Shaking his head, Johnny laments at the fallen man. But that is awful news. Edmund may have only been a third sigil, but I'd bet his artifact is of the highest quality. Hura will likely sacrifice some subordinates to allow the artifact to grow, possibly even up to the fifth sigil. I doubt it'd go any higher than that. I don't know of any sixth sigil subordinates the demon has. This time, I ask him a question as I am curious how artifacts can still advance while at the same time already being dead. How do artifacts advance if they're already dead? Can they enter the cabin? The Bloody Palm took the opportunity to advance while I was being attacked by Darkstep, so I'd really like to know how to prevent that from happening again. Johnny nods as he stands from his chair and puts his hands on the medical bed. No one knows why, only how they do. Artifacts are unlike living things who can advance from any rank of sigil as long as they meet the requirements from the cabin. They can only advance with sigils they already possess, and the creature they take it from must be of a higher sigil than them. That's all we really know about it. Now, let's go out and speak to your friends. I have a proposition for you guys. After his explanation, he stands and walks toward the door, giving Primrose one last sad gaze before turning the corner into the hallway. I follow him and see the Boon brothers and Earl playing with Dakota, who has grown to the size of a medium dog. I knew the four were out here, but I've been unable to leave the room because I had to give Primrose blood, and the doc wouldn't let anyone else in. But my surprise in seeing them is massive. Vernon is missing an eye. A bloody bandage resides where his left eye used to be, and several gashes are all over his body. Virgil has a long dressing around his chest that seems to be from a whip. Dakota is over twice the size he used to be, and is probably close to 30 pounds as he moves deftly, playing with the brothers. Earl is unchanged from the last time I saw him, but he seems pretty bitter as I hear him mutter under his breath before noticing me. The fox is a higher sigil than me now. What the fuck is happening? A suppressed laugh comes from him as I put my arm in front of Johnny, who was about to speak and yell at the brothers in concern. What the fuck happened to you two? Vernon, are you all right? Where did your eye go? And why is Dakota as big as a dog? They all turn to me as the other people in the wide hallway of the only medical building in town also look at me. Virgil speaks up for his brother, who still seems to be a bit out of it, moving slowly even while rolling a ball for Dakota. Vernon got caught in a fight with one of the hunters from the Vengeance Squad, who was attacked by multiple of Johnny's men. All the men were killed or severely injured when Vernon ran past looking for the alchemist's shop, and he found it, burning behind the man who laid out a dozen first and second sigils. The loyal idiot went into the burning building, using his adeptness in fire to keep himself from getting burned to find a concoction. He found one, but when he came out, the man was waiting for him. The man pulled out a whip and set out to not only kill Vernon, but to take his concoction as well, for they are prohibitively expensive. Vernon obliged to not let that happen and fought him with Dakota's help. The fox is genuinely quite fast now. By the time I arrived, they had only been fighting for a few minutes, and my arrival was enough to end the fight. But Vernon lost his left eye and took extensive injuries during my search for him. Oh, and Dakota ate some random dead man's brain matter that gave him another sigil. I'm pretty confused about how the fox took another one so quickly, but I think it's because he's still a juvenile. Young tend to snowball in every species. Humans are the only ones where children die almost every time they are given a new sigil. Their bodies just can't handle it. During Virgil's retelling of the fight, Dakota runs up to me and jumps on my leg excitedly. Within his eyes, I see an even greater spark of burgeoning intelligence, along with orange chains that wrap around him all over. I put the large fox and turn my attention back to the two men. Is there any way to get your eye back? A secret medicine or plant? At this point, Johnny cuts in with his proposal after waiting a few minutes for our conversation by the side. There are a few ways to regrow eyes, most coming from the tribes within the borderlands or deep in the wilds. Heath probably knows one or two of them. They do have side effects, but the treatments are certainly worth it. I'll ask him to treat you, Vernon, if you two, Wyatt and Virgil, go and retrieve a few mandamon plant cores for me. Vernon gets excited, but ends up too happy as he stands, and has to hold on to the wall to keep his balance. Both Virgil and I look to Johnny, and Virgil calls him out on the proposition. And where is this mandamon? For you to do such a favor, I assume they are in a hazardous location. Johnny nods before informing the Virgil of some more details of the retrieval. That'd be right. They are westward, just barely in front of where the break currently is. They are needed to save a close subordinate's life of mine. In return for doing this for me, I'll get your eye healed and acquire you some weapons. Levi has passed, and his machete, battered, is available if any can prove themselves to acquire it. I'll give you his claymore as well. It is a fifth flam, made by a master. I had it made for the man personally. So what do you two say? My decision is made quickly. I was already willing to do it just to heal Vernon and save Primrose, but hearing that he will give us a claymore sells me instantly. I turn to look at Virgil, who turns to look at his younger brother. Then he closes his eyes briefly and opens them after a deep sigh. Fuck. Yeah, I'm down. On one condition. Send $1,000 to the Boone family in Purview, Timberlands. Johnny instantly nods in agreement and holds his hand out to both of us. Deal. So this ends the second volume, Among Bombs and Bullets. I'd appreciate if any could leave a quick rating or maybe even a detailed review, just to help me gauge how I'm doing, what could be improved, or just what parts you guys like the most. I had planned on getting a new cover for the whole book commissioned for the end of the volume, but it will be a few more days before it's ready. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed this second volume, and I've spent the past few days planning out the third, fourth, and fifth. I also finalized how long the story should end up being along with a rough ending, probably around 10 to 12 total volumes. That's enough of the end of volume spiel, though. The next will begin tomorrow, as per usual. The title of the third volume is Among Deaths and Demons. See you all then.